Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ECC Grand Finals. It's going to be a fun championship Saturday. My name is Soy. Alongside me is Combo, and we are getting ready for some SSBU action. Combo, championship Saturday, there's just nothing like it.
Yeah, there really isn't. I'm super excited. I'm glad that we're up, nice, bright, and early. Relatively, right? Just to get the ball rolling here and get us really amped up for our grand finals. Because we got two brackets that we're wrapping up today. So two of them. We got our singles bracket going, and then we got crews to follow. So I believe our singles format is gonna be, just 1-on-1, best of five. And I don't think there's going to be any sort of grand finals reset or anything like that here. It's literally just this is it, right? You play your best of five, and whoever walks away, the grand champion. That's it. And then for crews, I believe it's a 3v3 format, and they're also going to be playing a best of five, if I'm not mistaken. So that we're just going to be slugging it out back and forth. We're going to be seeing some familiar names in schools here, as we got a bit of an overlap between what players are still in singles and who we got, coming in for crews. Tell us a little about that, Soy. Who do we got right now?
Well, starting up with that 1v1 bracket that you mentioned, we've got John Nickel versus Cruz for the first matchup of the day. John Nickel from NYIT and Cruz from SNHU. SNHU, as you mentioned, also in that crew battle bracket. They are in grand finals as the number one seed, so we'll get to see them later today. A good kind of warm-up match, but both these players really want that 1v1 pride.
They really do. And they just had to wrap up their semifinals as well before they had to make it here. We got a pretty strong upset coming off from the side of Chris taking it over, I believe it was Eufine. It's a pretty big seed jump of 14-7. I mean, the way the brackets kind of cascaded out, we've had to see, Crust especially to make some crazy upsets, taking it over Kai Squared, who I believe was second seed. Make sure I get that right. Yeah, I believe it was second seed. Pretty crazy stuff coming out from Crust here. I'm excited to see the Falco. And on the other hand, I believe John Nickel might be coming out with the Ken, if we're not mistaken. Of course, these are just characters we've seen the two come out and pull out fairly often. They're not, locked in on these choices. They can swap them out as they do. It is a singles, event after all. But I'm very, very excited to see something like Ken versus Falco. I think both those characters are very scrappy, but in very different ways. Falco's going to be fishing for a lot of those combo starters and make sure he can use that aerial drift to make neutral very difficult for you with all these landing aerials. And Ken is all about that grounded shield pressure to either, blow you up by hitting you or blow up your shield and then hitting you. But very excited to see because Ken's mobility is going to be a little bit more ground focused here, while Falco's gonna be kind of just poking at him with laser, kind of shake him off with reflector, and then it's the air to air where the game gets really, really interesting. So I'm curious to see how Ken's disadvantage especially is going to come into play here. But let's get it going. John Nickel versus Crust. Have to be here for you. They're rocking.
Game one on PS2 Classic Starter stage. We'll see where things pace out. So far, it's Cruz being the aggressor off the start here, racking on a ton of percentage. Really has barely been touched on this opening stock. They find a good forward air too. Is that going to be it? No, not quite yet. Low recovery here forced by John Nickel, and now up till, love the patience actually. Doesn't quite find the back air, and it will give a little bit of damage over. But overall, I love the play from Cruz.
Yeah, very aggressive start here from Cruz, as you mentioned, Soy. And a big thing is something I kind of brought up before the set came out was the Ken disadvantage, right? Now that he's off stage, now Falco is exactly where Ken wants him to be. How is he going to adapt to, messing up recovery? He goes to a low recovery, but he misses the ledge. Doesn't even matter, though. If you're playing Ken and you've got 120% of rage and you've got Shoryuken on point, almost taking out Falco off the top, we're going to see a forward throw here. What's the ledge trap situation going to be? Soy goes in deep for that forward air. Ken is going to struggle off stage, and it's going to be extremely important in this matchup.
I love it here. Most of the time you see these Falcos, they go for these back airs off of these up tilts and things of that nature, but Cruz is doing a fantastic job of using these multi-hits, and in particular, that forward air lingering for so long, covering so much space, and John Nickel just cannot get around it. Finds an air dodge here to get back to stage, maybe a chance to take the stock, but a last-second air dodge gets him out of trouble.
Yeah, I'm seeing some really good defensive directional influence coming out here from Cruz, falling out of almost everything John Nickel wants to do, right? Up tilt into Shoryu didn't connect there, and even off the stronger down tilt into Hadoken, he's actually able to jab out in time. So Cruz definitely got this matchup on point. No kill spark for that up tilt up air, but still killing off the top. A bit of a DI mishap, I'd have to say, coming out from the side of John Nickel. And now it is 3 stocks to 1. Like we said before, that grounded gameplay, it's going to be a lot of Falco laser. When it comes to aerial approaches, Ken is really really going to struggle. We're going to see some up tilts for anti here, but it's not going to lead to a whole lot. There's some strong shield pressure here, but a very fast reversal from Cruz to bring it right back to the driver's seat.
Yeah, John Nichols' defense right now is just getting smothered. He's got very minimal options. Can he find a kill here? Yes, he can. Gets the conversion off the platform, finds that up tilt into the up B, and down goes the first stock of Cruz the Falco. But trying to go for it all. He wanted the spike there, but the turnaround, good amount of damage landed. Jab will knock John Nickel off stage, and this Ken seems to be working on borrowed time here in game one, but I've seen some Kens pull off some crazy comebacks before. All starts with one opening, but finding it is the key. They keep this Falco up in the air, dancing around the platform. They find a down tilt. The pressure's on here in the corner.
Here it is, right? Now we're seeing John Nickel kind of lock down Crust in the corner. Struggling to find his way, gets a side B back to center stage, but rolls in again, putting himself in the corner. I think a big thing here that Chris is looking for is a reversal. An immediate turnaround, trying to get a good back air or something going, and put John Nickel right back off stage where he wants him. He gets the drag down forward, and the down tilt doesn't connect here, though. That would be really close to killing if it did end up landing. But still, Chris is playing very close to the left side of the stage, just wants John Nickel out of here. Gets a fantastic downer spike to bounce up the left platform of PS2, but doesn't get a follow-up, and instead the next scramble actually leads to another Shoryuken kill. As you brought up, Soy, Ken can do anything but a fantastic anti-air run-up smash off of ledge to catch a jump. And that's going to be the first game going to Cross.
First game to Cross the Falco player from SNHU. Interesting matchup here. You know, based off what we talked about at the start, I feel like this is a very offense versus defense style matchup where Falco has kind of control of the neutral through the use of lasers, through the combo game that they have. But if they slip up, if they make one mistake, that is where this Ken can really find their damage. John Nickel can find a way back into the game. And you saw that towards the latter half of this match, especially once the stock count was 3-1. That final stock was really difficult for Crust to try and deal with. But the hourglass kind of ran out a little too early there. So I'm curious if that switch can get flipped a little faster here as we get ready for game number 2.
For sure. I feel like the end of that first game, Crust kind of tunnel vision too hard in a very certain win condition. Crust kind of intentionally put themselves in the corner on the left side of the stage a lot. Pretty obviously looking for a back throw here just to reset more offstage pressure, which is a win condition of Falco in this matchup. But it's not the only one, but I feel like Crust kind of like not even triple down, quadruple down did it, right? We'd see them find a way to center stage, whether through side B or getting a nice jump over, and then rolling right back towards ledge again. Putting himself under that pressure because they want to get that reversal onto John Nickel. And eventually Crust is like, okay, I'm just going to run up and up smash. Like, I don't want to deal with this ledge trap game anymore. And that perfectly worked. So I'm hoping to see kind of a faster adaptation there from Crust to be like, this isn't the only way I can win, right? I can still get an up tilt combo, or at least to push, Ken disadvantage some other way. I don't have to force a back throw. I don't have to force like an offstage Gimp or edge guard situation. So hoping to see that come out from Crust because that definitely felt a little bit awkward and stilted compared to the rest of Crust's game plan. I got to say, I feel like the rest of it was really consistent. Of like, I just got to get my combo confirmed started. I just got to stay away from Ken. And also strong defensive DI, like I said before, falling out a lot of the Ken confirms. Up tilt Shoryu was not connecting, right? Strong down tilt into Hadoken was not connecting. He got jabbed out of it. He got Falco jabbed out of it. I mean, that's a cancel straight up. So the fact that he had enough time to actually land that confirm is, that something's going on over there. So really good stuff to Crust overall, and I'm excited to see how that game plan adapts. But like you said, right, Ken is extremely explosive, and if John Nickel can rein that in a lot faster, can land those confirms more consistently, or be cognizant of the fact that Crust has strong defensive DI and actually like catch an air dodge or catch a drift, bait it out, hard read on a forward smash or something like that, it could be a whole different game, Soy.
We saw things like last second back air come out too. That one hit Falco all the way across the stage. So John Nickel, there are opportunities here. And to the point of the combo character that Falco is, if they don't find a way to take that stock, John Nickel has proven that he can survive at these high red percents for long periods of time. And Ken with Rage is that much more scary, especially against a lighter character like Falco. So those opportunities, although they are few and far between, they are there for John Nickel. So we go to small battlefield for game number 2. A little bit tighter of a stage, obviously, than PS2, but still, Crust should have the kind of advantage in terms of the neutral and pace of play. That being said, right now John Nickel has them in the corner for the moment. Low recovery once again, and John Nickel fights back.
Here we go. Yeah, now evening up percents here after that standing heavy kick. Gets a downer spike on a left platform, small battlefield. Doesn't lead to a whole lot else right now. Trading off these up tilts, dash attack will get punished. This true Shoryuken will connect Soy. This is that danger we talked about with Ken. Only at 100%. The rage is there, but not super significant. Nonetheless, that was enough to take out Falco, as you brought up, a lighter character. Super devastating start here for Crust. Good stuff to John Nickel. Kind of change the tides of fate a little bit and see if they can put themselves on the board, because that first game was pretty dominating in Crust's favor.
There you go. There's the sweet spot confirmed, right? Up tilt to back air. We didn't really get to see a lot of that in the first game. A couple of forward airs instead, or neutral airs to try and extend the combo. But there, they get the finisher and tie up this stock count. 64% now separate them. But Cruz will just kind of sit back, but look at the shield pressure, has to drop it, otherwise that could have been a shield break. But it's gonna be an up B, not gonna be able to take the stock quite yet, just barely surviving at 111% here. But John Nickel just continuing to sit in this perfect spot where Cruz has nowhere to run to, and he catches him with the up B again.
Oh my goodness, this is a completely different game from what we saw in the first time around. We see John Nichols so much more confident in that ground game. Instead of just getting walled out by laser, he's actually getting in there and pressuring Shield insanely hard to the point where Crust kind of has to back down. Now he's stuck at ledge, he's getting ledge trapped by things like down tilts, or even catching jumps off ledge with the true Shoryu and letting that kill. But we had a very fast response here from Crust. That's already a 113% off of only 3 or 4 interactions, and not a whole lot of breathing room back from John Nickel. Despite the focus attack taking that first back air, still dash canceling it will lead him to getting hit by the next one. And oh my goodness here, Soy, we are in for a bloodbath. These two are scrapping, taking stock for stock, band for band right now.
Love it. Love to see it. I mean, even in that interaction, right, he finds the back air, and most players panic if that does not connect, if that one, you know, gets countered like it did by the down B, but instead just follows through, pulls out the second one, and takes that stock off the board. So now both players, last stock here in game 2, low percents. And John Nickel, again, positioning himself under this platform close to the stage where Cruz really has to commit to something, but still, percentage being tacked on. Still very close here. Worrying about who can pull that trigger first. Oh, but there's the multi-hit. And now into the combo they go. Down air doesn't quite get the spike hitbox instead, so John Nickel gets out.
Ooh, but gets anti-aired by the reverse up tilt in response here. Falco definitely explosive on the damage front. The problem here is going to be killing, but we're going to challenge the Falco up B off ledge with the Ken down there. Does manage to land the spike. And we're going to see John Nickel on the board. New York Tech's representative here in Grand Finals will bring them at least one game in this Grand Finals, and hopefully more to come, because, man, this has been a heater of a set so far, so I'd be happy to be seeing a Game 5. These two players are incredible. I love seeing the adaptations back and forth, especially that confident ground game, in that when both John Nickel and Crust had just dropped to 2 stocks, oh my goodness. It was a masterclass of shield pressure, of ledge trapping, when you are a character like Ken, who is so inherently disadvantaged by your overall neutral tools compared to Falco. That was an incredible turnout. We're running it back here to small battlefield. Let's see what we got here, Soy.
Loved the end of that game too, right? You don't think of Ken as this big offstage threat, and you saw earlier that Cruz was able to land a tech offstage to survive an up B recovery, but there, no chance for it. John Nickel, all the confidence in the world to go for that spike. So we'll see how this one paces out, what the changes are, as that's a good up air string into a forward air. Once again, John Nickel goes down low. Cruz again, for all that offstage damage, can't really threaten him, as that one nearly killed at 80%. Still looking for a chance, but there's a back throw.
Right, it's kind of what we talked about before, where now we're seeing John Nickel actually account for drift out of these combos and went for a hard forward smash read instead, expecting, catch an air dodge or something like that. And it worked. It didn't quite take the stock, but the forward smash did end up connecting. And now all you need is one more Shoryuken to wrap things up, and that's exactly what John Nickel just did. That anti-air up smash almost take it. One more will definitely do the trick, but how much extra credit can John Nickel get in the meantime? Gets a rising Tatsu here. The multi-hit doesn't lead to a combo since you are still in the air. 7% of extra credit's not nothing, though. Gets a cross up nair, bit of shield pressure with him jabbing forward till gets a jump in. Asking for a 34% here. Now we're still keeping Crust locked at ledge. Ooh, this is not looking super good for Crust right now, Soy.
I mean, all this extra damage is really starting to pile up, already up to 54. And again, John Nickel has made a living off of surviving at these high percents, but he won't be able to survive there. That's a ledge regrab into a down smash for Cruz. So that will be the end of stock number 1 here, tied at 2 apiece. Still an opportunity for things to get explosive here quickly. Again, the positioning for John Nickel, that grounded gameplay like you talked about, coming in handy, but this is the combo game, continuing to rack things up to 58%, stringing them across the stage. But oh, the chase down there, and he finds the up B. He was jumping away. I think that was a DI, was just wrong there, trying to jump back towards the middle of the stage, and John Nickel catches him for an early stock.
Yeah, that is devastatingly rough right there. No kill spark or nothing. Only 71% compared to what the 110, 120 was at last time. Still nothing, that Crust can't make up super fast, but even then you have to work on the kill. And across that point in time, like, Ken's going to get some chip damage off. He'll hold one Hadouken in the face at least. Uh-oh. He's looking to go deep off stage, which punishes the Tatsu with the down tilt. Hadouken to get a bounce, but is able to shark underneath the Hadouken, get a forward air here, Soy. And Crust, despite how bad that was looking, evened it up entirely. Now here we are on a last stock both ways. These up tilt strings air dodging back into it. Oh no, John Nickel, you got to get away from there.
He ends the combo with a shine there for a little bit of damage and just pushes them away. He's done it a couple times, but the pressure is on right now. And again, these up tilts doing so much work into the back air, and that will do it. Cruz from SNHU pushes themselves to match point.
Wow, what a reversal of fate right there. Complete twist of fortune, if you will. Giving us back to now 2-1 in Cruz's favor for SNHU. Looking strong here. I mean, they want to be taking both trophies if they can, right? So they get Cruz to lock in here, bring them into a 3-1 set, right? And then as well, work real hard for the crew battle that's about to be coming towards us right after this. Could be pretty huge for SNHU. It's quite the title to have. Double trophies here for ECC SSBU. But we know John Nickel is still here to play, still on the Ken Masters, soul still burning bright, ready to bring us to a game 5 and beyond, right? Like I said, though, this matchup seems to be very kind of straightforward in terms of what we expect to see. It is very much just boils down to what the player interaction is going to be. Like, who is actually getting their up tilt confirms if you're Crust, or who's getting the shield pressure, getting the down tilt confirms if you're John Nickel. It really just boils down to, can I get my combo starter started? And then can I keep advantage for a long time? So the big thing that Falco can do, especially since Ken struggles with disadvantage, is that Falco can keep an advantage state for a really, really long time in this matchup, right? You are getting bounced around like a ping pong ball with things like up tilt into drag down air, into a reset off the up tilt, maybe a down air spike to lead to something like a backer. Like, you are just getting sent everywhere. Ken combos are very concise, very much in your face. But the thing is, the SDI is a lot simpler to kind of, right? Not the easiest to execute at all times. But if you're able to make it out, Ken is going to struggle, right? But if you're able to drift out of a Falco combo, let's say it wasn't a true combo, you're still in disadvantage. You're still in the air. Falco is still next to you, right? Still going to try and challenge you or do something. We saw it with the interaction about getting the back air focus attack block, right? They both drifted down together, enough time for a second back air to come up from Chris and then take John Nickel's stock. So I think overall, the presence, the danger that Falco kind of provides in this matchup it's still tough for John Nickel to deal with, right? So we can have bouts of confidence, we can have really strong states and early kills, but overall, like, the ground neutral is still tough for Ken, the air to air is still going to be tough for Ken, the disadvantage is tough for Ken. It's who knows? It's hard. Well, like you said, find that one opening, that Falco is fried, gone. But you have to find the opening.
Have to find it here. And now they have got to find it twice. They need the next 2 games to try and bring this one back for NYIT. But you saw some opportunities for them to do so. I think the biggest key for that game number 3 was that 80% stock, right? It felt like that was an opportunity where you take that stock so early and it feels like a turning point, and then all of a sudden it gets quickly ripped away. The combo game, I think there's also something to be said about the mentality of just when you are in that blender combo for time and time again in this style of matchup, it does kind of take a toll on you because you want to land that next hit. You want to immediately punch back. You want to be able to kind of do the same thing. But in this style of matchup, like we've been mentioning, those opportunities are few and far between. I also want to mention I love how the offstage game has kind of transitioned back and forth between games. It felt like, okay, Falco's got the advantage with things, like the down air spikes and the forward airs in the first set. Then Ken comes back, lands that down air to end game 2. Then in game 3, finally sharking underneath with that forward air to take the stock. Well recognized, hadn't been able to really land that move until that moment. So the adaptations by both these players throughout this set has been fun to watch, and I'm curious to see where we end up going for game number 4 here.
Yeah, Brad, we've been seeing some commitments to small battlefield across the second and third games, and overall commitment to, biplats, right? Start on PS2, and then we still just go to small battlefield, which is fair. You don't really want to be taking Falco to actual battlefield, so I understand that, but you don't want to be taking Ken to FD either. So I think small battlefield does kind of seem like this happy matrimony, but we're also going to see Hollow Bastion now finally coming out for our 4th game. Soy, get some nice Kingdom Hearts representation here, and an early explosive combo start here, 27% to get us started. Down tilt into forward, drag down. Ooh, not able to get the reset pressure after these drag downs, though.
And they'll just have to back away. They'll find a down tilt into the up tilt, now into the neutral air. Oh, caught the jump too. This is a bad spot for John Nickel, but they will be able to make it back. Now they get a combo of their own. Follow through, pressure on shield, poked away now. 50% onto this Falco, but the last hit of that forward air, another trade comes through. They are scrapping back and forth here. Down tilts will land. They don't get the full combo, though. He's able to get out.
He gets the focus attack dash cancel off that back air. I do want to call it a really interesting situation from before where we saw Ken off stage with the focus attack. You can only absorb 1 hit. And so we see, Crust go out with a forward air, which is a multi-hit move. But somehow the way everything was angled, it was only 1 hit of forward air that was kind of preserved and nothing else landed. So the focus attack actually didn't break despite using a multi-hit to go through it. Super interesting interaction, but now we're going to see Crust wrap up this first stock here with a great up smash to clean things up here. Now, ooh, gets an early up tilt here. Double up tilt, doesn't quite get the upper follow up just yet, but catch an air dodge back to center stage off that center platform here in Hollow Bastion. 45% early on. What's the ledge trap going to be? Tries to get an FADC read with that up tilt. We're going to see a Tatsu instead lead to our down tilts true input Shoryuken. 45% here on John Nickel. So not too far behind, but this Falco combo game has been consistent. We've been seeing Crust very consistently able to apply pressure, apply damage. Not the same we've been able to see from John Nickel here, so it might be a little bit rough going in for this 4th game, which could potentially be his last.
I mean, you're looking at nearly 100% differential until this combo, but maybe they find something here. Air dodge down. Do not want to get caught in that up tilt again. They find their own down tilts. Gets a roll in as well. That's going to be the up B. That's going to be the stock, and all of a sudden, the explosive gameplay comes through. John Nickel grabs the lead, gets up tilted, but there, again, that down B, the armor, coming in clutch. He's able to snap back to the ledge, finds the up tilts once more. A little bit of damage, traded back and forth. Doesn't hold shield for long enough on the rapid jab. He gets 1 hit on him, but instead, Cruz is continuing to chip away at this second stock for John Nickel. 155, pressure on shield, another forward air will knock him off stage. Immediately over with the side B, but John Nickel just buying time.
Right, still able to get through. A couple of clipped hits of Shoryu through the stage. A couple of Hadokens back and forth. Ooh, burns an early air dodge just by pure presence. Jumping off stage, scared John Nickel's lights out. Air dodge early, not able to make it back, but that's still 45% of a lead right now. Grounded neutral has returned to it. Oh my goodness, I'm getting lasered and I cannot approach this. We have that center platform take for here at Hollow Bastion, and we're able to see John Nickel finally find an approach in with that downer. 63%. That grab's going to whip, but no punish here. Looking for a roll read off that up tilt instead, like we saw earlier in this set. Fantastic roll read, by the way, and that up tilt confirmed, leading to a Shoryuken. Yeah, we're getting some down tilts. 2 more Hadokens, 87% right now. Oh, wow! Try to catch a Phantasm with a true input Shoryuken. Up there doesn't even connect here, Soy. I mean, I think it's one more Shoryu, and that's wraps for Crust right now. So Crust is doing everything in their power to fight against the wave.
I mean, both of them are trying to play so carefully here as now the interactions are starting to fall in Cruz's favor, but he gets red on the roll back to center stage, up tilt into the up B, and John Nickel forces us to game 5.
That's right. An incredible roll read. Not the first one he pulled out that game, too. Sometimes you can tell when players are fishing for that, where they just kind of drop pressure and they just wait and they're just kind of looking back and forth. And it helps that Ken, of course, has auto turnaround as well. But wow. still, despite committing to that, and in my opinion, seeming a little bit obvious sometimes when he was looking for those roll reads, still managed to work out really well. Managing to land with 2 extremely important kill confirms there with the up tilt into Shoryuken. So fantastic stuff there, John Nickel, again, bringing us to a game 5, making New York Tech proud. And putting themselves further on the map here. Final game of grand finals here of ECC, the singles bracket. So it has been quite the bloodbath here. Falco and Ken scrapping to beyond space and time. It's a whole nother level. And now, what would our 5th stage even be? I can't even tell. I don't know. We could be looking at a Smash Show. We could be looking at a Town and City. Like I'm doubting a final destination. I'm not seeing it. Right. The ground neutral is gonna be hard with Falco lasers, but also once Ken finds his way in, he's gonna be real happy with FD. So I don't know. I'm not feeling it, but I think a run back to Hollow Bastion could be okay. But I could definitely see a Smashville or a Town and City as well. I don't know. It's all up in the air, man. This is it.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, I feel like Hollow Bastion, ever since it was introduced to the game, has kind of risen in priority, especially at the collegiate level for SSBU. This stage has very frequently, not been the starter stage that still belongs to PS2, but
Classic.
Game 2s, Game 3s, very frequently used. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us go back there as well. I just think for this matchup, too, it's interesting. When you look at how this bracket has also panned out, this is the longest game for anyone in the playoffs. It's been a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s throughout the day. The explosive player just kind of takes over the set. Not the case here. They've been trading back and forth, and now we get game 5 in grand finals. I mean, that stamina has to play a factor as well.
Absolutely. And Cross also has the crew battle in the back burner as well. A best of 5 of 3v3 crews. So I don't even know how much energy preservation Cross is even thinking about right now, right? Because right now the singles bracket, yeah, you're representing your school, but it's also that personal glory, like I won the singles bracket. So I know there's definitely a lot of pride and riches attached to that aspect. So I'd like to see Cross, go all out, no holds barred, nothing. Right. And then whatever you got left for the crew battle, I mean, you got to do your best, right? Of course, you're still going to show up for your team. But this is your time, Cross. Yeah, you got to really put on a show for us here. But John Nickel, same deal, right? NYT is not in the crew battle finals either. So this is a big thing for New York Tech to really get to, their medals, a champion of their own. So John Nickel, of course, coming out here to represent. I mean, John Nickel is a high seed for a reason, right? This is our first seed for the bracket, right? He is who is expected to be here. Cross, not so much, but I do believe I got word. I hope I'm not misunderstanding the way this all played out, but I do believe at some point Cross actually ended up breaking their thumb during the regular season, and I think that would definitely contribute to a bit of a disparate seeding from what you would expect from the player and for what ended up actually happening. But thankfully, we're able to see Cross come on through the playoffs. And then make it an absolute run, right? Tearing through seeds, upset after upset, right? And Crust is like, despite all the setbacks, I am still here in grand finals to match up against the first seed. And I have gone to game 5 with this man, right? That means something. Definitely a statement coming out from Crust.
These players too battle tested, right? In the playoffs, sometimes these pro athletes play through injuries. Here in this case, recovered fully, I believe, and ready to rumble here in this tournament. So we'll have to see how things pan out here as we get ready for game number 5. Players kind of contemplating, thinking now about the strategy, what to change headed into this game 5. They both really want this 1v1 pride here for the ECC grand finals. It's going to be exciting to see. I'm not sure again where we're going to end up going in terms of stage, but I'm just curious to see how this one paces out. I feel like once again, we've talked about it a couple times now, but it feels like Falco just has the agency, has control of the pace of this matchup, but I love the idea of Hollow Bastion using that platform to just kind of completely mitigate the laser game, right? Just get onto the top of that platform and wait for them to change their game plan. That way you can have that platform to approach from above. It just sort of messes with the neutral. And I feel like, again, we talked about the tech reads, the ability to catch the rolls in and rolls out for John Nickel throughout this series. It almost reminds me of Snake, right? You get that down tilt, or sorry, not down tilt. You get that grab and just kind of lay them down and play the tech chase game. And sometimes it's predictable, but on the other hand, if it's working in your favor, maybe you don't back away from that here and you continue to go for those tech reads, those roll reads. We'll see if that is the case as we are into PS2 Game 5. Winner takes the ECC Singles Bracket Grand Finals.
Right, this is exactly right back where we started here, starting off on PS2. A quick little scramble on that right platform has led to a lot of back and forth. Oh my goodness, that's a skittle of a shield right now. This shield pressure has been incredible coming out from John Nickel, and he just needs one more interaction, one more touch to make this really pay off for him. Big thing I want to bring up about Hollow Bastion before, though, was also that center platform does help. Sure, you can kill off the top if you're able to land a confirm when you're on that center platform. Here on PS2, these platforms are a lot smaller. It is still possible, but it's going to be a lot harder. Oh my goodness, got so greedy to try a catch, a jump, or a side B in. Drops an early Shoryuken, does end up getting punished with an up tilt back there for it, but still managing to live here 110%. Very much uneven stock so far. Both are in kill range, both are in kill percent here. The question is, can he maneuver past these lasers and find an opening? Ended up getting chipped down to 126%, still keeping Crust towards the corner. What do you think the ledge trap's going to be here, Soy?
He's probably looking for a down tilt. Oh, this might be a ledge regrab. Nope, still able to side B back to it, but still a dangerous spot. John Nickel, I feel like the pressure is on for them as they try and land, and they cannot. Up smash will do the trick. First stock off the board here, but you can see that sometimes he's finding these openings, sometimes he's getting these reads, but not quite eager enough to pull the trigger on it, and that has allowed Crust to build up a lead here. Again, lasers kind of spaced out differently. They're trying to mix things up, but running in, they get the jump in back air to seal that stock away. We are back to essentially a tie game.
That's right. I love how on point also, just a minor part of the matchup, but it's always fun to see how on point Crust has been with reflecting his Hadokens in the ground game, right? Where it's a little closer and it's more usable for Ken to kind of approach with the Hadoken and it helps with shield pressure. It's not something you're going to see Ken using like full screen, for example, to try and challenge Falco Laser. That's not going to work. Right? Hadoken's too slow for that. Like we just saw the interaction right there, right? He still took the chip damage. But if you're playing for a closer range here, it actually makes a lot more sense for Crust to be going for the reflector instead, and he's been doing that pretty consistently. So I'd love to see the fun little match, of course. Oh my goodness, though. Again, fantastic catch off stage with the multi-hit drag down from that forward air, sending John Nickel to his doom early on that second stock. And almost an entire stock lead here for SNHU, for Crust Soy. Is this wraps? Is that the coffin for John Nickel, or do you think he could claw his way back?
It's possible, but it is a tall mountain to climb. 11% here. Cruz wants to kind of initiate on their terms, but they get caught here. Quick bit of damage dealt, about 29 through that combo as, ooh, there's an opener here onto John Nickel, up to 36% on their final stock. They get caught again. These aerials doing so much, he gets a grab instead. Up throw, neutral air. John Nickel all of a sudden up to 89%. That up tilt nearly connected as well, and if that landed, that could have been the stock. Crust dancing between these platforms, finds another up tilt, needed that focus. That was a huge one to land to survive here and give themselves a chance, but they're knocked off stage once more, air dodging back to the ledge.
Ooh, okay, we're still seeing John Nickel barely surviving in the game. Does get a crouching medium kick or one of the stronger down tilts to come out here and help space. Okay, air to air with the up air as well. Not Ken's strongest tool, doesn't lead to a whole lot else either, but it's percent is percent here. Now fighting the wave of lasers yet again, stuck at 133%, almost getting up smash for his troubles, but still barely staying alive here. Still only 74% on Crust. It's going to take a little bit more than just one. Sure, you can confirm. Going to rack up a bit more percent, but 132%, you know that Crust wants to play this safe. Doesn't want to take any risks, because anything Ken will do will end up taking his stop. That's a forward smash read, pushing Crust towards the ledge. Are we seeing a loop of what we saw in that first game? Is Crust looking for another back row offstage situation, forcing Ken to approach? Gets an up tilt, but no follow-up here, Soy. We are so close to the end.
But they found it, the opportunity, the up tilt. Oh, you wanted the up smash, but he wasn't able to find it. And now, a chance for John Nickel, but they're off stage once more. Again, a brutal battle in the corner. They have to fight the wall of lasers, but instead they get grabbed here. Down throw for the extra damage, trying to get pushed off and away by that reflector. There's one hit of forward air, but the shield is out, but the second one gets dropped, and the percentage is just too high. Cross will take it for SNHU. They are your singles bracket ECC Grand Final champions.
There it is, everybody. SNHU's very own Crust on the Falco, making the run of a lifetime after the broken thumb debuff during the regular season. Pretty much tearing through everyone that he possibly could during playoffs, right? I'm pretty sure almost every set would be an upset at this point. So absolutely fantastic stuff there to Crush. The Falco was, as we've been mentioning before, so controlling of the game, the ground game, the air game, the punish game. So much of it was just kind of always going to be Falco's favor, with the caveat that once Ken was in, that Falco is fried chicken, right? That is done. Is done. Pack it up for next time. The thing is, if you don't let Ken get in, if you keep Ken stuck in disadvantage, or if you reset to full screen and just start spamming laser, right? Ken can't do a whole lot. I think the PS2 pick was also very, very important for that last game, right? And not giving easy maneuverability for kind of Ken to get past the wall of lasers, for Ken to have strong confirms to kill off the top earlier. None of that was available to him going back to PS2. Even small Battlefield actually would have been a little bit better, and which is what we saw during games 3 and 4. But nonetheless, an absolute heater of a game 5 set. It's been a good run. It's been a good run here, but thankfully that's just the beginning of our action here. Congratulations again to Crust for taking it, the singles SSBU bracket for SNHU, but SNHU still has more work to do here, Soy.
SNHU does. They've got a crew battle coming up. They take on Malloy University in our next grand final series. So to get ready for that crew battle best of 5, we're going to cut to a short break. So don't go anywhere. The ECC grand finals will be back in just a moment.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our ECC Grand Finals here. We just wrapped up our singles bracket. Klus from SNHU just ended up taking it, but now that team is still going to be around. Crust is definitely here for quite the long haul, as we're going to be coming into our Grand Finals on the Cruise side. So who do we got coming up for us on the other side?
Well, we've got SNHU returning with Crust, that singles bracket champion, and they're going up against Molloy University. Should be a fun crew battle. The two top seeds through our crew battles bracket meeting up here in the grand finals.
Oh my goodness, this is it. If you're on the ECC, or if you've been watching the ECC, this is exactly what you've been waiting for. That glorious crew battle smash action. Nothing pulls a team together like crew battles. It's truly a wonderful format. I'm really glad that Collegiate especially seems to favor the format and bring it about. But I think it's pretty awesome that ECC has got both a singles and a cruise format. So, everyone's bases are covered, depending on what format you like to play. But I believe both our teams are pretty much ready. So we should just kind of be thrown into the fray pretty soon here. But yeah, are you feeling the excitement here? Like you said, right? Saturday, Championship Saturday. There's nothing quite like it, Soy.
I love a good championship Saturday. And for these crew battles in particular, I mean, this is a best of 3 crew battle, right? So a little bit more of an extended series, but both teams battle tested. Interestingly enough, SNHU had sort of a team kill to get here, right? Their semifinals matchup was against another SNHU team. Meanwhile, Molloy, they had to deal with NYIT, who we saw had some dangerous players, including John Nickel from that 1v1 crew battles that we, or 1v1 singles bracket that we just saw. So both these teams, a lot of high potential for a lot of these players. Curious to see what the kind of lineup looks like as we go down the bracket side. But game number 1 should be starting here as we see the transition. We go to PS2, and let's get ready for this grand finals for the ECC Conference, East Coast Conference Crew Battle Finals.
Oh yeah, we got Insignia on the side of SNHU coming out with the Bowser, and we got Redacted on the side of Molloy with a Midman. Oh, this is definitely going to be quite the funky matchup, where Midman doesn't really like to play with pretty much anybody up close, but especially not an explosive character like Bowser, right? Only needs a couple of openings, racks up so much damage. You would, like right there, right? We went from like 58 to 82 minutes, just immediately evening that up. We dropped the Whirling Fortress at ledge as well. But man, this is a hard match to play. Midman not opting for that up special for a low recovery, instead just going in for a relatively, medium-sized recovery, getting fared out, swatted out of the sky. This one's going to be pretty rough here if you're playing from behind especially against Bowser's.
Yeah, I mean, you would think on paper, right, with the distance that Min has, that they'd be able to just keep their distance and push this Bowser, this big body away. But the speed of Bowser actually allows them to close that distance very quickly. So Insignia taking full advantage of it to take that early lead. But now that they're at a high percent, they've got to find a way through these arms. Redacted, again, trying to keep the space, trying to keep them at bay. They find the neutral air there to take that stock down. But now with the invincibility frames off of Halo, they'll get in, they'll get a grab, they'll get the damaging down throw. Maybe a neutral B? Nope, don't go for it here. Instead, opt to play patient, trying these up smashes a couple times and finding some weak hitboxes instead. Wanted the forward air there, but that arm just coming out just fast enough to save Redacted's life.
Right. The big thing about Min here is that kind of mid-screen shield pressure makes it really hard for you to press. She can kind of throw out both arms in quick succession. You just kind of have to hold all of this pressure. Oh my goodness. The megawatt to catch an earlier jump, and then also having your regular arm available after the fact. But the down smash here from Insignia is going to wrap up Redacted's next stock. My goodness, it's only 3v3, so every stock taken matters so much here. And I think 2 stocks left on Insignia, if he is able to take out Redacted altogether, is going to be such a huge boon for SNHU right now. Looking for that forward smash. What an insane read. Gets a fantastic parry into a back throw, looping off this ledge trap situation. Just goes straight for the forward air to edge guard, and Insignia walks away with 2 stocks. This is massive for SNHU. Soy, talk about a lead in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Insignia is such a strong opener here. Typically these heavyweight characters in these crew battle formats are saved as more of a counter pick of sorts, right? If you need one stock off the board, send in a heavyweight. You need to kind of hold back the anchor a little bit longer to give themselves a better chance, that's when a Bowser, a Donkey Kong, a King K. Rool steps into the ring. But Insignia just comes out the gate swinging here and sets the pace so early in this matchup. Min Min also, I think, a strong kind of lead-off character, especially if you don't know what your opponent is bringing to the table. Feels pretty nice for these kind of well-rounded matchups. But in this case, Insignia just had the game plan down to, on the nose. They knew exactly what they wanted to do when they entered and executed when required.
That's right. That's right. Now I'm curious to see who, Malloy's going to have on the other side. Because, I mean, in theory, there's a lot of characters that kind of counter pick Bowser, but you really have to make it absolutely unplayable for Bowser if you have a fundamentally solid player, at the reins, because he's just going to keep moving deceptively so fast, and yet everything is so strong. Whirling Fortress does a decent bit of damage. That neutral air does a lot of damage. The neutral B, of course, is going to do a lot of damage. It's just Bowser is going to get you up to his kill percents quick, and then almost everything is a kill move, right? Downward angled forward tilt to catch you at ledge, right? Or like dash back forward tilt to catch you at ledge. Things like up air, things like forward air, back air. Everything is going to kill you, right? Every smash attack, obviously, right? Forward smash is going to kill at like 40 if it fully charges. It is an actually insane character, so deceptively fast and strong. Oh my goodness, I don't even know. Like, there's a lot of characters in there like, oh yeah, this probably beats Bowser, this probably beats big bodies. And you might be right. I would say Min Min also probably beats them at the absolute highest level of play. Like, both characters, sure, I think Min Min probably has an advantage because it just won't let Bowser breathe at all. But because there's going to be so much matchup, variety and kind of variance in how much each individual understands each character, there's a lot of work I think, Bowser could put in to turn things around. So Insignia, again, fantastic start here for SNHU. And of course, we also know Cruss is probably going to be waiting in the back somewhere. So these guys are a team of killers.
I think one of the things that stuck out to me about Insignia's gameplay through that opening matchup was the use of their smash attacks in particular. We saw a couple times them go for things like the up smash, and even if they don't get the strong hitbox of it, that kind of knock up hitbox still has or allows for enough time for them to follow up with something like the forward airs that were just so devastating throughout that matchup. And I also in particular wanted to call out the down smash stock that they found. The spacing on that move was just perfectly timed, perfectly executed, and it's not something you see very frequently, right? More often when we think of Bowser smash attacks, we think of the callouts with that forward smash or, run up forward tilt instead. The forward smash didn't really pay off in that particular matchup, but the use of that up smash and then finding a stock with down smash I thought were impressive in that first game.
For sure. Now we're going to see a Sephiroth coming here from Malloy with the tag Torna. Nice little Xenoblade reference if you're there for it. Surprised you're not playing Pyramithra, but that's a whole nother discussion here. As we've got Sephiroth again playing the keep away game, spacing things like the forward tilt, the up air, to just kind of keep, Bowser away and have a lot of these sword aerials connect from such a wide distance. But again, Bowser's got the speed advantage here. Sephiroth's got range to play with, but even then, the sword frame data isn't super strong. And if you're not hitting a lot of these tippers or sweet spots, you're not doing a whole lot. That was only 26% of what was basically chip damage before a jump in was answered by that Bowser up smash. Oh my goodness, what a lead. Insignia right now coming off as a strong early MVP for SNHU right now.
This Bowser's putting in the work. Neutral B's going to interrupt that recovery as well, so even more kind of chip damage landed. Torna now forwarded off stage once more, but there's that counter. This could be the opportunity to turn things around. Torna doesn't find the back air. Can't get the grab either. They turn it around instead. Trying to poke away. Now they land a grab. Down tilt won't land. And again, playing that kind of poke game, that distance game between the Min Min and the Sephiroth, Insignia kind of already used to where they need to position themselves in order to get these punishes, but now they're on the ledge for a moment. The air dodge back, well done to evade everything in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely incredible option coverage right there from Insignia. But now Insignia's kind of been on the back foot for a decent amount of time. Getting the ledge trap by the Sephiroth neutral B into the forward tilt. Wow, perfect spacing and range here from Torna. Just has to end up looping pressure. Oh, the fully charged neutral B is going to come out. The forward tilt just end up connecting there. Great timing from Insignia, but how can Insignia land? They've been playing from behind for so long. The upper angle forward tilt from Sephiroth almost ends up taking it, but Torna still can't confirm the stock, and Insignia still can't play the game.
Another poke from Torna. We gotta find a way to take this stock, and it is just so difficult right now. Insignia surviving for so long. Forward tilt, even there from center stage, will not do the trick. They will not be able to evade that neutral B, though. Eventually catches them on the platform. So down goes the second stock of Insignia. Nick would love to get the second member off the board of SNHU. Ooh. Can he do so here? Continuing to poke away. Good job of keeping the distance. Gets a grab as well.
This is that Sephiroth win condition that we were kind of talking about before, where it's just all about the spacing game, all about the keep away, the pokes. And I feel like this last stock and a half, Torna's actually done a really good job. Ooh, but all it takes is one challenge, one interaction to catch a jump off ledge with a back air. Like we said, at high percent, pretty much everything Bowser has is a kill move. It is so dangerous. Oh no, the counter was hard called out with the command grab right there. Incredible knowledge right there from Insignia, but will still get back thrown into back air for your troubles. Oh my goodness, Insignia ended up taking 5 stocks, over half of Malloy's teeth in that first game right there. This is just the first game. Only 1 stock remaining here on Insignia. 2 entire other players on the side of SNHU. This is insane, Soy. Absolutely torn through by the King Koopa.
Yeah, I mean, Insignia putting in the work. Again, kind of similar to what we saw from that Min, right? The spacing, where they need to position themselves, being able to burst through, jump through very quickly, and get the job done, converting on things like the forward air off stage, just putting in a lot of work. But I think, what was interesting was the use of back air there, right? Eventually able to take a stock. It looked to me like Sephiroth was going to land that strong spot, that sweet spot, kind of just down from the tip of the sword, and be able to clean things up. But instead, just Bowser hits so heavy, they get their move out just fast enough that it ends up being a trade, and it ends up taking that stock. And that meant everything, because now Torna, who I recognize from previous seasons, this kind of veteran for Malloy, is now down to their final stock here in the opening crew battle. So a dangerous player has been mitigated to now just 1 pick, and now, has now gotten Insignia down to just 1 stock. And while it is a counter pick, it's 1 player left now for Malloy College.
That's right. Yeah, 1 stock left here on Torna is definitely going to be pretty rough here for Malloy, considering, like you mentioned, right? Veteran of the scene here, like definitely going to be a strong pick and a strong player. And they had to bring it out to stop the brakes on Insignia, right? Insignia was absolutely mauling, tearing it up. And I mean, hey, if you're playing Bowser, that's kind of what you want to see. That's the win condition after all. So now I'm very curious to see not only how Malloy and how Torna is going to operate around 1 stock, but who SNHU wants to send in, and then who Malloy actually has in the back here. I'm not entirely sure who the third player is going to be. So it's just a lot of information to be kind of discovered here, and trying to see how you can fit all the pieces together. But we got Steven coming out from the side of SNHU with the Mario. This is definitely going to be another kind of scrappy character that really wants to get in your face. Big thing about Sephiroth having these, larger than life sword normals is that the frame data has to account for that. The sword is slower. So if Mario's in your face trying to box, Sephiroth is going to get just completely smothered, right? Sephiroth cannot deal with all these aerials that Mario's throwing out. Sephiroth has to stay away, dash away back here, get that charge side B off to get so many of the side B stacks off that debuff and do a bunch of damage for combo confirms here. So far, so good for Torna. 59% on here to Steven, but Steven's going to have to find their way in. And once they do, these Mario combos are going to hurt. Sephiroth, a little bit on the heavier side, and also kind of tall, kind of combo food when it all works out. But that up smash sweet spot doesn't land. Still spacing it with forward tilt.
Like Steven's kind of patient gameplay right now. Find an opening thanks to the fireball. Aerials landed. This is what you're talking about, right? An opening here or there, and all of a sudden, the combo game of this Mario can even things out very quickly, and Mario's got a good amount of kill power in their kit. Sephiroth on the later side of the cast too, so a stray aerial could do the trick, but getting in so difficult. Torna, I mean, they have locked in now, the spacing on point. They get I believe the sweet spot there on that forward tilt to take down that first stock off of Steven. So Torna strikes back, trying to dig into that stock count, but they're up to 110 now off stage, and Steven just really kind of not interacting on this ledge.
Right. Knowing the value of each individual stock, especially in a crew battle format, we are seeing Torna play extremely safe. And I think Steven understands that we have time to work with. I have stocks to work with. I don't need to be overly aggressive. I just need to wait and find my opening. This is just one stock left. This is a kill percent Sephiroth. But here's the thing, right? Almost every attempt Steven has made to approach has put him in such rough and difficult positions right there. That up smash into the side B proc is actually end up taking another stock here. Torna is putting in mad work to stop the bleeding and try and even things up right now. Oh my goodness.
Perfect timing there on that side B to come through. I'm wondering if Steven was still just in free fall there, or if he could have acted and just thought that he had an extra second. Either way, a stock gone by, and now Torna sitting at 155. You saw the kill sparks earlier, so you know he's deep into the red percent here. That up B, a conversion here for Torna? What a turnaround this would be! He uses the full charge and he gets it! Torna, turnaround here! All three stocks off of Steven, and Malloy strike back!
Wow, talk about an MVP. Oh my goodness, Torna. You were working with only one stock. You were pretty much on death's row for over half of that game. And you still managed to clinch out all three stocks of your opposing player. Oh my goodness. Steven, you put up a good fight, but this Sephiroth is here to stay. Torna walking away, completely shifting the momentum of these teams here. And now we're actually seeing Malloy in the lead for the first time this set. It is just game one after all, so we're still feeling each other out. So the question now is going to be, are we going to have Crust in the back, or is there actually going to be someone else on the lineup here for SNHU that they're going to end up kind of sending in instead, or have locked in for this 3v3? Because if we do have Crust, we have Falco. Again, very strong combo game. Can play with lasers and kind of deal with the, kind of go at least even with the Sephiroth side via mid-range. But otherwise at full screen range, those lasers are going to be very oppressive. And after that, Sephiroth, again, complete combo food. And it's going to be very hard for Falcos, especially air mobility, for Sephiroth to land pretty much anything. So we'll see. We shall see how SNHU decides to respond here. If it is going to be Crust, I think that's going to be a pretty favorable situation for Crust. But hey, maybe Torna can still take a stock and give their team an even bigger advantage to work with. Because I'm not entirely sure who Malloy's last player is or what character they play, and kind of what strengths they would have as an anchor of the team for this first game. There's a lot of unknowns still here, so we're still figuring out a lot.
And we know that SNHU has a deep lineup because of the other side of this bracket, right? SNHU played against essentially their classmates, their teammates in that semifinals matchup. So we know that this school has a deep roster, some deep pockets to pull from. So if they don't like the Falco Sephiroth matchup for one reason or another, they likely have another candidate in their back pocket ready to go for this type of situation. But we'll see where things pan out. I'm with you. I would assume that, coming off of that 1v1 bracket win, Crust would likely enter the ring here on this Falco and try and clean up this one stock of Torna Sephiroth. But Torna, again, it looked like they've kind of flipped a switch in the middle of that series where they started to find everything. And again, when you get the kill sparks against you and you survive and live at 155, that is a huge momentum swing, because now this stock starts off at 0, and Thrigs, the Yoshi, has so much work to do. But if anyone can do it, this Yoshi certainly can. The damage output of this character, absolutely massive.
Right. The game plan is going to be clean up this Sephiroth stock as fast as possible and go on and face the final player of Malloy in a 3-stock on 3-stock kind of final showdown for this first game. But the question is Torna going to let that happen, right? Yoshi, again, another character with really strong air drift. And I think Sephiroth is going to kind of struggle actually getting a lot of the significant hits off. And so far, we're seeing Thrigs completely untouched. This is a bit of a struggle here, playing out that mid-range around things like the eggs, and then seeing Yoshi kind of drifting in and out when eventually approaching on shield with things like back air, or trying to boost forward with the forward tilt, scoop you up for a combo game. It's a lot for Sephiroth to have to deal with as a kind of slower, more intentional frame-data character. Wow, that down smash almost breaking Thrigs' shield here, taking a bit of damage off that Octo Slash. Ooh, catching with a forwarder here. This is a great turnaround, great comeback here from Torna, and actually well-positioned to potentially take a stock. Gets a parry off the forward tilt. Back here lands the sweet spot where not close enough to the ledge to actually take the stock. Great air drift here from Thrigs, keeping themselves safe. Can Torna take a stock here, Soy?
Big stock for them to take. if they do, ties things up, or they go into a one-stock lead into that next matchup. What can they find here? Thrigs surviving along the outskirts of the stage for so long. They'll use this egg toss to continue to fight back, but there's that back air coming through at 159, able to take that stock off the board. So Torna has secured a lead for the Malloy Lions here in game number 1. No matter what the results of this one are, Torna seemingly working on borrowed time, but he's got plenty of it as he can spend forever on the outside of this stage, it feels like. Regrabs the ledge now. Side B only finds the shield, and he's just kind of waiting for Thrigs to approach.
Yeah, I don't think Thrigs minds, though. He can just kind of sit back and throw eggs forever. Oh, but the side B will end up landing here on big time. I gotta say, Torna takes their time to really adapt and figure out how to play a matchup. It feels like they kind of go down pretty early, and they're able to turn things around quickly after the fact. Already when Torna's either down a stock or at, 122% on the next stock. But once Torna is in this position, it feels like, again, they are right back in the hot seat, and the game's pace is slowed down so much where only Sephiroth is really landing the big hits right now. We get that down tilt into side B proc, into the forward to follow up. It's 81% right now. 122% raise here on Torna means 1 or 2 more hits, and a solid landing kill hit would definitely do it. This is so big for Malloy right now. 4 stocks to 2, potentially 4 to 1. Oh, but the back air is going to take it off the top. Thrigs has finally stopped the menace, the one-winged angel, put him down right back to where he belongs, as now Malloy has to send in their final player with only 3 stocks remaining. But still, Torna was managed to do some damage, made Thrigs bleed. And that is going to be so important for Malloy's last player.
We talked about the impact of Insignia off the start, taking 5 stocks. How about 6 in total there, I believe, for the side of Torna, this Sephiroth player tearing through the bracket, eliminating Steven with that 3 stock, getting 1 off the board of Thrigs here, and securing a lead into this kind of final bout for the first round. Again, a best of 5 series in this grand final. So you need 3 of these crew battles. You need 3 crew battle victories in order to secure this grand finals victory. And so it could be a longer day. And maybe that's also part of why we didn't see Crust come into the matchup here as well. Maybe just kind of experimenting, seeing what works here in the opening matchup of this crew battle, knowing it could be a longer series. But I also feel like plenty of times in a longer series, in a crew battle like this, in a best of 5 format, you take that opening game, that opening crew battle, just pays such dividends for momentum here. So we'll see where Malloy opt to go from here. Their anchor spot with a 1-stock lead. Thrigs, the Yoshi looked strong at the start, gave up a stock though when all things were said and done, but was able to kind of just not break under the pressure overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely want to call that the Torna effect of, again, kind of starting down, Sephiroth feeling out the calculations of how am I supposed to, time my jumps here? How am I supposed to time my my dash backs and, things like forward smash or back air? Just because Sephiroth, there's a bit of that learning curve, right? This is a slow character inherently. You can't be boxing with characters. You can't be throwing out aerials willy-nilly. There has to be more intentional placement because otherwise people are going to find their way in fast and then you cannot keep up when they're in your face. Sure, you got that counter as a bit of a Hail Mary get off me, and the hitbox is going to proc no matter what. No one has to be touching Sephiroth's counter for that to actually have oppressive presence, but you can still get hard red. We saw Torna get hard red by Insignia way earlier with that Bowser command grab in the air, lands 1 forward air and goes straight for the command grab, beating out the counter. Incredible setup here. But now Malloy has their last player here. Like you said, this is how you get momentum started in this best of 5 3v3 format. But wow, Torna really taking 6 stocks, 2/3 of the team. Right? Insignia over half, but that's 2/3 right there. 6 stocks. Wow. Yeah, both these guys have their MVPs off this first game lined up. But Malloy is going to send in Yufine, also a very strong contender in singles bracket, having dropped to Crust only earlier today. Coming out with the Pac-Man, 3 stocks to 2. This is going to be an interesting matchup, Soy.
Yeah, Pac-Man Yoshi is not one you frequently see. I'm curious to see how things pace out here. I think, again, I still think of the combo game for both and the amount of damage that both can really rack up, but when it comes to these scramble situations as to who can find a stock at high percents, I tend to favor the Yoshi and all the quick options that they have. That being said, Yufine can certainly interrupt that with their own combo game. Things like the hydrant constantly being placed, these projectiles are really kind of oddly positioned and difficult for Thrigs, I think, to deal with.
Right, you really have to be watching out for all of these like kind of Pac-Man win conditions when it comes to things like hydrant placement, Galaxian damage combos. They do so much. And of course, when the bell is available to get bell stun into a Pac-Man smash attack, or finally just a Hail Mary key, right? A key snipe will also just do it. Wow! The apple pop trading right after the egg is thrown is actually going to take out Thrigs off the top. Malloy is in such a good position right now, Soy. My goodness, you feed such a daring start right here. But hey, when you're Pac-Man and you've got this entire arsenal at the ready, and the Galaxian is here to bring you to 60% just like that, it's a whole nother ball game right here. I don't think Thrigs was ready.
Thrigs is in quite the bind right now. Needs to find 3 stocks and has already dropped 1 to this Pac-Man. 50% onto Yufine. The bell threatening. They pick it back up. That's going to be a forward smash. Won't kill from that side of the stage, but the next one will. And they will continue to just chuck these eggs away. Looking for an opening. Won't be able to find it here. Rolls in. Gets caught. The bell landed. Just doesn't get the Z drop, but you saw the window of opportunity there. What a combo that would have been.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, if we were able to finish that off with an up smash, that would have been genuinely insane. But still, we got 139% here on Thrigs. I would say Yufine is in a very good spot here. We're seeing Thrigs get that forward air spike, and now we're looping pressure here after getting a back throw. Pac-Man side B will get punished here with yet another back throw. Now we're getting egg sniped. Good forward air here from Yufine just to keep the egg hitbox away. Tries to challenge the forward air, and despite a little bit of low profiling going on early on, the later hits the grab box, thankfully, because Pac-Man's grab lasts for so long. Still ends up connecting with Thrigs and gets a back throw. And that's 3 stocks remaining here. Wow, okay. What a statement here from Malloy, and especially what a statement from Torna. Of all people, right? Again, Insignia, a fantastic opener right there. But Torna not only stopped the bleeding, and we're thinking, oh man, Torna did not walk away unscathed. Torna only had a 1 stock remaining. After that, still putting out 4 more stocks. Incredible, genuinely insane. And I think that played a massive part in allowing kind of Yufine to breathe, to relax, knowing you have that 1 stock lead already, and then Yufine wrapping it up nice and tightly with just such consistent and solid Pac-Man gameplay. So Malloy, unsurprisingly now walks away the victor of that first game. And although SNHU did end up taking the singles bracket here with Klus over Yufine earlier today, we're seeing Malloy look pretty good here for Cruz. I think they're out for blood. They're out for revenge.
The depth of this Malloy roster is really coming through. Like you said, Torna is the kind of MVP of the opening round here, taking 6 stocks off the board with this Sephiroth. But you look at the overall composition of this team. Sephiroth has a strong play from distance. Min controls from distance. Yufine on the Pac-Man can control from distance. And you look at the flip side for SNHU, you've got a bunch of brawlers, scrappers. Bowser wants to be in your face. Mario wants to be in your face. Yoshi wants to be on top of you with these quick up tilts and forward tilts. Malloy just played the distance game with this team and was able to win it out in the end. And on top of that, too, this matchup against Thrigs in particular, you just think about the number of projectiles at Pac-Man's disposal, knocking away the hydrant, using the bell, the key as well. There's just not much that Yoshi can do to try and cool the pace of a match down. It is all in Pac-Man's favor there until they find their way in. And even then, Thrigs was finding grabs, finding those opportunities, but Yoshi getting a grab doesn't get actually a ton there, as you saw. Really only got, I think, 2 back throws out of it for maybe 10-20%. But at that point, you're still in the mid ranges. You're still looking for that kill option. Thrigs never had that opportunity to pull the trigger on something like a smash attack in that matchup.
That's right. Yeah, we're not seeing those kind of Hail Mary run up Yoshi up smashes. I know they love to go for that, or a dash back forward smash read as well. But it's just we never really saw Thrigs in the driver's seat to allow that opportunity. It was a lot of just Yufine chilling with, if Thrigs wants to sit back and throw eggs, that is perfectly fine by Yufine. Yufine can charge neutral B. Now we got Apple, we got Bell, we got Q, we got Galaxy, whatever we want ready, right? At the moment that's available, Pac-Man becomes a whole other character, right? When you're seeing Pac-Man fish for Bell or for Galaxy, either for high damage combos or looking for that kill confirm, he plays like an absolute madman, right? All this like hurt box shifting, moving in and out, using the hydrant water just to reposition, or allowing the hydrant to kind of be this kind of center wall that needs to be broken. There needs to be a commitment by the other player. And then immediately whiff punishing with something like a key or a Bell, and just having the whole, ball start rolling in Pac-Man's favor. I think Yufine really played to Pac-Man's strength super, super well. And although we had a couple moments, like you mentioned, right, the two moments at ledge where we were able to see Thrigs land 2 back throws, it didn't lead to a whole lot else, right? The ledge trapping is going to be very, very difficult. Yoshi going off stage can happen. You have to worry about the double jump and the awkward gimping sometimes, but you have double jump armor, sure, and the up B gets you a little bit distance, but you're going to try to go deal with Pac-Man, who's got the trampoline? It's not going to work, right? Or can angle the side B, so perfectly. It's going to be really, really hard. And so that's why we didn't see Thrigs try too much with that, looking more for a ledge trap situation rather than an edge guard situation, but didn't really end up paying off, and Yufine was able to walk away the victor. So now I'm curious about how these two teams kind of want to arrange their orders, right? I'm sure that the SNHU enjoyed having Insignia like open up, guns blazing, super just tear through, we can punch a hole through their defense and then see what comes next. But now seems like both teams are going to reposition a little bit, or no, rather Redacted is still going to stay as the opener here for Malloy. But now we're going to have Thrigs instead of Insignia. I wonder if they want to save Insignia as some sort of anchor or some sort of Torna counter.
I actually like the move here for both sides, right? So for Malloy, they lead with Redacted again, and Redacted, although they dropped the opener, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They win that opening matchup, and still, the Min Min is a good, strong opener, I think, against most of the cast of SNHU. And on the flip side here, you still kind of have a similar way to kind of pace things out for the side of SNHU by going with Thrigs and holding back Insignia, because for Yoshi versus Min Min, you can still threaten with the speed or with the aerial speed that Yoshi has. They can still find their opportunities to get in with things like the neutral air, things like the up air there, if they're able to combo. And now it's even easier because you have a projectile in the egg toss, the up B, able to get in and force Redacted to change their positioning, do something about this projectile. And that's why, although it's a little bit slower pace off the start, it's still very even, 114 to 95.
Oh my goodness. You mentioned it so perfectly, described it so beautifully, how important this projectile is in approaching a matchup like Min Min. The gray air drift plus the egg being available is so difficult for Min Min to keep fighting off Yoshi time and time again. This chip damage is really racking up. We're getting to that percent where pretty much anything is going to connect it right there. You sit on ledge for too long, you lose your invulnerability. That forward air spike is going to slam you right through into the depths. Oh no, we are seeing Thrigs go so deep. Forwarder doesn't quite get the spike hitbox, but still drifts Redacted out. Gets a Nair to follow up as well. 44% of chip damage is nothing to scoff at here, Soy. This is looking so good for SNHU to start. But we've seen SNHU in this position before, right? We've seen Insignia absolutely tear through Redacted before. The question is, how much can Redacted do to Thrigs before this is all over?
I mean, Thrigs feels warmed up right now. You don't go for a spike like that without a little bit of confidence. And remember, Thrigs in the previous matchup, his sets were kind of broken up, right? He had to go up against Torna for a stock, then he had to go up against Yufine trailing by a stock. So when you're in a matchup like that, it just feels sort of oddly paced to not go in on even footing. But Thrigs was the anchor for a reason. An even footing here against Redacted in a favorable matchup in theory. It feels like he has sort of found his spot, but now, can he close it out here? Can he get the job done? Redacted's sitting at 107 and holding shield in the corner for a long period of time. They find the down tilt underneath. They won't be able to connect that second arm. All three hits a back air connecting. That's one thing we really haven't gotten to see from Thrigs, and won't get to it in particular in this matchup, but the multi-hits, nearly found the combo there.
Almost
two hits of back air, up tilt into the up air.
Yep, almost inside kill confirmed. So dangerously close, but now we're seeing Redacted at 141.6% here. Still looking for these down tilt confirms. We saw down tilt up smash earlier on platform. Now looking for things more like down tilt nair or down tilt up air. And now we are effectively still in even kill range here, but the forward tilt scoop into the up air to catch the double jump. That's going to be, again, a lead here for threes, but 91% on the other end. Redacted can still very much take this and even things up faster, and maybe even put Malloy in an early lead, something we haven't seen in this set so far. We'll have to wait and see right now. But playing at this mid-range, the eggs have been so prevalent in just keeping Redacted away and also leading into combos if you're able to drift in with them correctly. Now we're getting a dash-up throw, forward throw here, not a down throw. Looking for an edge guard opportunity with that forward air. Down smash in response here from Redacted. Not enough to take the stock, though. 124% on Yoshi. Still just chilling on this right platform. PS2. Wow, spot dodging and then low profiling underneath the chakram. And going in super deep for that nair. The tether grab is still going to connect. We have the chakram go up. The regrab allows for impulse since we did see Redacted get hit. A nair out of shield, though. That move is so fast. Frame 3. Going in super deep, too. Redacted cannot make it back. And Thrigs walks away with 2 stocks, despite being at 125%. You know Redacted didn't want to see that. You know Malloy did not want to see that.
Strong edge guard to close things out, and Thrigs now with a 2-stock lead here for SNHU. A really fun matchup for these two. I know Redacted has kind of been shut out through the first now 2 crew battles here, but Redacted was putting in a lot of work there, to try and get the damage back online. But the emphasis is on Thrigs in that matchup because of the egg, because of their drift speed, able to get in. They were finding combos as well, that scoop up tilt into the up air to seal away that second stock. And what was really interesting was that you could see, especially towards the end, it felt like both players were thinking 2 steps ahead of each other, right? It was, all right, if I land one hit, I know exactly what to follow up with, and I know where to position myself immediately after that. In that last instance, right, it's easier for Thrigs in the moment, right? They knock this Min off stage, but you saw Redacted in that instance say, hey, they clipped my tether recovery before. I'm going to upbeat early here. I won't snap to ledge, but it's a hitbox. It's out there so that they can't, fall down. They have to stay back for an extra second, and then they have to find a different way to come down and contest me. And then the second time around, you saw the adaptation. He said, okay, well, he upbeat early. Let me just run off instead of jumping off stage this time and use that lingering hitbox of the neutral air. You even saw the changeup, right? The ability to use that neutral air, hit him into the stage, and he survived with a tech off the wall instead. So great adaptations, great recognition by both players, very well thought out and very fun to watch. But at the end of the day, a 2-stock lead for Thrigs and SNHU.
So perfectly said there, Soy. Oh my goodness. But now the question is going to be, who does Malloy want to send in next, right? We got 2 pretty sizable killers in both Torna and Yufine. Again, Yufine being such a high placer earlier in the singles bracket, just had to play in semifinals earlier today. So definitely, no slouch, and was able to put down Thrigs pretty convincingly at the end of the last round. So do they just want to send in Yufine as kind of like, yeah, this is our Thrigs counter, right? Let's just get Thrigs out of the way, make it 6 stocks to 6, and maybe have Yufine now have to play against Insignia. And honestly, I don't think Pac-Man is going to struggle that bad against Bowser. I think Pac-Man is a character that can box and deal with Bowser's speed while also having really strong stage presence and projectile gameplay that makes Bowser's life very, very difficult. So I think Malloy is kind of going to want to see the Bowser versus Pac-Man matchup if they can make it happen. But since we also have Steven in the back for the side of SNHU, it might be more likely to see Steven up against Yufine instead if they decide to send him Yufine right now. But Torna is also always available. Torna can always come out there. I do believe that SNHU is probably looking at Insignia as the closest they have to a Torna counter right now, because that's Insignia is the one that with only 2 stocks brought down Torna from 3 to 1. So it's very important, I think, for SNHU to try and preserve Insignia and really, really save them for that Torna run back. But the problem again is Yufine. So the matchup spread here is very, very important, but beyond just the theory of the matchups, how well the players can execute what their, kind of intended outcome is, or if any of them can challenge their fate, that'll change the entire tide of how this second round is going.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think I would lean towards Yufine here to put the the Pac-Man player in here so that they can get that matchup, that favorable matchup against this Yoshi that they were able to close out before in the same scenario, right? They'd be up 3-2 headed into this matchup. I also think the other part of this was the fact that Torna got a 3-stock against Steven, the Mario player, as well. So if SNHU is rocking this lineup of Insignia, Steven, Thrigs, well, Thrigs is in now. Steven got locked out by Torna, dropped all 3 stocks in that crew battle to this Sephiroth. So that's a favorable matchup. And then, although Torna did, drop a couple stocks to Insignia at the end of the day, they were able to close them out. So the Sephiroth feels like a strong matchup still towards the 2 remaining characters in Malloy's lineup. But I think you do have to say, hey, we've got to take this Yoshi off the board first. We've got to take these 2 stocks first before we worry about the rest of the lineup. And that's why Euphine enters the ring here on Small Battlefield.
Here we are, right? Malloy again treating Euphine kind of as the Thrigs counter, considering how well the end of that last game went. So we're going to start off nice and bright and early here on Small Battlefield. Early Hydra in center stage. Here's the Galaxian. Doesn't lead to the entire combo just yet. Now we get 53%. There you go. And catching your idleness on that right platform of Small Battlefield. Moving up to 59. The Strawberry's going to come out. You're getting grabbed under the shield pressure as well. 90%. This is such a commanding lead here, Soy.
What a strong opening. I mean, 90%, like you said, all off the back of just grabs, follow-ups, the combos, the projectiles doing so much work. Euphine up to 20. Bell doesn't drop through the platform this time, and that angle dangerous. Thrigs knows that really any kind of panic roll there is what Euphine is looking for, but he holds shield, holds on, and holds on to the stock for now. But he's sitting at 132. Thrigs has got to find some momentum back in this matchup. Gets back thrown to the other side of the stage. Thought he might throw him up into the bell, but instead he'll sit back, grab the key, grab the hydrant, and Euphine in full control here, it feels like, as they've got Thrigs up to 159 here. The apple threatening on the shield for so long there. That is a red egg right there.
There we go. Yeah, it feels like Thrigs just didn't know how to approach, was so afraid of literally every option Pac-Man had. When you're at 150, 160, honestly, I don't blame you. But when you're kind of letting yourself just get chip damage to your own death, like it's just going to end up the way you expect it to end up. You're just delaying the inevitable at that point, right? But oh my goodness, we're seeing a loop in percent right now here from the side of Malloy. Euphine getting these up throw combos, and despite the double jump armor, the percent is still landing here. Is he getting chunked here by the beach as well? All right, back through 86%. I think we're looking for bell confirms. Yes, there's the bell. You can see one bell setup into a smash attack. Here we go. Oh, no smash attack there. Wasn't feeling comfortable. Instead, goes for the back air and throws out. This Peach is that perfect horizontal. Thrigs ended up getting sniped. Not enough resources to make it back. Unable to take a single stock here from Euphine. And now Euphine still at 3 stocks, pristine and clean, in perfect condition. And I think Euphine is really the crux of the problem here for the side of SNHU. We were talking about how Torna was so present last game, but now when I think about the strategy and the character matchups here, Euphine is such a problem, right? Euphine does not mind boxing, does not mind things like Mario approaching. You have Hydra, you can wall yourself behind, you can throw out your own projectiles, and you can take the game. Your punish game won't necessarily be as strong as Mario as consistently, because you do rely a lot on Galaxian to get those high damage combos as Pac-Man. And Mario can kind of do it off of pretty much anything, right? Down throw, up tilts, or falling up airs. But still, right? The box capability is there. You can get off me with things like your nair or back air, or even forward or jab things out forward tilt. Pac-Man is perfectly okay playing that close range game. And like I kind of mentioned before too, I think Pac-Man would do great into Bowser as well. And Euphine being such a strong player, I think SNHU is kind of at a loss for words on how to strategize around Euphine. I think they still feel semi-confident that Insignia can kind of handle Torna, but they haven't had anyone able to step up to the plate to handle Euphine just yet. Admittedly, Euphine has only played against Thrigs so far, so all that I am discussing now is just conjecture, right? Maybe Steven is super confident Pac-Man matchup, right? Gets the flood timings down so perfectly, gets the capes down so perfectly, reverses on a bell and gets an up smash. Could be massive, right? Could be huge. But we just don't know. We just don't know. All I know is that Yufine looks like they're on a tear right now. Fundamentally, such consistent and solid Pac-Man gameplay. I don't expect to see that change anytime soon, right? We saw them perform really well in singles. We see them perform really well right now in the crew battle. And I'm expecting to see more fantastic Yufine gameplay. And I think SNHU is kind of worried. I think they're a little scared.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with you here because Yufine, again, like you said, the character matchup seems to play to Pac-Man's favor here. And then you consider the fact that, I mean, this is, again, going to be the first time that we see Yufine match up against someone outside of Thrigs. So this is kind of the make or break moment for the SNHU lineup. Does someone have an answer to this Pac-Man matchup? Because Pac-Man just has enough tools in their kit. It feels like that they're going to have at least advantage in a sort of neutral state against Bowser, Mario, the two kind of heaviest of hitters, and already Thrigs off the board with the Yoshi as well. So we'll see who steps into the ring here for SNHU, but I agree completely with what you said. Pac-Man, this Yufine, the kind of player to watch in this matchup because of the problems that this character brings to the table. Now, again, you have your options here, right? If you're SNHU, do you send in the Bowser? Do you send in the Mario? Steven, again, was locked out by Torna in that previous matchup, so I'd like to see something different here, but I still think the second spot feels like a good place for them to go in here. And the way Insignia played, the way that they were able to kind of catch fire right off the gate in that opening matchup, kind of reserve them as that anchor role, feels like what we're trending towards here. But I also wouldn't be shocked to see another mix-up come here from SNHU. Either way, the story right now is Yufine on the Pac-Man and what they've been able to do, closing out that first set and then shutting down Thrigs once again in set number 2.
That's right. Yeah. I think in my opinion, I guess if I was SNHU, I would also want to send in Steven here. And let's say we expect Steven to lose this interaction, right? Like that's the expected outcome, right? The idea here is Steven to still do enough collateral damage that we can have Insignia kind of close out without taking too much damage of their own, and then having Insignia just kind of be on an equal footing duel with Torna, and you bank all your chips on that, because we've seen Insignia be really, really strong early on up against Torna. Then Torna was able to run it back and really like commit to understanding the matchup. But oh my goodness, I think we are seeing a roster swap mid crew battle. This is not an option I was expecting. Crust is back in the ring for the second game of Grand Finals. And Crust and Yufine had actually, I believe, just played earlier today. And it was 3-1 in Crust's favor. So now, this is their ace in the hole. This is how they put down Yufine, who was otherwise such a logistical nightmare for their known roster.
We asked what the answer would be. Seems like they might have found it, but they've got to execute here. Remember, Yufine still took a game in that semifinal series, so it's not impossible. But Crust has the advantage right now for the moment. Still a hard-fought battle from them through that singles matchup, and now they've had to kind of sit and wait through a crew battle, whereas everyone else has gotten the chance to warm up to this stage. And right now, Reflected Hydrant will continue to rack up some damage. Oh, it's back and forth, but that's a Bell Reflect, and can't get a follow-up there. Yufine just barely able to get out of dodge, but that one looked so dangerous.
What a hard read on calling up the bell timing, and now the key is available too. We are just throwing out reflectors left and right, but the tech chase will be caught with the key throw. Fantastic kill here. This is absolutely massive for Malloy and for Yufine. The Galaxy will not lead to high damage combo this time around. A little too low percent. Up throw doesn't confirm all the way through either, but this is absolutely massive considering the 3-1 set beforehand from Crust and Yufine. I guess we weren't exactly sure how close each individual game was, but Crust is definitely the known Yufine killer here on SNHU's roster. And Yufine is still so important for kind of dealing with everyone else left on SNHU's roster. So this is absolutely massive if Yufine can not only just build a lead, but maybe even take the game over Crust.
Ooh. Up smash on the ledge will take one stock down. But you can tell the pacing in this matchup, right? Significantly slower, as both players kind of know each other so well from having just played each other not too long ago. Crust up to 81%. Yufine trying to find a way to close things out. Bell in pocket. What can they find here? Throwing out a couple of aerials. They get the up smash, but it won't kill quite yet. Anytime I see that bell too, I'm also looking for things like that side B to come through. It's a little bit slower, but you get that right angle, you can potentially take a stock. But another key snipe again. Cross just able to drift down, and Yufine calling them out for it.
Yeah, this is almost an entire stock lead for Yufine right now. Yufine completely playing on fire. That'd be a little disappointed. They're like, why did I play like this during singles? This is so insanely huge for not just Yufine on a personal achievement level, but also massive for Malloy, considering that Crust is the singles grand finalist, and rather the grand champion, and definitely not a player that anyone wants to play against. So if Yufine is able to put them down nice and early, this is absolutely insane for Malloy's own momentum and their own morale. This is big here. This is so big for Yufine, pushing Crust to 85% here. A lot of Reflector presence, but now it's a little bit preemptive. It's not reactionary. And that might sometimes put you in a really precarious position where I think Yufine's actually able to play around that. We are seeing an up throw, able to land with the back air, and finally a down air spike to even out the stocks. That was looking really, really rough for SNHU, but that's big. That down air spike right there is going to be big. We get a bit of the stun after the forward throw, but because the way the hitbox is going to work, we're still going to see a forward throw go all the way. Still see the Hydra land, but what is the kill option going to be here, Soy? How is Yufine going to take it? Oh no!
I'll be honest, I was so focused on what Yufine was doing around that hydrant that I don't know what happened down there.
He just fell. He literally, I'm going to be honest, I'm in the exact same boat. I was like, Yufine is set. He's charging up neutral B. We have hydrant set here. What's the less trap going to be? And as my eyes dart on over to see, all right, what's crossover up to in the corner? He just falls to his death. I don't know. He was getting, I think, chipped out a little bit by whatever thrown fruits of the assortment collection that Pac-Man had ready at disposal. But wow, Yufine conquering their bracket demon of less than a couple hours ago, and able to kind of reclaim and their honor a little bit to not only just have a personal victory of Yufine over Crust, but hoping to push towards a Malloy over SNHU victory, not letting SNHU have that double championship.
A precarious spot there for Yufine, it felt like, but they were able to navigate it pretty well. At first, I was kind of questioning Cross on a couple of his decisions. It felt like he found some combos early, but he wasn't finding that kind of finisher, right? He was usually finishing with something like forward air or back air. The back airs weren't landing. Part of that was, we talked about the up throw to kind of start that combo, right? Didn't get the full or last hitbox of it. Part of that was the hydrant constantly being out, right? That hitbox pushing him away so that laser does not connect, and all of a sudden the angle changes for that jump. So even in instances like that, it felt like the combo game was just slightly off, be it at the start or at the end. Even when he didn't land the finishing hit via a forward air or back air, all of a sudden it was the follow through afterward that Crust would have to find something like a down air. So it felt like they just had to work a little bit harder throughout that game. And Yufine, again, the game plan, the bread and butter, still there, and they're able to execute their combos pretty frequently, and now all the pressure in the world on Insignia to take down this final Pac-Man stock and give themselves a good chance at the anchor for Malloy for round 2.
Oh, what a parry on the Galaxian into the Whirling Fortune straight out of shield right there. That was going to be absolutely devastating for Insignia. Oh no, Yufine wasn't even ready to block their own Hydra, and the up smash involt is still going to end up beating out the Hydra. This is, again, so oppressive, so aggressive. I was worried here on the side of Insignia that Yufine will still be able to eke out a stock, but right now I'm not so worried anymore. Uh-oh, here's that big Galaxian confirmed. Here's the 120%. Bowser being that big body means these combos still work at later percents. And now it's just about the key snipes. It's about the Bell confirms. We got Bowser at 150%. Here's Bell. Go for the rethrow here. Nice double jump. Insignia able to get out of disadvantage. Right through the downer is going to come out later. What a mix-up off the air. We have the pitch loan. Oh, and catch a roll onto stage with an up smash. So strong there from Insignia. You know Yufine badly wanted to take at least one stock, because assuming Torna is the one in the back, we still can't guarantee. We haven't seen what a 3-on-3 stocks between Insignia and Torna looks like just yet. So when these two are on equal footing, what could really happen? So Yufine was looking to at least take one stock. Pac-Man had the capability. And wow, despite that strong, it's such oppressive gameplay there from Insignia, that was by far the strongest opening in response coming out from Yufine as well. Yufine being just inches away from taking that next stock. Still very much an even set here on this second game, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, I'm expecting Torna to be the one to come out. Who knows? We might have more surprises like Crust in the back.
Yeah, who knows? Malloy, I think they've typically stuck with these three, but typically these crew battle teams, they've got one, maybe even two substitutes if a player cannot make an event. So we'll see. But I'm with you. I think Torna is likely the anchor here. The Sephiroth going to step into the ring. Interesting matchup there between Yufine and Insignia for although only one stock. It's interesting to me. Again, that Insignia has gotten such mileage out of up smash. I feel like typically Bowser's, even at the collegiate level, would just typically opt for something a little safer like an up tilt, right? Just nice, quick, still potentially a kill option. Doesn't have the knockback, but still a nicer, damaging, fast move. And yet still able to pull the trigger on it to take that stock, still able to deal with the hydrant, the timing perfect to deal with that move in that instance. And I'm curious as we look towards Torna entering the ring here for the side of Malloy. I guess you've talked about it time and time again. Torna has sort of warmed up to each matchup, right? Slow start, but strong finish. But Insignia is the opposite of that. Insignia is strong start and uses that momentum to close out a game. Will that kind of pacing be here? Which one will come to fruition in this game 2 matchup? Insignia wanted the spike, and he missed the platform.
That is such a greedy option there. It almost makes me think it might have been a misinput or something because, wow, that was going to be at least a losing situation for Insignia no matter what. Wants to kind of speed run to the end of the second game, I guess. These guys got places to be. But at the same time, didn't pay off at all since it didn't end up connecting on Torna. Now Torna taking this momentum shift all the way to the bank, already looping in percent right now, not letting Bowser approach. The keep away game has been so strong. The side B is here and ready. Don't be a hit stun. Wow, the Bowser bomb was going to come up and it got interrupted. And we're seeing Torna try to do the same thing. So greedy. These guys are truly speed running to the end.
Unconventional. I mean, in both instances, if you land those hitboxes, it's the stock. If Insignia gets that down air, it's a spike hitbox. It's the stock. And if Torna fully charges that up B, yeah, he catches Insignia. That's the stock off the board. The difference is the momentum completely shifted both ways, and now all of a sudden Insignia sitting at 160 on stock number 2. So one good, strong hit will do the trick. And there it is. The counter comes through. Sometimes you just get caught swinging on shield. Torna will find their opportunity to close out that stock. And now Bowser's off stage. There's the counter. Rinse, repeat. They'll go for the down air instead, but Insignia is able to snap the ledge.
That's right. Also, that counter ended up connecting with a Bowser back air of all things, so you know that counter was extremely powerful. Wow, what a fantastic drift away from the Whirling Fortress to get an up B of his own and keep up the pressure. Insignia could not get back on stage. Torna put him in the dirt, and that is now 2 games up for Malloy here. Wow, what a dominating performance right there. Again, like you said before, very strong start there from Insignia. And we already have seen Torna, play this song and dance. We're just kind of like, okay, let's wait it out. Let's see when can Torna, lock right back in and get the momentum going the way they want it to be going. And then we see Insignia basically suicide with that down air. Right? And then from there, the game completely flips to the point where Torna is so confident that Torna tries to basically go for the same thing, which is insane. But even after that, still maintaining the upper hand all the way through. Wow. What an incredible second set right there. The Crust jump scare threw a wrench into everything that I was trying to plan out here, but it still worked out kind of the way I expected it to because Yufine was able to handle the Crust menace right there. And that really kind of keeps that sort of back-to-back synergy consistent. So, wow. Huge shout-outs again to Yufine for conquering their own bracket demon and for Torna to completely neuter the threat that was Insignia.
And now we look towards set number 3 here with Malloy on grand finals point. All they need is one more series. And it's interesting to see, right? Because now we've had kind of two standout performances from the Lions. Eufine's Pac-Man has been so damaging, or was I think the MVP of that second set, and Torna was the MVP of the first set, taking 6 stocks off the board. One from the starter, one at the end, and a complete sweep of Steve as well. So I mean, the damage that they have done in this series is really interesting. And there was this kind of question of like, okay, Insignia was able to shut down Torna in the first matchup, right? They were able to get 2 stocks off the board from a deficit, but all of a sudden Torna, I think, has come alive in this series, right? It felt like they needed that first game. They needed to get that wake up call against Insignia, and all of a sudden they've turned on the jets. They're finding these sweet spots on the forward airs. They're continuing to string together these side Bs perfectly spaced, right? It feels like sometimes you're just throwing out that side B as coverage. They've got just the perfect spacing on it to be able to connect numerous times, no matter who their opponent is. And the fact that it lands all of a sudden, now you've got that timer running in the back of your head. Like, I have to position myself in order to play defense against this move. And then you're trapped. You're already on the back foot. You're already on your heels through the neutral. So Torna, I think, has really all of a sudden now become the problem for SNHU. How do they deal with this Sephiroth and Eufine on top of that?
Yes. Now that they know that Torna is not, a guaranteed kind of, handled situation with Insignia, right? They must be really panicking now. They're just gonna have to start throwing stuff at the wall and just try out different matchups, right? It's like, how does Cross do against Torna, right? In theory, I can see that going pretty well, but can they manage to hit the lineup where that actually ends up happening? Oh my goodness, they are both sending in their heavy hitters to start. Both of these teams want this to be over, and we got Insignia versus Torna on PS2 to start us off. This is Insignia's run back, right? Completely out for blood, hoping to not make the same mistakes here. We are seeing Torna go for a lot of down air through ledge. Uh-oh, there's going to be an early air dodge top stage. Up here, so make it back. Side B connects too. Yeah, we're seeing down air through ledge. Oh my goodness. Hasn't actually landed yet, but I'm looking forward to the time that it does end up connecting. Look at that damage, Soy. We have, 5 or 6 stacks of side B available, and they all end up proccing. My goodness, it is pain.
It doesn't get much stronger than that. And they were able to land the forward air afterwards, so a quick bit of damage dealt as now Insignia is up to 100% dash attack to knock them off stage. They'll snap to the ledge before that neutral B can pop. So 126 now to just 31 here. This is what we kind of thought the first game would pace out like, with Sephiroth kind of controlling the distance against the heavyweight of Bowser, but Insignia really now falling into these traps and nowhere to run to. The ledge is not safe at all. So much space covered. Torna in complete control through the opening stock.
Yeah, I think Torna still has all the warm-up and the download from last set, since it literally just occurred, that there wasn't even a warm-up period necessary this time. Torna is just putting on the hurt to Insignia right now. If Insignia can manage to bring down Torna to just 1 stock, that would be absolutely massive. But we've still seen how much damage Torna can do with 1 stock remaining. But I bet you we're going to have Crust here as the counter pick once Insignia goes down. They have to be trying this Crust into a Torna matchup. They have to see how Falco can fare up against Sephiroth. But right now, still focusing in right back on this game. We're seeing Torna kind of stuck at ledge a little bit intentionally, using that Octa Slash to shift out Insignia, get away. The multi-hit Nair does not let the up air follow-up connect. Going a little deep for that forward air, but not enough to take the stock in. It's right back. Wow, what a catch on that recovery with the down tilt. Doesn't lead to a whole lot else, though. We have a recovering forward air and running off, sharking underneath the neutral B. A second forward air to connect here from Insignia, taking a stock off of Torna.
That was big for Insignia. He has really struggled in this game to land those aerials. He's trying to call out Torna being a little bit more aggressive and just meet him in the sky, essentially, by throwing out things like the back air, throwing out things like the forward air. That was really the first time his aerials had landed, though, and he was able to string them together, get the knockoff stage, and then run off forward air to seal the deal with a little bit of rage, too, able to get that stock off the board and well, he's on the board now. But now he's at 181, and he gets grabbed here. This is likely the stock he's able to follow up with something, but instead just goes for the ledge trap once more. Insignia able to get out. Dash attack to break through. Neutral air will land. Again, a back air, but it only finds the air as air dodge comes through from Torna to escape that potentially scary situation. And now Torna, with stage control once again, can just look for Insignia to kind of make a move and respond. The down throws, again, also doing so much work, so much damage off of that throw.
I cannot believe Insignia is at 204%. We are seeing Torna so consistently opt for the ledge trap that a lot of chip damage is now being applied, but actually not able to secure the stock. And we're effectively even here, Soy. At 204%, you're not, any worse in a condition than you were like 130% realistically. And actually allowing Insignia to build up Torna's about 90%, have 200% rage, and get the lower angled forward tilt to kill off of ledge is so big here. For not just Insignia, but for SNHU as a whole, because they have successfully brought down Torna to one stock. I assume expecting Insignia to drop here, but despite that, Torna on one stock is something that Crust can really easily clean up. And then are you going to send in Yufine again to try and have to deal with their bracket demon again? Who knows? There's so much more awaiting us here, Soy, but right now, we're still seeing Insignia very much in the game. Whirling Fortress is doing so much work right now. It's a lot for Torna to deal with.
Insignia's got to find a way to land. He throws that neutral air, lands on the platform, gets the side B command grab. Helps reset the situation, but this stock means everything. The back air doesn't land. I don't think Insignia got an air dodge off to just misspaced that aerial. Able to dance around for the moment. Down smash, pulled the trigger on it too early. Well-timed air dodge. Insignia gets back to center stage. Not pulling the trigger on anything. Torna throwing out plenty of aerials. Wants one good thing to land. Knows he can find it. The patience. Rapid jab instead goes for just 1-2. The punch. Forward tilt doesn't land. 84% onto Torna now. There's the back air. Wing online here for Torna as well. Rolls in. Only finds the shield though. Continuing to poke away. Now up to 163. But he air dodged early. He can't land. The forward tilt comes through. And Torna will shut down Insignia in round 3.
Third time's the charm. Wow, these two absolute Goliaths, beasts of their team, and long-standing villains of their own respective franchises too. It adds to the atmosphere, it adds to the storytelling. But wow, time and time again, Torna has come out on top. The Sephiroth spacing has been so good. The ledge trapping has been adding way too much percent there to Insignia. It's so hard to play around. Getting caught by the level 2 neutral B, the level 3 neutral B, you can't jump. You might air dodge back in. You get sniped by things like up tilt, forward tilt, or up smash. Down tilt occasionally if we're seeing Torna feel a little more risky. But wow, it's been quite the wild ride to see these two players in particular evolve as individual players and against each other. It's been a treat to watch every single time. But now, Soy, like I said, I'm calling out the Crust pick here. I think they're going to need that Falco to clean up this Sephiroth nice and quickly. And I think it's very doable for Crust to do this without even dropping any stocks. And that's very much what SNHU wants to see here right now. But who knows? Torna has always been putting out surprises. And even when down, only on one stock, took out all of Steven and a bit of Thrigs as well up early in that first game. So honestly, all hands on deck, anything could happen. Genuinely anything can happen. I'm hoping for the Cross here, just kind of want to see how this plays out. But I very much think Torna will always be a threat. You cannot, and I repeat, you cannot let your guard down. Just because you think this might be a winning matchup, cannot let your guard down against Torna.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Torna right now is the player to watch for the side of Malloy, and you've still got Yufine lingering in the background here, likely in the anchor spot. But I'm curious to see where this is the first series that we haven't seen Redacted be the lead-off player for the side of Malloy, right? The Min is now a potential counter pick. And that is a strong, I think, counter pick character, especially when you look at the lineup. I know they've struggled in this series in particular, but the matchup for them, if they're put into a favorable spot where they only need 1-2 stocks off the board, that's what Redacted has been able to find in this series. So a favorable spot for Malloy now that they once again have the lead. The pressure on SNHU, the Penman, to try and bring things back here. I'm with you. I think Kruss probably enters the ring here just to shut down what appears to be the hottest player for the Lions right now. And then if they get counterpicked by Eufine, this is a matchup that I think that they want to try and run back anyways. So I think that's where we're leaning here. But the fact that Insignia, who has been the kind of second big hitter for SNHU, gets shut down so early means that someone else has to step up now. Someone else has to come up with that big impact play. Kruss feels like the player to do it, considering their performance in the 1v1 bracket, but crew battles is a little bit different, right? You gotta kind of deal with the momentum changes as they come, the substitutions, right? The different styles of matchup. So suddenly you're on PS2, 2 minutes later, if you're down to one stock on, Hollow Bastion, things like that. So we'll see where SNHU end up going, but I think you and I are in agreement. Feels like we're headed towards that Kruss versus Torna matchup.
Right. And we'll see what we're going to load up in on here. Oh, we are actually sending Steven back in. They decided Steven wants the run back on a one-stock Torna. Steven cannot walk away with that humiliation from the first game and let that slide. He is back for revenge, Soy.
I actually like this pick too. I mean, in theory, right, if you're thinking that Eufine is going to be maybe that second man in, then the Mario feels like the pick here. If you can get that one stock off the board, head into this next part even, the Mario is a little bit harder for counter pick purposes for Malloy. So it's all on Steven now to try and mount this comeback, as they are at a % deficit to start things off here, 70-40. But when it comes to raw kill power, I mean, it is back and forth between the two of them.
Yep, these two definitely know what they're doing. Now we're seeing a lot of spaced back airs here, not allowing Steven to approach at all. Forder's to follow up as well, looking for a down smash through ledge. Potentially that back air is going to land off that sweet spot. Get that first kill here. This is big. This is how Torna gets it started. Taking that first stock while only I'm taking 41%. You do the math here, Torna can very easily end up with another 3 stock in their hands, and that would be absolutely devastating for SNHU, because it would no longer be 4-3, it would be 7-3. All 3 of their players still available. So a lot is hanging on Steven right now. Can Steven clutch out just one stock against Torna? Doing a good job here, bringing Torna up to 92%. But have an Octoslash through. Mario can start throwing out those random kill options. Goes up smash, is the forward smash. Wow, speaking of random kill option, was not expecting that forward smash to come out right there in the way that it did. But it works, it connected. Steven has redeemed himself, did not get put down by Torna a second time. And now we're only going to be 6 stocks to 5. 2 entire players remaining here on the side of Malloy. But now the question here is going to be, who is after Steven, right? We have, so far, we've seen Kruss, or we've seen Redacted on the Min. I'm still banking on a Kruss pick here, and I still feel like Malloy would not want to intentionally send in Eufine against Kruss. That's a matchup I think they don't want to mess with, theoretically, just because they know that statistically that can kind of go either way based on performance of both players throughout, just today. And so as a result, I think they're happy to just kind of wait out Kruss if they can. And so we're going to have to wait and see now who Malloy's second player is going to be to deal with Steven. Who are we feeling here on this one, Soy? You think it's going to be the Eufine, or you think because they can anticipate that Kruss is in the back, they might want to save someone else?
I think between the 2 players that they have here, they've shown Redacted on Min and Eufine on the Pac-Man. I think they're probably gonna opt, now that Steven's been locked in. I tend to favor the Min pick here. Send in Redacted, right? You still have that distance advantage, and the 2 matchups that Redacted has had, he's had to deal with some fast airspeed. Mario, I think, just a fraction slower in that aspect, still has that airspeed, but the way that they get in, it's a little bit more predictable, a little bit easier for Min to read here. And Eufine, again, right, it feels like with their ability to kind of play the different types of matchups, put them in a more favorable spot, as that anchor position, so that even if Steven catches fire here and say they go on a run, say they land their combos and pull off a 3 stock that was done to them earlier just completely blank this Min Min. All of a sudden, okay, well, Yufine is locked in a matchup that they still probably feel a little bit more comfortable in. So I would, if I'm Malloy, I'm leaning towards Redacted. Give them a chance to shine here in this second spot, because they've been the blind pick at the start for the past 2 series. Now, Min Min as a counterpick character, I think they've got a lot more options. They can be put in a more favorable situation.
I can see that. I can see that. I can still see how Redacted might struggle, like specifically with the Min Min Mario matchup, because again, Mario is a very strong combo character and is very much wants to box and also has the fireball to help kind of approach. But we've seen Redacted have to play up against, Yoshi before, right, with Thrig. So it's not something that we're too unfamiliar with. Oh, we're going for the shield break here. I wonder why. It's not Jigglypuff. Doesn't just kill you. But going back to the matchup here, I think the bigger point is that it's probably smarter to save Yufine as like the proper anchor. But I do think, I see. So yeah, we got a bit of a controller issue going on here, guys. So you're gonna see our beautiful faces in a moment as these players are gonna try and get everything figured out. Yeah, welcome back to us. But I think, yeah, on a purely matchup level, I think Yufine definitely would be the better pick here going into Steven. But because you want to have Yufine as that saved anchor, it makes sense to send a Redacted now, do as much damage as possible. If they can take out Steven and kind of do some good damage here onto Cross for the last player, that's it for Malloy, right? That's the tournament. But we'll only have to wait and see. It all depends on how Redacted can do up against Steven right now, because this matchup can be annoying. So.
Yeah, like you said, right? Already kind of saw the blueprint from when Redacted played Thrigs, right? Use that projectile to get in, get your combo, and find a way to finish it, as Steven nearly finds that spike hitbox on the forward air as well, but there's that combo you're looking for, right? They get in, couple of hits up high, and all of a sudden Redacted is up to 80%. But this is the flip side of it, where Mario's recovery is a little bit more susceptible, a little bit more readable for Redacted. If they can keep Steven at bay, push them to the outskirts of the stage, there's not really much Steven can do about it. So Advantage State, a really key part of this matchup in particular. Oh boy, the down airs a couple times here, a little bit of a mix-up. There's grab back throw instead. Covering high here was Redacted. Steven opts to go low to get back to the stage, but this stock I think makes the big difference here. If Redacted somehow can climb this stock back, and well, there it is, Steven able to get that back air off the board. So Redacted drops 1, but this is the key here. Steven, on 1 stock, if they're able to find any more wiggle room, give their anchor a chance here, that would be massive. Whereas Redacted, a 2-stock lead, Min Min can take stocks very quickly. You got to be very careful here if you're SNHU.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely massive for Malloy right now. Redacted is well positioned to be walking away with 2 entire stocks remaining. Of course, can't count out Steven just yet. The Mario combo game, a little bit of rage and an up the top could do wonders for turning things around here. But as of now, the Megawatt is gonna connect, and Redacted walks away with 2 stocks remaining. This is devastating for SNHU. 2 whole stocks on a Min Min. Sure, your Falco, your ground speed isn't going to be great here, though. And I think Min Min is going to be covering a lot of aerial options. Falco's going to be kind of annoyed to try to find a way. It might have to sit full screen, throw a lot of lasers or whatnot. But point is, right, 2 stocks remaining on a Min Min, and then you have 3 stocks of Yufine in the back when you were just 1 singular player. This is devastating. Genuinely devastating if you're on the side of SNHU. So much is riding on the shoulders of their last player right now. Is it going to be Cross? Is it going to be somebody else? We're going to have to wait and see. But wow, what a set so far here, Soy, and we might be inching towards the twilight of it. The end of it all. Malloy is in such a great position right now, up 2-0, up 5 stocks to 3, still have Redacted on 2 stocks, and still have 3 stocks of Yufine remaining. Do you think with whoever that SNHU has left that they're able to clinch it out here? How are we feeling about these character picks and matchups?
I think if anyone's going to pull it off, I'd lean towards Cross on the Falco. I'm trying to think if Thrigs enters here, right? Because Thrigs has such a strong matchup against Redacted's Min Min that, maybe they say, hey, Thrigs, if you can just 2-stock this Min Min, and go in even on the final matchup, right? It'd be the third time you'd go up against Yufine, so maybe they've gotten some words from their teammates as to how to approach that matchup and change things up in a third matchup against that Pac-Man. But I think you lean towards Crust just because of previous results, and like you said, if they're able to kind of explode this Min, get in, get their combos, get out, it feels like Falco has the ability to do that. We've seen it time and time again at the collegiate scene. Falcos have been able to run through these crew battles because they just catch momentum and it all snowballs, right? And all of a sudden they go from maybe dropping 2 stocks in an opener to all of a sudden they take 5 or 6 in the very next crew battle. So a momentum-based character or a character that can, not momentum-based, but can grab or rip momentum back very quickly, I feel like is what SNHU needs in this moment, and that's what Crust can provide.
Right. I think if you're looking historically as well, if you're expecting an end state of your final player versus Yufine, right? Like, let's say your final player is able to manage to get through Redacted, even ideally unscathed, let's say, right? And they walk in with 3 stocks. 3-3, right? Who has put on a better performance between Thrigs and Crust up against Yufine in particular? And in just this crew battle, it is almost the same, where Yufine just puts them both down pretty convincingly. But as we've mentioned before earlier in the day, in the singles bracket, Crust still ended up taking it 3-1 over Yufine, which is quite dominant. I do believe if you're just going off like statistical safety altogether, Crust is still the one you want to pick here. I think both Crust and Thrigs are going to do pretty okay against Redacted's Min. I think Thrigs does better, but I think Crust could still manage to eke it out without having to take too much on the way in. But up against Yufine, it's, oh man, what an anchor, man. It's so hard to plan around. Genuinely, both Thrigs and Crust have struggled in this crew battle. It's gonna be difficult. I know they're really sweating on how to deal with Yufine right now, and it all depends on this is their choice. This is their final pick, right? Can they walk away from Redacted unscathed? That itself is already a challenge. That's a Min right there. You're getting chipped out by full screen dragon lasers. You have all this chakram shenanigans up close and at mid range, right? Even simple confirms like down tilt up tilt or down tilt up smash, down tilt up air, right? Nice and easy where Min can like kind of try and box a little bit. But it is going to be Crust. Can Crust get the 3 stock here? So it all rides on this.
That is the question. And my concern, too, with sending in Crust in this moment is that Redacted, right? You talked about it. Min can just chip away. They've got that range. They can find ways to use the chakram. They can use that dragon arm as well to close out stocks. And if they're able to, get an early stock off the board, a 40%, something like back throw into that laser arm, it's much easier, I think, to do that against Crust's Falco than it would be Thrigs' Yoshi. So Crust has to play so carefully in this matchup just to make sure that situation just gets avoided entirely. And now it's very even off the start here. Dangerous there. Up B's, back to the ledge. Had to make sure that they got around that second arm. Crust goes high here, like the mix-up. 9 out of 10 players go towards the ledge there. Crust knows to go high to avoid that situation. Now Redacted, holding center stage best they can. They find a neutral air as well. This is just not easy for Crust to get in at all, and they get caught rolling as well.
Catches Redacted. The roll. Ooh, I think that's definitely a deep breath right there from Crust, because in my opinion, even losing 1 stock is effectively a death sentence. This is going to be so insanely rough if Crust has to walk in up against Yufine with 2 stocks, or maybe even only 1 stock, and having to deal up against Yufine, it just doesn't seem possible. So already losing 1, I know, is a big blow to Crust's confidence. It's going to hurt a lot. But still, you got to play it out. You've got to do your best. But right now, I think Redacted is taking really good advantage of that kind of that mental shakeup that I feel like Crust really is a little shaken here, and Malloy so much. You can't be reflecting those arms the same way. That Megawatt giving you that wall bounce and evened up this percent. This is looking so incredibly good for Malloy and for Redacted right now. Soy, I don't know. I don't want to call it just yet, but it's not looking good for SNHU.
And Redacted spacing is so clean right now. Look at them mix things up. They're using the ground space, right? Just once they dash in or dash back, that arm covers so much distance, and then they'll jump around a laser, but they won't go to the platform. They'll still have that arm to cover that distance though. So Crush just has nowhere to go. He has to walk forward very carefully and pick and choose his moments. Just so difficult. He finds the up smash here on the neutral getup to tie things up at 1 apiece. But Redacted has put in the work in this third series, and they're looking to close things out here. It's 1 stock separating them from a 3-0 sweep in Grand Finals, and Redacted wants it badly. 82%. This Falco's off stage. They get the trade on the down air. They won't get the follow through. They both snap to ledge. Up tilt now. Crust gets their combo. 34, 41. Up airs galore here. Up to nearly 60, but a neutral air gets Redacted back to stage.
Yeah, and Megawatt online here. 1 solid roll read, and that is wrapped right up. But we're looking for an off-stage Gip Great Shark underneath both arms. And that double jump down air spike is still going to keep SNHU in the game. Cross walks away far from unscathed. Damaged, bleeding, holding on to 1 arm as you are limping away from the battlefield. Only 1 stock remaining. And as he walks up to the gates of the Imperial Tower, opens up the pathway to the throne room, sees no other than Yufine sitting smugly, confidently on the throne. Can Crust clutch this out? This all depends on this. This is the lowest point you can get to. You were down 2 games. You only have 1 stock. The last time you played against this player, you kind of got smashed. And you still, even if you somehow, through a miracle of the heavens, clutch on through this game, you still have 2 more. You still have an entire best of 5 to finish out. My goodness. Soy, the storyline has led us here. Crust is our SNHU champion on the side of singles for ECC. But right now, in Grand Finals, Malloy is looking to put SNHU down, knock them down a peg, and walk away with the other trophy. What a setup, man. What a setup.
Crew battles are about the depth of your roster. How many players, how many heavy hitters do you have? And Malloy has been the team that has shown that everyone can play right now. Yufine, we talked about it, this Pac-Man player, they have been the star of the show, but Torna took a minute to warm up, and all of a sudden, they were the threat. They were the big option of this Lions roster. And now in this third series, when you've got to close things out against the #1 seed, Redacted, the player who'd been shut out in the previous 2 series, comes up big, taking 2 stocks off of the anchor, and now has put their own anchor in a 2 stock advantage. A 1 stock is all that separates them from a Grand Finals victory here at ECC. And they've got 3 chances to do it. Yufine's Pac-Man enters the ring to go up against Crust. He'll have to drop 2 off a start here on PS2. We'll see how this one paces out. But Yufine, ready and eager to grab that crown for the Malloy Lions.
Yeah, salivating, knowing that victory is near at hand right now. Got some early reflector play here to deal with the hydrant. That active hitbox is going to be a little dangerous for Yufine to deal with. Okay, I see Yufine kind of starting off a little slow here. Kind of letting Crust walk in and approach, not really challenging, not charging projectiles or anything. Just waiting and watching. I wonder what the plan is here. Now we're looking for a little bit of a boxing game. No, we're turning right back to full screen here. We have a Hydra online, so Laser can't really poke on through. There it is, right? Looking to whiff punish a Hydra challenge. We had Galaxian in the bag, but we weren't able to get that full damage confirmed just yet. Ooh, we're charged straight to key early on. A little bit out of the ordinary here, Soy. I'm not entirely sure what I'm observing from Yufine right now.
You know, part of it, I think, is just kind of knowing that the pressure is on Crust to make a play, because really what Crust needs, I think, to earn this back for SNHU, they need that solid combo starter, the up tilt starter into a back air. They need an early stock, and Yufine just not really gonna give it to them. You know, even the hydrant, right? Just seeing how they approach, just kind of letting them deal with things one step at a time. And Yufine knows that they've got so much time on their hands here because of that stock advantage. 66% though. Apple in hand. Gotta be careful. That one nearly got reflected. Snuck underneath, but they will still
the
land.
bounces made it all the way through. Yeah, now Bell's got thrown out and a whiff grab as well. I see Yufine going for an interesting amount of committal simple options. Now we're just running up in neutral and just pressing a button, compared to a lot more of the previous setups and baits with things like Hydra and projectiles. It is very curious. We do have Bell available here. Yep, there's the roll-away Bell. Got to watch out for the reflector. We still already have 77% here on the side of SNHU. Look at that shield pressure post-reflect. It's tough. Great reaction there from Cruss. Getting that peach reflected back here. But what's the ledge trap going to be? Trying to catch a jump with the backer. We have 160% on Yufine's final stock. But again, the gameplay has been slowed down so considerably here, Soy. I'm not quite sure what Yufine is looking for, but if this is a war of attrition, Yufine is technically losing it on a stock-by-stock basis. But considering you have 3 stocks to play with, I guess it's still winning for Malloy?
I mean, sort of like death by 1,000 cuts, right? But these cuts are certainly landing more than you'd like. Back throw won't do it. And maybe Yufine at some point, too, is just kind of looking for the clip to try and end it. He'll find the bell instead to the forward smash, and Yufine will win it. The Malloy Lions win the ECC Crew Battle Grand Finals.
Wow, a bell over the reflector. What a perfect angle. Of course, I mean, that's just what Bell does, but absolutely hilarious that in that moment, we saw a lot of Crush going for Jump Reflector, even if expects a grounded option. Jump Reflector would have been a great catch to this Bell, but this is one of the few times we're seeing him go for that grounded reflector instead, which we mostly only saw up against Hydrant, but when he was anticipating a projectile off the neutral, be usually going for Jump instead because it covers a lot more vertical range. And this being one of the couple of times that the Bell is going to go out on that grounded reflector, pops on right on over. And this time, there was enough opportunity for Yufine to run on over, pop a forward smash, and end this game, this set, and this tournament. As we're going to have Malloy Lions, the grand champions of ECC Crews. SNHU could not go for the two-peat here for the same bracket. Again, huge congratulations to Cruss for taking it on the singles bracket, but Yufine, the master of runbacks here, putting Cruss in the dirt, both crew battle situations. Wow, what a tournament here, Soy.
Yeah, and I want to say, too, that for the ECC, this region, really fun to watch, but I feel like Malloy has been one of those teams that has been so close to that grand finals, but has dropped it in previous years just by 1 or 2 stocks, by 1 or 2 players here or there for some other schools, having that big uprise, having that star kind of take over the show. Malloy, this was their year to shine, and the players showed up. Again, depth in the roster. Everyone had their moment. First set, it was Yufine. Second set, it was Torna. Third set, I really feel like Redacted made the difference on that Min with the number of stocks they were able to take. I think it was 4 in total. So at the end of the day, everyone's showing up on the biggest stage for the Malloy Lions, and they get the job done over SNHU in grand finals.
Yep. Despite the number of killers we got on SNHU's side too, right? Insignia and Cruss especially putting out fantastic work today as well. It has been a wild ride, but we are going to have to wrap it up on the side of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But we do have some more Rocket League action coming with Mr. Bepic and Hail Monkey Man, so definitely stay tuned. Until then, though, it's been Combo and Soy. We're going to be signing off. Thank you so much for joining us here for ECC Super Smash Brothers. Stay tuned for some Rocket League.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the ECC Spring Championship of 2025. Concord University and Southern New Hampshire University will now do battle to see who can claim the title of ECC champions. I'm Mr. Bepic and I'm joined in the booth for Rocket League with Hail Monkey Man. Monkey, how you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. It has been an early morning for me, and I've already seen a ton of esports over the course of this, I guess, lunchtime now to early afternoon. Wow, I'm glad I grabbed a sandwich to keep the energy up with you. But Bepic, we're going into some more East Coast Conference action, and already everyone has been throwing hands, and I love that we get to see it now with some Rocket League.
Absolutely. And I mean, Southern New Hampshire gets a shot at a top 4 CRL team in this best of 7 format. I think they are heavy underdogs against Concord, who are heavy favorites considering their CRL pedigree, their wins in the league already this spring, and their undefeated nature when 3v3ing everybody in ECC. So we'll see what Southern New Hampshire can do, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
Talking about how when you simply play the game, you're undefeated. You know, that's kind of a big remark to be able to find out. But you know what, SNHU, the penmen, I've seen that they have at least the potential to kind of keep track and keep at least competitive into some of these marks. And I believe for the beginning of this, I don't know if that's still standing, but we had the likes and the mentions of the possibility of a sub be working in it. I don't know if that's still standing.
Yep.
If it is, that'll be an interesting kind of wrinkle to add to the field. But Concord has been really kind of proven themselves across the last year and a half or so, really been bringing that fight to the table, and I feel like SNHU, they've got their work cut out for them.
I mean, since CMOS and Crispy joined Helix in this Concord roster back at the start of fall, they have skyrocketed from a pretty good top 48 team to absolutely a top 4 in the conversation for top 1 team, especially after the fall semester, way back in that iteration of CRL. And they just stay winning. I mean, they're going to CECC already. Doesn't matter the outcome of this grand finals. They won in the South region while playing the day they qualified for the South region of CECC on LAN. They were at Boost on the Beach that weekend. And so they played at the LAN facility and then traveled to Coastal Carolina's facility to qualify for LAN there. It was a full day of Rocket League for them, but they came out on top, beating Cumberland, Bruton Parker, named synonymous at the top of CRL. And that's what this Concord team does. They're built to win, and they do so.
Man, they have a resume as long as a CVS receipt. That is a lot of accomplishments to be able to find yourself through. And you know what? They just slapped on the table, and everyone knows, hey, the Mountain Lions are coming. This is going to be a tough task. SNHU, it's more like when I went to Eckerd's. If any of you know what that pharmacy is, you're old like me, but it's actually just enough of an item line to say, you know what? We are here. We've got some work to be done, and we're going to have to be able to bring this fight. ECC has been really interesting and kind of overall unique to the concept of how they kind of have some of these schools. I've traveled up into the Northeast a time or two, been able to see over towards that CSI section, and I've seen a lot of it's kind of through Connecticut and through New York, and then some of it has stretched its way towards West Virginia with Athens and of course Concord over in this way. And so seeing how some of the movement of the old heads and the old guard to the new really has made way for yet another Titan to kind of show up. It's another great challenge. So we'll see how that goes. It is best of 7. So it can be in any time, but it can also be a 4-0. We don't know.
I mean, we'll see once we do get into it. I think it is worth noting as well. We talk about Concord's accomplishments, but within ECC this spring, Southern New Hampshire have only dropped 1 game to teams not named Concord University, and it came in playoff semifinals to New Haven. So they were undefeated through the regular season, at least with reported scoring. So they are the definitive second best team in ECC right now. And going into this grand finals, they have the power to change that narrative. But like I said, uphill battle against Concord, and you have to find a way to uphold a defensive structure against some of the best on-ball ability in all of CRL. The creativity this Concord team has at an individual level is so impressive, and then you introduce that to the full 3-stack lineup of the Mountain Lions, and they are terrifying to watch on the field.
It's kind of weird because they can be intimidating even from their own back third. I got to see, especially from like the NECC side of things, they walk behind CMOS with great confidence. This is definitely a squad that when they can pivot and when they know that they're actually under direct fire and that they're not exactly the ones to dictate the pace of offense, they're actually pretty comfortable and pretty daring from their own back third, and that is quite a scary thing considering like, all right, well, we're going to take some level of standard offense. This should be able to kind of hurt and get through them, but no, it just simply does not. And that was done by the likes of even big names like Northwood, who had to take them to Game 7 twice. Still beat them both those times recently. Still doing that in successive weeks. That's one thing, but this is also a team that knows how to kind of walk by it. So as we go into this battle, it's ECC on the line. The Mountain Lions and the Penmen. Game number 1. Let's hit it up.
All right, Southern New Hampshire, all eyes are on you to hit this Concord roster as hard as you can muster. But already, Crispy's got space, and he has gone coast to coast with an air dribble musty flick. But downfield, WDS Eagle looking for a redirection there on target. Didn't quite make contact, but if you're able to hit some of those types of contact plays on the ball, maybe instill some fear into Concord, then perhaps there's something to be said about this championship bid of SNHU, but they need to hit hard early on.
If you are bringing your 3D glasses to this game, you might be seeing all this in even 4D fashion, the way we got the red and the blue across the screen. So be ready for all of those big moments to jump out at you. And if they do in fact take the challenge game directly to them here, Bepic, you're going to expect the Mountain Lions to be able to bring some of that fight and then make respectful challenges right back at you. So far, so good, as we're now more than a minute in. Both these teams trying to vie for position.
We did. You kind of touched on it while we were stalling for time a little bit at the beginning, but Concord do have their sub Taein, who is, I'm sure, one of the more experienced subs in CRL. I believe he was on this roster once upon a time, in for CMOS. So a sub could change the complexion of Concord, at least at the start of this series, but Tae is more than equipped to step into this starting roster and still elevate them into a position to get a win. But I believe tech difficulties are what is keeping CMOS out of the starting lineup here in this championship. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it's Tay and Helix starting us off. It took almost 2 minutes, but Concord is on the board.
And this is just by beating this last third man. You see Hector actually take a sweeping movement forward, thinking that their second man was immediately meeting that challenge. They knew that they had to be able to keep up that pace, and so they had swung out from the box, not realizing that that 50 was much more on the nose of Tay. So job well done to immediately get Helix in there to capitalize, and they'll be the first on the board for the Mountain Lions.
Now Crispy has a little bit of room off the sidewall, and that's how you redirect the ball, and not a lot of muster on it, but still made good contact, and Concord will get right back to playing offense. So far, they are holding a dominant position on the field, getting a lot of dominant challenge wins like that, where it looks to be close to a 50-50, but then Concord win the ball completely, and that's going to gain them a lot of space, unless Southern New Hampshire can either be ready for it on the back end or take better challenges up front. Now, this is good contact here out in front. They win a clean 50 of their own, and now have a couple of shots on the board, an open nets, and nearly their opening goal, but WDS Eagle didn't make contact on all of that ball.
That one's so difficult. They had to take several shots in quick succession, and they actually kind of punctured them high. They knew that the defender was immediately to the crossbar and then was able to navigate down from that backboard and take it out. Crispy and combination. They're trying to dish it in. Helix will grab another one. He's the finisher on this extra function.
This one hurts twice as much for SNHU, how close they were on the front foot to tying us up, to now conceding not 30 seconds later. That's 2 now for Concord. Off the back of mechanical brilliance, Crispy up front set up Helix quite nicely right there, though there is a chance to respond here with Eagle showing off their mechanics in the air, keeping the ball close to their front bumper, but Crispy's seen that one a time or two, and he collects off the backboard, though can't clear. That's a great shot that AJW will fire on target, but it is stopped by the Mountain Lions.
2 fastballs immediately. The last one is caught by Taylor, and neither one is catching the Mountain Lions by surprise. Having a little bit of fun banter in the chat as well while all this is going on. CMOS is already cheering for their team, saying C's for Condor, and maybe that Taylor can actually take a starting spot if he does super well with this one. Trying to be able to get this one happening, nearly looking for a hat trick, but it's a setup as Taylor swings in, and we go dancing with the disco.
Oh, he's slotting in quite nicely. Look at this shot. I would venture a guess that CMOS could definitely do that, so maybe his starting spot is in jeopardy. As with 90 seconds left, Taylor puts Concord up a trio of goals. This was a manageable game 1 for Southern New Hampshire, and if they can keep the games going forward in similar states, then there is a way towards game wins in this best of 7. But for the moment, Concord have gotten the better of them.
And it's not like that we haven't seen life out of the Penmen. SNHU has actually taken very solid offensive pushes upfield. It's just been the difficulty of getting beyond a defense that just will not break. Eventually, the Hattie is put on top of Helix, as that will turn into 4.
I've seen good contact on pretty much everything in this lobby if you're SNHU, but Concord are putting the ball where the defense isn't quite nicely. Just hitting it hard and making the defense stretch, and occasionally they can't stretch long enough and break a little bit like silly putty, and so Concord have a 4th and 60 seconds left to secure game 1.
All right, so, it is your starting game. You have to get up into game pace and speed. So for the Mountain Lions, they're already, omnipresent and always ready to receive and also to give this beatdown that's happening in the beginning of this, this 7-game would-be stretch. SNHU, it's not like they didn't have at least a few good looks to start off with. However, it has been a very difficult one in late term. They're going to send this one high, force the Penmen to have to continuously chase. And if you're using all your boost to do that, well, you can't really do much else to try and make a counterplay. Look how everyone is starving for boost.
And there are a lot of good pieces to this SNHU game 1. This old car's got good bones. It's a fixer-upper, but going forward, I think this is a team that can take games off of this current version of Concord here in game 1. There have been openings in offense. I think SNHU could do a little bit better when it comes to keeping control of the ball in moments of space, but hey, I almost got one right there. There are gaps to exploit on that Concord end, so Concord, they get game 1. They look quite good in doing so. Their mechanical ability seems to be on point, but SNHU, plenty of offense to work with there. 10 shots to their name, and that bodes well.
And you sound like my father-in-law. It's like, you know what? This car's got some good miles left in her. There's plenty of time to be able to make this one happen. But that first game, definitely a lot of Concord a lot of the time. We actually, I want to harken into like the first couple of minutes there, Bepic, because there was actually some offensive presence that was found by the Penmen that had to be standardly met by a very solid defense out of the Mountain Lions. And they've seen a lot of that, especially across the pedigree of the upper level of CRL and the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League. So recognizing when they can't exactly fully escape and, get too fancy downfield, they had to hit them with very fast strikes. A couple times as well, there was just some solid challenges that eventually force a slowdown period from out of SNHU. If SNHU can kind of keep things at kosher and maybe Mach 5 speed, they might be able to, at least keep standard lock with Concord. But for the time being, we go to game number 2, and that gotta leave that game behind them.
And already starting off in the SNHU end, HHW throws that ball away a little bit, and Crispy doesn't have a ton of boost, but he can make a lot happen, especially with a pre-jumping Helix, though. It's a nice stop by HHW, and so there'll be an attempt at an escape that Jay will squash out and finds Crispy across that blue box on stream and doesn't quite connect, but that's what Concord's going for early on. They can smell blood in this water and are starting to circle.
They've got quite the nostrils on them, very Nigel Thornberry style,
Oh
and they're looking for the same kind of cross cut. It was ambitious the first time, Bepic. I didn't think they had it before. Crispy's like, all right, Helix, I tried it before, you go for it this time.
I mean, I don't know how you can doubt this team no matter what they're going for in offense. They're going to try a pre-jump play, 3 consecutive sequences in their offensive zone. Eventually, it's going to hit with this Concord team being as mechanically sound as they are. So 1-0. SNHU have yet to smell that red end of the field, but hey, I get to sniffing now and have boost in that corner. Actually, I think Concord did secure that. Tay grabbed it, and this is a chance for SNHU to secure some possession, but they need to strip this ball away, and Hector seems to have, though that shot's a little bit light and right at Taylor, so it's a clear for Concord, an opportunity to score, but Crispy misses out, and Helix wasn't playing patiently right there.
Trying to go for the lineman play, and they make it happen. Counterplay. We get a 1-1 tie here in game number 2. It was a heads-up understanding that the last man had pre-jump. Taylor was not going to find it. Even with the pressure behind him, just had to be able to dodge away. Good looks, as we're all tied up outside the first minute.
And I mean, in games like this, where Concord are playing overconfidently, that's how SNHU is going to take games off of them. Where Concord are pushing up too far, Helix isn't playing your standard timing off of a shot that isn't certainly going in. You break out quick with a 2v1, and now just take away the ball right out in front of the Concord net. Apparently, that's what's working for Southern New Hampshire. Well done.
Taylor got bumped, and then Crispy, I think he waited just a little bit longer with the immediacy of the first man coming at him. He took like a step out left, just further towards that outside area of the post, and he stayed on his wheels. So creating a moment of pause for the Mountain Lions, something that they're not used to having to do in those microseconds, because they'd rather be hitting like this. What a save out of Hector. Well, I mean, the Mountain Lions have gone nowhere.
Still 2-1. Concord's having a go at this equalizer, though. It's a decent corner play. They're trying to throw off the timing of Southern New Hampshire, and their 50-50s on their back line, and Crispy will do a lot to throw off time with a solo play like that. It's just Hector alone in defense, and there's no read right there, so Crispy gets some more space to work with, though no boost. Hector still finds a pass out to WDS Eagle, and so a clear is made despite 1 unit of boost between the two SNHU defenders.
Love that we're getting a lot of off-ball play as well. They have not given up on having a multifaceted style of Rocket League. As soon as you kind of give yourself a one-dimensional, it's like going into football and you only are passing the ball. You need to be able to establish the ground game, and they've definitely gone into the clinch against this Mountain Lions group. So Concord has recognized that they're getting reset a time or two, and they have to really enact a lot off of not very much time. Hector is going to give a chance for Eagle to have to run it upfield. Doesn't quite catch the ball. Hector will have a lot of boost, and he actually gives his teammates some time. That's a passing play. It will go over the top rope. They're trying to keep it downfield. They have it on the arc. Eagle's going to be a step too slow, and Crispy's looking to hunt some heads.
And Concord's doing the same thing, where off ball they're trying to apply pressure as well. And here, Helix right near the ball finds AJW, but it's definitely not playing the rock right there. And Tay has missed, so puts Helix in an awkward spot. SNHU have a moment of possible escape, though. Makes solid contact on the ball. Not a ton of boost to work with for the Penman, and Helix tries to use that opening to stuff a second in for Concord, but they are still down. SNHU are putting together a really scrappy defensive structure that is holding the Mountain Lions out.
Living on small pads, you're seeing maybe at max 12 and 24 boost for the multitude of the team at a time. 2/3 of the squad just living on sips of air, and they are drowning at the bottom of this barrel, and yet they're holding on to that 1-goal lead. Love the challenge that we're getting out of Juice right there as he goes up to the top rope. You're going to have a lot of boost here for Eagle. He ends up stuck to the wall. Crispy back pass. Helix is just going to put a dab on target. Tay had already stolen that corner boost, so Eagle doesn't have too much he can do other than put a body on the ball, but he does it twice. Crispy's trying for the layup chance. It's a double commit, and they escape.
Ooh, and Hector dunks Tay as well. Nice read at the midfield line. Penman now have some space in offense to maybe find a third to help secure this game, but it's just straight 50-50s that Concord used to play the ball into space, and Crispy is so fast to get up for that ball. Tay follows in suit, and Concord won't find much. Again, these attacks are not working at the moment. They're stalling out in corners. They're stalling out at the near side post, whereas SNHU have found a third with seemingly no resistance.
Yeah, Eagle has been looking for this shot. This is one that he's been keyed up to the top of the box, and that is that minor moment of space differential between, I think it was Helix as well as Tay, that was just right around that front corner, and it created a gap that finally Eagle could capitalize. So, a 2-goal lead. I see my producer in panic and about to eat his own shoes.
Well, all right. Concord are making uncharacteristic mistakes to cause panic not only with our producer, but I'm sure on their back lines as well, as Crispy whiffing in defense is not what you expect to see out of this team. They're not fully locked in for this championship just yet, but they had better be soon, as Southern New Hampshire are here to play, and they will tie this series up 1-1. The Penmen strike back.
Hey, that's that's episode 10 of the Star Wars series, by the way. So I hope you guys are ready for that iteration. Look, it's less Disney-fied than the last one. This one, much more violent, a lot more demolitions, and far less giant laser stations. But I mean, let's talk about it. So they went off of one solid challenge, then they're able to make another one. These mistakes that we talk about as well are like this big. It's almost microscopic. You nearly need to put it under a huge lens even to see it. And yet SNHU, they knew that if there's even the slightest moment of weakness, that's what they have to pounce upon, and I'm glad to see them showing up today.
They're not afraid to play aggressively out in front of that Concord back line. They are in position to take advantage of these mistakes. Though off kickoff, that's terrifying. Hector had to track back quickly to make that stop, and Concord almost got one immediately at the start of Game 3, though they don't. And that's been the story of this series for the Mountain Lions, especially in Game 2, bleeding now into Game 3, as they have been close to scoring. But Southern New Hampshire are finding so many good stops that, well, for the most part, they've kept Concord scoreless, but that one just teardrops in.
Close, but it's a no smoking zone. Trying to make sure that they just stay kosher to it. They actually jumped at the challenge. That one was going to come off of a bar, and when you're looking at the ball, you're straight up staring at that position, and you have no idea if someone is leaping at you to try and stuff that into the top corner. So good on them to just force the defense to have to run and see what they can jump at. So first drive, first minutes, but SNHU is now making a mosey upfield.
Nice space created now by a couple of bumps, and Helix is awkward, but Hector played too far up that time around. Though secondary opportunity is a pass out in front of Concord's net again. Southern New Hampshire putting together good plays. These bumps are connecting. They know how to time them properly, but that back line of the Mountain Lions is holding firm now. They seem locked in defense, not so interested in giving up the easier ones to SNHU here, and so Southern New Hampshire must try again.
Crispy trying to take over basically the gap left behind by CMOS. Tay ends up with a takeaway against his own teammate. The good news is they didn't allow them to move upfield, take up some of that territory. So a bit of miscommunication here between the Mountain Lions. It's still just a 1-0 lead, nothing to be hurtful about. Sorries and handshakes in the chat. Hector's going to try and take this off of one. Crispy's under fire. He has two on the pre-flip. They will be able to get this demo, and that's going to be a nice finisher. SNHU were equalized.
Look at this. Such a potent transition forward. Helix is jumping at everybody's after him, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Eagle takes that shot and if Crispy's still alive. He's hunting him. 1-1. SNHU, another demo play. They find themselves successfully scoring within transition. And off kickoff, there's a bit of room here, but Juice does let that ball go, and so it's up to Eagle to keep that play going in offense. Tay's been shut down by Juice as well. These are great 50-50s, and Concord can't find ways out.
That pass over to Eagle. Eagle trying to get something a little bit juicier into that corner, but it ended up just kind of falling by the wayside. And yeah, it's not like that you don't have at least kind of the experience and the confidence by this Concord group, but it is starting to really kind of slow them up. They're not used to, right now, the kind of the Tay rotation, it's not even succinctly that. The communication has to be a lot more, I think, talkative and a lot more explanatory about how they want to navigate to some of these motions. A lot of it has been instinctual over the course of this, this academic year, for the way that this team has been able to play. This time around, they're acting on the fly, realizing that there's something still left on the table. That's going to be a massive moment to find some extra aerial space, but we're back to Boomer Ball right in the middle of the pitch.
And you can see the respect that Southern New Hampshire have forced Concord into giving them. I think previously, that midfield challenge we just saw Crispy waiting on, he would have been up for about 5 seconds prior in an earlier game in this series. But now, the Penmen have demanded respect with their aerial speed. I wouldn't say they're out-mechanicking Concord in the air in this series, but their speed to get up to these challenges is forcing Concord to think for a second about, can I actually win the race to the ball, instead of turning their brains off and just assuming that they can. And it's leading to more and more possession. Field domination in Game 3 is 60-40 in favor of Southern New Hampshire. And with about 100 seconds left, they can keep this midline structure intact and find a second, then they could be stealing away a lead in this championship.
You're actually seeing it as well, something that really is defining what you had said just a moment ago, and it's the fact that there is a lot of respect being given by the Mountain Lions, and because we saw some mistakes being created by SNHU, but they were in the forward red half of Concord, and since they gave them so much extra, territory to work with, now they've got the ability to make extra touches, some extra efforts, and they don't have to be perfect on the first drive. So bit of a swing and a miss. Tay with a fake out, trying to give Helix a moment to look at going to kick that ball directly between the pipes. We're at 1 minute approaching. Could be approaching as well. Our first overtime, depending on what this next play turns into, trying to make it all individual. They're going for the bump. Crispy says,
He just did all that himself. Look at this. He catches past the first, fakes AJW as a second challenger, and then bumps Hector into Game 4. He already knows the result of this game if Crispy can keep that kind of play up. He just 1v3'd the Southern New Hampshire defense. And with 60 seconds left, that is a massive go-ahead.
He opened his arms like the guy that wears the pink bodysuit and just gave him a ginormous hug. Wow. All right. Eagle's going to be left on an island. One extra touch, trying for a dump right from the crossbar line. That's going to be a shot and a half. It took him a while, but the Mountain Lions have pounced.
This goes off of a defender as well. Helix might have added insult to injury here with a slight redirection off of Juice, and Concord in quick succession take a lead and then add to it. 40 seconds left in a game that was fairly scary. I think has forced an adjustment of approach to this series with Southern New Hampshire, as there have been with this substitution, a lot of uncharacteristic plays out of Concord Southern New Hampshire have exploited, while also creating a ton of plays themselves. So 20 seconds left. We'll see if they can have a go at this comeback, but this first one needs to happen essentially right here, and it turns into a shot, but Crispy is in the area for a save.
If they can get something here in the next moment, there might be a chance. Hector with back pass ends up with on Eagle. Everyone's caught in transition, and the traffic is just a bit too much. This one recovered well by the Mountain Lions, as they will get this lead back in the series up 2-1. And I think one mention I want to make right now, so it felt like definitely bringing in a sub, no matter what you're doing, could be like your head quarterback, whichever, you try to be able to, all right, how can we get everyone to work together? That one at the end, Crispy realized, I could just do stuff, man. Let me just go out and play.
I mean, that I don't think he got a ton of moments like that where he had space in the air. It took a while for that sort of play to develop, but once he did get that little bit of space, it did take over. That mindset of, I can do so much offensively, and that was the catalyst for that comeback, which really was a recovering for Concord. That game did not look great from them. Southern New Hampshire put them in a ton of awkward spots, but they couldn't find more than just that one transition goal, and that was where the game fell apart for the Penmen. So, Game 4, let's see what version of these two teams we get. Which side is scrambling more in defense to pick up the pieces of awkward moments, and which side can take advantage of those opportunities.
I do want to see how Concord, which has really been kind of the dictator of general speed for these games, be it them speeding up and or slowing down, if they will now be a little bit more competitively disrespectful to try and take away some of that total kind of comfort zone that was given for SNHU to do what they could to begin some of their offenses. That's going to be a giveaway. Ooh, but Tay, he does not come up with it, so Helix makes sure to rotate back and resume play.
I don't think we'll see any more moments of disrespect out of Concord unless they can continue to add to this lead and get a game out of hand, because moments like that from Tay, they haven't stopped since the series started, but Helix continues to push the envelope forward there right into the mailbox of that blue net, and it's a nice air dribble with Tay upfield looking for bumps, and SNHU, after a good show in the last couple of games, they're starting to find themselves on a slippery slope. They need some answers soon.
Banana peel slippers. Oh, that combination. I had held my tongue for a moment because it was looking very promising. They're still going to put at least a slow-mo, and then they give their second man another chance to turn right around and take a shot. But this has become Moonshoe Central, and we're just bouncing around, slow floating some of this extra ball play, and suddenly the defense kind of disappears before AJW is able to come right on back.
Still clear, so it's not extended awkward defense out of SNHU, and Eagles up ahead looking for bumps and demos, and Crispy's only beaten one player there through the Concord corner. And so it's a good midfield structure again. That's nice speed out of Eagle, and it's really nice speed actually. That doesn't just win possession for the Penmen, but it wins an equalizer.
Crispy is also, he had to half flip and try to adjust to this, but because he had immediately had that down gravity to his car of just reasserting itself to the floor from its flip, he didn't have the ability to get that high pop step jump to go and find that. So they just take advantage. So, all right, SNHU. They've done this a time or two. Crispy going to the sky, trying to make up for it. That one came off the topside corner. Swinging a miss. Helix looking for the setup over to Tay, but Tay had already pre-jumped, and again, extra comms got to keep him calm.
Still plays it back, and Crispy again is getting a lot more moments of space like this through the field. Is forced into a challenge with Hector, who uses speed to beat Tay, but is a lone attacker in this instance for SNHU. So there's two players beaten, couldn't get through Helix, and Concord will find now a moment of respite in offense for their defense, though Tay still has to win a challenge to the midfield line to keep that moment of respite going. We're still tied at 1 apiece, and SNHU are putting together still good counterattack plays.
Crispy had a lot of faith that he had won that over that middleman, that he was going to get that next bump onto him, yet kind of disrupting some of that. They're running out of juice, running out of boost, trying to keep it low and slow. Everyone's starving, and yet what does this turn into but a lead change over to the Penmen?
Oh, look at this tiny seam that Hector finds as Eagle is downfield. I think just collecting boost. Like, they had nothing to make that play with, unless they just put a quick shot on target with a fast outlet pass towards the sideline, and that was really all they could do. That's all Eagle had to do. Second goal for SNHU. That is really impressive midfield play again. That is where, if SNHU pull off an insane upset and beat Concord here in this best of 7, it'll be their midfield play that will have won them the series. Not flashy offense, pretty impressive backline defense, yes, but their midfield challenges and plays in transition have been outstanding throughout this, minus game 1, this entire series.
Oh, can they get it from the bar? Where's the next man? Oh my gosh, nearly doing it himself. Maybe I've been watching too much Madden here recently, but just to be able to have those moments as well when you have double and triple coverage, which is literally what some of these passes have been going through here for SNHU, has been kind of miraculous at times. But it's really come to design, and they're seeing it happen right before their eyes. The efforts that they've been putting forth have been really bringing some stellar fruits. It's going to be AJW that gets tossed around with the ball. He doesn't want to have to chase it, but it becomes ball number 2. If you haven't played with a multi-ball, well, there you go. Mutator's right there off the failure gong. That goes up, and then it comes through. Taylor is able to find one to equalize one more time.
Hasn't been Taylor's best series, but he can hit shots like that still, don't you worry. Beautiful strike back of that blue net as SNHU in defense fell prey to the speed there of Concord's counterattack, and that is a big-time equalizer again. Concord aren't dominating these games, but the ones that they're winning, well, at least game 3. Game 1 was over at this point, but game 3, they'd have to stage a late comeback in regulation, and it appears like that's happening again now with 60 seconds left, and us tied at 2 apiece.
Keeping it very content-filled at this point. A very honest shot. It draws 2 defenders to have to crisscross. Not a lot of boost for the Mountain Lions. Hector will be met right on the grass. Love the redirect. Taylor caught awkward. That's going to be a dunk. What an extra effort! My goodness! To be able to stop him just as he made that touch of the post.
Now trying to salvage possession. It's a scramble for the ball at the midfield line. Helix turns for it. Actually has time to get back for a 50-50 as I think SNHU had to go all the way back to refuel, which they didn't end up refueling. They're just getting snacks at the gas station, no gas. And so they can't keep possession going. It's just Eagle with boost in the tank at the moment. So at this midfield line, Hector lays that ball up, and that's dangerous against Concord, but I don't know what they're doing, why 2 players are up for that. It's so uncoordinated out of the Mountain Lions to the midfield line, but SNHU are having a moment of lapsing in defense themselves. That was nearly disaster at the end of game 4. It still might yet be. Helix with no redirection off the sideline still has Crispy upfield to keep the play going, and Taylor on 0 seconds has his shot saved by Juice. Unbelievable stand out of Southern New Hampshire.
That long-term chaos, and it might turn immediately into a goal. They're looking to set it up. Eagle will be able to interject. It becomes a two-man rush, and immediately Helix has himself at the forefront. That will go to the corner. Can they re-navigate as they have a chance? Oh! SNHU will tie up this series!
Are we actually watching this right now? SNHU have tied the series, and with a great counterattack play as well. They had space to pass that, realized it, didn't keep control through the corner, just dumped it out mid, and that is a gorgeous shot out of Eagle there. And to close off a big-time hat trick game, shot 50%, put up 6 shots, found a Hattie, and has elevated Southern New Hampshire to a 2-2 standing in the ECC championship game with a Concord roster that is effectively undefeated this season in ECC.
Goodness gracious, we are seeing something fresh and new, and you know what? It definitely showcases why, you have certain players in certain positions, and it's not like this team has not been stellar, at least when it comes to having their full 3-man roster. You said that they have been undefeated when they have 3 men on the field. They've got Tay. He's been very strong, but SNHU have recognized when they're able to make this happen, and look at this. They're already going for possession fakes right off the first face-off. This is a whole different Penman squad than we've seen before.
All right, so now I feel like Concord that has to be feeling some pressure. I don't know, these are confident guys. I wouldn't imagine in a series like this where for them, effectively, it's just the championship title on the line. The CECC bid involved has already been claimed by them in the Southern qualifier. But Helix, oh my word, he wants it bad. What an opener for the Mountain Lions.
They know that there is something to keep just solid, and that is the pride of a Mountain Lion. The adjustment off of the flip reset, extending away from the ball, reading from where it touched off that backboard, and slamming it on home. Differences got to be made in this game, and they know it starts with the very first minute.
Well, oftentimes, thinking this Concord roster, Helix does get overshadowed by his European teammates, but homegrown Helix can still do it himself. That was an incredible opener and a display of skill on the pitch for a Concord roster that at times has fallen flat in this series. They've still got to command respect out of SNHU, have to make them fear those aggressive counterattack plays that have elevated them in this set. But here we go again. Helix and Crispy upfield together. It results in a second goal for the Mountain Lions, and they're in position to run away with things in Game 5.
This one much more standard between Helix and Crispy, using everything in the tank to be able to get over to Crispy, and he knew that there was a lot to trust in his fellow teammate. The quick combination turns into a play that just cannot stop. It punctures the back of the net. And 1:07 here into game number 5. Remember, match point will be acquired by a squad, regardless of who it is that wins it, to be able to go to match point. That's pretty big, walking to game number 6 with, but SNHU, they're down by a couple.
Okay, AJW was running upfield there looking for a demo, but I didn't have a ton of boost there, so I had to let the ball go, though. Speaking of, big-time demo out of Crispy, as I think Eagle had an open lane to that Concord nets. 50 taken on the sideline, and it won't even be possession for SNHU as Concord are hunting a third, and the Penmen need a tourniquet to stop this bleeding. It seems like they've at least quelled the scoring, but they need goals themselves, and that's a decent look that Crispy shuts down up front and has rewarded with an open net on the opposite side of the field.
Look at the pressure that Crispy was under just a moment ago. He was pounced on by 2 separate players and then just stole it from the ground, slotted it in, parked the car, and started just checking out his his socials as that one rolled the rest of the way in. No one for the Penmen was going to get by that defense, and immediately that counterplay was just supreme.
Eagle off an open backboard can hit this, and well, would have perhaps kick-started a comeback, and there is plenty of time for a comeback in Game 5, don't get me wrong, but that would have been some sort of electrifying play for SNHU as Crispy misses in defense, and Concord still are making these awkward moments in defense happen to themselves. These misses, these awkward misreads. I don't know what's causing it, but if they want to get out of this series sooner rather than later, they've got to stop.
It could be adrenaline jitters. You get to a moment maybe that you're not completely expecting, but also just when you get this deep into a series, you start seeing, all right, are you locked in? Have you focused up? Where do you currently sit? And some of that, suffering from success might be getting to them. They're trying to open up a few extra pages to the book that were kind of stuck together and not exactly doing the same standard sort of fundamentals that made them so successful early on. Great reads, but the chaos, you rotate directly into your own box, having to get through the smoke. Crispy, the dump off. Oh, wow, they just steal it from each other's back pocket.
Again, missed chance for Concord. 3 goals out in front. It doesn't quite hit as hard unless Southern New Hampshire can find a way back here as Helix takes the ball over. It's a 50-50 with Juice, and we'll look to challenge Hector as well. Again, low on boost. It's been a common-ish theme for SNHU throughout this series, as Hector has been often the last player back for the Penmen, but without a whole lot of boost to work with, and effectively, I think, control the play upfield. That might be the last missing puzzle piece for the Penmen in their counterattack game. If they can get Hector more resources to work with on the ball, as, again, nothing in the tank. They have yet to really refuel.
Definitely been a Sahara out here, not a sip to be able to be had. That's a nice demo. Can Hector get back to this ball? It forces into a neutral 50 over the midfield. Juice tells him to back off. He's going to pass it right back to him. I love the floor 1-2-3s. However, we're missing the last number in that sequence. Nice challenge by Hector. Unfortunately, ends up a little bit too wide. And even if they keep it to the floor and they try to truncate what has been over time a very fast, very mechanical, and very daunting offense, it's Concord that's able to adapt.
Crispy, no double right there. He's capable of that, but actually an open net upfield could develop as Taylor has no boosts and still challenges quite nicely. It leads to a clear and a pre-jumping Helix and Crispy play, which has worked already in this game. But again, 3 goals out in front. Concord don't need it to, as 20 seconds now stay between them and championship points in the ECC, and they're still looking for more scores.
Crispy ends up sumo wrestling, but he left his belt at home. So 3-0, 5 seconds. The math is math, and then we've got Concord in a place that they felt like they maybe should have been a little bit sooner. Even scoring with 1 second left here, Bepic, they will be mathematically assured match point first.
Good strike. These corner plays have worked nicely for Southern New Hampshire, no matter the score line in a game. It's a point of strong offense for the Penmen, but Concord found a lot more of such points in this game as the aerial attack was reinstated for the Mountain Lions. They've come up a little bit flat as SNHU have challenged them very, very well up in the air throughout this series. It's limited, I think, a lot of what Concord has wanted to do against that Southern New Hampshire defense, but here they found all the space that they needed to really put that game out of the picture, out of the realm of possibility for an SNHU comeback there quite early on.
And you had mentioned it a couple of times. We got to see so much of that combination of Helix and Crispy. So much of that was actually muted in previous games. That's something that really gave massive boons and plus-ups to this SNHU group, especially when they were now able to find so much extra forward movement and momentum from those challenges. They forced them to reset. They had some great off-ball plays. Well, now they're in a very tough spot. They've got to win twice. They've been able to keep up every single game, save maybe one where it was a nice opener. They've had to come back, equalize, and then exceed expectations beyond the Mountain Lions. Can they do it again? They've shown that they've been able to do it twice. They got to do it at least thrice if we want to see a Game 7.
These are the moments that true competitors dream of, though, where you are up against the Goliath of your conference, regardless of a substitution or not. It's still Goliath that you're playing here, and you've got to win just 2 games, but 2 games consecutively against said Goliath. This is where you need to elevate yourself, or you need to keep your team in it. You have to make sure you've got good ideas and you can execute on your good ideas. And all throughout this series, Southern New Hampshire have had good ideas and have executed on those ideas, but You have to muster up the strength to do it more and more here. That's a miss already out of Concord, and now a 2v1 for SNHU.
Gotta be the Jimmy Neutron of big ideas, big thinkers, lots of wrinkles, and just brain blast your way to victory. That's a nice take by Hector beyond Tay. They know that they don't have too much in the tank to be able to really challenge with. Crispy's just gonna have a lot of space to work with, and that's actually a bit too much respect out of SNHU. You see him at midline, you see Hector way in the back. He's gonna get at least made uncomfortable and have to leap as you had a sweeping Crispy coming across. Helix on the individual play. Crispy with a putback. He's gonna get a bump on the way out, and Crispy's gonna try and dunk it in. Love the read there by Eagle. We go through the first minute with nada.
Okay, Juice is alone on the goal line for now as their teammates are looking to get boost and rotate back post, but an initial read on the near side will stop Concord. They need another one, though, right out in front of that net, and they won't get it. Crispy outdoes the defense again, all on his lonesome as he dunks the first in for Concord.
You never think with the speed and the slowness and the methodical way that this is happening in real time in front of us that it's just going to be that easily done. But Crispy starts inverted backwards, is able to lift the ball, go and get it a reset from the ceiling, and then have an extra smackdown on that dunk. That is just such great finesse and prowess shown in real time. As, well, to me, the Mountain Lions up first, but we've been in these waters here before, Bepic.
We have, to your point, I mean, that Crispy ability there, among a lot of other things, the big reason why Concord in their last several kind of A-tier, S-tier events in Collegiate Rocket League have only come up short to the eventual champions. You lose to Northwood in ECC, you lose to St. Clair in CRL, and both those teams are known champions. Here, though, they're not doing much losing anymore. It was tenuous at the start of this series, but here in Game 6, Concord have themselves another early lead, just like they found in Game 5.
Penmen have come back from 1-goal deficits so far. Double goal deficits, I don't believe that they have come back. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I know you're the stats guy, you got your whole notebook right in front of you, but that's been the difficulty. When this team starts to get confident, it really is unreachable heights for anyone that wants to face against them.
And Concord bailed me out there because I don't know about 2-goal comebacks, but they definitely have not come back from 3-goal comebacks, the Penmen. So 3-0. Concord really are putting the clamps on Southern New Hampshire early on here in a strange kickoff situation. We'll put Helix downfield and Crispy on the ball in the corner. That was definitely called for, but doesn't pan out as Crispy can't beat the first man up for SNHU. And so, half the game of Rocket League left. The Penmen are seeing their tournament lives expire before them, and they've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to find a way to get a one-up and maybe find a way back, but Juice has just missed an open net, and that's the pressure that championships can put you under.
Oh no, it's a 2-goal spin. Instead of it being a 3-1, we go 4-0. That is tough. Oh, I understand what happened with that as well. He was aiming for that outside angle. He knew he had one man to beat. He had about a car length or so ahead of them, but ended up way too far to the outside right of the hook shot. And unfortunately, them's the breaks.
Just rushed it, and 4-0 now, the result of that one miscue. Those are the margins that we play in Rocket League series like this, but 2 minutes left. Got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps and start hitting your shots. Hector sends one too high as that net was again exposed in the Concord end, and still a goose egg on the board for Southern New Hampshire. Might haunt them in 2 minutes' time.
Unfortunately for SNHU, this is starting to sound like Carol of the Bells, but it is several months too early. The holidays, well, spring break may be there, and they may have to enjoy that to kind of get away from what has been a very daunting moment against the Mountain Lions. Massive demo. Crispy goes flying backwards to his own net, but only because he's paying the price for taking a life. 4-0 as SNHU. They need something sooner than later if this is to be true, but Concord feels like all they got to do is just keep this one locked down.
Crispy. Oh, wow, what a read. I thought that was a goal 10 times out of 10, but Hector off the bar finds a great save, and there's the Eagle redirect that we're looking for in game 1. Real ones, remember, but 60 seconds left. That needed to be a goal effectively, and now Juice is passing to Ghosts, and the fourth teammate doesn't come up with contact on the ball, so Hector's got a field in the corner, and actually turns into a great secondary opportunity. The Penmen still have fight left in them.
Had I not seen SNHU score right here, I don't think they would have ever scored again in their entire lives. That was the third time that crossbar has been met by a shot. This time, however, the follow-up was available as well. Penmen, less than a minute. 3 goals. It seems like an impossible task, yet I've seen this happen before. Let's see if it happens now.
Concord is so good at getting Crispy the ball off kickoff. They're trying to use him as the championship ender, but still more opportunities for Southern New Hampshire arise and then fall back down to the earth where the Penmen shall be buried if they can't find 3 in 30 seconds. Concord have done all the heavy lifting early on in this game, and they are riding this wave to a potential ECC championship. They just have to let time expire.
Eagle's going to have a chance. He's going to try and at least maneuver and swim about with that dominance, slowing things down. It's a soft give and go over to Hector. Is immediately challenged, and the Mountain Lions will not let them develop anything. The playbook was opened, and then it was stolen by the Mountain Lions and thrown into the furnace. Nothing could work for them late term. SNHU, they brought the fight. They got it to game 6. They exceeded expectations, but Concord met theirs. They will be your ECC Rocket League champions, and they do it in dominant fashion in game number 6.
Heavy favorites that had to play with some adversity. Tay subbing in, I would have figured would be a safe pair of hands. He didn't have his greatest series, but he filled the gaps he needed to fill. Really did have a great game 6, but Concord find a way to stop an extremely feisty Southern New Hampshire. They had a strategy that worked in that series. Their aggressive, demo-heavy transition game got them so many goals, and on their back line, they challenged Concord extremely well. I complimented their midfield game, the Penmen, and that's what really got them in the conversation of a potential ECC championship win here. They really fought hard as heavy underdogs. They should be proud about this second place here, and well, they will, I assume, both be going to Texas, as Concord definitely will be, and I know Southern New Hampshire do get that invite since Concord qualified through the South region, so I would figure we won't have seen the last of both these rosters.
Honestly, I'm very impressed. This is something that, you say, all right, well, it's a good job to be second place, especially to this level. And no true competitor, no true athlete is going to be like, yeah, man, I wanted to be second. But to that end, we definitely mean it. This was a hell of a fight. This was something that was unexpected. And SNHU showed a ton of life where there might have been some overt oppression from the level to the squad that we have seen from Concord over the course of the entire year. Concord, they also deserve their accolades. Fantastic work out of them. I know Tay, everyone's probably going to be looking into this into the film room, but all right, we could here, a bit of change ups to our rotation there, and maybe this is a little bit more perfect. I'm glad they actually got into the rotation. That's why you got your subs. That's why you got your full program behind you, and that's why you also got a lot of love between everyone there for the Mountain Lions. So great job for both sides, but this is also not the end of our ECC day here, Bepic. Maybe for both of you and I, but other people on the other side.
I mean, definitely got to stay tuned for Overwatch, especially if you're a Southern New Hampshire fan, as they're playing the College of Staten Island here in the championship coming up next. Casted, of course, by Clutch Key and Tiny Shiny. Couple of legends there. I'm excited to listen in to the Overwatch 2 championship of ECC, but that does bring us to the end of our Rocket League segment of ECC Spring Championships 2025. Special shout out in the background to Coltoon for pushing all the buttons all day long. Monkey, thanks for casting with me. I've been Mr. Bepic. Stay tuned for Overwatch. We'll see you there.
It's time for championship number 4 of the East Coast Conference, and now we get to watch some Overwatch. Two teams with a storied history of playing each other in the championship round, and this one has a bigger stake as the winner not only gets the title, but also the bid to CECC May Madness 21 days from now. As part of that road to May Madness, we welcome you to the Overwatch Grand Finals of the East Coast Conference here in Esports U, alongside my great friend and partner, Tiny Shiny. Clutchkey with you to determine our champion and who claims one of only 4 bids remaining into CECC May Madness only 3 weeks from now. So, Molly, a lot to talk about here, especially between these two teams. A lot of history against each other here in the championship round as well. But more importantly, maybe a little bit of a grudge if you're Staten Island. They lost to this team of Southern New Hampshire, who was the number 3 seed right now, 3-2. But since then, Staten Island has come out to sweep every single match from round 2 to round 5 in the round-robin playoffs and the semifinals as well. So this is a Staten Island team that's hungry and a Southern New Hampshire team that wants their 3rd straight bid into CECC May Madness.
Yeah, and you say that, like, this is a, 3-year sort of rivalry that we're looking at between these two schools. I think we've actually casted this very same matchup just a year ago, which is crazy to think about how consistent these schools remain at the top of the ECC conference. And I think the only other heavy hitter that we got to see in this bracket was the Converse Gold, the B team, typically of Converse University, actually swept SNHU earlier on, and that was a complete reverse sweep, I believe, in our semifinals to get SNHU to face off in CSI, and this is, I want to say, one of the bigger rivalries that we have in collegiate Overwatch, just because of how much these teams end up facing off against each other.
Yeah, in terms of rivalries going against one each other inside of conference play, Staten Island SNHU right up there, considering that they have been part of a championship game the last 3 years between each other, but Southern New Hampshire has gotten the better of Staten Island both times in the championship round, but this time feels maybe a little bit different because, again, Staten Island has played with the same team right around the same amount of time since they've had this rivalry. Southern New Hampshire maybe looking a little bit different than they had before, especially they've been the number 2 seed in previous years. They come back as the number 3 seed this time around and having a little trouble against Converse Gold, who, remind you, Southern New Hampshire did defeat Staten Island 3-2 in round number 1, but Staten Island went on to defeat the number 2 seed who fell earlier, Converse Gold, in round number 6, right before we started the playoffs 3-0. Southern New Hampshire had to kind of work their way back in, like you said, reverse sweep, but that wasn't the only thing they lost earlier on. Southern New Hampshire lost to Converse Gold 3-1 in round number 3 as well. So either Converse is playing a little bit of a question mark game, spoiler, or Southern New Hampshire has finally found maybe a bit of a rhythm, but a reverse sweep going into a championship round versus a sweep going into the championship round, it kind of feels like 2 different paths and 2 different momentums to get there. This should clash very well as we get into our first map of Helios very, very soon.
Yeah, a good thing to note, too, is that the last time these two teams played each other, it was week 1 of this conference competition. It has been a hot minute since you've come back. You're like, oh, it's only been a couple of weeks, but in terms of Overwatch coaching, if you're able to continue and develop on a specific meta, work with your players specifically, get them more up and running as a team, which I guess if you're Staten Island, it's already been 2 years, you can continue to grow on that still, though. I am interested to see what has happened. Southern New Hampshire, I think, have had the bigger growth pattern, at least on paper, given their recent results, especially in those semifinals, but with Staten Island again coming into this as the number 1 seed, mind you, swept Converse Gold themselves and are now looking to go ahead and get that title off of Southern New Hampshire for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, and again, a bid for CECC May Madness, 16 teams locked in already, 4 still to be determined, one of them coming right here, and the other ones coming up later on as well. I mean, you're talking about a lot of bids into CECC May Madness, still left to go, even if it's only 4, but GLEC gets determined this weekend as well, and of course NJCAA coming up on the 17th, and we'll have a lot more information for you coming up, and it's only a couple of weeks away from revealing seeds as well when we get to that. So it's still a lot of time. It's still some time left. Only 21 days though, which does not feel like a lot of time.
Yeah.
And of course, not a lot of time. Speaking of, these are the final days of the season as well. Drives are going to start up here in 5 days, meaning we're about only 12 days away from the end of the season. And of course, that would also mean, or actually I should say 9 days, but still signifying at least the end of the season means everything might change. This is your last shot at it before going down to May Madness. So, I mean, this is all systems go. And at this point, I would not expect any bars held here, just because you're going to have a new season when you get to May Madness anyways, when we get to that big dance. So, I mean, this is going to be no holds barred. Everything is out in the open at this point, because not only is it a championship match, but I mean, it's the end of the season as well. And there's no hero bans too, for those that want to ask about that. No hero bans in here, set map pool, or I should say set map order as well. So back to the original, but back to that means that there is going to be a composition. There is going to be a standard composition that these teams are going to run from the start.
Yeah, I think that though with this current patch, you don't have to worry about hero bans. There is a decent amount of flexibility and availability for counter swapping, which is something that even with perks, you're like, oh, we released these, you got to build them up. Surely they'll be less than that. Not all that much, to be totally honest with you. If a hero simply hasn't worked, there hasn't necessarily been too much fear to go ahead and make that change as needed. So with compositions, for the most part, being map reliant, having a start on a map such as Ilios, which is kind of the oddball of control maps, because it's the only one that's going to force you to play dive 2 out of the 3 control rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only time that, I mean, you have the well, you have the lighthouse, you have the ruins, right, if we get there too. So this is going to be very interesting just to see if either side, and like you were saying, with the dive aspect, right, this is going to get really interesting to see what teams have that dive aspect to them. I know Staten Island has been working on it maybe a little bit more. You also have a Southern New Hampshire team that seems to, in the regular season, kind of just maybe hold back a little bit before finally going into the playoffs and giving us a taste of what their composition really and truly should be, at least on their lineup side. So this is a matter of just who's going to open up the playbook the most and who's going to give them the best chance. And obviously, again, with both of these teams having played the last 3 years in the championship round, and the rosters may not be changing all too much either. This is finally maybe the last judgment here. This is the last trial. Staten Island has been running into the wall of Southern New Hampshire the last 2 times. Is third time the charm being the better question as we get into Ilios here? And mind you, again, like we were saying earlier, there is no hero bans. There is, there's a set map to start off, obviously, with Ilios. Loser does get the next one, and we will head on over the set map pool later on. But let's see what Staten Island does. Basically, Cammy, watch out for Cammy. Cammy, a great tank here, especially maybe on the win. Hoping to start hitting some shots. That would be pretty lovely as well. But we start underway. It's the well to kick us off.
So well here, in SNHU opting to put Blobfish on the Sigma. This player in particular, I've known them more for off-tank type gameplay, so pulling this out, I don't necessarily dislike it. I do fear for them getting run over, especially with Crazy Cat and One Trick, but the difference is you do have a good amount of poke. You can use that to deny flank angles, such as we saw with Chungyun and Blobfish getting a couple final blows there on the Ripster as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice start here for SNHU, and again, these two teams playing against each other, known history, but Southern New Hampshire seems to turn on the jets when we get into the playoff mode, and already Helios getting down Phobic is such a big shot. That is a stagger out as well. We're going to have to switch on over to Cassidy instead. Got to take care of the Pharah, and unfortunately, the Sojourn isn't going to be able to do that for you unless it's that secondary railgun shot that helps, but it's going to be so slow to build up anyway. So yes, better pick here would be for the Cassidy. Good sticky nades onto Blobfish, but that only deters to half health for right now. And it's right, Ultimate Weapons is just absolutely just taking over the skies right now. Oh, no! Helios off the map thanks to Ripster. Bioactive will fall as well. A good start from Lucio into the pits of the well. It'll be SNHU surrounded Staten Island with point.
Oh man, every Lucio mate, you see that hole and you're like, oh man, I'm going to shove somebody down there. It was wonderful, wonderful positioning there from Ripster to get that punish. Helios in particular has been a bit of an issue, having Phobic swap over to the Cassidy, not only for Pharah, yes, but with the recent buffs that Cassidy has gotten towards his range are going to be very beneficial to kind of denying some of these angles that Helios has been taking so far. It is, however, going to be more the support ultimate to tell the tale of the fight. Crazy Cat has this Kitsune Rush on the high ground, aggressive SNHU.
Kitsune Rush comes out as well. Cammy's in a little bit of trouble inside of that small room. Has to get out of dodge, but won't be able to do so. Helios gets that final blow. And because of the trading Kitsune Rushes, and they didn't use any other ults, mind you, so the trading Kitsune Rushes lined up being in SNHU's favor. They're going to try to contest this as long as possible. Ripster almost coming up with the sound barrier, but won't be able to have it in time. Good rock from Blobfish as SNHU takes back the point.
Crazy Cat having a big impact in that fight, not only with the Kitsune Rush, but also in final blows. We know them pretty well from their time on Amplify and OWCS, so having them be on SNSU and bring that star power in the support role has been great. You only needed to use that Kitsune Rush too. That is how good it was. SNHU got 4 more shiny buttons that they can press here, coming into Staten Island, and looking at things to respond. We're gonna need them.
Deadeye comes down around the corner here as Phobic able to find anything. Samira used before that though, so that's going to be a lot of damage poured out. Ultimate Web giving a final blow before the Barrage 2 is used. So SNHU using 4 ultimates in that fight. Staten Island only coming up with 2, but SNHU will hold on for final fight.
This is pretty important too for SNHU, and these late staggers are a bit more of a problem. You'll have it for ability back up, but Ripster likely will have to use this ultimate. I mean, you can't be staggering at this point. Crazy Cat gets yet another final blow. Staten Island, they're going to have to scramble to touch.
They're going to have to at least scramble a little bit with 10% left to go. Now, Ripster does have a Sound Barrier. Cammy has a Primal Rage as well. Nobody on the board, minus Crazy Cat coming up on 30% to it, has an ultimate, and the Primal Rage is going to come immediately out, which forces out the combat roll. But Blobfish taking care of Chongyun means you're playing a 5v4, and unless Winston can do match here, that's not going to do much of anything. Samir comes out to save the team for right now. Cammy gets a Primal Rage kill onto Crazy Cat, which is the big one. No Sound Wave, again, no boop off into the pits of the well. Instead, though, they might be able to find themselves final blow. Bioactive investing the Kitsune Rush here, trying to get rid of Helios. All for 1 now, but it's still going to be a Staten Island point, but you wonder, was that Kitsune Rush a little bit too much of an investment?
I think it was very necessary. You had to find a way to force SNHU back. You still had a decent amount of players, and it really ultimately it just made the team decide, hey, we need to regroup. We have a couple more fights that you can go with. However, it is a little scary now because Crazy Cat has yet another Kitsune Rush of their own, and SNHU can fully set the tempo and bowl over Staten Island if they choose to play in the small room like this cage again.
Kitsune Rush is available. You also have a Deadeye to walk with as well. Kitsune Rush is going to come to the back side of the point where SNHU is. They're already going to start to take tick here, but somebody from Staten Island has got to contest this, at least in the coming seconds, because that will flip to the Penman's side, and now the Deadeye comes out. Cammy has to stay there momentarily. Deadeye gets a skull mark, and that's going to find Chongyun in the air, trying to run away, finding the wall. Instead, finding the grave. Crazy Cat onto Phobic, winning that battle out, and the Penmen start off 100-73. The Sound Barrier, just for insurance as well, clears out the clock. SNHU 100-73 on the well start.
And you kind of started to question too, like, as you Blobfish roll out on this Sigma, like, does this really work? How can you match the pace of a team that's going to separate you with the Winston Bubble and the dive? But it entirely forced Staten Island to change to match a more pokey comp, which Sigma simply enables that better in this scenario. Helios and Crazy Cat had wonderful performances to go ahead and start that off, simply just hitting the shots and being where you needed them to go. Does seem like we're going to get a change of pace, though, on Ruins. Blobfish towards the Wrecking Ball, that they're a bit more well known for, but we'll have to see what Ultima Wep ends up going to, whether it sticks towards the Pharah or not. Either way, SNHU looking to cause some chaos to the more conventional comp of Staten Island.
I wonder if you keep going the far here, what you do. Chongyun is going to go back to the Genji, by the way, which means the only person that can really contest upstairs in the air would be Phobic, but Phobic's got to be careful too, because now you not only is your kit part for Pharah, but now you're going to be watching out for a Wrecking Ball diving right onto you at the same time as Blobfish will adjust from a Sigma to a Wrecking Ball. Instead, Blobfish may be a little slow on the move away, but finally getting something going here. Genji's all the way in the back line, and they have this Cassidy oh so low. Cammy with the adjustment onto the Ramontra is able to Nemesis form onto Crazy Cat too. Now, Bioactive is off the map thanks to Blobfish, so we got a trade involved as both healers are now down. Does Staten Island have enough to conquer this point, which they do for right now? Ultima Wep takes down Phobic, but how much longer are you going to be able to hold on? Got to get to the Mega Pack, which you do. Ultima Wep falling low, but Ultima Wep with the direct shot plus a little bit of a punch, taking care of Chongyun. Bionade goes on to Cammy as well, so despite the start for Staten Island, SNHU gets control.
That's the thing with SNHU's comp, is the fight isn't over unless you're getting a team kill. Everybody here has so much uptime, they can regroup, get in and out of fights so fast, whereas Staten Island, you're pretty much just in there and you either die or you win the fight. So in that instance, Staten Island couldn't get it figured out. We'll go ahead and put Chongyun over towards that Sombra, hoping to disrupt Blobfish even further, who hasn't really had the greatest time rolling around on the point, disrupting, and even there, taking a good chunk of damage. SNHU really couldn't put together a pile drive at all, so Cammy's just gonna roll him over.
Yeah, Cammy rolls him over with a Nemesis form is even going to get a final blow from Phobic onto Blobfish as well. So Staten Island flipping this point last time around 73% on it. Phobic finds 2 final blows in that fight, so they're going to have some time remaining on the clock here, and they already have built up to a couple of ultimates as well.
Yeah, I think this wrecking ball, again, definitely can work. I just am yet to see a Blobfish in full setup that SNHU can get there. It's mostly been Ultima Web who, Phobic has been chunking them pretty low before these wrecking ball engages can happen. Like, even now, you can see the SNHU for Blobfish to engage. Oh!
That's a big boop around. Barrage is going to find Bioactive thanks to that help as well. Hack is not even going to matter anyways. Phobic going down means you've got no more control at this point, and even a great bio nade to help that out with no Suzu available either. Staten Island, though, at least some good discipline holding on to some ultimates, not knowing that that might have been a lost fight already.
That part is certainly going to help. In Southern New Hampshire, the first real success that you got after a wrecking ball disrupt. We'll see if they can manage to maintain that, because Cammy also has been doing an excellent job at identifying these targets, especially One Trick and Crazy Cat. If they're too far up, just it's turning into their own personal punching bags. Really, even now, does the parkour to contest One Trick on the high ground, forcing the nano.
Forces the nano out. It's a good thing you have Strike as well to get you a nano boost at the same time. Blobfish also getting one, but they're going to pop the Annihilation. Cammy's going to think that they can turn this around, but that Annihilation doesn't last too long. It finds you a final blow onto Helios, yes, but what else? Not much else would be the better point here, as they're going to go back into Nemesis form, trying to take this good sleep dart on as well. No pile drive just yet. Finally does land, but that's going to be a Suzu that's landed up, so no more Suzu available. 5 seconds left until the Bionade comes up as well. It will be the Kitsune Rush that is invested from Bioactive. Ripster does not use the sound barrier yet. Still trying to find something up in the air. One Trick, though, trying to fight off some demons here, but finally regrouping with the rest of the team. Sleep Dart doesn't land, but Barrage will on the other side. Ultimate Weapon is able to find 2 final blows. This is final fight territory regardless. Deadeye out for desperation, and that's not going to find anything either, so the final 5% lands. No one's touching this point, and the Penmen are going to start clean. 2 points to nothing. 173-147. SNHU with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, very similar taste to what we got in the last meeting of these teams as SNHU just started off strong, and so far it remains to be the case. And I will say that last map of Ruins looked a little shaky. Literally, I think this goes differently if One Trick wasn't able to survive in the backline of Staten Island as an Ana for the final like 40% of that map there, but you go ahead and take it. SNHU completely disrupted this organized, methodical type of play that Staten Island wanted to pull out. That's the real strength of these Wrecking Ball Pharah compositions. You don't know where to look, you're dividing that attention, and SNHU played it to perfection.
Yeah, and it also felt like at the same time, too, for this team from SNHU, they really just, they were kind of more, I won't say coordinated, but they at least looked a little bit more put together, especially when you try to find an adjustment going. And what's more impressive to me is that for at least the swap from Blobfish, you went from a Sigma on one map to a Wrecking Ball on the other. That kind of screams like that's one of the bigger gap adjustments, I would say, just because you're going from what a shield player is to now just running all over the map, and mobility-wise, you have a lot more speed. But you're right, too. One Trick staying on top on that Ana, staying alive that entire time means you still have the threat of the Bionade, you still have the threat of the Sleep Dart at the same time. And with a team that's very Sleep Dartable, I should say, because especially if you can sleep a Ramontra in Nemesis form, you can't get punched away if the Ramontra is just snoozing away, right? So it's looking very good for SNHU, but Staten Island too, again, it was a 3-2 game back in round number 1. Can we see that out of them this time around as well to make the comeback? Hybrid will be the next map. Pretty much all maps available inside of this pool. Blizzard World, Numbani, Kings Row, Midtown, Paraíso, Eichenwald, Hollywood. I mean, if I'm CSI, what am I picking here?
I mean, you have 2 realistic options. You can pick yourself a dive map. You can pick yourself a brawl map. I think the most obvious options for those would be a Paraíso or a Kings Row. I think those are more like the standard when you think of those 2 types of things, or even a Hollywood for that matter. So I am more curious on where CSI felt comfortable. I think they looked a little bit better on the first round of Well when they were playing into the poke comp as the dive. They did seem to get a little bit mixed up when it kind of came to setting up these angles. Helios landed a lot more shots and weren't fully respecting the sight lines in that department. But if that's something that you can even out on something like a hybrid, I think it's a little bit easier to do when the roles of attack and defense are set. So this will be more, I think it'll be a little bit easier for a Staten Island to tend to stick to a more traditional, we're going to execute things step by step instead of let's just throw everything at them and see what works.
Well, let's see what works on Midtown, because that's the next map we are going to. A little bit more brawl style here for CSI. So the Dolphins are going to pick the streets of New York. Meanwhile, Southern New Hampshire will start off on the defensive side, pretty much standard of what you would see on a winning side, pick side. So this will be kind of interesting to see if they can at least, or what the composition will be for SNHU, because at the very least, it seems like they're maybe a little bit more flexible in terms of what the map is. But instead of it being now two different maps, at least on Control, you only got one to play off of. Will we see maybe a Sigma yet again on Midtown? That might be the guess. Or are we going to see Cammy stick on that Ramacha as well? Because Ramacha can work out very well here if you're at least very kind of aggressive with it. So I mean, again, maybe a Sigma versus Ramacha matchup in the cards, but who knows? Because, again, these teams are very flexible. These teams can do different kind of compositions, and they've been, again, these two teams have played each other for the last 3 years in the championship round. So I guess whoever hides the playbook better is going to win, maybe. And if the secret hidden playbook is there somewhere, maybe you get a composition that kind of curveballs this around. But Midtown, the next map, I thought it, like you said, I thought it might have been a Kings Row, but I got proven wrong already.
I mean, hey, we'll take it. I haven't seen Midtown in a minute, at least for me, so this is a good change of pace. However, I am interested in what the thought process is from CSI, because I think this map very much suits SNHU. Blobfish will want to stick on this Sigma. The poke, honestly, I think was the reason why Ilios looked pretty strong for this team, and having the Pharah or something like that Sojourn Torbjorn, alright, I mean, that's chill too. You're just fully investing into this poke. We're not going to let the team get close, and if Staten Island just want to go full speed, try to run at them, Junker Queen is certainly not the easiest hero to do it with, looking rather weak as of late.
Yeah, JQ really hasn't been a very high pick rate in a lot of Overwatch matches, but looks like Cammy's going to bring that out to start off this game. They're going to go for the teleporter right in. They're going to try to go speed and quick here, going right in, but they're going to watch and run right into a Sigma. Do they know that? Well, right away now they know, and they're going to also run into a Discord, because now One Trick already with an Orb of Discord. That pressure is so on, and One Trick staying so far back from this team now that you're not able to dive. Somebody's got to get rid of this Orb of Discord quickly, or Cammy's just not going to have a fun time. They start off right around the back corner here. Can they find anything is a better question. Nobody's low on SNHU's side, but Staten Island falling down all the way below half health. Phobic's got to hide for cover for the moment, but they find themselves at least inside of the fire room for right now. Chung is able to take care of the turret, but a little bit of separation here, because now you've got a little bit of trouble going on from Phobic. Phobic was separated out from the rest of the team, and not even a Lucio can come and save. Ultimate Weapon for the hammer kill, isn't able to find a Crazy Cat, ruin the fun.
Put the hammer away. We don't need that in this game. Although they do almost get a tick. Will be contestation right there. No, the hammer's back out. Ultimate Web, no! Oh, he already got one. Don't give him a second. Okay, no, we'll be punished for that. So Staten Island, at least he gets something from all of that chaos, but that rotation burned over a minute off the clock, Keegan.
Yeah, 1:15 now off the clock here. They're gonna continue playing with Cammy onto this Junker Queen. They want to go quickly. Accretion off the mark here, which means that Axe goes for free. And that's going to be a lot of damage down to Bioactive, investing the Suzu, but also the Kitsune Rush as well to keep these teams at bay. But a good kite up here from SNHU. They keep everybody on board. Molten Core is going to come out by also with the application. Matrix Cammy's going to rampage and finds everybody on the team for it, and this rampage goes wild. Cammy finds 3 final blows and a team wipe, and Staten Island gives themselves a fight win at the point.
When you find yourself face-to-face with that Matrix like that, you can choose to either back off and hope you have enough support, or walk straight through and hope for the best. Cammy chose option 3, and that was paint SNHU entirely in purple there. Wonderful play, and I don't think Staten Island win that fight without Cammy's rampage for sure, although it does overextend quite a bit. I don't see any other Staten Island players. They're so way back with the payload. Perhaps a bit of miscommunication, but you got to get a regroup going because Helios is farming. And
you might even have to get a composition swap here, because now you have Ultimate Web back onto the Pharah instead, and that Pharah kind of went uncontested here. Blobfish is going to be maybe a little aggressive here. All the way up, getting pulled in by the knife as well. Axe goes for free yet again, but at the very least, it's still looking like SNHU's Blobfish is going to back out in time. Transcendence available. Transcendence to save and momentarily get the fight in. Cammy's going to be lifted up, can't do anything about it. Suzu comes in time as well as Saber, so Staten Island can return favor here, but unfortunately not going to happen. Helios One Trick combining for a lot of damage on the Chongyun as well. So despite what Staten Island wanted to give, SNHU is able to defend it.
I got a little nervous there seeing One Trick pop the Transcendent so early, knowing Chungyun had the Dragon Blade, but it was a nicely timed volley to his head that it wasn't as much of a concern as you originally thought. I think Staten Island, now having Freezing Cat to worry about with the Suzu, if you can force this out, really the only way you get through this is if Cammy pops off again, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, pops off again, already getting the axe slashed away onto Ultimate Web, getting that far out of the skies, but it is traded out though, so that's a 2-for-1. Gotta be careful Kinetic Grasp as well, but Kinetic Grasp only lasts so long. They know where it is. They get around the corner, and that's a really good start. Cammy gets into the back line, is able to take care of us, and Yada, hey, no more Orb of Discord you gotta worry about.
And no, not at all. And again, Cammy just kind of goes in there, turns on the blinders, and keeps holding W until there's no health left. And for Staten Island's sake, it's okay there as long as you have Phobic and Chungyun consistently cleaning up. You have to get control of this high ground, though. You know that's where Blobfish and Helios will be wanting to set up. What about the flyer on the low ground? Who's expecting this one?
No one is, apparently. Ripster didn't know that there was a Pharaoh waiting for you in the lower ground. Not at all. Thinking there's somebody in the air. Well, guess what? Ultimate One can play ground or air delivery service much better than USPS can. So it will be a 2:20 on the clock. Staten Island question marked away by Ultimate Web.
It was actually deep, like a single HP point for Chunkyun there. Oh, that feels bad, man, for Ultimate Web, but. And it's okay, you got the heroic barrage off, it's kind of all you need. Still Gravitic Flux, and SNHU's back pocket, nothing for really Staten Island to do about it. Chungyun in very early before the rest of the team.
Well, now it's going to be a Gravitic Flux up and about here. What's it going to land? Is it going to land 2? It is, and you have no sound barrier available to you either. And that Suzu doesn't land in time. That Suzu effect only lasts for so long. But Blobfish able to take down Ripster, meaning you do not have a Lucio. Continues to try to push this point underground, but at this point it feels like it's not going to even work out here unless somehow somebody's got to find an ultimate. Chungyun's going to beat Cammy to a rampage here. Kind of feels wrong. I mean, it felt like Cammy should be building this up earlier, no?
Yeah, you would think, but Cammy's also been zoned out so much because of Helios and Ultima Web just tearing apart the squishy players on the team. And even then, half HP before that knife sticks, as pretty as it is, cooldowns have now been forced, but Helios uncontested on the high ground. Well,
Helios is going to get contested a little bit. Good knife yet again from Cammy. That's going to land, but Cammy, though, goes down by the hands of Blobfish, too. And now it's a blade that's pulled out from Chungyun. That's stunned away by an accretion, and you don't have a lot of health to work with after that. You don't even have a sound barrier to work with. So Chungyun pulls blade, SNHU pulls driver to turn him out. And still with 55 seconds left to go, final fight territory, Molly. Staten Island with no answers.
And that's terrible too. The only fight they've managed to win are the fights with Cammy's Rampage, but it got canceled just as the animation started there. SNHU, they should just be able to snowball this through one more fight win.
Well, let's see if they can. There is Nana Boost available onto One Trick here, and that is onto Blobfish. So Blobfish can just run right in without too much fear of damage right now. You don't have an Orb of Discord on you either, so this should mean that SNHU wins this. Now for Staten Island, you just got to kite off at this point. You have a chance at another fight if you do, which they do momentarily, but you don't have a lot of time to work with and not a lot of ult either.
Dare I say, SNHU, you did that too well. You won the fight too fast, and now Staten Island get a whole nother contest out of this with that sound barrier and overclock. There's some real tools for concern here, unless Blobfish can stop a touch altogether with the Gravitic Flux.
Well, 5 seconds left to go. They will get onto the point, so this will be an overtime clock to use. Gravitic Flux available. Phobic, though, could be a hero. Already getting 1 kill onto Helios on the overclock. Is slept from the Ana, and now this is a whole lot of trouble. Sound barrier comes in the nick of time from Ripster to save base here, and Cammy stays alive still. It will be all ultimates gone from either end, so drive by either way. But on the final contestation, it looks like SNHU will finally get the door broken on them. Staten Island finds a way to answer, and they'll find a way to get another 90 on the board.
Staten Island in the previous fight did a good job knowing that, you know what, it's lost. We need to die fast. We can hold on to our ultimates and come back in. And I think SNHU got a little bit overconfident because of that specific fact. 2 ultimates they used there got little to no value, and the ultimate time bank completely reset. Cammy should get another rampage up before this time bank expires too. So Staten Island have some great distance potential to be gained here as we look towards this 3rd point. You can already tell the Ultimate Web is struggling. There's very little cover that Afara can go ahead and use. You just have to play in the low ground. Yeah, especially with not a lot of open area either for this far to work, but there's only some limited space, and Chungyun's gonna walk away, probably breathing heavy that you leave with 50 health in that situation. Good disruptor shot sticks momentarily, and that's going to be a Bionade gone from play as well. That's onto Cammy. That's a Nano Boost onto Blobfish as well as One Trick on the strike. So Cammy's still able to find the back line. That's 2 kills
for the Junker Queen. Make it a third. This is final fight territory and a final push all the way around. Cammy finds 4.
There's one thing that Staten Island can do to win a fight. It's say, hey, Cammy, go kill. You hold that rampage, you get it onto 4, and actually got 4 final blows just because of it. With 20 seconds left here, SNHU can re-engage with the Kitsune Rush. Perhaps they don't know that Ultimate Whip is still hovering in the back line.
They might not need to know that Ultimate Whip's in the back line here. There is going to be the blade pulled out. The auto will go down, and so it's going to have to be Ultimate Whip with a hero play from the back, if anything, right now, because you've lost both Helios and One Trick. They get it all the way through. Somebody's got to touch, but it will not happen with time on the clock. Wow. Staten Island goes uno, dos, adios. Midtown gets all 3 points captured by the Dolphins. How about the showtime in prime time?
Those 1.9 seconds, too, could very well mean the difference between drawing and winning this map. So just having a little bit of time left over is going to be massive heading forwards. And I mean, kudos to Staten Island for doing that, because honestly, they were making their own lives harder by continuing to play that composition into what SNHU were trying to do. I mean, to withstand the poke and only really win the fights that you can ult dump on. And because of that, Staten Island had less quality when it came to the neutral and SNHU. It just seemed like they were in control of the pace. But the fights that Staten Island did manage to win were snowballed very well, and they were managing to get these massive chunks of distance to fully get the payload where it needed to be at the end of the day. I'm a little bit more hesitant, though, to see this on defense. You will have to try to collapse onto these supports as best you can and ignore Blobfish here, since the tank really isn't going to be dealt with this comp.
Yeah, and especially for Staten Island, you're looking at a team that is more prone on the attacking side, not on the defensive side. And on the defensive side, you always want something like a shield, like a Sigma or something to block off all of that poke damage that SNHU was providing for you. And especially, like you said, trying to get into that backline is going to be really tough, because it feels like for the attacking side, they have more angles to attack from than that of the defensive side. The defensive side, you got to be worried about all different sorts of things. So here we go with Staten Island's attacking side. Again, they'll finally notice that Cammy will stick onto the Junker Queen for right now, so they have some free leeway, at least in terms of space, before Cammy decides to use the commanding shot and run in. Still trying to at least find an angle to work off of, because it doesn't feel like they've got full command of their differences. Helios gets a knife on, and that's going to be a good nade onto Cammy, though. Phobic is able to find Ultimate Weapon on a trade, but what would you rather have, a shield or a tank gone? And that answer is SNHU's game, because now they're going to find 2 more final blows on it. The accretion there lands onto Ripster as they're trying to dive into a small corridor. It's not going to work out. SNHU fast first point.
It doesn't take much to shut down a Junker Queen here. It's literally just a boulder pulled a Discord orb and maybe a fan the hammer out of Helios. And your Queen's health bar is as good as shredded. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get the full capture here. And Staten Island, I think you're more playing for the second point here. This choke is the best spot in the map for the Junker Queen to hold, and I think if you lose it here, you seriously need to start considering whether a swap is necessary to Blobfish if you want to get lobby.
Yeah, and that fight, by the way, only taking 54 seconds to capture the point, so that just shows the power here of SNHU on the attacking end without a shield from Staten Island side to worry about. Ultimate Web, by the way, all the way in the backline. Chrissy Bear, good need to help out. And that's just going to be a fight over already, and it feels like these fights are just melting away way too quickly. Staten Island's got to consider a change here.
I mean, I love Junker Queen. It's just a fun hero to play and his great skill expression.
They're not.
She's in a very sad place right now. It's just not it, and they're going to keep it. I mean, it's only 53% ult charge. I guess you're banking on getting a rampage up before the payload hits the second checkpoint, but Helios can just zone everybody out with the Deadeye. How are you even getting to this high ground?
No, you're not, because even then, you're still smoking a small corridor. You're trying to get the Helios, which you finally do. Payload still moves on the underground in the meanwhile. Can the Sigma get away? The healing is still not enough between an orb as well as the blasters, but they are able to get one in return. Cammy is down, but you would take that trade any day considering what just happened here. And now One Trick also going down too means this is just a fight lost.
It's a little bit scrappy, but for Staten Island, I think the best case scenario, you didn't really have to invest anything too crazy into that. Now having the sound barrier to ideally negate Blobfish's gravitic flux, which they've been incredibly consistent with so far, and of course the automatic win button in Cammy. So Staten Island need to maintain this high ground control as we start to see end of the
Now they're going to go Gravitic Flux still only on Cammy, but that's more up to this sound barrier doesn't come in the nick of time from Ripster. Bioactive will counteract with the Kitsune Rush. That's also upstairs, meaning you got no pressure downstairs, even if you were to try. And now, by the way, nobody's touching the payload, so guess what? They get a second point for free. 5 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock for them to complete the map.
Oh, that's tough, buddy. That's real real tough. The Staten Island, they had all the answers there. They just didn't push the buttons when they needed to. I think Ripser was too far away from the team to actually get the sound barrier towards Cammy, and it was SNHU continuing to snowball and grab these eliminations. You could just see how much impact the Sigma has on this attacking pace. Nearly 5 minutes, Keegan, just for third point.
Yeah, and the differential, by the way, to start off a minute or rather 59-second differential on that first attack. The differential on the second point, 3 minutes and 42 seconds, if you remember that overtime fight for that second point this time around. Now for Staten Island, they got to defend what almost feels like an eternity here. They have ultimates on the board, though. They have the Rampage, they have the overclock and the blade to work with, but that pulse bomb's going to land. It's a good thing you have Bioactive right there. Rampage, in the meanwhile, we're going to find 2 on the Helios and Crazy Cat. Cammy's got to pop off, so one trick does take down Cammy. They are trading that out right away. Is this trade fight going to land up in Staten Island's favor is the better question, and from the looks of it, it still will.
Ultimate Whip is farming on this Tracer. Picked up 3 final blows. It might be more like how low the health bars are of these couple of players. They're just going to do it all by themselves.
Oh my
Ultimate
gosh.
Whip 1v4 wins it out, and SNHU, this payload's still moving.
It's still moving, but the good news is at least your spawn points are in favor of yourselves to defend that out. So Ultimate Web absolutely clip farming as well. I would say doing a Cammy impression, getting 4 kills on that final blow from last round. This time around, Ultimate Web wants it. You have a blade available to you and no Transcendence to counter. Chongyun's going to go ahead and deflect. It will be the Critic Flux up the same time as an overclock counter by Phobic as well to see if any shots land. Deadeye for the zone. Deadeye finds nothing. Cammy finds the knife into Helios' space, but a pulse bomb landing on the Cammy means that Staten Island now with low health bars has to find a way to back off, but it's so low health bars that Ultimate Web can do what you did earlier on as well. Can you get rid Chongyun and Phobic? That answer is yes. Final couple of meters left, 5 meters within point. Cammy has to switch on over to the Doomfish just a touch at this point. Is it still going to be enough? Because your Lucio's in a lot of trouble. This Tracer doing way too much damage and way too much for SNHU. Staten Island can't find an answer. The differential is 2 minutes and 59 seconds as the Penmen go uno dos adios on Midtown as well.
Wow. That is one of the most dominant Tracer performances I think I've seen in a hot minute. Holy cow, Ultima. That was ridiculous from the Tracer, and there just was nobody to bat an eye at them. And even if they did, I mean, you're just one-clipping. The Blink melees are landing. Really, Bioactive, too, was taken to beating. There wasn't even that much support for Cammy in a role that's already really difficult to play. Into SNHU's comp, like, I want to learn how Ultima Web does this so that I can apply this to my own gameplay. Like, this is incredibly impressive. Won't be doing it again here on the defense, but now we know it's something that SNHU have in their back pocket. Only needing to defend a minute here, and we saw how long it took Staten Island to fully get an approach on this first point. Having this Torb turret set up on one angle, the Cassidy positioned on another, how can you manage to dislodge an SNHU defense continuing with this Junker Queen rush?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. It took you 1:53 to find an answer earlier on against this team from SNHU, and Staten Island looking maybe a little bit lost. They want to play the Junker Queen on this map, but Blobfish doing way too much as a Sigma on this point as well, and the differential nearly 3 minutes on the clock, only 1 second off of it, and that completed, by the way, was 3 minutes on the clock to complete Midtown, which in itself is such an impressive time bank on this map specifically. So for Staten Island, they're going to need to rush. This would be the composition to do it, but can you find a way in, especially with one trick still alive? You have a disruptor shot at least landing on the Helios, staving you off and giving you that angle momentarily. Ultimate Web, though, inside of the second floor window. I mean, the spacing here, I mean, if you're Staten Island, you got to find a way to just go already, which they finally do. Orbit Discord onto Cammy, finally removed momentarily. They are able to get rid of the turbine, but Phobic's gone. What do you do here? Do you regroup, or do you try to still play and see if you can find a pick anyways? And Helios is in the middle of this entire club, but you get saved by the rest of your team. Hyper can try to get out. One trick with a kick onto Cammy's face, and this is pretty much going to do it. Ultimate Web with another hammer kill. I believe that's kill number 2. And now the pressure is on here to even touch the point, but this is not looking good here. I don't think you can even get there, even if you have Rips or Cammy and Chongyun all switch on over to something a little bit more speedy, but 2 seconds left. Yeah, they're not going to be able to touch it all. That does it. Staten Island fenced by SNHU. Penman, 4 minutes for a tick.
Wow. Staten Island, I think that went exactly how I expected it to. There's just no realistic way for this composition to close the gap without losing like at least 70% of your health bars along the way. With Lucio Kiriko, that's not going to get healed up very quickly, and because SNHU, there's only one direction that you can go, and it's kind of taking that back route behind the laundromat. You're prepared for that. You have the Cassidy or the Torbjorn positioned there, so the sheer amount of poke that you're able to output, SNHU knew how to give themselves an advantage just by the heroes that they've been picking, and it's not to say with Staten Island it can't work. You're just making your own lives harder, and it's really hard to watch because this is a talented team that can very much play this rush composition, but they haven't been able to make it work out so far. Now having to hold for basically, we're just resetting back to round number 1 with how quickly SNHU won this first point. You are asking a lot out of this team to go ahead and stabilize. Blobfish, it kind of just went full steam ahead, chucked a boulder at Cammy's head, and made them explode. Your Junker Queen has to be kept alive and used as a stapling point for this composition because a 4-minute hold just for one tick is darn near impossible.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like just an uphill battle, and again, Ultima Wep on a Tracer. You cannot excuse what Ultima Wep is doing right now. This is just good old plain Tracer gameplay. It feels like watching maybe a little bit of some OWCS Tracers, but find out what SNHU can do or how quickly they can do this, because this feels like just the time is only a standard, but Phobic finding Helios really good for you, and Ultima Wep already having to use recall. It's good news for Staten Island at the very least on the defensive side. Now they're finally playing a little bit more aggressive, pushing past the shield, is able to deflect one trick, and hey, I mean, it's only 30 seconds, but that's a fight win for you.
Yeah, much better luck so far, and Cammy's positioning, I think at the start of this fight, was significantly safer compared to what we saw on the first part of defense. You just kind of gotta rinse and repeat that, and make sure you can get on top of Crazy Cat and one trick, or even poke out Helios in that matter. Those are kind of your main priorities, but of course Ultima Wep always going to be an issue. And I'm getting a feeling of deja vu. It's Phobic a second time now, getting the final blow of Helios.
2 for 2 on the fights to start on the first blow side, and now this Tracer already having to back up, doesn't have a recall either, and so needs to be very careful, but it's a Genji and a Lucio versus a Tracer and a Zenyatta, but one trick runs into the room, no fear whatsoever, and is able to find 2 final blows. Finally, the Axe does take care of one trick. Gotta be careful of the point, though. It's a 3v4 situation. The Sigma is in. Ball bomb lands wide, but it's enough damage, at least on the area of effect, to take care of Cammy, so this should be it in terms of the tick. It was draw or bust for Staten Island, and unfortunately, it lands up being on the bust side for right now, unless they're able to find a miracle on the return on investment. But look, Ultima Wep already forcing out the Suzu. Nobody else is touching. That is it. Penmen are 1 away from the ECC championship and able to dance into May.
Match point now for SNHU, and what a way to do it. Much better understanding of what compositions play towards the map environment that we're in, and not to mention Ultima Wep had one of the craziest Tracer performances that you see. It's so clean, and to watch what they were able to do on that hero. And you know, Staten Island, you got creative. You wanted to play more towards Cammy's strength on the Junker Queen, and I think if we looked at a patch like 3 months ago, it can work, it would be great, but unfortunately, it is now 2025, the age of the Junker Queen. It's a rather sad place to be in, and CSI, I hope that doesn't get them down too much, because we still have plenty of game left to be played.
Yeah, I mean, there's still potential game left to be played here, although if I'm Southern New Hampshire, I'm trying to punch my ticket as quickly as possible. So this is going to be very much a reverse sweep potential for Staten Island, but it is match point the rest of the way here. It is match and championship point the rest of the way for SNHU. So the Penmen looking for 3 straight ECC titles and 3 straight appearances in May Madness as we go to our next map, which will be Push here. So, I mean, Push, only 3 maps to choose from: New Queen Street, Coliseo, or Runa Sapi. So, I mean, where do you, or there is there 4? Yes, there is. I'm sorry, I did not see Esperanza. Yes, Esperanza was boarded out for me. So yes, Esperanza, all 4 are in the map pool here for Push. So, I mean, what do you figure here for this team from Staten Island? Got a way to get back into this game. So what map speaks to you here is basically what it is. What map speaks to the Junker Queen, or what map speaks to you best? Because I know Cammy's got a Ramattra too. So like, why not pull that out of the bag, right?
I'm more leaning towards like a Coliseo here. New Queen Street and Esperanza should be avoided like the plague. I'm gonna just throw that out there. I think a Caliseo or a Runasapi would work much better if you're more comfortable on the Brawl. I would like to see the Ramontra, though, over the JQ. It's just a much more stable hero, less glass cannon-y, even if it doesn't feel as impactful at times. And even think to that round of Ilios on Ruins. Cammy did a great job identifying opportunities of, hey, Blobfish is kind of stuck in the backline, let's just walk at the rest of the squishies sort of deal. It's not like the decision-making is lacking. I think that there's just some questionable decisions being made within the hero lineup against SNHU so far.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe this isn't maybe somewhat of a matter of some skill. Maybe it's a matter of the compositions, although I guess if you're Ultimate Wep or Cammy, you're kind of feeling a little bit differently considering how many clips you farmed here so far. But you're looking at basically compositions, right? It was a Junker Queen into a Sigma and a Discord orb, which was just tearing you apart. So that is not good news for you. You got to find a way to at least give your composition a chance, right? And it doesn't really feel like this composition for SNH, or for Staten Island, doesn't find itself a way in. But the next map we will go to is Runasapi, so they avoid, at least like the plague, they avoid the two maps of Esperanza and New Queen Street, so that's good news for you. Better news, Runasapi, I mean, maybe it works with the JQ, maybe it doesn't, but again, JQ getting ripped apart on patch notes and in the last 34 months is just, it's not good news, so maybe we see the Ramontra here.
I do think overall this is better, since I think One Trick being on the Zenyatta was also a massive issue for Cammy existing on a tank as Zenyatta. That's just what he does. He's a tank buster. He rips away 25% of your health effectively by just pressing a single button and looking in your general direction. So if One Trick decides to play Zenyatta here, I might call them a little crazy for it. This is not an easy map to get positioning on that is certainly safe for a Zenyatta. It is, however, something that you want to look at and say, okay, Tracer in particular, this is a map where you can farm and hold these angles. I want to keep an eye on where Chungyun and Ultima Wep are kind of battling out for this control as we get a look at a brand new tank. Hazard will be making an appearance for SNHU.
First time Hazard will come out onto the floor here in this series. Blobfish indeed going for it. So let's see how the Hazard handles the Junker Queen for Cammy yet again, seeing if they can play this quick, fast-paced tempo. The jagged wall and a dive and all from the Hazard. They're going to try to switch places. In fact, they're not even going to play middle. They're going to play... They're not even going to go against each other in their same lanes. They're going to rotate all the way around to the small room versus the back end of the point where the Mega is. But at this point, really no definitive answer as to who's winning out the poke battle, because Bioactive falling low, but so does Helios. And Helios is just getting dove on momentarily. Good thing you had a Suzu to help you out. But Cammy diving onto Helios yet again. The knife has been good onto this Cassidy. And now it is a very low Blobfish at the same time, too. And Blobfish going down gives Staten Island at least the first fight win from the looks of it.
This matchup for Staten Island is so much better than what we had to watch back in Midtown, and it's not going to be clean. It's going to continue to be these scrappy fights where Ultima Wep, by the way, built up a pulse bomb in that fight there. Staten Island, they just kind of ignored the Tracer and went over the rest of the team. Blobfish was ever able to set up a full dive and perform these pinches alongside the Tracer as Cammy just made sure SNHU was consistently backed into a corner. You can see the amount of pace that has changed just due to the map architecture, and with these ultimates, particularly the Rampage, increasingly coming closer here. I like Staten Island's likelihood of continuing to robot push.
So let's see here, Staten Island, at the very least, can they keep this push going here against Southern New Hampshire, finding some low health bars. Blobfish is able to take care of Phobic in the interim, though, so now it is a very low health bar, forcing out the Kitsune Rush. I mean, you lost the person, but you're able to find at least a Kitsune Rush, and that is Helios getting 2 picks, as well as Cammy infesting the Rampage as well. Cammy thinking you could turn this around, but unfortunately, nothing doing on it.
In Cammy's defense, they've done it before where they've been down 2 or 3, popped the Rampage, and turned the fight. Cool. Don't do it with 4 players looking at you. You will die. That's pretty much what happened. Cammy's like, all right, I've had enough of that. Going over to the Mauga, another hero who's been heavily nerfed as of late, and really didn't think we would see picked up on this map, but it's not something Blobfish is going to enjoy. He's going to just sit on One Trick's face. All right, that works too.
So, if I'm One Trick, I'm also kind of a little upset at Blobfish that a jagged wall was the key to not living there. So, yeah, but Blobfish in return getting the Lucio instead. Maybe just as an apology gift on the kill feed. But yes, the manga for the first time we see this series making a good impact on us already start here. So Staten Island gets themselves the robot back, but they're down 12 meters for it. And Ultima Web still doing Ultima Web things.
I mean, this Tracer is getting too much value, to be totally honest. Look at this, Ripster should be able to get out. You have enough speed, but yeah, Staten Island are definitely struggling a little bit with Ultima Whip. Like, look at this movement. You're making Phobic to just like stress out trying to hit this little mosquito that's flying by your ear, and the amount of players that have to turn their attention away from SNHU, that's where it gets concerning. Cammy goes to an island.
One Trick can't get away from the Deadeye, was stuck on the boss instead, goes down to it. Blobfish still finding 2 in the process, though. Phobic finding themselves also low, and you don't have a healer nearby anyways. Ripster isn't able to get to you, and the Sound Barrier is not going to matter anyways. Chungin with the deflect, though, maybe able to save base on this fight here, but this robot still in the midpoint is able to take this over. Blobfish living with 76 health, and unfortunately Ripster down in the grave.
Yeah, that was very well played out of SNHU. Not only did they cancel Chungin's Dragon Blade almost entirely there, but you got the 2 most important characters in Cammy and Bioactive down first. So Staten Island never really had much of a chance without a tank and a main source of healing there. Although Blobfish is going to the corner, but the Jagged Wall, Cammy, you can't go home today.
No, not allowed. You're not allowed to play the game. Jagged Wall saves you there. Jagged Wall saves you a spot into hell, and Blobfish though going down. Ripster does have Sound Barrier to invest just in the nick of time as well. Phobic fell all too low. They're able to get the checkpoint for SNHU in turn, and they may be able to get even more though. Ripster finding themselves down yet again. This is just a really good fight, and also One Trick also using a Sound Barrier, although we're up 2 in the process. Are they thinking they needed to invest that for all the damage that was involved? There's not a lot anyways, even with the ball involved still. You still got to find a way to at least regroup, which Blobfish does with the rest of the team. So the Sound Barrier was just for a regroup, and that forces Staten Island all the way back.
Oh, yeah, good catch there. Phobic, but I really don't like that Sound Barrier at all. You already have the checkpoint, and you kind of this cage fight now is just free. This Kitsune Rush completely free. Staten Island, and it should just be able to walk this robot all the way back, and maybe able to snowball it into a checkpoint themselves here.
You do the cage fight here, you get 2 inside of it, which you do, that's 2 in. He loses a One Trick, by the way, both getting a Deadeye on a final blow there, and the cage is just ripped apart. And now Cammy using that cage and the Kitsune Rush just lands up being all for naught. Staten Island tried to put it back to the midfield point, but SNHU denies them that.
That was Staten Island's fight to win, too, and an absolutely brutal turn of events. And it all started with Helios on that flank Deadeye, I believe, moved around behind the bounce pad after Cammy had fully committed. Bioactive and Phobic were trying to keep up, but it got caught out in the backfield. Speaking of backfield, look where Ultimate Whip is. Another Pulse Bomb in hand. May not even need it for Lucio.
May not even need it, though. Pulse Bomb does go out. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide, but this Cassidy of Phobic in so much trouble, and yet again, Kiriko doesn't have a TB, finally swift steps away, but it's gotta be some kind of an up still. Blobfish able to take care of Bioactive. I mean, it's trade fight after trade fight here, but because of the spawn rooms, I mean, they're still not gonna be able to push this back into midfield the way this is working out so far, and Ultimate Web can't get away with this. Ultimate Web is gonna get out of this fight. Unbelievable. Wait, but no, recall still available. Can you get back to the rest of the team? I mean, Ultimate Web is just a threat. Still alive, by the way.
I mean, that's not even the part that matters the most. That robot didn't move that whole time because they were focused on hunting down the Tracer. Forward spawns are still activated here. One Trick just needs to live, and you can support your team with a Sound Barrier or a okay, yeah, no, never mind. We gotta get out of that.
Jump pad Deadeye is not the thing you want to be in the face of, but what else you don't want to be in the face of if Blobfish and Ultimate Web getting you a full house of final blows. 86 meters, SNHU marching on, 3 minutes left for glory.
That wasn't an Ajax out of Ripster, was it? I didn't catch it.
I didn't catch that either.
I'm not 100% sure, but considering everyone died so quickly, I'm going to assume that was an Ajax out of them. So SNHU walking into this with 4 uncontested, realistic ultimates, and Helios will be the one to try to zone everyone out first.
Well, Cammy does take care of Helios to start us off. Dead Downpour is going to find at least Cammy momentarily. Blade comes out, though, and Blade, this has been not so good of a performance from Chungin on the Blade side, and instead now the cage is used, but it's still not going to line up in their favor. They finally get rid of Ultimate Weapon, what feels like forever. They get the return, but they have to use a lot for it.
The nice part is you don't need the Malga alive to get the benefits of the cage fight there. So Staten Island, they'll clean up, manage to stop these forward spawns for the first time in the past 6 minutes, but that's about all you can do. The tank only now just returning, and we're looking at another neutral skirmish towards midpoint.
Ultimo F already forcing out a Suzu is Crazy. Cammy, though, stomping onto Crazy Cat. Will also get a few fire shots away onto Helios as well. So unless Ultimo Web's got an ace in the back of the pocket here, it doesn't look good. And Ultimo Web down as well. There goes Blobfish. Staten Island looking like maybe they can turn this a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of look at Push as a map as a whole, and you're like, okay, you really can't turn it once you're down so much. The one map I don't think that rule applies to is Rudasapi. You can get some insane distance and chain together fight wins just because of the way it's structured, all of these little rooms that you can manage to work through with a different pathing and whatnot. You just need to make sure everyone stays alive in the process. And the nice part for Staten Island is that they're going to be able to get this checkpoint and completely reset.
They get the checkpoint, they kite away, they get the reset like you said, so Staten Island at least gives themselves maybe a little bit of hope. Maybe a light at the end of the tunnel, but can SNHU close it? Minute 20 on the clock. Ultimate Web has a pulse bomb available. Who are you landing this on? Because you got to make sure you get rid of a Suzu and or a Sound Barrier at the very least. But Crazy Cat getting down Chungan means that maybe you don't even need to use the pulse bomb. Pulse bomb's in the middle of everything. You get rid of the Suzu, but you also get rid of Ripster at the same time. So SNHU denying Staten Island any more than the checkpoint. And with a minute left to go, the Penmen are making this even harder to get through.
Things starting to get a little bit scary for Staten Island. It is a 2 to 3 fight in a row win scenario, but that means you have to win this next one, and I don't think that's going to be an easy task. The Sound Barrier must be there to counter out this downpour that Blobfish has been holding on to. If even a couple eliminations come from it and you force a stagger, Staten Island, their series, their run in ECC is as good as done.
Season might be over as well. Staten Island's got to find a way to win this one out. Downpour's going to hit 3 onto that, and that's going to include Chungmyeon inside of it, so that is big. Sound Barrier wasn't used either. Ripster was carried away by something else, so now it's a Kitsune Rush in turn, as well as Sound Barrier just in the nick of time to hold on. Crazy Cat is low health, but One Trick is able to at least find the Sound Barrier, captures everybody inside of it. Dry fight on either side now. Staten Island falling low health for it. Disruptor shot in the middle of it. 5 seconds left until glory here for SNHU. And they are going to win the series. They are going to ink themselves into CECC Main Madness. And for the 3rd straight year, the Penmen are ECC champions.
Some things are never meant to change, and in the case of this rivalry, SNHU will remain on top. Staten Island, they looked close, they had their moments, and they have this individual power, but the teamwork of SNHU, Ultimo Web on this Tracer more specifically, was absolutely out of this world. SNHU full sweep here within these finals, a drastic change from that very first week of round robin that we saw. A 3-2 match turned into a 3-0.
It just feels like the same storyline yet again between these two teams. Staten Island, I mean, if hearts go out to them, 3 straight years of just this, just the unfortunate situation of running into an SNHU team that has themselves yet again another game that they just feel like they were a lot better, and it kind of felt like the compositions at the end were just not in their favor at all. But tough break, unfortunately, and that means for a 3rd straight year, SNHU will head on over to the dance. Before we wrap things up, Molly, I mean, we got only 3 more bids left to go after this one. SNHU locks up their bids, and I mean, we were talking about all the teams that were in CECC so far, but at SNHU, that might be some kind of wild card down there.
Yeah, I think there's a genuine chance for this team. You should never discount the strides of progress that this team has taken over the past season, and I seriously think they are a heavily underrated team coming into this event, and I'm very excited to see what they can continue to do. Their journey in the spring semester Overwatch isn't over quite yet, and I'm looking forward to see how far they can go.
And we will see more of the East Coast Conference action only in a little while. League of Legends Championship comes up next between Utica University and Farmingdale State College. Orbital and Random Minion Caster, aka RMC, on the other side of this. Final score one more time, 3-0. And for our producer Colton, as well as our observer Cool Scoots, and my partner, the great one, Tiny Shiny Clutchkey here, saying so long for right now. On the other side, League of Legends, Utica versus Farmingdale State. We'll be right back with the East Coast Conference.
It's go time.
Same championship, yet different faces here on the broadcast as we are set to go for some League of Legends action here with the ECC Esports East Coast Conference Championship. I'm very, very excited, of course, to be here today. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rifts. It is Random Minion Caster, RMC. How are you feeling today?
Well, Orbital, I've been prepping the Rift all day in preparation for this one, the Grand Finals, and two teams, I think, who have quite a bit of history here in the ECC. We'll start with Farmingdale Rams, the perennial champions. The last time they played in ECC was back in spring last year, and they won it all, didn't play in fall, and they're back to try and do it again. But their competition this time, Utica University Esports, them as a school has been improving split after split after split. Last year in spring, they didn't play Orbital. They weren't part of the ECC. They didn't opt to join in that particular split. In fall, they joined again, but didn't win it. They did make top 4 in playoffs. And now Orbital, they are the first seeds coming in to the Grand Finals. And if anything, the favorites having won their head-to-head against Farmingdale in the regular season.
It's always such a very interesting touch whenever we talk about, old names coming back, but trying to revitalize their dynasty, and watching as the new champions are sitting there going, hey, you got to still go through us the entire time. So, watch out there. But I love the fact that you pointed out schools that have names recently with us within the ECC. will be very important to watch, especially here in a best of 5 competition. Now, for those tuning in, obviously we've had a slew of matches throughout the entirety of the day. We had Rocket League to start, and then we had Overwatch 2. I want to give a big shout out because we have League of Legends here, and after this will be a Valorant. More on that later with who will be facing off in the championship there. But RMC getting into this, one of the things that we do have to talk about, the ECC has not opted to go with the big changes that we've obviously seen throughout a lot of the current leagues. We are not doing Fearless, and this means that when it comes to draft, there's maybe not as much 3D chess going on here. It's more just a little bit of, hey, each game you can kind of make the same each time around.
Sure, and it's more like the good old 2D chess, the historical levels of chess, which teams are probably much more familiar with. After all, this is the same format that has been run in years past. And coming into today's match, it's particularly interesting as well because of the champion pools both these teams have. Farmingdale had a chance to talk to MV Froggy, their captain and mid laner, and he says that they do have a lot of interesting pocket picks. I don't know if we'll get to see them necessarily, Orbital, because while it is a best of 5 here for the grand finals, there are only going to be 10 bans total every single game. That doesn't accrue, it doesn't add up. It's going to be the same every single game. As for Utica, I didn't quite manage to get to talk to them, but just look at the champions they play in solo queue already, especially players like Bader Nat, who I believe is going to be playing top lane for them today. He also plays mid lane, and that creates a very interesting dynamic in terms of champ pool. Veritas, who I believe will be their jungler today, also plays top lane, and again, you can imagine the combinations that could come through with that. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we do get to see some interesting pocket picks, but the probability kind of suggests otherwise.
And that's going to be the problem here. You got to make sure that you're always ready for everything, but at the same time, know the meta by heart. And I love the fact that you pointed it out. If we get to see that cheese, for me, I'm looking at maybe that, game 3 situation when we have to watch and see what exactly goes down. But as you can tell, we're into game number 1. So let's go ahead and dive into this. Utica will be on the blue side to start things off. Farmingdale on that red. And we can already see the Hui being banned away here, or at least hovered, which does lead him to lead that MV Froggy on the side of Farmingdale is going to be a little bit targeted in this situation.
Yeah, and Froggy, being the captain of Farmingdale, has also been one of their primary carries, so you want to remove champions that he's particularly proficient on, that he can absolutely carry on. Another champion that he was doing that with in the past was Mel, back when she was meta. She did get nerfed. I don't know if she's necessarily ban-worthy, and whether or not we'll see Froggy kind of pull her out. But other champions you'll need to watch out for. Chump Master in the jungle, previously known as T1 Fate, he's a huge Gwen player, and he did it before Gwen was meta. Now Gwen is meta and can potentially be flex top lane. I do expect to see her banned away from him.
Well, I know you say that, but right now it is all Froggy. You can see the Syndra being hovered
enough,
here.
yeah.
Galio sent the other way, making sure Rek doesn't get kind of what I always assume is a freebie engage and safety tool with the Galio in there. You can always play around it. It feels like it's always good towards the mid to late, so I appreciate that one. But I like the fact that you called out, hey, you got to start looking towards that jungle, and it's actually Farmingdale that call it out first. They try and look at that Pantheon, which we've seen tossed in different situations. You've been in solo queue, but we're looking here in pro play, or at least in competitive play, I should say, and it's going to be a Pantheon most notably kind of taken away from Bader right there.
Yeah, a very strong laning champion, and for Bader specifically, giving him the Pantheon unlocks him onto the rest of the map as well. We talked about the fact that he can play mid as well as top lane, so giving a champion that can influence other lanes is very scary. There's a potential mismatch as well with Panini on the side of Farmingdale being their lowest ranked player. We've seen him before, despite the fact that he's bronze. If he gets some of his signature champions, like the Garen, like the Set, we've seen him actually beat much higher ranked players before, and I'm also mentioning that because I noticed there is no Garen ban right now in the first set of bans. Often solo laners will pick in the second phase, but for Farmingdale, I would like to see them pick up that Garen early to guarantee themselves a strong pick for Panini.
I mean, you're already talking about that. Hey, we need to get those strong picks. Well, there's your Gwen ban, the respect coming out here, whether it be on that blue or red. Normally, we do see it on the red side. At least you and I have seen it inside of some of these collegiate circuits. Hey, you can't give it over first pick. That's how high priority it is. But again, you got to give credit over to Chubb. Hey, you don't want to let that one through. That's a Nefiri hover, which is a huge possible lock-in here. We've seen Nefiri start being run inside of that jungle route to some varying success, but hey, the bus has helped, and it is going to be first pick.
Okay, so a huge carry champion for the side of Utica already. She was nerfed multiple times ever since her slight rework. Her invulnerability just makes her really strong, and her burst damage is absolutely nutty. We do see the Garen hover, the Orbital, for Farmingdale, and I do think it's a great pickup. I actually don't think you necessarily need to, I don't think you need to first pick it. I don't think that Bader actually plays the Garen, so you can safely pick it on the R3 before it gets banned away, but higher prio picks Pike being the first pick is surprising. Paul and Out to Lunch this bot lane. They don't strike me as a particularly aggressive duo, but Paul's most played champion in solo queue is Pyke after all, and it looks like they want to try and establish dominance right from the get-go.
And I think they can do so. I mean, that Pyke could easily snowball, especially when you lock it in with the Draven behind. Double the money, double the fun down there. Well, depending on who gets it, but I mean, either way, you're going to be hoping to bankroll that bot lane. Madlock in London might not be too happy about how this situation occurs because it kind of locks down a lot of what you might want to pick up here. You have to realize you go too squishy and you're in trouble. The Corki being hovered here, if it does go to Madlock, might not be bad towards that scaling in the mid game. You can try and pop either the Draven or the Pyke, but it still might take some time, and it is locked in.
Yeah, and the Corki can still be flexed between and bot lane. I'm looking at Rex champions pool, and Rex doesn't really play too much Corki, so it might be for Madlock, which is an interesting thing, Orbital, because you talk about how Corki can skill up into the mid to late game. Well, one of his strong phases actually is the laning phase, especially early on if he can land the phosphorus bomb. But not against a Draven, not against the Pyke. Yep. If he steps up to get in range of that, he gets hooked, he gets pulled, he gets access to the face, and he's out for the count. We see London going with the Nautilus to pair alongside that Corki. It's a good pick. We often see hook champions as an answer to Pyke. If you can force the engage onto Pyke, that's to your benefit. But against a Draven, that Draven just changes the dynamic of this bot lane oh so much. And this Nautilus becomes more about engage later on rather than lane dominance.
And that also draws some eyes. I mean, if we're talking about Bader, if they're running the Nefiri, my eyes are going to be drawn to the spot lane. I mean, you can't let this Draven and this Pyke take over. And as you mentioned, RMC, this is kind of what we expected for Farmingdale. Yep. Hey, you don't really see any answers coming out here. Obviously, the Garen can be locked in, but you do need it before that second round ban phase. If you let it go through, if you don't pick it up there, then yeah, it's most likely going to be banned out here. Yep. Now you go ahead and get a little bit of a mismatch. I would assume we're going to see some Garen counter picks banned away here if you want to get topside really, really well and established. And then for Utica's end, with the Nefiri, I'm looking here to get some jungle bans sent over to Chubmaster as well, just saying, hey, we want to make sure that Nefiri has a really good laning phase, or a really good jungle phase. Want to make sure that we can get the Nefiri off and running straight from the start of the game.
Yeah, and I'm curious if we see something like a Viego ban potentially come through. Another champion that Chubmaster plays a lot in solo queue. And it's a nice pairing with the Pyke, with the Garen, with the Draven. There's a lot of upfront damage, and there's a ton of executes to follow up as well. Very easy to get those resets rolling. For now, though, they're looking at the Amumu takeaway. So it looks like Utica is saying, hey, we look at Farmingdale, we're a little bit worried about more engage coming through from them. I don't think they necessarily need the engage with the Pyke to try and kick things off. I think they're more looking for picks. But I guess Utica just doesn't want to risk it, and I don't think it's a bad choice necessarily to limit Farmingdale's options. We're trying to find ways into the fights.
Right now, it looks like Farmingdale are also making sure that there's no extra ways to get into a fight from Utica's end. I mean, if Yone's banned away here, we know that Fate Sealed can be a great starter if it lands, of course. And also, it can snap up that. It can also snap up a lot of that back end engage if you can chase down the Draven. All of a sudden, that Draven can't get away. So you go ahead and take it away. Also, laning phase, right? You don't want to give Rek that opportunity to kind of stack up in there. But Utica's still taking a look. They banned away the Amumu. Maybe not that steamroll action, but great CC chain. But as you called out, rightfully so, give respect over to that one champion that can also take over a game. If it's banned away, the Viego, not going to be played. Ooh, they swap out.
That's an interesting last second flip over to the Taliyah as well. And I'm wondering if that's more at the mid lane. We're seeing more Taliyah mid than we are seeing her jungle currently in the meta. I don't hate the ban necessarily because, like I said, I don't think for Farmingdale you need to basically group up and team fight. Their composition is much better at picks, and Taliyah creates some of the picks sometimes with the wall. I don't know if they're just trolling me at this point, Overall. That hover onto Viego. Yep, there we go. I like the Viego hover, but if they are looking for engage or ways to get into it, I think the J4 does much better. J4, though, does need to generate action early. I'm already looking at Farmingdale, and it's a lot about the early game. Garen doesn't scale terribly well. Jarvan doesn't scale terribly well. Draven doesn't scale terribly well. He just tends to snowball incredibly fiercely. So Farmingdale, they have to be proactive with this composition they've drafted.
And I like the fact that Utica are even hovering an option to deny a lot of that kind of aggression in there. Gragas is well known as the disengager. You land a bomba, you go ahead, land that cast, and all of a sudden there's no follow-up. So I like the fact that you're drafting. Now here's the problem. If you take poor trades, because I'm assuming that's going to the top lane, if you take it in poor trades, I mean, the Garen is going to have a very nice time. And we know DePanini knows how to play Garen. So I am very curious if that Gragas, if you don't know how to take the trades, all of a sudden you're left to very low HP. Yes, you can heal up, but it is a dangerous spot to be in. So let's see what comes out. Finally, you go ahead and draft up an Orianna. And now this surprises me because
Yeah.
I don't see great strength out of an Orianna, and it leaves you a little bit lacking in kind of like the raw damage aspect, at least in my opinion.
No, I largely agree with you, especially coming on the heels of the Gragas. It just feels a little bit dissynergistic between themselves. Gragas wants to break up the fight, wants to reset a fight. Orianna wants them to clump up. Now, there are other tools for Orianna to use to deliver the ball system, you know, like with the Nautilus or even Neferi diving in. They are both great ball delivery systems, and they can kind of try and look front to back to protect the Corki. The Lissandra as an answer to Orianna is an interesting one. It's not really a counter. It feels more like a handshake, but I have seen this combo with Lissandra and a heavy ganker in the jungle.
Yes.
For a lot of collegiate teams have been experimenting with it. Most of it didn't work out. And a lot of teams have kind of left it. But already for MV Froggy and Chubmaster with the Jarvan, the Sandra combo, for this to work, for Lissandra to be more than just a utility ultimate bot, you have to get ganks early. Her damage is kind of low, so she needs to get items to make up for that deficit quickly, or else she's just going to be a support.
I mean, you also take into account that a lot of that mid lane action has shifted a little bit away from like just raw burst a little bit early on. We've seen the Rod of Ages being built on a lot of champions, so it has power in a decent state, but again, takes a little bit longer. I always say a little bit longer to kind of hit that power spike than normally maybe we see, you know, a Blackfire Torch or something come out here, which I think we have seen Lissandra's run in the past. But again, I digress. It's up to the players to kind of decide how they want to play, and I love the fact that you called down, hey, we want to see some ganks to that Lissandra, because for me, I want to see this I really want to see this Neferi. We have to go back to it because you take a look down the line and all of a sudden this Neferi, as the draft went on, started getting worse and worse options.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at the top lane, Garen, you're gonna kind of get wrecked there. You look at the mid lane, Lissandra's gonna lock you up. You look at the bot lane, you're probably gonna get CC'd up. It's gonna be a little bit tough to reach the Draven and the Pike. There's a lot of danger now where the Neferi might not have the greatest opportunity without team help to get a great rolling start.
And we have to contextualize this, right? The fact that Neferi was first picked by Utica, she is first pickable. I mean, if you're watching the pro meta, you'll often see Neferi banned or even picked very, very early on the draft. So it made a lot of sense. I think it's a great response from Farmingdale Rams. So they obviously did their homework. They know how to answer Neferi. As you pointed out, the Lissandra, we're talking about kind of a handshake with Orianna, but it's a good answer to Neferi specifically. And Neferi dives in, you just drop the Frozen Tomb, and as long as you didn't hit invulnerable or untargetable fast enough, you're stuck there, all the damage can come through. Now, ganking the lanes gets complicated. As you mentioned, Garen's a tank. He's not going to care that much about Neferi, especially as the game goes on. Lissandra has her own ways out along with her ult to be able to lock down Neferi, should Neferi look to gank mid. So I do feel like for Utica, bot lane becomes the center of action. And it serves double purpose. First of all, you can gank a Draven. He isn't the most mobile of AD carries. And secondly, if you shut down a Draven, remember what we said before, Draven doesn't actually scale that well. He feels like he scales well because he snowballs really quickly. His passive upon kills gives him more gold. And because of that, he's often like half an item to a full item ahead of the enemy AD carry by about 25 minutes into the game. And that makes him feel really, really strong. But if you shut him down and he loses those stacks, well, he's going to feel a lot weaker than a Corki come that 25-30 minute mark.
Well, let's see if what we just said comes to fruition as we are on to the Rift for game number 1. And I keep forgetting because I love this game so much. Pengu Garen is alive and well here. I love this. So I forgot about this, and it's hilarious beyond imagination. They literally tried to make sure that, you know, it's not made in solo queue, but we're at a custom. And I love the fact that we get Pengu Garen. It was the best addition that I think I've ever seen to an April Fool's Day run. And I have a feeling it's going to be made a permanent skin. Either way, FSC Farmingdale going ahead and making sure that, hey, we can't be too over-aggressive because we do want to get some kills. They go ahead and rotate entirely through the top side of the jungle. Didn't find anyone. Did walk over a ward, but are now going to go back to their lane states.
I did not even know that was a skin overall. I don't usually pay attention to skins, but that is awesome. This sword is like twice the size of the penguin body. It's so good. Can you imagine for Bader Nat as well if he ends up dying to that? Like how it's gonna.
Oh, it's so hilarious, by the way. It's so funny whenever someone dies to Pengu Garen of all things. It is like whoever decided to do Pengu Garen was an amazing choice. Like it's so good. The robot dance, by the way, the little dance that he does is also hilarious. Granted, Gragas bopping a penguin just sounds not so great, but either way, it doesn't change the base values. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we're watching the base values really take off as Madlock losing the barrier already, out to lunch, ready to maybe flash, but now they're just going to turn on London. And this early start is already going so well for Farmingdale. One more axe is going to take it. Flash forward, though, as Pole secures that finish.
And I'm getting flashbacks to the regular season game between Farmingdale and Utica. Farmingdale got off to a roaring start in game 1 with a massive win over them. And a lot of it, I feel like, was from this ball lane overall. We talk about mismatches. We talk about the fact that Panini's bronze, up against Bader Nat, and we've got Rek, who's silver, up against MV Froggy, a huge carry. But this bot lane, this was supposed to be even in terms of ranking. But that's where the action kicked off. That's where it feels like the equilibrium broke right from the get-go.
And we talked about that respect value. Yes, you can do fairly well in the laning phase as Madlock, but you gotta be respectful of the spinning axes and out to lunch. If you ever pick a Draven in this style, kind of front runner style, I always assume you know how to play it. You know how to balance those axes and all. And it was so well done. Chubb Master even floating down towards his bot lane after doing a full clear along with the Nefiri. It's going to feel comfortable. I can only assume, knowing that your bot lane is already a step ahead, meaning these ganks that we mentioned Veritas might be looking towards, you can easily outduel them if you bring it to a 3v3, which I'm...
Yeah, and even for now, even without the 3v2, out to lunch is able to come back into lane with an extra longsword in pocket. London able to actually equalize XP is going to be massive. If London was still kept down a level, then this bot lane is nigh unplayable. Madlock gonna get a cheater recall as well to kind of match the timing of out to lunch, and that makes me scared for London. London needs to not step up. I know Veritas is in the area, but that's big.
Talking about all the action across the rift so far, mid lane has been going Rek's way. Good on the damage outsource, but he lost most of the mana. Froggy in their own, losing a lot of HP, but keeping up in the mana as well as in the CS department. So both mid laners kind of playing to their strengths here. We know Froggy isn't really playing exceptionally for lane. The Orianna generally has a little bit more dueling potential in the early stages, especially with that W3. I think you drop 3 in there and then you scale Q up next. But I mean, the command dissonance is always a valuable tool in poking out your opponent.
Yeah, and that's actually what you're using it for. So even if Rekex is out of mana, I'm not too terribly worried. The Lissandra Priest 6 doesn't have a ton of kill threat without jungle pressure. Veritas looking in the top lane for Panini. Look at that penguin run.
Yeah, and I swear it's a smaller hitbox or something, because like no damage taken there. It feels so good, and I'm so mad that we didn't get Ghost on D Panini, because fast penguin running around the rift is hilarious to watch. Paul though saying stop looking at top lane, we got a chance here. This is the hook landed on a minion, and London tried to answer, but London does not call as quickly as we would like, so instead it's just a little bit of a challenge back and forth. That's going to be the hook, though. London
nice.
with a very nice buffer. But that does mean Madlock actually eats 2 axes to the back, so it feels a little bit bad in the trade situation.
You know what? Yo, take it. And for London, I guess that's why he opted for the Nautilus there. The good use of the interaction to make sure that his hook buffers later. Therefore, he still gets pulled out of a dangerous position. Unfortunately for Madlock and London, I don't see this bot lane situation changing anytime soon. Unfortunately, Corki just doesn't have enough damage to be able to trade out early. He opted for the tier as well. He's looking to stack. So as far as Utica is concerned for the bot lane, if nobody dies, that's a win for them. And Veritas isn't looking to gank that lane either. So I'm looking for Veritas to kind of farm up and try and work with Vader Nat or Rek instead. Try and find a kill elsewhere, especially in this mid lane. Yes, your Orianna wants 6 to get the ultimate there, but at the same time, once MV Froggy gets 6, yeah, it just becomes ungankable for Nefiri.
Oh, right now, that is going to be Hextech Flash over the wall, and I don't know if that's where London actually want to go. No flash up available. And Shellmaster within the range, but look at that Foster's bomb, plus an extra as Veritas shows the damage. Chomped right back as Farmingdale realized they made a mistake, and it's a 1-0. Huge boon to their side. Froggy, though, wants a little bit of revenge, realizes it's a 3v4, and I don't think you have enough good damage for this current position. I did not expect Chubbmaster to blow up that quickly, but you also have to remember they were trying to take Dragon for a good about 15 seconds.
Yeah, started a bit low on health, and I'm shocked too. I was thinking that's kind of baiting that bot lane with how strong out to lunch is right now. Any sort of CC lands, and they're going to be able to win that. But I think Veritas played the Nefiri very, very well. The pack actually blocked a lot of the damage they're looking for.
Oh.
That's cruel. We didn't even see how it happens. We just see the kill on a poor penguin. I mean, we can guess. The explosive cost was used by Bader Nat to probably knock Deepanini under turret, and Deepanini just didn't have time to flash between the CC chain. So really, really well played from Bader Nat.
Even though that occurs on the top side, Farmingdale are still looking on the bot side. There's now been about a minute that Froggy has spent down in this bot lane, just trying to check for a gank value. Meanwhile, Vader Nat saying, hey, I found this bot! That's a steal! Oh, Chubmaster had 8 left on one of those grubs. And Ed leave without their Eddie. Feels pretty bad because Farmingdale would have been able to grab a first turn there on the neutral camp.
Yeah, and with the smite, there's really no excuse for it. Chubmaster just miscalculated, smited a little bit early, and Bader Nat's going to be very, very happy with that. There's also a decent amount of chunk of XP on those grubs, so being able to steal that away for Bader Nat, especially with so little invested, and to be able to get back in lane in time to pick up that wave, is going to give him a bit more of an edge, as if he needed one.
That just means the Grog is going to have a lot more fun. So at the current moment, we are seeing these challenges right into the mid lane, though, as that's a great Glacial Tomb. And Wreck, you don't really have Flash available anymore. The Shockwave was enough to deter any follow-up, so Wreck is able to live. Very, very nicely done, considering Paul and Froggy really want to start accelerating this Lissandra.
Yeah, and to a large extent, that was why it had to be Chubmaster ganking the mid lane. Paul, only level 4 when he started that gank, doesn't have the execute from the pike. You don't have enough damage to actually finish off the fight that you're looking to find. I mean, great, you burnt the flash away from Rekex. He doesn't have TP to get back into lane, but MV Froggy isn't able to take much advantage of that either. He's gone back to base too to make sure he doesn't fall behind in terms of items.
Go ahead and just try and keep yourselves on that front foot. A little bit of a bump though, as Deepanini realizes that, you know, in these lane trade situations, the Gragas is going to get a comfortable belly bump every so often. Bot side out to lunch, and Paul, though, prepping themselves accordingly. And to go ahead and push this lane once more. As Chubmaster, I'm kind of curious, are you going to look at this dragon or not? Veritas, though, trying to get over the wall and step in for a gank a little bit further off, because that's going to be the hook here. There is the flash in barrier available, but no stun to come through as out to lunch realizes you're not in a good spot, and that's the damage that you want, plus a follow-up. Veritas jumps on in for the finish, and it will be a 2-for-0, make it 2-for-1, as Froggy and Chubb were able to get something back. Still, though, huge win for Utica, showing why they are the dominant force here, chasing another crown.
And gives the priority on this dragon to the side of Utica. They have the extra body. Bader Nat actually now roaming down as well, trying to look for Froggy, but okay, now he just wants the wave clear. He's fine. He doesn't care. He doesn't have TP though, so that's a bit of time for Deepanini in this top lane to be able to farm without having to constantly trade the great neutralizer that is Gragas.
For me, I think that just, you know, it goes both ways. You say for Deepanini, yes, I can finally farm, and Bader Nat is like, perfect, I can do some more as well. However, Deepanini constantly pushing this wave means that you go ahead and get a plate for yourself. Gold, still relatively within about 800. So you're not overly worried, of course. In this situation, you do have the team out already finished, as you kind of mentioned. Right now in the bot side, though, London gets pulled over the wall. I see London, I see France, I see a very, very dead Nautilus, and that's going to be the dangerous part. Well caught out once again. Madlock we get over the wall, and this time, Chubb says, I ain't missed the smite again.
And what an odd turn of events, Orbital. I'm actually shocked that Farmingdale got to go for that dragon. Deepanini getting run down. Explosive Cask is available by Bader Nat.
Oh, good flash out. Deepanini. Bader Nat wants to dive this, by the way. That's what I'm looking at. But what a call, Veritas. Wreck and Veritas are making magic happen right now, and Froggy the next on the chopping board. Utica are starting to accelerate their pacing, and we talked about Veritas with this B1 to Fury. Needs to get a good lead. Well, guess what? Eclipse done, 3-0, 72 farm, beautiful pacing.
And you're seeing how much damage you can absolutely put out. Chubmaster, on the other hand, isn't going particularly tanky with the Eclipse, so when he gets caught in jungle like that, he's getting bursted out. But Orbital, I want to kind of go back to the dragon take. That shouldn't have happened. Look at what Veritas did to Chubmaster. How did Utica not get the dragon? They backed off a dragon with the numbers advantage, and for Farmingdale, that's huge because they should be able to contest these objectives. Look at what happens here at this Grubs. This should have happened at Dragon, and so being able to steal that away gives Farmingdale a little bit more time, you know, a little bit more of a buffer away from the objective stacking that Utica is up to.
right now, I think all of Utica is also just saying thank you very much to Baternat. Being able to get that one grub at the beginning has given them 4 total, which means that the Voidlings spawning are going to feel much more painful. London, though, getting a chance out here. Remember, we've seen what happened. Another great buffer, by the way. London is really on point with those. Shows the experience and shows the understanding that I think is identified of Paul and out to lunch can do a lot of work, and you have to be worried about it. Froggy spotted out on top of a ward here. Tower dive I don't think is going to occur as the wave state isn't there, so Madlock and London making sure to keep eyes on everyone on the map.
Yeah, and for Froggy, that's the second time we've kind of seen him roam down to the bot lane and not get anything off the back end of it. That does feel unfortunate, but I don't hate the idea. Again, Lissandra in lane is not really doing that much anyways, so just wave clear, roam out, try and help the lane. Even if you fall behind in CS, that's kind of okay. Froggy's kind of shifted towards more of that supportive role, utility role, rather than major carry. And you're still looking at out to lunch. You're still looking at Paul to pump out the bulk of that pick damage.
I mean, even Paul kind of wants to get their executions up and running, right? You can see them just always hunting for that kill, always looking for that death from below. Now you're going to dance with a lot of your HP, trying to bait it out, and Madlock and London, I don't think they're going to be much the wiser. That's going to be a hook and play, though, and this time London has the wall to get to, and that's just London gone. One more execution could be there, but Paul is actually going to burn low, and you're just gone! So that's going to be death. However, a kick back from out to lunch brings the damage about. Veritas barely able to get away with their life, but still big win for Farmingdale as out to lunch is able to cash in once again.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely huge. This Draven has to continue snowballing. Utica, though, they do match trade back 1-for-1. Paul ate a lot of damage setting them up. Are they going to go for the dive actually onto Madlock? He's got no mana, but Rek, with the ball alone, is tracking where Chubmaster is and actually dissuaded Farmingdale from looking for the redive.
Yeah, and I think understanding that the barrier wasn't popped either, Madlock is relatively safe. Offside, though, Deep Panini is not. This is now the second time that we've seen Deep Panini quite low, so we'll have to keep eyes on how long this is going to continue if we're going to see any help from Chubmaster right now. Hextech Flash over the walls, out to lunch, realizes they can't be in a good spot. Flash and barriers available, but you just sidestep your way to safety thanks to those mini tier 1 upgraded boots.
All I can think of was Serpentine out to lunch. Doing the slight zig step to try and make sure that he doesn't get hooked get hit by a hook from London. And you could see London was thinking about it, but decided to hold his hand. Now, Orbital, you're talking about topside, Deep Panini. Unfortunately, it's not going to get better for him in the short term. He started with the Tiamat. He's not going any sort of magic resistance. And we talked about Baternat being a bit of a mid laner and flexing to top lane. Well, he's done that again. He's building the more mid lane style build. He's building damage, not tank. Luden's companion in pocket means he's going to continue abusing this top lane matchup. And if there's no magic resistance for Deep Panini, there's not much he can do. So for Deep Panini, he's not looking for lane dominance whatsoever. He's just looking to hold Baternat up here, continue to farm up, continue to grab CS, and just be, kind of a distraction. Try and make top lane that island where Baternat only has to deal with him and will not be a problem for the rest of the team.
Let's see if they can hold true for that one, as that's another punch underneath the tower. I'm just watching those HP bars kind of fluctuate here. Deep down to about 50%. It kind of sucks. It hurts, but it's fine. Where our eyes are drawn is actually towards the bottom side. We're starting to see the dragon spawn up in about 5, which is why we're seeing Chubmaster as well as Veritas sticking around just in case. Well, not the most impactful, but enough to kind of call some eyes. Paul with a really good read with the ward over the wall. Now realizing Veritas is in the position. Gets a ward down. Going to be cleared out by Veritas. But it means that Chubmaster is here to push them out. With Otacon spawning in about 5 minutes down here, it's looking to get a little bit messy once again.
Yeah, I'm not confident either team can really take Otacon and spawn without finding at least 2 kills or at least a 2-man advantage on the play. But this bot lane has been the hotbed of action, right? Everything's been happening down here. Madlock now being hunted once again.
Whoa, that is pretty dang over-aggressive, I feel like, because that leaves you wide open for this jump forward. Chubmaster going to run interference here, but FCSC losing out on their support. Madlock flashing into the alcove, though, and I don't know you're going to like that, as that's the death from below. In comes multiple TV shots.
Shockwave!
FSC get collapsed on, and now they're on the run. They started the fight, and they'll be ended just as so, as that is a 4-for-0 for Utica in the bot lane.
And Utica, despite their composition not necessarily having the most cohesion, the teamwork is certainly there for them. The teamwork was certainly cohesive, and this actually starts with a top lane play, overall, that we don't get to see, unfortunately. D Panini used to teleport into top lane, and that was a signal for Utica to all in on the bot lane. Batternat was willing to sacrifice his top lane turret to get these kills. I think they even got the first turret. I didn't actually see which side managed to get it. It was pretty close in timing. But Utica get the kills, they get a turret, they get the dragon, and they are snowballing this game. Went from, what, 1,500 gold lead to 3,000 gold lead, almost doubled in a blink of an eye.
It's more than that, even indirectly. We don't have an Ornn in the game, but you called it. First tower went Utica's way just as well, so they have the upgraded boots, and they even predicted that this was going to happen because of the current state of the game. They all already got up to tier 2 outside of BetaNat, who BetaNat already went with the double items. You have the Lunas plus the Cosmic Drive. You are a pain in the backside, so that 3k lead feels a little bit more, I would say, closer to about 4k. You get a lot of extra bonuses in there. And now they're going to try and swing that bonus around a lot more. That's a catch!
Okay.
You found out to lunch. Barrier doesn't save you. Rec X Rex shop as out to lunch is put back on the clock.
Out to lunch is feeding Batternat a little bit here. Well, Batternat didn't think they had the kill, but that Cosmic Drive doing work, right? And I guess that's why Batternat was going for it. The extra mobility is helping him get in position. MV Froggy now losing that fight. And look at Nat go.
Oh, a little bit too far, though. In a 1v1, that would have been a difference. However, Chubb Master was there to deny, but you're still pretty dang tanky. Look at this, but D Panini coming over the wall.
He's running.
Please give me a chance. There's the Pingu execute. And you love to see it. Now a chance back, though, as Utica might have overstepped a little bit. They tried to chase the save, and Chubb Master and Froggy. Remember, bring the CC. Madlock still does some work, but another catch on the damage. The Pengu screams, thank you. Shut down to Froggy's way. It's a double kill for the Garen, and Paul goes straight in with the old Sun Lash behind. D Panini triples up in the kill count, and it will be Hostess all the way through. Utica lose more while they took the Herald in tow.
And the last surviving member, Veritas the jungler, no TP to join in the action, did the best he could, which was, hey, I'm just gonna push top, guys. Like, I can't join you all in time. I'll at least get a turret. And that's kind of the difference between these two teams right now. We saw the last time Utica made a massive play. They got a bunch of kills. They got 2 objectives off the back of it. Farming, though, this time they get the kills. They can't get any objectives. They don't actually get any turrets. Maybe the bot lane they should be able to get, but okay, I was worried if they don't get this bot lane, then that series of events actually might not benefit them. I think actually Utica's happy with that turret trade for, what was that, 3 kills that they gave over. That's fine with them. They want to open up this map more than anything else.
A summoner has disconnected.
The surprising factor is that it's actually exactly the same pacing. Both teams now sitting on mid tower only if they really want to break open the entirety of this base. If they want to start opening up this map a little bit further, dragging up in about 2.5 minutes, which is Ocean. We didn't really get to talk about it, but considering the number of, I want to say, squishy characters, it's going to be one that I think everyone's going to fight for. So I love the fact that you're talking about, hey, we need to open up the map a little bit more. We need to create a lot more space for Veritas and BetaNat to be able to kind of flow through there, which BetaNat, by the way, doing very well for themselves. But Veritas, having the 3 kills early has been great, don't get me wrong. But that is also another champion that we're still not seeing really gain a whole lot. Yes, they got 3 assists in the fight, but they have been largely on that split push, as you called getting the tower topside. But I would like to see those 3 kills swung into a fight a little bit more. Start bringing that damage aspect to try and make sure the team doesn't die that quickly.
Fair enough, and if you think back to the fact that the last fight wasn't really on Utica's terms. They didn't get to decide how it wanted to happen.
It was on BetaNat jumping in, by the way. I'd like to preface that.
True. I mean, it started well, though, when Batternat went in. So it was kind of what happened after that when they overchased a little bit and were a bit too willing to commit resources into a drawn-out long fight. But Farmingdale, great response from them. And this is why these two teams are in the grand finals, despite the fact that Utica opened up a 3,000 gold lead. After that series of events, Orbital, it's down to 800. Farmingdale clawed their way back in it. That's this stage of the game. 800 gold is really not that significant, especially when it's split over 5 players. Yeah, it's not even really enough for a component for anybody there. So Farmingdale is certainly finding their way back in. Now, we did talk about Utica wanting to open up the map because their comp isn't really necessarily a teamfight composition. Veritas excels when he's able to find people in isolated situations and burst them down very, very quickly. But the same is true of Farmingdale as well. And I'm looking at Paul and Out to Lunch. They had such a phenomenal start to the game, and then it kind of got slowed down by everybody just dumping to the bot lane. It wasn't 2v2 anymore. It was 3v3s, 4v4s. But with the map opening up, look for Paul to find picks, to get in the jungle, to kind of slip around like a Pyke does and look for isolated targets. And at that point, the nature of the game changes. This isn't about team fights. This isn't about 5v5 clashes. It's a game of tag, basically. Who can find the other in the jungle? A game of hide and seek, hide and go seek, I guess. That's what it is. The combination of tag and hide and seek there.
And the results? Death. Gold given over. It's a very advanced version. At this point, it's Squid Game, which is terrified of that one. So, eyes out for how Paul does deal with this. We can already see I believe we're looking at the Umbral Glaive already completed, so it's a nice little pick-me-up. But the Locket of the Eye and Solari on the other side is always a nice one for them themselves. So as you call it, we get to see Paul. Can they roam out? And how much more damage are they going to get over their opponent? Because I think they only have gotten, I want to say only one death from below, so it's only been an extra 300 so far for FSC. A little bit of a claw out, though, on the top side, as we do see Froggy trying to get into the mix as well. 2, 2, and 3 to their own name.
Pressure coming in from Utica into the mid lane. Shelly being dropped as well. It's a guaranteed turret. My bigger question is if they can keep pushing in after that. Batternat is here on site looking for a pick.
Oh, and the pick is perfect. Chub Master. Squishy as Squishy does, and deleted in the blink of an eye. They're going to rip through. Are they actually going to get another charge off? And
yeah, they do.
With 238 is wild. To say, indeed, Panini, you went a very dangerous way. Thank God that you had some tankiness, but you're going to get drawn right in. Once again, Utica kind of trying to fight to save their team. But it doesn't work. Down goes Veritas. Now a TP coming in. Wreck. Wrong place, wrong time. What was that TP? Feels a little bit bad as FSC start to get revenge for their tower. Froggy still trying to chase forward. Does have flash. Tries to get the root down. Gets the Ring of Frost, and that might be enough. But Paul misses the hook. That is a wild piece as well, and that means FSC, I think, are going to back off here. Still trying to dance, though. Great hold on. TP behind. D Panini ready to go. That's going to be a nice pass once again. One more auto takes it, and Madlock is happy. But the finish is as out to lunch. It's starting to get a 5-course meal here. 2 catches in, as that was a bloody, bloody brawl.
It's out to lunch with the Panini press from behind. You love to see it from Farmingdale Rams. And again, we were just talking about this when we had that little bit of a pause. The way Farmingdale is bouncing back is fantastic. The mental is really, really good. And Panini, for all that he was struggling in lane against the Gragas, he's now 4-1-4. It's a huge reason of why they are where they are. Chudmaster has to win this smite fight. Veritas can't even get in there, but he's going to try.
Oh! He was hoping for an elongated snipe. Looking for the elongated snipe, did not work. So, it is going to be the Pseudo GH just in time for the upcoming Dragon as well, which will place a little bit of emphasis. But of course, at this point, Dragon Soul is not a game-breaking moment. It's going to be a long wait. It's got one Dragon on either side at 21.5 minutes.
Yeah, Giant Soul is a ways away. We get to see the gold and the big differentials, of course, and in the top side, you can see D Panini's basically equalized that. The biggest differential is in the jungle role, and that's fine. J4 doesn't care that much about gold. He is a prince after all. He just wants the damage of the utility that he can bring for his team. Farmingdale were looking at the dragon, but Wisely didn't want to commit to it. Utica are able to pick that one up, but like you said, it's only second Drake orbital, and the first ocean for them as well, so it's not going to feel that impactful.
It's going to feel impactful. It's a little bit of extra damage. Whereas D Panini is like, dude, I'm a Garen. I really don't care. 2 items deep with Dead Man's Plate means I'll chase you down, and you can't chase me at any point in this game. 4-1-4. By the way, with the 200 gold bounty on your head, looks great, but again, chasing a penguin is like chasing a sin. You just don't feel like doing it. London, though. Great buffer timing. Straight through the Cataclysm, and London's like, haha, see you later.
That's crazy. London, how many times have we seen him buffer that hook to get out of situations, to get through the Cataclysm as well? That feels so bad for Chubmaster. Outblown for absolutely nothing.
Of course, the Chubmaster, you're 1, 4, and 8, trying to kind of swing your own around, but it's just not working. To this extent, you've been in the mix, but you go back to farm a little bit. Because of that, we are going to see this mid lane tower fall. Claw goes out, and Froggy goes in, but tower's still up. Tower hasn't gone down here. Someone needs to hit the tower. Please, someone save your teammate. But it's not going to happen. And Utica go ahead and safely save their tower, or what's left of it here, as Paul gets flashed on cast to deny the Pseudo GA. And it will be the finish of 3, so that's 600 gold going back to Utica's way.
MV Froggy still has teleport with the buff of life, can still teleport to back up the team. So Deepanini looks like he's in deep trouble, but he might actually be fine. He's still got his own buff of life here.
It is, and you will pay the price, but you've done the work that you needed, tied up the tower score 4-4 right now, and we are still stuck in this position where we're just eyes out. What is going on here as FSC Farming Zeal go ahead and take a 400 gold lead? Not great, but it's their direction.
Yeah, and I do think they used the buff of life well. After all, it only lasts around a minute and a half anyways, so you want to be able to do something with it. Now, did they want to use it there? Probably not. They did certainly miscalculate on that mid lane turret. They needed one more hit to make sure it went down, and they didn't. Hence, the entire series of events that came after. But because of the GA, they're not losing tempo. They're still back up on the map in time. There's no real objectives for them to lose, and Utica can't push in. Utica doesn't get the full gold values or shutdowns either from any of those kills. So now we're on even footing overall for what feels like the first time this game for real. Both teams have time to set up for the next objective. Baron comes up in 30 seconds, but it's a tough one to take. Dragon doesn't come up for another 2 minutes, and both teams, they have the time to kind of set up where they want to play.
I forgot the voice line change as well for Pengu Gary. He runs in, and normally you hear like Demacia, you hear whee, just trailing off on the side. It was great. I don't know why that made me laugh so hard, but it did. God, I love Pengu Garen. All right, let's go ahead and dive back into this game here. We are looking at 25 minutes where everything is kind of breaking down, where the Baron is currently up, Dragon will be up in about 2, and everyone's in this even state where no one has, I would say, a clear advantage. What we do know is, of course, we've yet to see a full 5v5, in my opinion. That, I think, will be a big test depending on if the Oriana Shockwave lands, the Glacial Tomb lands, if we get to see massive, massive wombos.
And here's the thing. We have seen all 10 members get involved in fights, but like you said, not really front-to-back team fights where all 5 members are, lined up in their battle lines and then going at it. And I think a lot of that has to do with the compositions. Both teams want picks. We might not get to see that 5v5, especially not when these top laners keep wanting to engage 1v1 right now. They're feeling comfortable, and Deepanini, even without any magic resistance, by the way, is starting to actually be able to trade comfortably with Batternat, and he just walks away for a bit, goes back to full health, comes back in. Gragas healing takes a lot longer to recover all the damage he's taking.
Yep, and I know you're saying they want to pick comp, but still, I want to see a 5v5 just for the craps and giggles. I really, really do, because I think it might make a difference. I'm very curious to see which way it swings, because we've seen kind of these oversteps by Utica's way, and we've seen the kind of retaliation that Farming Zeal is able to throw, and I'm always curious to see what happens if that overstep isn't a true overstep. What do we get to see these differences? Right now, this might be the overstep. That's a double knockup into a chance of a stun, but Veritas goes ahead and ults their way out, so it's London to body block for a time, being great depth charge to go ahead and get out of danger's way, and they do survive, but Veritas loses the ult, I believe.
Go again!
Lost theirs, and Veritas, you had to know they were there. Now Batternat realizing they're in a rough spot. Cass goes out but doesn't really hurt anyone, but the Shockwave on the other end has out to lunch, and Froggy lose their lives. Good body block to make sure the missiles don't go through, but Deepanini trying to round their way in, and that's going to be a kill from below. That's one, but their HP bars are getting low. Batternat comes right back in. Another belly bump to Cass, but it's just too easy. Chub Massier got the damage, as that's a triple for Batternat. And what did I say, RMC? Bring all 5, because it's a quadra for Batter.
Why don't we see more AP Gragas Orbital when Batternat delivers a performance like this? 9-2 and 4 as well has started to go a little bit tankier with the Fimble Winter, but the damage is still there. And let's not forget how this actually started off. It was Farmingdale setting up ambushes, but it was Farmingdale who lost both Froggy and out to lunch in a single pick from Rek on the side. That Shockwave was massive to pull them in. Now the ping's coming down onto Baron as well. Rek is the first to this objective, but he can't do it alone. Veritas is running out with London, but Farmingdale have respawned, and I think Utica, the Dragon was all they could comfortably take. To go for this Baron would be a bit of an overreach without any setup.
I think one of the big points is they drastically need setup. I called it a 5v5 fight, and that's only because everyone got a piece of it, whether they like it or not. Veritas had hopped in, ulted, got away, and then went right back in again. They had actually lost their life. They were gone. That was even more exceptionally powerful from Batternat to be able to save that fight. So I gotta agree, you gotta get that vision up. You gotta make sure that Veritas stays alive. At the same time, you're looking at FSC and you're going, dang, we really lost a fight where we had all 5 members. We had the ability to take them down, and we kind of let it slip away. So, you know, those eyes of, let's go ahead and target focus these right players. It's going to be a big test. Froggy, though, off on the wings, wanting to look at its chance at a kill. Madlock not allowing the hook to land, who, by the way, 4, 2, and 12 now has the Triforce and the Mean and the Rapid Fire Cannon. Look at deal some damage.
And this is the part of the game where Farming will look at the composition and go, well, has it gone too long? Like you said, they got all 5 members there. They had some strong team fight in the mid game, but it feels like they're falling behind. Deepanini outrunning the depth charge.
This is where Ghost would have been good, but that's going to be a catch. You only push the wall, though. Deepanini might be able to stay alive, and it looks like you are barely going to be able to survive. But I mean, that is your tankiest member, and you're still shredded to that DNC. But you drew 2 ults. Depth charge is down, so is the cast. So the big team fight ultimate's going to be down for another about 30.
Yeah, meanwhile, Farmingdale blew the flash from Deepanini, but no ultimates being used by them. And I saw where Chupmaster was. He was way, way behind enemy lines, taking away the red buff away from Utica. And I was wondering if they would look for that engage, look for that flank from behind. Instead, they've just gone for the reset. And for Farmingdale, I'm a little bit concerned that they're letting these opportunities go. We were just talking about their lack of scaling, unfortunately, which seems like it's come back to bite them a little bit. That means, all the more importantly, they need to play around timings and around picks. Paul flirting with danger there. Does have the Edge of Night, so wouldn't have died from that, but yeah, was able to dodge it out barely anyways.
We're constantly seeing these struggles of opportunities, and I like the fact that you called it out. Right now, another cast comes out, Deepanini, no flash available. How much are you actually going to chase? And everyone realizing from Utica's side that, again, this might be an overchase, and I respect their respect of Farmington to be within the right space to save their ADC. Utica peeled off. They say we don't want to give up our lives just yet. 2 minutes to Dragon. Let's focus on the global advantage.
It's funny because I think Utica's peeling off because they don't know where Chubmaster is. They don't have vision on where this Jarvan, who should be the primary initiator for Farmingdale should a fight break out, where he is at any given point in time. And somehow, because Chubmaster has not really been looking for the fights, he's just been power farming, clearing side lanes and stuff like that. The wards aren't there to catch him. So he's just like, okay, there's a jungler somewhere. Guys, where is he? We don't know. We can't engage.
And that means that Farmington can pull stuff like this, but London is so dang tanky right now.
Yeah.
And that's going to allow Madlock to bring the damage in. One more auto attack brings you down to
go.
about 50%, and Veritas makes it 0. Paul now getting chunked down, trying to get over the wall, but you don't. And Utica, they found the picks into team fight as there is no HP values left. Madlock last auto brings it to a killing spree, and it's just 4 dead in a heartbeat. Utica take 4 and say, cool, that was an appetizer. Let's go for the main course.
And their health bars in general are still so healthy. Orbital, only Madlock at all taken low as an AD carry who was frontlining half of that fight. Look how quickly they shred down Baron. And look, I know you had questions about that 3-0 Neferi earlier on for Veritas, but with this fight, Orbital, has Veritas redeemed himself?
No. Yeah, absolutely yes. Like that was a great catch. And then again, the follow-up opportunities have been so good. So right now, I am liking how Utica are starting to expand their prowess here. 3 items deep for this jungler. Not only that, upgrading the boots behind, recognizing that they needed a little extra punch in theirs. And I will say, I know a lot of people say that upgraded boots don't do that much. It's 1,000 gold hit stop. If you have the extra gold to go for it, do it. And it looks like they have. So right now, with the Baron down, Utica are now looking to challenge with Madlock around the edge as well. You're looking for this dragon to put yourself on soul point.
Deepanini just being shoved off the bot lane. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. So Utica securing both mid and bot lane. There's no easy access for Farmingdale to look to contest this one. And this one is Soul. And when we talk about Farmingdale lacking damage as is, Ocean Soul feels like the last nail in this coffin, right? Like, you can't burst down Utica already. They will now start to regenerate through this fight. And we've seen, yeah, the fact that Madlock managed to stay low in a lot of that fight. If he had Ocean Soul, he probably would have regenerated. You combine that with the siege potential of the Orianna and the Gragas, and suddenly for Farmingdale, this Baron plus Soul combo is going to be very, very hard for them to fend off. Like, I've been calling for them to be proactive, but now more than ever, they've got to be the one pulling the trigger. If not, Utica can just sit there and chunk you.
That's a scary thought when Utica can basically sit on their laurels and be so happy. That team that is saying we are not going to allow the former kings to come back, D Panini getting chomped up here. The poor penguin turned into mush. And that's going to be a huge one, even with that Cataclysm. It does next to nothing. Look at the HP values. You have soul. You do not care. You will dive in, fight Flying Dragon, going to do jack. And that is out to lunch, flashing masteries, and your mastery will get you killed. You barely got out of harm's way after burning everything in the tank. And it's Utica to press their advantages and look to take the base.
They still got Baron. They're still going to keep pushing. Mid lane as well was chipping away with that huge wave, and only Paul and out to lunch able to try and stop anything. Froggy finally manages to disengage from that top side, but the recall is so late. That's one inhibitor down, and I can't see them defending the second.
I can't even see them defending the third, because guess who is pressing that wave to perfection? Wreck, with the masterful timing, has a wave collected, collects that last wave that FSC had, and is now pushing in a double cannon minion wave with the Baron buff. It is gone. Look how quickly that tower goes.
Oh,
look at how quickly Paul goes as well. Yeah, flash and ignite up. It ain't gonna do a dang thing. And that's 3 inhibitors in a minute and a half as Utica leave Farming Zone base in shambles.
Well, I looked over, but I couldn't see it. Paul just vanished way too quickly there. I mean, okay, granted, he's a Pyke. He's not a tank. So, not surprising, he just absolutely got melted. But that is terrifying for Farmingdale. It also kind of stops them from being able to make any sort of proactive move at this point with the support down. Not that they can anyways. Triple lanes of supers, double supers, pardon me, pushing in on triple lanes right now. Farmingdale, you're just sat in base. You're just farming and trying to pick up as much gold from all these pushing lanes as you can. But for Utica, the moment they get that reset, spend their gold, spend their items, they want to be pushing right away into the lanes with super minions to back you up with a 9,000 gold lead. One more fight to spell the end of the game.
And at this point, for Utica, it's just, what time do you want the fight to happen? Now, later, or 10 minutes down the road? It's your choice, I think, for Utica. They literally have everything that they could want. They're the ones that took a pit stop for the Grievous Wounds, by the way. You take a look down the line of FSC, 0. Well, the Garen, but that's Garen. You look down the line everywhere else, it's there. And poor D Panini ain't gonna have anything to say. You aren't even gonna have damage here in the later stages because you are dead for another 55 seconds. Utica picking apart Farmingdale one by one.
Okay, the pick onto Paul and making him vanish, that's expected. The pick onto Panini and making him vanish, I think, saves a lot more. He's one of the tankiest members of Farmingdale right now. And if he just gets melted like that, who in Farmingdale is going to be able to survive? Even Chubmaster is probably the second tankiest. Well, how's he going to engage, right? If he gets hit by any sort of CC, they just make him vanish.
The Vanishing Act will continue. Magicians of the Rift are real. Froggy trying to make some magic happen as well. There's the Wamba combo, but it's way too late. Shockwave deletes them all. Veritas makes them explode. And down goes out to launch as everyone's put to work. Utica in a flashy game 1 take their steps forward to the championship.
And I am blinded by their flashiness, Orbital, and how shiny their execution was there. Really incredibly well played from Utica. Like I said, the composition itself had some dyssynergistic components, but it felt like Utica knew their strong points and knew how to play to it. And most importantly, knew they would outscale. So they could sit back a little bit in the early game, allow them to win out the lanes. Batter Nat, especially in the top lane, with the pressure he put down, was massive to negate what Madlock and London were able to pump out on the side of Farmingdale. And for Farmingdale, I don't hate their strategy necessarily. Right? Their strategy was very clear. We are picking early game champions who will dominate and snowball from there. In a way, you could argue it worked. Madlock and London certainly took over the early game in their bot lane. In the mid lane as well. Sorry, not Madlock and London. Out to lunch and Paul took over with the Pyke and Draven from the get-go. MV Frog had some great engages in the late game as well. But it's the middle that was the problem for them. When they should have spiked, they couldn't quite find the picks they needed to, and the game just went too long for their composition. So going to game 2, I'm really curious to see if Farmingdale doubles down on this early game strategy, or if they opt to, buy a bit of insurance with their draft. Get at least 1 or 2 picks that will scale into late and make sure that, okay, if we mess up the early game, or if we can't close out by 30 minutes, at least we can still play through at 40.
Well, the thing is, they'll need some insurance to get against a double TP into the bottom lane. That's another side to look at, because that was some macro level shenanigans if I've ever seen it. Utica once again showing why they deserve to be here, and will continue to do so. Farmingdale, though, going to try and bring some revenge in game number 2. Remember, we got a potential 4 more games coming up for you, and I know it's going to be a nasty tango or waltz, depending on how they wish to play it. So we'll go to a very short break. Get ready for the next game here between Farmingdale and Utica here in the ECC League of Legends Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Very interesting early game here. We saw the ideas and glimmers coming out of Farmingsdale, and yet they kind of fell flat towards the latter stages of the game. Utica, though, storming their way through this mid to late game and looking powerful while doing so, with Batternat kind of leading the charge. A quadra kill to kind of put a stamp on that game and push the gold lead forward. Very well played.
And this Utica roster, Orbital, it really does feel like they've been leveling up split after split. We did get to cast them last split in fall of 2024 when they made top 4. And from that roster, at least the one they played that day, I remember Veritas, Madlock, and London. But Batternat and Rec didn't play that day. But Batternat and Rec looked good. We talk about Batternat in the top lane right now, who is absolutely dominant on that Gragas. I think he had the highest kill participation as well in that game. Certainly felt like it with the way he was zooming around. His explosive casks. We talked about how there could be dysynergy knocking people away from a shockwave. Never happened. Not a single time. Instead, every time was used to start the fights, isolate members. And Rec was always able to follow up. Watching Rec as well was beautiful to watch because he wasn't at every single fight. Sometimes he was off in the side lane dealing with Froggy, but his shockwaves were certainly on point and caught multiple members multiple times. It wasn't about the damage, it was about the CC. While people were knocked up, they couldn't quite follow up, and it never was it more felt when he got out to lunch. Whenever Draven gets hauled up into that and can't catch the axes, man, it just feels so impactful.
And we have to give credit because the identification was correct. Out to Lunch and Paul were doing a decent amount of work down in the bottom side. So to have that redirection from Utica and being able to say, hey, we really got to focus them, I think is the right call. And for Out to Lunch and Paul, I can't wait to see what they do more because you called it right. Do we want to see this heavy index into the early game? Because it didn't really work out as neatly as they would like. And now on that blue side, you get a chance to kind of pull your own weight. What do you want to go for? Are we going to see maybe the Gwen unleashed? Are we going to see the Viego unleashed as well, which was available, I believe, in the previous game? And, you know, maybe you can pull this first turn and get Chubmaster a really, really good pick.
And just a reminder, it's not Fearless Draft, so there is the potential of a salty run back from these teams. Now, I wouldn't assume that would be the case, especially not from Farmingdale, because they opted to swap sides to blue side. And the strength of blue side is that you do get first pick. You get to pick a lot of the sort of OP champions, quote unquote. Now, I don't know if Chubmaster plays Neferi. And if he doesn't, then they might want to ban that. Because as much as it didn't feel like it was the most impactful champion, that honor probably went to the Gragas for Batternat. It's undeniable that Neferi's scaling was definitely an issue, and we saw a lot of the later dives, a lot of the later damage did come from Veritas. Yeah, there's.
I think it's about whether you want to ban away the start versus the finish, and I think Veritas was that finisher at the end, being able to clean up a lot of those kills. But as we said, respect over to the Gragas, and I think Farmingdale might be looking to just go ahead and grab a Garen a little bit early on. I have a feeling Batternat will have an answer, of course, but D Panini, I mean, we have to give credit. The Garen can look good. We've seen them play it before. Still, though, right now, Utica focusing on Froggy in the mid lane, which, granted, the Lissandra didn't look amazing. It was there. The Ring of Phosphor, great, but I really hope to see a little bit more, especially if you're on such a heavy engage mid laner.
Yeah, Ring of Frost not great enough for me. I didn't see many gray screens coming out from that. The Pixie engages were fine, but when I see MV Froggy, I think of a player who can carry the team, and Lissandra doesn't feel that way. Orbital, Gwen is open. And I don't know if Jumpmaster plays Neferi. I know he plays Gwen.
And I think at this point, you kind of need to make sure that you grab that, because I feel like Utica might have maybe a Shadow Band style. Now, granted, I don't know if Veritas plays it that well, but it's so strong, and you have to. So Chubmaster is going to have a very, very comfortable lineup here. The only question is, what else do you grab, right? After you grab that first pick, which we mentioned Blue Side loves, no. Maybe they're messing around. Maybe they're messing around here. I think they're messing around.
We are B1ing Nautilus?
What?
Why are we?
No!
My mind is blown, Orbital. Okay, you know what? MV Froggy told me they've got pocket picks, right? Nautilus is not a pocket pick. What are we doing here? I don't understand why we're sacking Gwen, and now Utica has picked it up. We talked so much about Chumpmaster playing the Gwen. Well, Batternat knows how to play it as well. Might not be his most played champion, but it's certainly a champion that he can pull out. And I get a little bit worried because DePanini, again, you can play Garen into Gwen. That is actually a good matchup, but you'll never match the scaling of Gwen. And I have no doubts, no concerns that Batternat will eventually get to scale up, especially when we pick something like a Varus, a very strong early game champion, a champion that if you go lethality will have a lot of impact in the mid game. It'll buy plenty of space and time for Gwen to get to that late game status.
What I'm really scared of is they're assuming that they need to focus on the bot lane a little bit more, as we do see an early pickup of the ADCs here, and they are going to look at the Viego. Now, please lock this one in for me. I really, really hope we get to see it, because I want to see Chubmaster on a strong pickup here just as well. Farmingdale, they locked in a relatively safe but aggressive bottom lane. We've seen Ezreal's be able to pop off with the combinations, especially behind, as Paul on that pike probably felt a little bit lackluster. Now you grab up what London used previously, but we get to see a hover here, and if this is going to be a snap in the Skarner in the jungle for Veritas, now means that Chubmaster is not going to have a great time hopping in.
No, and also it's a nice tanky engage champion that can really easily follow up in chains of corruption that we would likely see Madlock check out with the Varus. Orbital, it also does mean that for Farmingdale, for Panini specifically, his Garen could get banned out, and I'd love to see the ban away from his Garen, because Panini's Garen is his best champion. I mean, he has other champions as well, but it's just such an impactful pick that if you take off the table, he falls down to like a Set, a Darius, and Darius will still do pretty well into the Gwen, but the Set less so. They left it open. Okay.
All right, now we can see where the focus lies, and a heavy little focus into the bot side with the Alistar banned away. But again, the Talia and the Sylas both saying, hey, we can't really let those through. The Sylas steals the ult, the Viego steals everything else, and all of a sudden you're facing a 6v4 somehow. Looking at the Orianna here, this is what Utica used last time to fairly good efficiency.
Yep.
And I'm curious now because it feels a lot more condensed. I like the direction that we're seeing from Utica's side. It doesn't feel like that explosive outwards. You have very condensed, and especially if the Skarner lands a good ult in there. Now a challenge back though. This Azir is a great disengage tool if it's locked in.
And more importantly, I like it much more than the Lissandra R5 that Farmingdale picked in game 1. Because Azir has damage, he has the utility as well. And he matches up well into Orianna as the game goes on. So I like the changes from Farmingdale here. It's all really good setup still. We talked about the Garen last time. Can be a good setup for Viego to kind of get those executes, to get the ults rolling as well with the resets. Utica though now looking for a support pick to round it up, and you've got your pick up the litter when it comes to engage champions. Rel is banned, Alistar is banned, Nautilus taken away, but there's still Rakan on the table if you're looking for engage. If you want counter engage, you can go for something like a Braum to come through. Leona is still on the table. London feel a little bit spicy there. I don't know if his pike is quite the same level as Paul's. He doesn't play it as much in the solo queue, but okay, they opt for the Braum counter engage. I don't mind that. They already have engaged with Chains of Corruption and with Skarner to follow up, so Braum doesn't have to be primary engage anymore.
I would agree with that one. I still think that whenever I see supports, especially with the Skarner and a Gwen and all, I like extra follow-up. Personally, I like seeing that extra kind of jump forward. I never like a one threat style like that. But again, to me, the Skarner can also provide so much more than just one. Normally, if we see one diver, then we're like, okay, you need a secondary. Skarner can do everything. Can tank, can go ahead and grab, can pull out. There's so much there. So I agree the Braum is going to be nice. But my eyes are still going to be on the spot lane. Even though we see the Azir versus the Orianna and the Gwen nasty pickup in the top side, my eyes are still drawn down there. Because out to Lunch and Paul, this one feels like a lot more dynamic chance that if you can get ahead, the Ezreal has a lot of safety tools to keep ramping up throughout the game.
Yeah, and you know what? Overall, my eyes don't want to look at the top lane either, because Gwen does Gwen things. But if you are a Farmingdale fan, you probably do want to keep your eyes in that top lane. We already said before, Panini was doing a fantastic job last game already on the Garen. Garen is a bit of a lane counter to Gwen, and if you can shut down the Gwen, if Garen can take off, he can be an absolute menace. So top side, it feels like it's a bit of a ticking time bomb. Can Panini get a significant enough lead, or can Batternat kind of survive that pressure? But I'm kind of with you when I'm looking at the bot lane. Not because of the picks, but because of what happened last game. Right? Like everything just kept happening in the bot lane, and even as you pointed out, even with an Ezreal who's a bit more of a scaling pick, a bit more of a safer pick. Normally, we don't always see Ezreals want to interact, right? A lot of times, they just kind of sit back and scale up. But looking at the way out to Lunch and Paul played last game, part of me doesn't believe they'll sit back. You know, I expect them to be aggressive, try and land those mystic shots. And from the hover that we saw from London as well, London hovering that pike tells you that, hey, Madlock and London want to get their piece of flesh, to pound the flesh back as well. They don't want to say, hey, we just lost lane last game. No. You had good lane picks last time. This time, we've got good lane picks.
And we'll see if it plays out here as we are diving right on into the game. We got the Poke Varus here to play, giving a little bit more power to the early game, but Pengu Garen once again running out onto the battlefield. We will see this every single time, and this time hopefully to a little bit greater strength. I really do hope Deepanini gets to show off a lot of that spin action, but for the first time it looks like we are actually going to get a meeting here, as Abram is always great at a counter invade, and I will always say there are 3 champions you never want to invade into. First is a Scion, second is a Braum, third is a Thresh or Blitzcrank. And with that vision, I think rightly so, you diverge away. You say, no, but what is this? Utica looking to get messy with it. Are they going to get in just in time? No, they saw. Everyone saw, and that's going to be a quick catch, but no one really wants to cross that line. Or do they? That's a great hook in, and Braum gets a heal out, but right now Veritas is now the one getting hit, and you might have to flash away. You are going to flash. And it looks like Madlock is now on the pinching block. You got to go ahead and run. Another hook lands. And this is Farming Zeal trying to keep him low. And no one dies. Everyone survives on this Utica running for the hills.
7 flashes blown, if I'm counting this right. Only Froggy and Paul still have their flashes available. First blood comes through, out to lunch. Like we said, with the aggressive Ezreal, was not content to let it end this way. And Farmingdale, first on the board this game.
I'm so mad. You said 7, I was like, all right, no more flashes. And then they go for 8. Out to lunch, we mentioned the strength that they had earlier. No! No! So, for those that don't see this very often, poor Veritas thought he could clear the jungle camp. Got dropped because I'm pretty sure he fought it with like 10% HP.
Yeah, Veritas didn't go for the reset, just tried to go for the jungle clear instead. Opted to die for it. Madlock though getting run down again, no flash.
Oh no, and I think Madlock, I mean London has to body block and one more auto could do it. Great body block coming out of London, so you're safe. But meanwhile, there's a difference here, and I want to point out, I think Veritas actually got red buff, but it got like last hit because there's a smite, and he already has a chunk gone out of his egg, so I think he did get it, so that's the weird thing.
I don't even know what happened to Veritas. Unfortunately, we missed it. I'm much more concerned with what happened in bot lane because bot lane, again, usually we see the Varus get first push, right? With the wave clear, you get to clear the minions a little bit faster. You hit that level 2, the all-important level 2. But because Out to Lunch got first blood solo, by the way, he ends up hitting level 2 much earlier. I mean, heck, he's at level 3 and Madlock just take 2. There was a second where it was level 3 to level 1. And that's why we saw Out to Lunch just punish immediately. If he got a second kill, this bot lane would be unplayable. Because already Out to Lunch gets a tier along with the dagger. So he's going to be accelerated enough that the tier is not going to slow him down. He's not going to have that power drop you normally see. If you got another kill, that would have been another item, and Matlock in London at that point, you're just kind of donezo, right? And after the fantastic performance London has put up already in the first fight, and keeping Matlock alive, it'd be such an unfortunate situation for Utica to be playing in such a massive deficit.
I don't know what you're talking about. Madlock never lived that. I mean, I see a death by his name, so you know. Hey. All right, let's keep rolling though, because I gotta agree. These the fact that only one member died in the early stages shows how concentrated everyone is, and I love the fact that you're here in the grand finals and you are looking for that win in the mid lane. Rek and Froggy both have been relatively quiet, but Deepanini once again in kind of this struggle situation is Batternat. Remember, no one died on the top side, and Batternat still has a ghost, so you are playing with this Gwen, this power pick, very comfortable.
And what's terrifying is Batternat somehow has double Panini CS. Like, where did this come from? Right? Garen is normally the winning matchup. Rek does get caught in the mid lane, doesn't have flash, but will be able to survive. Veritas looking for revenge.
I like this call. Unfortunately, the ball doesn't really land close, so the command move doesn't do enough. Jumpmaster able to force their way back towards a win, and Veritas is like, dang, maybe dying to that camp early didn't do me a whole lot of good work.
No, and that's really bad for Veritas because now you're behind in XP, like you kind of mentioned, from that early death. You've wasted time in that mid lane gank. You're low on health again, has to go for another reset. And meanwhile, Jumpmaster is just power farming like an absolute madman right now. He's trying to get that out unleashed as soon as possible, and he's going to need it because, yeah, his bot lane's doing fine, but his top side does need help. Panini losing early is really rough and does not get better for Garen.
I mean, this is just... You're trying to play as well as possible. I feel like we're on our toes considering how chaotic the early stages were, but it does feel like everyone also feels that tension, and maybe they don't want to break it. We did see Rek eat a lot of damage from Froggy, who was looking much more like the carry that we expected. Remember, getting 2 bans dumped into them very early on can be painful, so as you call people on the sphere, you're trying to exert your own strength with about a wave up in your own name. Dragon now started by the side of FSC, but Batternat, how far are you actually going to go with this when you don't have ult, but a final auto could do it. Deepanini barely able to scrape by.
Yeah, and with the Ghost, Batternat was just running him down. Now, the Ghost is a much shorter cooldown and will be back up quicker than a Flash will. So if you can trade Flash for Ghost, absolutely worth it. But as you called earlier, Orbital, Farmingdale starting up the Dragon with the priority they got in the bot lane from out to lunch and fall, are able to get this one without losing a life in the top side. They will lose a plate, but better a plate than a death.
Wow, this is... We're starting to see those power swings come in here, and I'm going to be very, very curious to see how it breaks out. Once again, Utica, though, getting a little bit of a pinch here on the road. First to it, but it looks like all 3 will go their way. Yep. Chubmaster, of course, had to clear out their bot side, and again, Veritas might be making this useful. Batternat making sure that no one comes to steal this one away. They want this here. Goes the bus once again. And if you can, that's a great pushing power. Sent Utica's way here in the early stage.
Oh, the shuffle?
Shove? Rek still able to run away, got the flash out. London was in the position, but no real difference here. Deepanini, though, watching that TP go down, and Batternat's like, don't take my ward. Let me go ahead. Doesn't want to miss CS. Okay, I can respect that.
I don't know if Batternat, it used to be if you TP on the ward, you can kind of keep the ward alive, but they've changed it so the ward does go down. The TP will still complete, but the ward won't cease to exist. Here's the rundown again.
Yeah, there's going to be a flash, but you flash got him in a straight line. You didn't get hit by 2. You only got hit by 1 side of the scissors, so you are going to live, but you literally just came back to lane. Panini does not enjoy this lane matchup.
Well, thankfully you're Garen, so you just sit back for a little bit and you can see the regen already kicking through from Deepanini. He's not super worried about the dive right now. He'll still be able to pick up the CS, but yeah, it's still just not boding well. That 1v1 matchup, the threat from Batternat is really, really high. Once the Ghost comes back up as well with the ultimate, if Deepanini pushes past midway through that lane, he can and will absolutely get run down by the win, especially once first item completes, which I'm actually not sure if Deepanini is going to look for the Nash's Tooth first. I do see the dagger in there. Usually it's the Rift Maker, but if you want lane dominance and you think the 1v1 is really what you're currently opting for, you rush the Nash's Tooth instead.
I fear anyone that is willing to rush the Nash's Tooth that quickly. You're just like, I win all day long, and I'm like, I'm gonna quit the game. I'm so sorry. I need to get out of here because I know you know how to play the game, and that's what Gwen does at the current moment. Gwen is having such a field day farming up that CS differential that we are hoping to see kind of close up. Now, huge, what a hook though, huge pickup there. Out to lunch, goes ahead and fires off the True Shot Barrage, going straight into the shield, but a great chain comes out. Paul trying to run for their life, but to get pierced by the arrow and then some. Out to lunch is trying to fire away as much as possible, but Veritas able to force out to lunch away. And FSC trying to kind of battle this way back, and that is going to be Chubmaster going in. Veritas finding on the other side, and everyone is quite low. But there's the challenge as Froggy chances in. There's a flash in again, but this time the Azir shuffle works wonders, and FSC take 2. It was looking messy one way or another, but the mid came into play.
The TP from Froggy gets him into the fight, able to match the walk down from Rek. Out to lunch is not done yet. London
about to fall here. Gerard Butler couldn't save that one, and it will be the plate as well. Well done to FSC to clean up that kill.
Yeah, and now we look at the kills up top of your screen there. 5-0. Farmingdale really putting their stamp onto the game. We've been so focused on the fact that Batternat has been dominating this 1v1, but everywhere else on the map, it is Farmingdale who's walking out ahead with the lead. And for Farmingdale, let's see what they're able to do with this team. We need to accelerate the pace of the game. They did get first dragon. Second dragon is coming up shortly. The second set of grubs soon to follow. And I'd love to see Farmingdale kind of go for the dragon into a lane swap and get out to lunch, get Paul, get these strong points of your team to these objectives first.
Rotate early to take the victories elsewhere. Nini not liking that. Wow, okay. We were on the beaches and then immediately into the trenches. That's what just happened. And then we see topside die. What is going on here? When did the blood start flowing? Oh no, what is going on here? First it was the Braum, then it was the Gwen and the Garen. I don't know what's going on, RMC.
Another one. Wreck is gonna get found here.
Wreck doesn't have flash.
Oh,
Barely misses. Needs a larger hitbox right there. The lollipop didn't land, so Paul, yeah, Paul's sad.
Sad B. You know what? I too am sad overall. That should have landed, man. Like, of all the lollipopping, how did that one not hit? Farmingdale, though, pushing the pressure. Topside as well. I do think the kill trade that went down, Farmingdale are going to be happy with that one. You know, forcing Batternat to slow down a little bit when everybody else is doing so well. We talked about moving the pressure points, the strong points for Farmingdale. Well, Orbital, they didn't move Paul and out to lunch, but just moving Paul was enough. His hooks have been absolutely on point. They are going to be able to secure the second set of grubs. Now, Utica is aware of it. They are starting up the Dragon, but out to lunch is down there. Can he try and slow them down? For now, it just looks like he's happy to sit farm and not get involved.
If anything, I was hoping for a true shot barrage, but the timing isn't there. Lunch maybe looking for a Q. Nope. Mystic Shot can only do so much, but with a Triforce behind it, making it pretty well, but we do get one of the spicier souls to play for. A Hextech Dragon will be called down a little bit faster onto the Rift as well, considering the pace of play. This fits in very nicely.
Yeah, and with the range that both teams can kind of play at least in the opening stages of the fight, it actually is massive. Hextech Soul is less about the sort of hold up. You landed?
Oh, wow. No, you're okay. You're okay. You can play relatively safety. And again, you're scaling up with the Triforce gun, as we said. Out to lunch is still a scary threat.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised how short the Chains of Corruption landed there. Like, I thought it would last longer, but out to lunch gets out with most of itself. Really impressive. Yeah, the scary part isn't the static shiv, isn't the chain lightning part of the Hextech Soul. It's the slow. That's really scary. And with something like an Ezreal that can easily, repeatedly apply it, if Farmingdale can get it, it's massive. And for Utica as well, if Batternat gets Hextech Soul, he can actually engage fights with the needle work too, because he gets on multiple members. The chain slow allows him to actually just run people down right in the hit.
Right now, Madlock hasn't really found that success. 0-2-0. Batternat on top that has found massive success though. 1-1 and 0 CS differential is pretty much 2 kills. 50 CS above their lane opponent. It's only going to continue as we see the call down. A couple pings go out as you do see Veritas on the top side of the map. But again, Batternat having freedom to even proxy a little bit has to be frustrating for Deepanini.
Oh, Deepanini is pushed up past the halfway mark. Orbital off the lane. He sat right by a ward.
Oh, while we were watching, I think that's because Chubmaster was diving into the mid lane. Deepanini now having to run away. Does have flash available, but this red buff is doing so much work. Flash into the tower once again. Deepanini, man, you can't be window shopping. You can't be looking anywhere else whenever there's a Gwen on the map.
He wasn't even recalling, so I don't think he was window shopping. But yeah, Batternat's just cycling through out Ghost and just buff apparently on this rundown in this cycle. Deepanini is turret gone by the time he arrives. He gets there in time.
Are you gonna get down? No! What a save! I love that call, by the way. Are you gonna get it? Nah, you don't. And a huge part of that is, again, FSC, I think, is also trying to play for first tower and maybe a little bit more. You want to get that feat in there as soon as possible. You already got the feat of strength with 3 early kills.
Yeah, but you'd have gone anyway. Like, you will be able to get it anyways. There's no need to rush. You look at all the other lanes. For all that Farmingdale has been able to accelerate their lead to about 2,500 gold for them finding all these picks in multiple lanes, including the one we didn't catch on screen where Rick got killed by a gank from Chubmaster. There's very little turret damage on these turrets right now for Farmingdale.
Right now, this is just a heavy burst section. Glacial Fissure also used to slow down Deepanini, and Deepanini has nothing in the tank. Last couple autos here. Are you actually gonna get it? There's a flash forward, and it's a shutdown. I don't know why there's a shutdown on Deepanini's life, so that'll be big. But now you get a catch on, and Batternat realizes the 1v3 is not a position you want to be in. Almost slices through the likes of Chubmaster, but it's still going to be the kill to Froggy, as now it's a punch through. But again, with that tower gone, there's a feat apiece as everyone's going to be looking at those last couple neutral camps to really get that last third on their name.
Wait, no, there's already... Oh, yeah, there's just one more. Okay, the grubs were split after all. Okay,
yes,
you're right. So what is the next? It's Dragon in a minute and a half, or is it Herald in a minute and a half? I guess both will spawn around the same time.
Whichever one you want as a shockwave does a little bit of damage. Froggy, though, you ain't getting away there. Shut down, handed over to Madlock as this top side has actually gotten a little bit out of control. We were watching how far it pushed it up because we were looking at out to lunch on the bot side. Madlock and London were able to get a good about quarter of the HP on the second tower down.
Yeah, and that's actually 2 shutdowns as well for Madlock to be able to pick up the one that Panini, for some odd reason, had. And one that Froggy had, for a good reason, because Froggy's been doing pretty well and very, very active in the fights 2, 1, and 3. And so for Utica, they've actually kind of closed the gold gap a little bit. We were looking about a 2.5, almost 3,000 gold difference. It's now down to 2,000. And all of this off kind of the picks, off the first turret as well. And all of this with the knowledge in the back of our nines that Batternet is scaling. That's got to be in the minds of all the players right now. For Farmingdale, they need to continue accelerating, continue shutting down Batternet. And for Utica, they're just buying time and saying, okay, we are just waiting for this Gwen to come online.
Might take a little bit longer, or they might try and accelerate it here. Dragon is going to be up in about 15, and as we say, this is a Hex Tech, so one that you would want to play for, and honestly, everyone would love it. But having extra attack speed plus ability haste, I mean, the Gwen's going to love that for days on days on days. And with this idea that maybe you can even pinch Froggy, who has no flash, be a quick kill for your own, but I like this call. As you mentioned, Herald was up at the same time, and it looks like it is going to be challenge out. I don't think they're going to be able to take Dragon down in time, so well called by FSCs. They're going to claim that feat in their 3 camps your own.
To a very large extent, I do feel like the objectives are not actually being decided by Farmingdale, as odd as it is. They're up in kills, they're up in gold, but they're still trying to avoid the side of the map where Batternet is on. And because Batternet is in the bot side dealing with Froggy right now, they just say, okay, we'll prioritize the other side, which is our guaranteed win side, and then maybe we can look down the bot lane after. But Veritas has been doing a wonderful job as well, making sure that, okay, just take objectives on spawn. If, you know, there's our strong side, we play our strong side as well. Make sure that we don't have a situation where we have to face up against Farmingdale on the fight.
Don't solo ult the Pengu. That's just mean. Paul flashes over the charge in, though, for Veritas, allowing Chum Master to try and get in. Double TP coming in, one from one and one from the other. And it's now almost a battle in the middle lane. Batternet, though. Oh!
No! What?
This is allowed?
In one of the most important team fights available. I cannot believe it. That is a pause and a half. I understand that there was a DC, but oh my gosh.
Yeah, that fight that just broke on mid lane at the most critical moment too. We keep talking about the strong point of the map, Batternet for the side of Utica, almost single-handedly kind of carrying their early game for them and making sure they don't fall behind. Well, he just showed up to the fight, and can he actually carry a fight? That feels like the $1,000,000 question right now, bro. Because if he can, then Utica is in a great position. If he can't, then Farmingdale are gonna need to absolutely accelerate and take advantage of that. And literally, just as he shows up, just as the needle rig is starting, pause.
I mean, you saw the damage numbers, though. The damage numbers were looking in favor of Utica for the moment, at least. There was a large amount of burst that was coming out of FSC. I'm going to be curious. Again, we're seeing these entry from the top side of the map as well, from a couple of opponents. So I'm just... Man,
It's doubly awkward too, because the reason why they had to pause was it's Froggy who disconnected specifically, and Froggy was the one who was kind of dealing with Batternet in the bot lane.
Oh gosh.
So, okay, we are slightly rewound, so this is right before the TP's kick in.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take eyes once again. Veritas gets flashed over. Paul is able to draw that depth charge, and Chum Master is going to walk their way in. TP's in from both sides. Froggy joins into the mix, looks for a chance, and there's that pause that we were mentioning. Possible disaster as the ult comes out to push the rest of the fight away. And so, honestly, for what it could have been, the fight isn't that bad. Froggy actually disengaged very, very neatly.
And that feels even worse overall, because it feels like the pause was like, oh, like kind of teasing you, and then there's still no resolution at the end of it. Can Batternet carry a fight? We don't know, because Froggy just disengaged it. And look, to be fair to Froggy, I think he did actually Empress the fight the right way. I don't know if that was an issue, and that's why they had to pause right there. But you didn't want that fight at that moment. The reset's probably more favorable for them to look for a fight on their own terms. But it does mean nobody drops. Nobody gets a massive advantage, though Madlock does get to sit in lane, and we'll be able to push this one.
And I think for Madlock, who is sitting at that one item, needs a little bit more time to really be that piercing arrow that we see all the time. 2 items would be ideal, and I think they might have just been able to turn it. You can see the wave push, decent amount of golden bank. Another one to watch for Veritas. Now having the heart seal available, is going to be looking to farm that one up nicely. Only has about 19 stacks on it, so I want to see how quickly you're going to be this tanky bruiser in the front line that we all know, hate, and love all at the same time. So right now, everyone kind of taking stock. FSC trying to bring their eyes and kind of maybe blood pressure back into a natural state here after that situation. We're still waiting for a lot of the global objectives to come up. 3 minutes still left on the Dragon.
Yeah, we got to see a bit of the gold there, and Batternat's not as far ahead as you'd like to see, only about 400 above Panini. Panini has been doing a wonderful job, you know, farming up, especially since they've been desynced, I say, as he walks into Batternat.
Oh, tagged at the very end. Poor D Panini, though. Has the Swifties in hand, plus the upgrade, so you get, I think it's 15 extra moves. Not that much, but it's decent. Good shield to hold, but here's the pinch back. Paul not going to be slamming into the wall, but it's enough to draw eyes of Veritas. Isn't going to get a chance to ult the shockwave back. These FSC get one in. How many more? Wreck flashes over the wall. Everyone is safe, but Batternat trying to step forward. Now with the shield open, D Panini running away with the piercing arrow. And FSC get the tower, the kill, and all their lives out.
Okay, well,
Jesus.
that's when he running through
Oh,
the
do
enemy
it.
team. Does
Oh,
he get
do it.
stunned?
Oh,
They
do
see
it.
him? Oh, they can't get in range.
Dude, D Panini is so lucky right there. That should have been a flash. But Batternat realizing you're not in a good spot, able to hop over the wall, but Chub Master still wins it out. And it's kind of feeling like a snowball moment as Utica start losing members.
No, bro, that wasn't luck. That was skill from Deepany. Those Swifties that you're talking about, tier 3 Swifties are doing so much work right now. It got him away from Batternat. By the way, it got the Ghost out of Batternat and the Needlewood, which is critical because when Batternat showed up to the mid lane fight, he didn't have his team fight tools available. And more importantly, when he got caught a second time, he didn't have the tools available. And Farmingdale, this is what we wanted to see from them in game 1. Like, this is a team that knows how to play. We didn't get to see in game 1 because just got outskilled. There was no way for them to play. But this game, when they've got a lead, they know how to push it. I love the way they rotate from the mid into a pick into Atakan. And they're getting objectives off these picks. They're not just getting solo kills and nothing else.
D Panini might be the solo kill on board. Keep in mind, you get pinched against the wall. There's not much else to play for. You don't have flash, but you are tanky.
Ooh.
There's the impale to bring you back, but how much do you actually have? You're gonna still try and run. Runs out away from the tower, but there it is. London, though, taking that one away. Gets their first of the game, and I'm not gonna lie, it feels kind of bad. I mean, Matlock was right there.
Yeah, and London doesn't even have the excuse of Ignite this time.
Right. It was a straight Q, I'm pretty sure, that took it, and he's just like, sorry.
Well, he'll explain it to Madlock. That's
Yeah, true.
they're a duo. Maybe Madlock, you know, dishes out like a couple of kills here and there to London to keep London happy. Because London's been doing a fantastic job as well. You know, something that we haven't really touched on. We saw early in the game London keeping Madlock alive in what was a very rough start to the game. But in a lot of these fights as well, London has been doing a fantastic job simultaneously creating space for Madlock and still applying the Winter's Bite to enough people that it's still having a lot of impact and slowing down Farmingdale's kill game. In fact, Farmingdale probably would have a lot more kills if not for the fact that London's been interrupting them and making sure that Utica gets space to reset.
I mean, I like how we say not a lot and still it's 12-5. Dragon now on the
Could be
board,
worse.
though. Batternat is here to try and take it. Yeah, definitely could be worse. But what we're seeing now is another jump into the mid lane. Late Graceful Fissure again as Chub Master is going to be deleted or almost deleted. Final rain of arrows brings the shutdown. And this is Utica, maybe a chance to fight back. Batternat getting taken quite low. Heals up so much. Shockwave gonna land differently, but it only delays the inevitable. Veritas coming around with a great pierce and also gets the impale off. Utica, beautiful team, but behind, Wreck is getting chased out, but out to lunch is the only one left alive. You called London, this god of the blocks, and has done it yet again. Applies the Winter Spite and lives to tell the tale. It's an ace for Utica. FSC fall.
Down in gold, picked off. The engage started on Farmingdale's side. They were the ones finding a pick from Utica. And at the end of it, Utica only lose one for an ace. Only Batternat dies. And we keep talking about this Gwen threat, but Madlock right now is probably actually the real threat in these team fights. Mirror Mana completed with the Yomu's Ghostblade, just pumping out arrow after arrow after arrow. And Utica, despite being down gold, despite losing map pressure, they are the ones at 23 minutes looking down Soul Point.
And I think we talked about it back in game number 1. Utica had a penchant when they were ahead to make mistakes. They got a little bit overextended. Batternat would step up and lose their life. Everyone else would chase. And in this game, it's been almost the opposite. I want to point out that entire fight happened because Chubmaster was trying to dive the back line. Was very strong at 3-0-5 before that fight, but couldn't really kill off Madlock, and it's London always with the denial. So FSC have to start recognizing that this game is not exactly as in their favor as they thought, as they're now staring down the barrel of a Hextech Soul, which is so painful to play into.
Yeah, and the momentum is swinging the way of Utica as well. When we consider the gold leads that Farmingdale has had for most of this game, you know, for it to start swinging the way of Utica right now with a composition that scales pretty well is a terrifying thought. Not to say that Farmingdale is going to get outskilled this game. I think we should make that very clear. Viego skills well, Ezreal skills well, Azir also skills very, very well. So it does come down to kind of an even game and how these teams are able to find the engages they're looking for. Who, if anybody, overextends? Because, yeah, like you said, that last one was Chubmaster overextending. If they play front to back, that's when I think this game gets really, really interesting and very, very even.
Let's see how well this continues onwards, as FSC still has some drive in there, but they have to be a lot more careful. No real other objectives up. Baron will be up at about 35, but I don't think either team can really look there without taking some picks early. Looking at the towers as well, we're seeing this kind of a little bit of a draw. 2 towers, 2-3, but that mid lane against Utica. I mean, they can take that mid lane at pretty much any time, and so I'm watching these items kind of scale up here. And Veritas, only at 123 on the Saxel Heartsteel, was wishing for a little bit more, but still doing okay for themselves.
I don't know, bro. I feel like that mid turret for Utica is a little bit of bait right now. Farmingdale have vision. Pretty good vision control on either side of that lane. Utica won't see the collapse coming. So I think Utica, they're playing it right by not going for that turret as low as it is right now. They want to just farm up, get ready, and then as that dragon starts getting closer and closer to spawning, that's when I suspect we'll see them push out and actually get the Lord vision down. Look to contest through mid into dragon.
For right now, Out to Lunch is also trying to run interference. At least around the Baron. Dragon is, you know, off on its own. Veritas hunting for a chance, but no one's really stepping up. We've crossed over that 25-minute mark where we're starting to get to those larger dead timers, so I think everyone is acutely aware of that halt. Trying to get the wards down for their own, and I just like seeing this kind of a quiet pacing after all the action we had earlier. I can now sip my water, I can, you know, sit down, maybe stretch my arms a little bit, and as immediately as I say that, we're going to see a 1-1 and a 1-2 situation here. Mid lane, we're seeing a little bit of blood as Utica tried to jump on Paul, who is fairly tanky, but is now allowing Out to Lunch to actually do some damage here. Batternat getting run out a little bit, pops the needlework as well, and everyone gets out safely. Same with Rek on the other side. Deep Nini was like, hey, I got the ult, that's all I really want.
Yeah, a lot actually being blown by Utica there. Hallowed Mist being used. I was wondering if they're in for the engage. Deep Panini stepping up though. And the hook!
No, Rek, how could you? And now it's going to be blood in the water. FSC smell blood. Great little pierce there as Veritas is able to bring some damage back. But take a look, Madlock can't really help out as you're sectioned off for the rest of the team. Utica lose their mid. Batternat's here to play, but you're too far away. And Utica is shoved out of their own base. Another pinch into the wall as Out to Lunch goes over the wall. And that's just a shredding and shellacking as FSC win that fight handedly.
Out to Lunch is out for blood. I was getting a little bit concerned, but they kept trying to chase Madlock off instead of assisting Chub Master and Paul, but it ends up working out for them. And I want to highlight Froggy too, because Froggy in the first half of the fight did so much work. In the second half of the fight, he didn't show up in the fight, but he continued doing a ton of work, zoning everybody out. Batternat couldn't join in. Madlock got stuck off to the side doing Froggy for a while as well. And that bought time for Out to Lunch to be able to clean up. And now bought time for Farmingdale to, as a team, rotate to Baron, pick this up on all 5.
So comfortable in their own right. However, they need to hurry. Batternat is relatively strong now and has a healing with that Rift Maker, but still only half HP. And here's the deal. Utica, their eyes aren't trying to kill Deep Panini. They're looking at Dragon, which is going to spawn in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and with the Hextech gates as well, the resets come through a lot faster. It didn't take 30 seconds to get Baron, to Dragon or Baron anymore. You take those Hextech gates and you're right there. And heck, maybe you can even look for some interesting flank positionings as well, depending on how it goes. London walk face first into this one.
Oh no, and that's one that we talked about being so good in a lot of situations here. peels off down to the bottom side. What a shot lands on 3 though. The turnaround, Utica again trying to scrap this fight well, and they get another piercing arrow on everyone. In comes the TV, another piercing arrow on the tip. Out to lunch on the wrong side of the map, and now gets clapped on their own FSC. Picked apart in the opposite direction. Utica find a miracle of a fight.
What goes up apparently must come down, Orbital, and the pendulum swings again. FSC, they get Baron buff, they get a massive win. They're about to lose Soul. Froggy trying to find a kill. London will sacrifice his life happily to make this happen, but Utica doesn't care. Utica still gets the Hextech Soul.
I'm trying to figure out why you'd fight there when you need to secure this dragon. Meanwhile, of course, Utica now give a huge opportunity for FSC to take a lot more. They're going to push down this mid-inhibitor tower and get the inhibitor as well. Of course, you're trading a permanent buff for just temporary inhibitor. There's going to be a nice chain of corruption, though, when it lands, and Froggy is actually in a dangerous spot, and Wreck is going to wreck shop here, not for falling Froggy. Still takes one in trade. Inhibitor for Soul, and honestly, both are saying we got something in this game. Let's be happy about that.
And even at the end of this one, my mind is still swinging back and forth. It was a great call from Utica to punish, considering that, remember how that fight started? London turns the corner into all of Farmingdale, but the Braum is so tanky, he buys so much time, and he buys so much space. Madlock, with this lethality build, was just pumping out damage from safety with poke after poke, and that's what forced Farmingdale to look for that hyper-risky engage, and they got wiped. We're not mincing any words here. Farmingdale should have lost that fight. Froggy revived their chances by finding that pick, and even more importantly, the call after from Farmingdale as a whole to go for the inhibitor actually makes the Baron that they got kind of worth it. They're still in a worse position after that trade than they were prior, but they are buying themselves a lot of time. They still have that gold lead from taking those turrets, from taking that inhibitor. So the game state's pretty even right now. Farmingdale needs to make max use of it, and for Utica, if they can find 1 or 2 more mistakes like that from Farmingdale, well, we could see them going up 2-0.
I'm just impressed once again how Utica have consistently been able to dig themselves out of some of these holes here. And I cannot believe that we're seeing it. As you called, they could be going up 2-0, and one where they're wiping sweat off their brow. They're sitting there going, dang, it almost feels like we don't deserve this, and at the same time, they fought so well. Looking into this now, 30.5 minutes in, items are coming through. 3 items deep, 4 a batter net, 2.5 now, as Veritas, I think, is going to be able to recall, pick up their 3rd, and comfortably be that tank for the squad. Going to go ahead and actually turn it around. Sold the Ruby, picked up the Negatron just to have a little extra magic resist against Froggy, who has also hit that 3-item power spike. So I kind of respect it, honestly. Level 17 for this Azir.
Yeah, and for Utica, do they know? I mean, it's kind of hard to find out to lunch right now. I actually don't think they have enough burst damage to come through. Rek is a player we haven't talked about too much, but his shockwaves have been on point, and as this game goes on as well, his magic damage is going to become more and more important. So Utica, they kind of need to make sure both Madlock and Rek are actually at the fights before they start looking for these ambushes.
And the reason we say that is because Batternat's going to be coming in on the side flank, and I really want to see that kind of explode. But as you said, you do need Rek and Madlock to start things off, and London to not be caught out. I will also say, Utica, in my opinion, have been caught more times than I would like to say. Even in game 1, I kind of had a little bit of disapproval with how often you would see one of them kind of caught out in no man's land, but they always make it work. Batternat, though, saying this is in no man's land. This is just straight up my land. Takes a huge chunk out of Deep Panini, and no one is in the space to respond. Chubmaster running into Veritas and the rest of the squad and saying, hey, it doesn't really matter. Baron up in 1.5 minutes, as that's just a straight up kill. Froggy takes out Wreck. I was looking at the wrong side of the map. Batternat goes over the wall, though, and now that they've realized Froggy is there, they're going to try and take this battle. It's a 3v4 for the time being, as around the wall, Madlock is just trying to wait for a couple shots of their own. No assassination come through, though, as Veritas lives the execution, but over the wall, Chubmaster springs some damage around. Another piercing arrow goes out as it's a Wreck onto Deep Panini. And a flash forward misses by the skin of their chin. FSC, though, with the 2-0 crossman.
And when you start saying that, Utica's been caught more times than like Raw, in the back of my head I was thinking, but it's Farmingdale who's messed up the last 2 fights. But I see what you mean, because once again, Veritas, overextended, does get picked off by the side of Farmingdale. And we just talked about it. You need Rek and you need Madlock. You know who wasn't at that fight? Rek and Madlock. Deep Panini running for the hills. Oh, he actually gets out. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, Rek was dead in the bot lane, so Rek could have joined the fight. And Matlock couldn't get in for the longest time. If not for the Hextech Soul that slowed them down, that fight could have, should have been over before Matlock could join.
He's going to try and turn it around yet
again.
And this is...
Jeez.
We all saw it coming, and I wasn't, like, too surprised, but man, for Rek, that's a surprise and a half. The fact that Froggy is the one looking for solo kills, wild stuff here, but it's working extremely well.
I feel like the cooldown for the Empress Divide is not that far off the respawn timer now for Rek, so you go back to that ball, it's going to happen again if you don't have a buddy. And if you do need a buddy, then you don't have the numbers to stop this Baron taking out.
Guess what? Look where Veritas is. This is going to be a no smite contest as Paul, with a little bit of a weird flash, just trying to assert dominance over these couple wards that are down. It is going to be Baron out and about for FSC as they look to try and get a little bit more punch on this game. TP coming in here in a 45 position. It looks like they're going to chase a little bit further. London might sacrifice their life, and Benback goes in. And I'm not sure you want to be here. Tries this is the way in, but it only leaves a broken shard. FSC get 2 free after the Baron and are looking to break the base once again.
Yeah, mid-inhib did respawn, but it should be going down shortly. Chub Master pulling off the Gwen as well as Batternat is, and Matlock losing half his health.
That was a single two-shot barrage, and right now this could be the end. Dead timers are extremely long. Quick little chunk number 1. Baron pushing with a super minion in tow, or not a super minion, a cannon minion pierced out and about. Looks like there might be a little bit of time to breathe. Hextech Gate's taken for FSC to go ahead and leave, as it's Elder Dragon to be spawning right now.
No way FSC get this uncontested, right? I mean, Utica, everybody's respawning. Batternat still got another 10 seconds, but if you can get there, if you can get the poke, oh, I love this for Farmingdale.
Oh, great.
He got spotted by Blue
by the way.
Yeah.
Yep, Scryers drop down, but what is going on? Veritas knew they were there. Utica!
No, Rek!
Oh, no! Okay, thank God no one else followed up. Deep Panini doesn't have the most damage in the world. I like how you and I both held our breath, but the main goal has been accomplished. You kill Veritas, no one there to chance, and you get Elder. FSC are gonna pop Rek and team even faster.
Yeah, I feel like we harp on Hexexo, Hexexo, Hexexo. You know what's even better? Elder buff.
Yeah.
At that point, yeah, sure, maybe they can't have problems reaching you with the slow, but once they do, it's going to be so easy to run you over. With the Baron buff still ticking, by the way, and a super minion in the mid lane, I think Farmingdale will just push it down as 5 into the mid lane, and Utica need to answer. They need to be there. Rek and Batternat need to recall now.
We're going to try and do it, but of course this rundown might be enough. Remember, Madlock having those piercing arrows is doing work, but you're already getting chunks taken out of you. This GA could pop very quickly. It looks like we are going to get our one and only 5v5 fight. And you can see the difference. The dragon versus dragon is what we're watching for. Uh-oh. Jump Master left for funsies. And I mean, if Out to Lunch had set up a little bit further, I feel Veritas would have been like, please give me the chance. But no. Everyone backs away, and it looks like FSC are saying we don't want to take that chance to fight much further. Let's get the side lanes under control.
But why? Orbital, I am flabbergasted because now your Elder buff is largely ticking down. Your Baron buff is going to be gone before you can set up. And look at the wave states. They are so far away. If you were going to go for the side lane wave states, you needed to do it right from the get-go on that call. And now you're walking in. They will get turrets, don't get me wrong, but they won't be able to end the game.
Oh no, you know what they're trying to do is they're trying to end Rek's mental. That is a 4-man coming out of the fog of war. Chunks through the tower like no one's business, and Rek is just like, I lived this time, guys. Don't worry, I've learned my lesson. Dangers abound though as DeePanini is getting shredded here, and the Gwen seems to be online. DeePanini is down, so we could see a 5v4 collapse. No force TP to though. And because of that death in the top side, FSC don't want anything to do with this battle.
Yeah, and that's pretty much going to be the Elder buff largely gone. Okay, we're still seeing them stick around the bot lane to try and make a play happen. There is now actually a ward to TP to nearby. So, can Utica look for it? They're looking for the flag of it.
And Froggy taking a little bit of damage, but Veritas is having a few struggles actually entering into these battles. I will say, whether by FSC's ways or Utica just not finding those angles, Veritas hasn't had free access to some of these great wall pins that we've seen before, right? We saw some of those pins earlier onto Paul, and I think Chub Master, they did it too as well, but Veritas, we've rarely seen those engagements so far. It's just been kind of a meatball situation, standing in front for the team.
Yeah, and as a whole, I mean, you can see that reflected in the heart steal Veritas has. Right? It was his first item he picked up fairly early. It's only 249 stacks, and we're just shy of 40 minutes right now, Orbital. So Veritas can't get into the fight, but that's okay, because Farmingdale is kind of having the same issues right now, right? Where Madlock and Rec are present, they're able to create enough space that Farmingdale's engages have largely been either Paul or Froggy throwing their bodies into very, very risky situations. And hey, it's worked for them so far. Really well played. I honestly would actually like to see Paul pick up a Zonias at some point. I do feel like it's an old school build, but with the way he has to engage sometimes, it might actually get more value than just straight tank stats.
It'll work one way or another. You're reaching that point in the game that we don't see too often now, which is full item builds out. Madlock currently sitting on 5 items. Mid lane, Rec sitting on a few as well, but nothing close. This is a true shot for Rod to go ahead and fire away. It is going to be brick by brick. FSC are going to try and dismantle this base. But again, I agree with you. Questions about why. Why are you taking this long? Well, they want to make sure they win, and both teams kind of in a stalemate position. A little bit of a death rush being set up, but no one walks in, so FSC aren't going to find a freebie.
Yeah, and to give Farmingdale credit, I think they've done a fantastic job so far choking out Vision from Utica, and that's why Utica hasn't been able to find a comeback or a death bush to really mount a pick. A lot of it's just been kind of desperate base defenses, but on the other hand, they've been doing that very, very well. Veritas, okay, he's not getting caught out, trying to run him down in the lane, it's kind of dumb.
Oh, he's trying to bait. He's trying to bait the rest of the team, and they were really hoping for Batternat or Rec to actually step up instead. But no one did, and right now, we're actually waiting for Baron to come online here, and I think FSC are recognizing this is a little dangerous. We reached that late game point. So
okay, Paul.
It doesn't really matter. Paul goes in. I don't know if this is what you really wanted. Shockwave is available, and it's going to draw the tanks in. However, Death Charge does more than enough. Batternat just slices through everyone. Froggy gets over the wall, misses completely. There is a whiff and a half, unfortunately, but Utica calls fortunate, and then some. You're going to dance your way out with a Phantom Shield up. Chubmaster survives, but Utica find the slimmest of margin. Another piercing arrow to slow them down. And they're going to chase all day long because we waited so long, waited for this moment. They bided their time, and Utica has to go back to take care of out to lunch. The other idea coming up here is Elder is once again available.
Good dodge on an orbital. We've been waiting for so long, and we'll have to wait longer yet because Utica are not in a position to end this game. I mean, take a look at the map. We've been so used to Farmingdale pushing up. If they win one more fight, they win the game. Utica has taken 2 turrets. That mid lane outer turret has been living on a hope and a prayer for more than half of this game at this point. And now they're going for Baron. They're going to be able to pick this one up. Out to lunch. Can he actually snipe something here?
Doesn't have 2-shot barrage, so he's going to walk in. It's kind of blind.
Okay.
Good smite away by Veritas, but again, eyes are on this Elder, and I feel like this Elder is going to be that break point. I hate saying it because I said it before, but this time it feels like both teams are actually set up for a 5v5 dragon fight.
Okay, just because you said it before, Orbital, doesn't make it any less true. The last time it broke my mind. This time we'll see if it actually breaks the game open. And for Utica, it might be what they need, because if they can pick up a lot of that standing gold, it actually won't help them that much. It almost will do it, actually. Yeah, you know what?
I was like, what are you talking about? We're at 41.5 minutes, bro.
Just take the dragon in the game, guys. Like, whichever team takes this should be in a great position to do it. There's a lot of poke landing on Farmingdale right now.
Oh, no.
That's an insta-flash out.
PTSD from game number 1, by the way. PTSD and a half from game number 1 CP. But this time, you're in a much more precarious position. Mid lane kind of overtaken by both ends, and no one's positioning well around this dragon. It is currently up and available. You can fight for it right now, and really, it feels like Utica is relying on London to frontline once again.
Yeah, why not? The supports are actually tanky enough, Orbital, to be able to frontline at this point. We saw Paul finally engage. It did take a while for him to melt. Two-shot barrage comes across, only tags onto London.
Right now, that shield is down, though. This could be the chance of a one glacial fissure. Paul getting shredded now, and they have to dive on in. Chain of Corruption lands on the back line, and Utica smell blood in the water. They peel back rightly to go for this dragon, and it is going to be that soul to take. Batternat, though, could go over the wall. All of a sudden, Panini is in the wrong spot. Panini gets eaten up. Froggy is about to be a frog in a well and a half. No frog legs tonight, but it's enough. And right now, FSC trying to make the best of a bad situation. Chasing for this inhibitor once again. Out to lunch, and Chubmaster, they're about to be There's the other set number 1. Chubmaster, one more auto. You're about to go down. What a catch and a half. London this time rightly gives the kill over, and this is shut down for Utica as they take 4 lives.
Push, push, push. Utica are going for this one best they can. That Milita really is on a hope and a prayer, and it will not survive this time. 30 seconds, so Panini is back up 10 for Paul, but it's 40 seconds for Out to Lunch and Chubmaster, and the push from Utica is strong. Can they end? I actually don't know.
7 HP on that tower, full HP on this one, and it's chewed through like butter and a half. Hot butter on a summer's day. And all the towers are falling in a 4-1 pressure. I actually kind of like this one. As you call it, they don't know if they can end right away if they push as 5. So instead, they're taking the safer route, taking inhibitors, take both actually. And now you get double waves push in. They're going to try it here. 20 seconds left on Chub Master, but 0 left on the towers. Panini's back up and alive, but it doesn't matter. What a great hook on the Froggy. Froggy with the shove though is going to try, but the aim for the main goal. It's over. Utica and a clash of wills and glory take game number 2.
Overall, what a game 2. That felt almost like a game 5, the way it was going back and forth and how close it was. And this is precisely why we didn't count Farmingdale out after game 1. Yes, it was very Utica favorite after game 1, but in game 2, you saw they were going toe-to-toe. And Utica, their mental, though, was so incredibly strong. The comeback, the scaling. And I really do think there's a couple of times where Farmingdale could have potentially closed out the game. There's a couple of very pivotal points where Farmingdale will be kicking themselves. The Elder Baron push, right? If you had just grouped together and pushing that, you could have ended then. The Hextech Soul is going to haunt them, Orbital, because that one really messed them up. The constant slows were what stopped them from being able to take objectives, force them back from a couple of sieges. And going into game 3, because yes, there is still a game 3. I'm actually a little bit worried for Farmingdale's mentals after that game. Can they recover when they were so incredibly close and yet let it all slip away?
Mentals down or up, we have to decide now for Farmingdale. They came into this saying we got to show them what we can do, and Utica are putting on such a glamorous show for us. At this point, it is a performance with how they have gone up and down. Game number 1, game number 2, game number 3 should be no different. So let's go to a very short break to go ahead and get ready for this game 3. The ECC Championships will continue right after this. Through trials and tribulations, we have gotten to this game number 3. And I call that trials and tribulations because we had 2 Elders, a Hextech Soul, 2 Barons on the table, multiple split pushes, multiple weird teleports, and still at the end of the day, Utica, the mental fortitude to continue to battle back for a deficit of over 20 minutes. That was a wild game 2.
And overall, I don't know if I look manic. I feel manic after that game. The back and forth, the swings were insane. And we're only into game 3 of a best of 5 overall. It feels like we should be like game 5 at this point with how it's been going. And I'm a little bit concerned, actually, in terms of how we're feeling right now for both these teams. Because for Utica, they've got so much momentum on their side right now. They dominant game 1, complete sweep. Game 2, they battle back from the brink of destruction, and now they're potentially looking to sweep the entire grand finals with a 3-0, and it would be the most closely contested sweep I think we've seen in ECC in forever.
Yeah.
And for the Rams, like their mental's the opposite, right? Like game 1 they got swept, okay, fine, whatever, doesn't matter. Game 2 though, they should have won that. They had the game in their hands and they watched it all crumble away. And now going to game 3 overall, yeah, it's been a bit of a longer break. I don't know if it's enough of a break for them to be able to reset their mentals.
There's a difference between having a very close game and feeling like it was a close game the entire time, and being able to go into the next saying, hey, we fought our hardest, it just came down to one team fight, and dang, we tried. There were multiple moments where you and I both sat there and said they could have ended the game, and I think that has to be recognized. We pointed it out saying, hey, you had the Elder, you were able to push down. These type of mental barriers are much harder in my experience to get over. So you rightly are calling out this moment of, for Farmingdale, it's going to be difficult, and we do not want to see you crack right now. You're still on the blue side. You still have a fantastic opportunity to create a little bit of chaos and get a win under your belt, but it will depend on what you give and take. And I think at the end of the day, the Nautilus first pick really wasn't the exceptional first pick option.
And that's kind of true. It wasn't an exceptional first pick option, but it did do a lot of work for them, and it wasn't the problem. And because it's not fearless, because you can kind of do a salty run back, part of me is wondering if we see the run back from Farmingdale, right? Because it felt like it came down to execution rather than draft. The draft was fine. The Azir for MP Froggy was great. Panini getting his Garen again, absolutely on point. And even for the bot lane, Out to Lunge did fantastically on the Ezreal. Now, Madlock did better, but still, the Ezreal was really, really good.
I mean, they were doing good, though, towards the mid to late, because we have to give credit. Farmingdale ruled that early game. We're up multiple kills, we're up in a lot of metrics, and it did just kind of fall apart towards the end. So what we're saying is, if they can recreate the early game and then pressure through the mid, we could see that reverse sweep, and that's what we're hoping to see right now. The Grog is still banned away, though. Still a lot of respect sent up to Batternut in that top lane. Heavy focus from into Froggy here. With the Varus ban out, that would be a mix, because we mentioned before, Madlock was on point in that game too with the piercing arrows as long as they were alive, but it is just a hover at the end of the day. Hover of the Corki as well, both being utilized to a great extent. My eyes are looking towards this mid lane once again. Utica, do you throw a third ban into Froggy's way, because the Azir held out fairly well?
Yeah, or I was going to say, do you ban the Gwen? Because Batternut did it well, but I can't imagine Farmingdale gives that over again for free like they did last game. Okay, they did do an Fury ban last game, and they might opt to stick with that, in which case Farmingdale, surely we pick the Gwen, yeah? Like, you can pick Nautilus later. You can pick Leona if you want it. Like, there are other options, London. Sorry, Paul. Like, you don't have to necessarily first pick the Nautilus.
Hey! Okay, okay.
It's not locked yet. It's not locked yet.
It's not. It's not. Don't. Hey guys, stream's over. We'll see y'all later. Have a good day, everyone. We'll talk to you guys in the next. This is.
Has it gone away? Nope, it hasn't. And
Nope,
the Gwen's
it's still
locked into
there.
the side.
It's
Okay.
still there.
And this is the terrifying part, Orbital, because I mentioned before, like, okay, we know Batternet does play the Gwen, but it could just be Veritas playing it instead. And the Pantheon was what Farmingdale gave up for the Corki ban, right? And that, I think, is a champion that Batternet would be much more comfortable playing and can influence alternate lanes. It can also be flexed into jungle and support. So I do feel like for Utica, the draft right now, they've got such a strong start to it. They've got such a flexible start to it. Their comp could go any which way, whereas Farmingdale already, they are locked into team fighting.
Yep, and right now, I mean, Farmingdale, they're now leading even further into that team fight aspect as they're looking for the Orianna. And the Orianna for Rec actually was doing okay. I think the only thing that we talked about for Rec was some of the positioning errors that were coming in towards that mid to late. A couple TPs that looked a little bit off. You didn't die during a TP this time, but still some of the paths that you took were a little bit rough. Taking away that piece of the puzzle, taking away that Orianna that can play from such a safe distance will put Rec on a different champion. So I'll be very curious. But Farmingdale, they are leading into this heavy team fight that you mentioned before. You've already indexed with that Nautilus. Might as well go all in with it.
Yeah, and I just want to see, like, yeah, at this point with the Diana as well, like, give me a Jinx, you know, give me something like a Cog, something that can absolutely just take, can be a huge team fight presence, and then your what else are we looking for here? A top laner to come through from Panini. I know his Garen's really good, but at this point, almost like give me a set, give me a Darius, something that can really join the rest of the team and get AOE in. For Utica though, the Silas is going to have a lot of good ultimates to take away, but what I really want to see from Utica is actually disengage or team fight resets to come through. Things like Braum, like Janna from a support role, Maokai even potentially, even if it's a support Maokai, just stop the engage from coming through from Farmingdale. Don't get caught, don't get killed.
We've had swings left, right, and center throughout all the series today, and this one seems to be the swingiest of them all. I mean, with the Silas in, you never know what's really going to go down here, and that's what I'm curious about. Utica, though, respecting the bottom lane. Once again, throwing a lot of respect with that Draven ban out to lunch, who we talked about. Every game has also had some amazing moments as well, has tried it with the Ezreal as well. So I am curious if they are going to actually throw a ban into the Ezreal's pocket, but as you called, wants a little bit more value, and this is the force that we love to see when it comes to draft. Never mind, it's going to mess with us a little bit. Either way, I think both of those are respectable bans, whether it's the Ezreal or not. At the end of the day, though, they are going to lock in one or the other, and it is the Ezreal for out to lunch. You will have to be playing a different ADC.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think the Ezreal is much more conducive to the team fights. And again, if they're going to pick a Garen for it, go for it. Garen's not a huge team fight threat or team fight monster to Utica. Varus is open though, and Varus is actually a really strong team fighting AD carry as well. Farmingdale opting for the Poppy to stop disengage. That's another great disengage option. And the Leona, who with the Solar Flare can stop engages as well as engaging on her own terms. But given what we saw from Madlock in London last game, I really want to see London, on the Braum again, because he did such a fantastic job disengaging. I just think it's such a powerful pick to just mess up Farmingdale, and even if he ends up going down with the Braum, the job's still done. You know, your team can look to re-engage.
I would almost posit, if you don't want to run the Braum, if you have it in your pocket, a Renata Glass would, I feel, do okay in this position as well. These
great.
two are both known as disengage, but the main thing for me is also drawing and forcing away Froggy and Chubmaster. Renata Glass, I think one of the big differences is you can actually turn it around and they'll actually auto-attack different directions. And with the Yasuo...
Okay!
Oh my... Are we in arena right now? Is that what we're playing? Is this an arena game? Because we have a Yasuo bot lane with a Nautilus, and obviously we're still going to see Deepanini on that Garen.
Darius, the pull from Darius counts as a knock-up as well.
True.
Like, there's literally knock-up on every single champion right now for Farmingdale. They are really setting out to lunch to dominate this game on this Yasuo. It's very, very high risk, high reward, but with how bloody game 2 was, I dig it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is honestly, I love this style of go big or go home. This is the moment where you have gotten You gotten smashed when you play safe. You gotten smashed when you play strong. You gotten smashed in multiple directions, and you say, screw it, I'm so done. I don't care if I have pocket aces or a high card 2. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Actually, high card 2 doesn't really matter because that's an 8. I don't know. At the end of the day, this is Utica going, let's play, and I respect the fact that they are also and it is a Renata Glass. Holy crap. RMC, I took a little bit of your knowledge there because we have the ultimate engage versus the ultimate disengage.
Okay, I'm really liking this Orbital coming into game 3 as well. For Farmingdale, they've kind of tripled down. Their backs are up against the wall. And I think it's a wonderful flex what they did, right? I certainly was losing my mind about the Nautilus first pick. I don't think it's worth it. But flexing it into this knock-up teamfight AoE composition, that's fun. It's also very risky. When you pick a Yasuo composition, yes, there's O10 Yasuo jokes that we often joke about, the fact that, oh, O10 power spike. The reason why that joke gets made is because Yasuo does skill. Once he hits a 2-3 item power spike, he can absolutely shred squishies. But when he's your AD carry and you have no range, that composition is incredibly snowbally. Either you get far ahead enough that you can start diving turrets, or you fall behind enough, can't find any kills, and have no way to play through this game. Don't expect to win on the split push with the Garen. It ain't happening. This comp is win or lose. There's nothing in between. On the other hand, I look at what Utica have drafted. This composition is skirmish heavy, and it's not looking to team fight. Even with the Gwen who can team fight, even with Scythe with so many ultimates, even with the Varus Renata combo who both are good team fighters, it's about disengaging, watching them burn their ultimates, and then going for smaller skirmishes, going for split pushes of your own. So for Utica, it's kind of playing keep away right now. And if they win, if they can stop Farmingdale from engaging onto them.
And they also tried to swap something else out as well. Take a look at where the draft laid out. It is the Pantheon top lane, meaning that they are going to go 1v1 into the Garen and then the Gwen into the jungle. So a little bit of a shift from what we saw earlier. But I wanted to point out something that you did just talk about. Huge shout out over to London, who game number 1 did not have, I want to say, the most amazing time. Actually had a little bit rougher time, I think, kind of holding on. Game 2 on the Braum looked 10 times better, was really leading with that star show. And now you are being forced into the spotlight. This R5 or not a glass looks to me like the linchpin call. You mentioned the Silas, you mentioned everything else. If the Renata Glass doesn't get that overtake, it is impossible to peel everyone else off. So I mean, I'm looking at FSC even for Farmingdale. I'm like, I want to destroy London. I want London to go down so we don't have to worry about that ult. I am loving what's going down in this game 3 in the ECC Championship. Deserve this type of possible finale in case Utica takes this game 3.
But part of me does feel like Utica has a lot of good answers into Farmingdale, but part of me just wants Farmingdale to win so we get more of this overall. And
yeah.
This is what Farmingdale does when their backs are up against the wall. They've got deep pockets. They've assured me they've got more pocket picks than this. So I kind of want to see what happens if we go into another game. What else do they have up their sleeves? But yeah, what I think, well, not worries me, concerns me a little bit for Utica and London specifically is we know London is great on the melee champions. Sure, the Nautilus struggled in game 1 against the Draven Pike, but as the game went on, London's Nautilus was instrumental in mounting the comeback as well. In game 2, we saw that the Braum was excellent, but with Renata, you're not a frontliner, right? Your positioning is completely different. Now you need other people to be in front of you. You have to make sure that you're not the first one in, but you're close enough to help people out. So, as you said, I think Farmingdale, they're going to be targeting London. London, how's your positioning on a squishy?
Hopefully really, really good as we get underway for game number 3. Utica back onto Summoner's Rift for what could be the finale here in FSC. Whether you like it or not, you're going to look to invade once again. A Nautilus, as we mentioned, is about the 3rd down the list that you don't want to invade against. Sometimes you want to invade with, but you saw Rex stepping out there. And you mentioned how stable Rek has been in this mid lane for Utica. Now on the Silas, huge bonus, but Froggy might be looking to kind of keep them at arm's length as often as possible.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I guess we've only seen Rek on the Orianna so far. So all the questions I have for London are kind of flipped with Rek. It's like, okay, we know you can play a mage. We know that your positioning of the Shockwave is spot on. But with the Silas, now you've got to dash in physically. And sure, you can steal a Shockwave, so we might still see a Shockwave from Rek. But you don't have a ball to position with. It's your body which uses the ultimate.
All of a sudden, that sombrero better be fitting real nicely if you want to land those shots at the current moment as well. We're just going to wait and see how this plays out. Batternet on the top side as well. Not really given that late game carry like we saw the Gwen before this time around. Is put on an early game champion. Really hoping to take advantage of Panini on this Garen, who has looked and felt the ups and downs of all points in the laning phase. See if we can play against this Pantheon and do some work.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared because prior to this, Panini's been laning against scaling champions, and now Pantheon's designed to take over lane from the get-go, and it's Batternet's most played solo queue champion by a long shot, so there's a very real chance we just see tons of kills coming in from the top side. And ideally, I think for Utica, they'd actually want the kills not on Batternet, but they want Veritas to just swing by and pick up the kill credit on that, because Batternet will probably dominate with or without kills anyways.
Wait to see if that does come to fruition, as already Panini having to burn that potion very early on. As a Garen, I know he likes seeing that, but it happens. Mid lane doing the same thing. Of course, Wreck stepping in for a mixed Froggy, actually taking the tower shot, but down to low, 50%, and you already saw the potion jump there as well. So out of everywhere that we've seen so far, it's just you've got an FSC exchanging blows. Also looking for where the junglers are, as junglers are on pace to meet pretty much the exact same.
And Froggy's got to absolutely abuse this matchup while you have it. Orianna, Years in My Sound, is actually one of the better laning mages in terms of safety, and she's very good at punishing and abusing melee mid laners because of her Clockwork passive, and her Command Protect is very mana efficient. So even if Rek gets the engage early on, he's not going to be able to trade health for mana like he does against a lot of other mages. And you already see that Rek is being forced completely out of the lane, is down a wave, might be down two if he doesn't TP right back in.
With that TP, as you called, it will go back to a little bit of a safe state, but we are taking a look at where the jungles land. We're keeping eyes on where Veritas is. Veritas still looking for that grub with a scuttle. Chubmaster of their own, starting to wander in as well. So both junglers are going to meet. Both are going to dance around this. That's jump forward by Chubmaster. Remember, Veritas already used that Q. Has to ghost away. So the vault is good, but you try and step in. Huge slice. Both with double bust up. And that is going to be first blood to Chubmaster in the 1v1.
Great read from Chubmaster, knowing his cooldowns and when he can go in. Rek doesn't want any piece of this. This could backfire horrifically. And Veritas, I think, didn't expect Chubmaster to actually step up when he dashed in, but Chubmaster knowing that, yeah, Diana with the shields, that's when she used to be played in the mid lane. One of the reasons why she was often picked into melee mid laners, that shield automatically wins her short trades.
And it's such a massive boon as well, getting and making sure that Diana has enough tanky stats to fight at that level 6, because you want to pop to that Moonfall Plus. But on the bot side, we're seeing a dance instead, and Paul able to make sure that London falls very quickly. Madlock, though, with enough HP and a little bit of mana, was trying to step up, and now you're actually out of mana, so out of lunch. To lunch, looking for a bit of a piece of the pie. However, once again, FSC starting to gain these early advantages.
Like, if you're Farmingdale, you can't be happier with how this game started, right? Like, you've got, okay, maybe getting the kill onto out to lunch to the Paul. Maybe you could be a bit happier about that, but still, out to lunch, getting the assist, and more importantly, actually being even in CS. That's one of the hardest things for Yasuo in these bot lanes, is to be able to actually CS and survive the early game. Out to lunch is flourishing in that bot lane. You got first blood on Chubmaster as well, who's going to be the trigger for this Yasuo. The Yasuo-Diana combo originally debuted in jungle mid, but the jungle portion is the important part of it. Chubmaster can always look for some sort of gank into the bot lane, and there's not a lot that Madlock and London can do to stop that, unless they get a hostile takeover mid-dash.
Such a weird state to be in. Rek, though, playing with their life right now. Trying to stay in range of a little extra CS, but it's taking so much pain right now that it's starting to balloon a little bit more. 22 CS down. It's only going to get a little bit worse. You have no CP available to get back. You went back actually just to pick up a refillable plus the Kindle gem. It's a long lane back to your waves.
Yeah, I think he needs the symbiotic souls right now to try and rush back out of lane, rush back out to lane a little bit faster with how it's been going. Better or not, though, just running Panini down.
Panini. In the top lane, we mentioned there are always going to be shifts here. You mentioned the fact that it's always been in different, well, a little bit late game skill. And Veritas, though, feeling they're not in a great spot. Going to try and heal up. And London again saving their jungler this time. Out to lunch, though, quite low. But It is going to be the finisher as one more auto takes a mad log, picks it up. Rex, though, flashing over that crescent strike, and it looks like it's actually going to be more Chubb in a really bad spot. Has to flash away, but guess what? The chase is just too good. Shockwave lands on 2 in the back end, but it's a little bit late. That is 2 for the side of Utica.
And the shockwave from Froggy just doesn't quite right. The missing ping came through. Doesn't even matter. Missed the shield for style from Batternat.
And not only that, Utica plan to take the entirety of the map. They get the feat of warfare with 3 early kills. They get the first neutral camp. And it feels like things have immediately swung right back in their favor.
And you'd think after game 2 overall, we'd be used to the turntables turning real fast, but somehow I wasn't expecting this. Farmingdale had such a strong start to the game, and just across the map, multiple plays, Utica answer back out to lunch. Fancy feet getting damage down, but with just the Zerka's Greaves and the daggers, he is severely lacking damage.
And we mentioned the fact that this comp can do quite well if you're in the lead, if you start getting those ultimates ahead and you start grouping up as a team. Well, the fallback is also a problem. FSC, if they fall behind, their comp falls apart very quickly. If the Yasuo isn't strong, you have some dances. Last auto, though, in between as Matlock is looking for the finish. And it looks like out to lunch, gets the extra shielding. Of course, the knockup might not be there in time, and it looks like both lane matchups are actually willing to step back. Chain of Corruption is up. Final arrow. Where's it going to pierce? You dip down, dip around, up, down, and over. And it's a win once again. Madlock locked in.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy. The way he just perfectly predicted where out to lunch was going to go. And that's just disgusting. Now, look at, you know what else is disgusting? Look at the scoreline for this bot lane right now. Madlock, 3-0-0, and most of that wasn't even out to lunch's laning that was the issue. A lot of it came from that jungle fight, and now it's really going to hurt out to lunch in the 2v2 situation.
It's only going to continue as well. Out to lunch, though. We've seen Yasuo really take over once that level 6 hits, and maybe you get it right now in the mid lane, though. Shockwave stolen and used. Froggy tries to answer back, but Veritas helped and out. And Veritas able to swing with the blade. Top side, though. Batternat says, batter up, and knocks Panini out of the park.
The mid lane and top lane CS gaps are kind of balanced, but the kill gap is not being answered by Farmingdale right now. And like you alluded to, like we talked about in draft earlier, Farmingdale can't afford to fall behind much, but they are massively falling behind. I'm looking at Chubmaster right now. When your lanes are falling apart as a jungler, it's really rough. You get a lot of blame, but it's also because you're the person who can do the most to salvage your lanes right now. And Chubmaster, level 7, has the Moonfall available. Look, top side's probably not somewhere you can really do much about. But mid lane, bot lane, out to lunch, maybe that's where we look. Yeah, there's not a lot of damage on this Yasuo, but there's also not a lot of help in London.
Maybe you get it into this mix, but keep in mind there's a heavy ward all the way behind enemy lines, so Madlock and London are well aware of this kind of bush gank coming in, and that's why they're sending Veritas right back into the mid lane again. Flash is available this time, and the catch is a little bit rough, so you're going to go ahead and hide within the minions of Froggy. Very nice out. But that's going to be the fight here. London stepping up, and that's going to be the catch straight onto the life of Madlock. Windwall denies any further out. And the hostile takeover could not be used. Well played by FSC. Are they going to die this one? They do get the hook. Do they follow up, though? They are going to jump. Finally, the hostile takeover is going to be used. And they are under tower, so it's a little bit dangerous piece. But the minions are able to stave off any further damage. So London should fall. Batternat, though, gonna have some fun inside as they take a kill on the top side. But Paul helps and takes the kill on the bot. Now one of the true carries, Froggy, wins the mid lane as well as FSC claimed 3 across the board.
Okay, and it's just that easy over to Weas and Farmingdale. Chubmaster specifically delivered. Perfect gank to the bot lane. You get both the kills. Great turret aggro juggling as well. Funnily enough, by the way, out to lunch didn't draw turret aggro because he couldn't get in range for the fight, which actually ended up working out in his benefit when the exhaust came down. But mid lane, Froggy getting the solo kill is huge because once again, that feels like what's balancing out this top lane where Batternat is right now poised to get first pick.
I think Batternat is just going to be real happy about this. You're like, hey, I'm doing good. And then you look at the rest of the lanes, it's like, ah, crap. Okay, we might have to gamble this a little bit here. Dragon is going to be up in just a few moments, and that might be carried by Utica's side. But look at that Batternat with that black cleaver shredding through D Panini's life bar. And finally, we might see some help here, not just in one, but in two. Chubmaster getting ready to run their way through the lane. Paul is going to be spotted out here. It looks like you might have to flash your way in.
Oh, he doesn't.
He's going to be dodged, and nothing else to come with it. So Batter's like, bring more, please.
Yeah, that's his idea right now. He's 2 levels up on D Panini. And I'm looking at Chubmaster. Okay, with Moonfall, maybe you have enough damage to secure the kill. But with the Aegis, with the shield that Pantheon carries, it's not guaranteed. And if Chubmaster's not the right angle, Paul certainly isn't going to be able to finish the fight by any means. That's a Nautilus. He's CC, no damage.
So much CC, but also fairly healthy in the kill department. 2-0-1 and only bouncing on the board for the team. It's such a weird state to always see, but it's funny nonetheless. Dragon now up and calling though, as Veritas is immediately on that one. FSC for their own, taking those grubs, allowing for extra push power. Say if the Yasuo gets ahead, but out to lunch is starting to realize that you're not in a good spot. Exhaust goes down, a little bit of a run, but Wind Wall is going to be enough to stave off any further defeat. So it is going to be that chance to back away and out to lunch. Pretty happy about that turn. Only use the exhaust, but look at some of the eyes on the further end. The Orianna and the Nautilus wandering on down. This could be the pinch that they're looking for. Paul wants to fight, gets a draw in. Death Charge goes up. London knocked into the air and Shockwave right back. Has to flash away, but out comes the Windwall. Veritas trying to get back to safety, and you do. Nice little grab on the back end, but here comes the blow, and Veritas is knocked down. No for the kill, and you can't get a range. So FSC claimed the jungler just at the edge of the tower.
Super clutch to come through from FSC. I love the fearlessness, the willingness of Paul to trade his life if necessary, and he didn't have to do it. And now they get both the full set of 6 grubs plus the second Dragon to boot. The only cost for them is this top lane that's continuing to bleed out. Batternat now 4-0, by the way. Absolute monster. I can't imagine how much D Panini is worth. He's surely hitting around like maybe Super Minions levels of gold right now, but yeah, my bigger concern is that on that death, Batternat might be able to take the spot. And with the Pantheon, that means he's at
Right now, huge attempt by Rek. Sombrero's a little bit as Froggy just kind of walks their way up, but as you called that first tower, easy to go down here. And a lot of freestanding gold going to go right back into a Batter and Nat's pockets. It's going to be dangerous, RMC, with a 4-0 unleashed on the map, with 6.9k in bank. Batternat could single-handedly turn how the bot lane's gone, how the mid lane has gone as well, and what a single ult.
Double Panini's gold. That's a ton. He's the first man to have first item completed, second item, actually flat out built his second item as well. And yeah, I want to see Batternat at least from this top lane. Froggy is doing really well on the mid lane as well. Batternat could change that. Bot side, Matlock and London have been doing great, but out to lunch hasn't been punished enough. Batternat could change that. Farmingdale, they've gone multiple objectives. 3 out of the 4 objectives that have spawned. Once again, Batternat could change that.
Batternat is the utility player right now. The variety of, pick your cupcake at the end of the day. Where would you like all of your desserts? And maybe the desserts are going to be a pie in the face one way or another. Right now, Rek, though, brings in that Moonfall, but who is ready to go? That's a huge draw in from FSC to turn. Veritas barely staying alive here, but a Shockwave lands as Froggy predicts. But it is FSC to call down. A little bit of late ult by Batternat, and Batternat I don't think wants to be here right now. You are alone. You can bring the damage, but how much are you going to bring? Shield not going to be up. There goes the hostile takeover. That might be enough. Paul is shredded down, and you're actually going to turn on the other side. A quick pick onto the Orianna.
He's changing that.
A little bit lost. And now this is a D Panini trying to bring the damage, but Batter turns it around. Triple kill for Batternat. Quadra. It is a stolen ace coming out here as Batternat quite literally turns the game.
Overall, say it with me. Batternat can change that. That was a beautiful play from Farmingdale. A great collapse in the mid lane. They completely overloaded Veritas and picked on Rek, who was behind. But okay, props to London. London changed that first. The hostile takeover is massive to break up the fight and allow Batternat to engage in a series of one-on-ones. But Batternat was the one to pick up the Quadra, to get incredibly fed, to be able to win that fight, buy space from Matlock on the bot lane, and just return straight up to treasuring topside. And for Farmingdale, it feels so mentally bad. You made all the right moves, and when all is said and done, you end up in a deeper hole than you were before? Like, how do you come back from this? Like, what mental? How do you change this?
The only mental that I can see to get a lot more kills onto Out to Lunch, who has 0 at the current moment, only picked up the Kraken Slayer, and Batternat is about to put Froggy down into the well once again. Force away Flash to safety. And Batternat quite literally rules the Rift. We're seeing a little bit of a fight break out here. No ult for Batternat just yet. Deepanini and Paulo, though, saying, hey, we can try and fight away. Keep in mind, that's how they actually won before. Crash over the wall, no knock-up to occur, so FSC is still trying to rule and get ready for that Herald take throw.
TP has been committed by MV Froggy into the mid lane. They're looking for a pick. Deepanini's happy to throw his body in there if it can kick off a fight.
I mean, the fight's not really well born, though, as you go ahead and lose the tower on the bot side. So Chub Master just working on this Herald as quickly as possible. Looks like you are able to take it, but again, it's just time. FSC drawn with 5 players in means Batternat might be able to get another. We'll probably get about half the damage down as you're level 14 and then some. But it is Utica that are like, we'll give Herald, we don't care. You're not going to be able to use it as well as you think. Correct, though, stepped up a little bit too hard. I don't know where you went. You're exhausted. You're going to get drawn into battle. And there is 0 safety. Rex just goes down.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what Farmingdale was looking for. Yes, they left Batternat in the bot lane by himself to keep on pushing, but they didn't have a good answer into this Pantheon. So instead, they're trying to make a tempo play somewhere else in the map, make a play faster. And they do kind of get it. They get the Herald, they didn't lose mid lane, they didn't lose bot lane, and they get a pick off the back end of it. So well played from Farmingdale. Now, if they do want to look for Batternat, then they've got to send 3, 4 members, and they've got to make sure there's no backup whatsoever.
Let's just say you have to send a player for every item Batternat currently has, or you just overload him instead. Batternat, as well as Veritas, get annihilated towards Froggy's amazing shockwave.
Beautiful call, and this bot lane turret will go down as well. It's so incredibly low. Dragon is there, and Farmingdale punch back, while Batternat can change many, many things. Him getting picked can also change things for the better of Farmingdale.
And of all things, to bring yourself a little bit of extra oomph to the Wombo combo. It's an infernal soul to play for. I swear this series is leading us to destruction, leading us into the chaos. What we had a game 2 level of chaos with the Hextech. Now we get the Infernal, which should be played for quite often. If you get the Infernal Soul even, that Wombo will quite literally obliterate everyone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, both teams have a lot of damage, so yeah, both teams are going to absolutely love this Infernal Soul, and that's going to make it that much spicier. For now, though, that was only the second dragon for the side of Farmingdale, so it'll be a while yet before we're looking down the barrel at a full-on Soul. And for Utica, that's more chances for them to get back to the game. Their composition does not excel at team fights. They've won whenever they can split up the fight, but Farmingdale has grown wise to it, and I love the fact that Farmingdale, they are forcing 5v5s to happen, even if it looks kind of rough, even if they're sacking objectives on the side, that's fine. How many turrets can you take before you run out of time to push away?
5 minutes. I don't know.
How many turrets, Orbital? We measured in turrets, not time.
My brain's already burned, okay? My brain is burned right now with how chaotic this entire series has gone, even though we're 2-0 up. But Batternat ready to fight anyways in a 1v2 position. But remember, this champ, this Pantheon, doesn't really scale perfectly into late game, and they're going to overload him instead. And I love this call down because there's nothing on the bottom side of the map. I'm wondering why Utica are down there as Batternat just gets towered, though. The angriest I think I've seen FSC in a while.
And that's why they were down there, Orbital.
There you go.
Yep, they're right on spawn as well. It just spawned literally seconds, and they were right on top of it. And that's exactly what I'm asking. It's like, again, how many turrets, how much lane space do you have to play to run up objectives? Utica making this play, sure, they're going to get it, but they lost Batternat. They're going to lose 2 turrets, 3 turrets on this top side.
This is looking dangerous. Rek goes in yet again and has to flash away and gets strong right back into the battle. What is this?
Another charge.
FSC are breaking through the base at breakneck pace. Good smite to stop Froggy from getting away. But they just tore through top lane. 3 towers and an inhibitor make it 4.
That's crazy. Batternat trying to change it, though.
Oh no, Batternat, you're not in a good spot.
He's here.
You're take 1, taking 2 though. You're swinging that gold and then some. Wanting to rush it down, gets an auto attack from Bluetooth length away. It's another quadra for Batternat as you're looking to push back in your own D Panini, give it to him. Give it to him. You know you want to. Flashes away underneath the tower. They're going to die. They are 100% going to die.
100%.
There it is. Battlenet steps up. Hostile takeover in range. Battlenet wants it, but no.
Veritas!
It's stolen. Another Penta stolen away. Battlenet rightly die. Anger in the eyes as Utica make up for the damage that has been tossed top.
I don't know what it says that it took 5 members of Farmingdale to kill Battlenet. It took Veritas alone to kill him on his own team. Battlenet literally just gave up all hope when his Penta got stolen.
When we talk about breaking the will of an opponent, that's not what we meant. That's your own team, bro.
And Veritas, the game ain't over yet. Farmingdale, okay. Oddly enough, despite that huge push that came through, despite Farmingdale walking away with an inhibitor that early on, Utica is still actually up goal. But Veritas, the game isn't over yet. If you break Battlenet now, I don't know if you can close this one out because Farmingdale are still really, really strong and they are still winning the team fights. Utica is winning the after fights. They're winning all these weird extended chase downs, but they're not winning the objective fights.
I think that's because FSC are willing to kind of bottleneck themselves. They always push together and they're looking for another here. London just trying to go for those feathers as cleanly as possible. We weren't even mentioning the fact that currently Utica have a massive chance to get a lot of gold in, but London now getting pinched and realizing they're not in a good spot. What an easy catch yet again. No challenge out. And it's an immediate execution shutdown to D Panini once again right before Dragon.
Well, one of the questions we had, Orbital, was can London play an Enchanter the way he can play an Enchanter? And so far, the answer has not been particularly positive for London. He's been doing a great job in the fights, but his positioning right there, if he was a melee champion, then he gets away with it. He wasn't. Battlenet, fighting Shubmaster, PP being committed first.
Oh, lot being committed, Moonfall plus the last breath, and you're going to try and ult your way
gets
out, and you're tanky enough. That you are safe. No!
No, he doesn't.
Was that the last auto that came through? That is...
I think it's the Andrews.
Oh, that hurts to see. And now your big carry has gone. Madlock, of course, still up for the lives. Same with Rek, who has been trying to get gold funneled in. They're the only one that really hasn't had that 2-item breakpoint. This is FSC saying we can do a lot. We can power into the mid. Also look for Dragon to do some decent work.
Yeah, they've got Chapmaster just taking the Dragon. This one's soul point while they're still threatening into the mid lane. Last breath is not up yet, but it will be soon.
No tether to go down. Tower is going to break. A little bit of a knockup, but again, this is just like peanuts in terms of damage. Dragon will be slaughtered, and Chubmaster easily takes that one away. And it feels like FSC are starting to get the game under their control because, yes, we can take a look at gold and say it's only about a 1.3, but the Dragons speak of another way to get the game in your favor.
Yeah, I'd argue after the second time they kill Battlenet, Farmingdale kind of had the game under their control, right? They know what the winning play is, which is just overload on the side of Battlenet. There's not a lot of easy objectives for the rest of the team to get. Matlock, as you can see, is doing better than Out to Lunch, but he's an AD carry, and he can't split push against Deepanini or Out to Lunch solo. Rek is so far behind right now, likewise with Veritas, that they can't split push either. So 3 of them combined are not going to push as fast or as hard as FSC after they find a pick onto this Pantheon.
I think another thing is we're just still waiting for Rek. You mentioned how far they are behind. Utica have been trying to funnel gold into Rek, especially with that inhibitor on the top side down. They've been trying to, but they need to send Battlenet because Battlenet's the only one taking that. As you mentioned, can't split push at all. So Battlenet's the only one holding. So we're left in this weird kind of 4v5 position where FSC are like, if you try and 4v5 us, we're going to win all day long, obviously.
Yeah.
But we need to make the right call here. Right now, Froggy on top of a ward, but it doesn't really matter as Baron is currently spawning out. And FSC, once again, in this position to take over the game if they so wish, and comfortably end the game, something that they could have almost done back in game number 2.
Don't jinx it, overall. I'm not very for caster cursing them here. For FSC as well, as this Baron spawns, this is the last wave of super minions in the top lane before the inhib respawns. So the fact that Battlenet did manage to clear it means that Utica can actually look to contest this Baron if they know what's being done.
They do have some semblance. They're going to kind of storm their way in. Baron down to about 8k. It's not going down as fast as you would assume. In comes the ult as well. Nice little knock up on Veritas, but let's see peel off very cleanly. Shockwave lands on Veritas, but it's only one. Nice slash by Madlock.
One. of the AoE knockouts has been removed from Farmingdale, but it is the ranged one. That is Shockwave down. However, watch for the Moonfall from Chumpmaster as the other potential form of advantage. As long as Out to Lunch's last breath is up, Farmingdale's combo is available.
Veritas actually recalled because it got taken low, and that was the call in. Hey, FSC, let's go ahead and try and turn on it. Right now,
Hostile takeover?
trying to send over that hostile takeover, but it's blocked again by the wind wall. A little bit of an ult out. That's just an attempt. Shady Corruption lands, though, and maybe they can do some work. Batterman is still alive in London.
Yeah.
Gets the kill. The Baron is their own, and it's stolen away. Veritas saves this game. It's now a piece and a half as FSC lose the global objective.
I'm crying, I'm dying, I'm losing my mind, Orbital! Utica once again clutch up when it matters, and Batternet. The thing with the Baron Pit and Pantheon is if he can put his back up against the wall, he can nullify a ton of damage with the shield. And Batternet was able to do that as well as just straight up tanking through the damage. And now Utica is running it into the base. No Out to Lunch, no last breath. Only MV Froggy for a team fight. The Shockwave is up and available. It's enough to stop Utica from ending the game.
I jinxed it. RMC, I jinxed it. We wanted a game 4, but Utica are fighting for this game 3 on their own, and they are making it work. I honestly thought Veritas wasn't going to make it into pit in time. Like, I was sitting there, I was like, no way you get back in time. No way you're able to find that, but you do. And now Utica once again saying, hey, this is game 2 all over again. We're going to give you PTSD, and FSC are like, we're already there. Please don't do it to us. Panini going to try and run down Batternet, who is still 12-4-4, 3.5, 4 items now strong. Paul and Froggy, though, here to help out, and maybe they can just get some work done. Conqueror fully stacked in. In comes the depth charge and a half, and once again, a 4v1 as he's still able to turn one, and you're going to try and break it in. Look at the damage! Froggy having to flash away! No way! No way you're able to duel it out. Finally, last breath comes in. You're staying alive for so long, London. Able to come in and help out, but again, that wind wall has denied so much work. Take a look at the base, though. The base is being overrun. Utica taking the time to take that inhibitor, and are they going to get more? Veritas as well as London going to try and stop the recalls, and maybe they actually pull it off. Froggy was able to recall in, but they're going to try and push this at 2-point fronts, and that's London to try and stop it. They got it! No, he got the shield up! He got the shield in time! In comes Out to Lunch, but the damage is going to be big because Shopmaster and Paul have none of their own. So the price for saving the base is 2 more kills into Veritas. Fights it around, though, as Out to Lunch is realizing that they're strong as well, dashing through all the minions, bringing the pain around. But the base is in shambles as Rek is able to stay alive.
And sure, Madlock goes down, but after he takes the Nexus turret, worth. After they find 2 more kills in the bot lane, kind of worth. Dragon is spawning, and Farmingdale are not in a position. They do have last breath available. Can they catch London? London's dead to rights.
And there ain't no way to save it. Shockwave, though, pulled away.
Okay.
You bring some pain of your own, but really this is what you're doing. You're trying to bait it out. Oh,
Flash,
wait,
Panini,
Veritas
flash.
might be able to get it. Nope, nope, no. Panini, do not do that. Do not listen to RMC. Nobody listens to flashing into the pit like that one because Veritas had smite, and you're good. Dragging your way, no soul.
No, but you had to flash in there, Obro. You have to kill Veritas. You're right. Veritas has smite, and Panini doesn't. So you either kill the Gwen or she gets the dragon. And if Panini had done it, if he managed to force the panic smite, if he stole it, that would have been Infernal Soul for Farmingdale. True. And that would be all they need to really force their way back into this game. But as it stands right now, no soul for Farmingdale. They're still on soul point. That doesn't change. But Utica up in gold, up in pressure, and right now up looking to be further up in kills.
And we're right back to that same. Oh!
BM.
Oh, that's annoying. I love the fact that Shotmaster even popped the sweeper and was like, did you see it on a ward? How did you get that one? And Nat is just like, I was here the whole time. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, man.
This is out of this world. RMC, I have no other words besides Utica have the mental fortitude of whatever in the world it is, because they are holding steady, and now with the gold.
I don't know. I feel like Utica has the mental fortitude of a Shaco.
What?
Make of that what you will. I'm not explaining it.
A roaming, what is it, serial murderer was his whole backstory. That's like his only line of lore.
You said it, not me. Utica right now setting up their Jack in the Boxes, waiting for FSC to face check into it.
All right. I can see it. I can see it. Right now, FSC, though, I think are going to be much more attuned. And remember, just as much as Utica have farmed up, FSC have done the same. We're sitting at about 7,000 to 8,000 gold on either side. And that's more than enough to bring the pain with the Wombo. We haven't seen a pure Wombo come out yet. FSC haven't really watched a fight yet. But I have to give credit. Out to Lunch has understood that London is the only one you got to win wall out of this.
Yeah, the hostile takeovers have been massive when they've hit. It's been win-walled once, but every other time, it's not just about stopping Farmingdale from actually being able to engage. It's also about slowing them down and breaking them up so that Batternat and Veritas specifically can kind of isolate the fights, find their targets, and take them down one by one. Now, Farmingdale have a sneaky ward in the Baron Pit, which Utica are not aware of. If not for that, Utica could be much more comfortable in their setups and trying to find a pick. Instead, they will just push out the lanes instead, just get the pressure down with their minions, get a longer distance for Farmingdale to have to play. Farmingdale is trying to answer in the mid lane, but there are supers pushing there.
And man, I appreciate it. Take the smarter path, take the safer option for the current moment, especially since Rek, I really don't think can actually duel Panini right now. You can see him off on the side lane, and you're kind of just making sure to wave clear each time. And with the TPs up and available on either end, they are searching for kind of that macro style play. Baron up to 15. We are going to see the recalls come out of multiple members of Utica to prep. But Dragon up in 2 minutes as well. FSC might even be willing to give up this Baron in turn to try and force a fight at Dragon if they feel they can't accomplish a Baron.
And part of me wonders if that might be the better choice. Utica has every single summoner available, every single ultimate. You look over to Farmingdale, and their ults are up. But they're missing Flash and Froggy. That one should come up soon. They're missing Flash and Exhaust on Out to Lunch. And the Exhaust has been key and critical to stop Batternat from just running over backlines in these fights. Look at the ward situation as well. There are TP wards that Utica can use to flank Farmingdale right now, which unfortunately Farmingdale haven't cleared out.
Blind as a bat inside of the pit. Or outside, I should say. One pink ward in. FSC are going to clear that one out very, very easily. But, a recall. They're starting it up early. I don't know if this is the right call here. It's going to draw everyone in. TP rounding around the corner here, so it's a little bit dangerous. Nice pull on the backside, though. Chub Master thrown to the wall, and they flash over on the stun. Moonfall only lands on one, and a lot of damage is blocked. Veritas trying to stream forward, and they're going to dash in. What a scissor catch! But there's the last breath. How much damage are you actually going to do? Nothing at all! Hostile takeover brings the entirety of FSC to their knees as Utica branch in Paul is routed. And maybe it's not the amount of death that we thought, but it's going to be more than enough to break the face once again. No ways in position, but Utica find the battle.
How much more death do you want, Orbital? Panini's the last one standing. You have 48 kills in 34 minutes, soon to be 49 at the rate Panini is going. And huge props to London. London's exhaust is what turned that entire fight. Panini answering back. Oh, Veritas.
Answers in a final desperate cry, but Utica have battled to the wit's end, and it will be Utica 3-0 to take the ECC League of Legends Championship.
From not making playoffs in fall 2023, Orbital, in the span of what, 2 years? Slightly less than that. They've made it here into the grand finals. They've made it as champions here in the ECC, taking out traditionals such as the Farmingdale Rams, and did it in style. Incredibly dominant, super well played. Yeah, and the team as a whole too, right? We look at Madlock and London absolutely stepping up. Batternat, this Pantheon that was banned till this game 3, I understand why they opened it up, Orbital, but it was like opening up Pandora's box, and they might have found hope at the bottom, but they couldn't quite reach it in the end.
It's something that no one wants to go through, and no one wants to see the chaos that unfolds afterwards. But
I want to see
man,
it.
I loved every single moment of it. Yeah, I loved every single moment of it. That was wild to watch. Ups and downs and twists and turns. I was like on a roller coaster that I never wanted to get off, but I also wanted to leave almost expeditiously after how chaotic it got. RMC, you gave credit to Batternat in that top lane, but there has to be an MVP overall. If you had to pick one throughout the entirety of the series, who would it be?
Ooh, that is a super tough one with how... There's a different MVP every game. It was Veritas in game 1. It was Madlock in game 2. Batternat in game 3. I'm going to give it to London, though, because I think London performed the most consistently across all 3 games. 3 different champions had absolutely massive effect. And like I said, in that last fight, the exhaust onto the last breath there was just not enough energy in Altilage after the exhaust to get that last breath out. It was a dying sigh, not a gale which took the enemy team. So huge props to London, I think, as a General Series MVP. But I do want to shout out Rams as well. This is a 3-0 sweep. And when people look back, they'll just see 3-0. But this is the closest 3-0. This is the closest sweep I've ever seen in the ECC. And Farmingdale Rams, they delivered, man. Game after game. They were always fighting. They were always close. It always feels like there was 1 or 2 fights that could have changed the course of the game. And unfortunately today, Farmingdale Rams, they weren't able to find it in the 3 games that they had.
Honestly, some teams, they shine bright after their opponent has fought just as hard. So yes, huge props to Farmingdale for making it here to the grand finals just as well in the ECC, but they fall just short. Once again, shout out and congratulations to Utica as they take this grand finals. Now, of course, there's more action on the way as Utica are once again up in the grand finals, but this time against Converse University in the Valorant Grand Finals. We are done here with the League of Legends side of things. My name is Ordo. With me is RMC. We'll say hi to Pyro J and Zobi in the next series, so please don't go anywhere. The ECC Championships will continue in just a bit.
Killing spree. Killing spree.
Welcome in, everybody. We are back with more ECC finals, and today we got quite the matchup for you when we swing over to Valorant. It is Converse University, Utica University. My name is Pyro J, and Zobi, I'm so happy to be joined here with you in the booth. Let's get things started.
Yeah, I mean, two teams that by nature have already punched their ticket to CECC Main Madness, but there's honor on the line here. Utica, 4-time champions. You know, this is how they got their bid last year to May, and Converse just coming in trying to disrupt that, throw a wrench into the title. That means just a lot to the Utica players by heart.
Yeah, you've got to imagine with that reputation on the line, you want to uphold that, right? It's the righteous thing to do. But I've seen this Converse University team. We've talked about the purple team, the gold team. These are heavy hitters, so it's not necessarily going to be easy to uphold that title. But it is a best of 5 today. We've got our maps pretty much selected, and I mean, we're starting off, it looks like, on split. How do we feel about this kind of a tone setter for our grand finals?
Ooh, I love when we start out a pool with maps like Split and Pearl instead of like Ascent or Haven or Lotus, the kind of like collegiate go-tos. It kind of sets the tone on how deep your map pool is. And that's something I love about these two squads. Aside from Ascent being a Converse favorite, they aren't standard in their approaches and their compositions. And I have to shout this out as well. If you notice, guys, Fracture and Haven were banned. And Haven being the ban is so important in my mind to Utica because that's the only map they lost to Converse during in a close 2-1 back in the group stage for ECCC this semester.
It's like they did their research a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's how I feel. Or Haven's just bad for them in general.
I
But
don't think play it that much is the reasoning
see,
too.
and it could just come down to experience. Like sometimes that is how map picks and bans are formulated to say that, hey, it's not necessarily that if we end up on Haven, we're gonna be bad. Like we know the map, we play it, but like there's only a certain allotted time to practice different maps. And these are our cozy picks. This is the one where we just don't pay as much time into. So that could is very well be the case. But like we said, it is a long series tonight. So we might as well get started. It's time to drop into our agent select for our first map. And I don't know, are there any hard expectations here? We already are getting a very exciting part of the comp. The classic Tejo breach will see its way on the defense.
Yeah, I think Utica's done a good job kind of heating and adapting to the meta. They've put in the work, like going to, for example, I got to cast them back in a tier kind of 2.5 land that had some challengers teams in Vegas about a month ago. So this is the comp we expect from them. Mank's likely going to fill out the rest of it with the Cypher. And interestingly enough, for Converse, they kind of take the opposite route, what they're comfortable with, which is this double Sentinel. And so it's going to come down to as well, like that defensive side obviously going to be really, really strong, but how many rounds can you get?
I feel like I'm very familiar with the Cypher and the double Sentinel route on Split, but I feel like I usually see a Sage, right, to wall up at mid, or maybe even the Vise because the sheer axes that Sage walls sometimes as well. But the deadlock to me is a little surprising.
I think it's really good. I'm going to say even though it's a Sentinel for the attack half, because once you take that site, those sensors can be on like every major re-entry point, versus then your Cypher's utility is more for like flank watch and that late mid lurk. So it kind of plays around in that degree. That's not necessarily played like a true to life Sentinel, other than that deadlock wall kind of on the defense likely will be that mid hold that you mentioned.
Okay, great. Well, I am excited for that post-plant utility. The sensors always can be utilized. That double Sentinel composition seeing itself on attack side first. So that's the case for Converse, for Utica defending. Of course, we still look at the Cypher there, but maybe some explosive retakes. I mean, with the breach and the Tejo, you always think about an explosive execute, but this roster could also just be playing for that ability to get back onto site, to salvo and fault line their way and push their way in.
You know, I completely agree. It's like you have to play full retake with that combination utility. That's what the Yoru is really, really good for. Or in my mind, you kind of have to go a little bit aggressive sometimes, even if you are on the defense. You know, go for a little pop aggressive play mid, B main, A main, see if you can get a pick, set your Yoru up, and then you TP out. Especially with, you know, the fault lane and the salvos being this dynamic utility combo that both regenerate. You can use it really early on and get it back for the retake.
I like that. So very explosive either way you look at it with the retake, maybe at the start of the round. And you know, I was just getting really excited for the start of the round. It's only right that we pause it and take a breather. And you know what? Maybe that's okay. These players, they get to walk around, scout out the map. Maybe they haven't done their proper tour yet.
Yeah, you gotta build that anticipation, right? This is the East Coast Conference Grand Finals, where, like we said, both schools do have their bids, although it's Converse Purple, actually. So their sister team that won it through PBC, and it's Converse Gold here trying to earn that least, like, recognition that they also would have gotten a bid by their own play style here and disrupting the reigning champions. But this map, to me, and the first two maps of the series are truly going to determine, I think, the course of this entire best of five. Split is a really strong map for both of these teams. Pearl is like that knock it out of the park for Utica, and Ascent, that map 3, is the knock it out of the park for Converse. So really, this can determine who kind of goes up 2-0 really early in the series.
It's almost a little bit scary for both of the teams. It's like the pressure's on at the very start. And I feel like Converse Gold, maybe the pressure could be there to be that sister team that would also make it to this bid. But it also gives you a little bit of leeway too. Sure, for Utica, you also got the bid as well, but they've got the pressure of like being the 4-time, trying to be the 5-time. For the gold team of Converse, it's like, okay, we're just punching up here. We're trying to just prove ourselves a little bit more, and they have the capabilities to do just that. So finally, our round will begin. Our very first map will start as we begin rather explosively. It's quite a lot of space for Geo to take up here at ramp as they take down that trap wire and are met with the dark cover, and they'll just barely get into vent. Unfortunately punished for it by Manx, but that was impressive how they got their way through that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, this felt like an intentional trap kind of spot left open of vacancy Utica design. What they didn't design for was this head-on collision, the repivot mid, and a two-piece from Dog through that dark cover magic yet again. And now, I mean, your Cypher egg rolls made it all the way through A, so you know that's the safety net, the plant secured now in this 2v2 that's going to develop for Utica.
The plant's secured, but are their lives feeling secure? Both of them on low HP here, red meters, and see the Utica doing a good job of playing together. If one goes down, the other should be able to trade, and then you've got your 1v1 scenario. Meanwhile, for Concord, yeah, they've kind of gotten into these cheeky positions. Doc able to find one, and yes, there is that trade. Now it's time for Henzo.
Oh, not the cam.
Smoke off his position. The smoke is gonna find him, and it's just too easy at that point.
Ooh, I mean, that can be left that late in to the round. I mean, I'm a Cypher play on this map too, and I love that cam, the information it gets, but I've never seen it played out that late. It's almost destroyed almost immediately because there's an A-side player, because someone's playing Raptors for contact, but because Manx was playing so off-site, because they had that heavy stack, maybe that soul read of the B presence so early on, that little things were able to slip through, and that's how that went towards a Converse gold pistol round on the board. The buy-up hefty, 2 rifles. I mean, you've got to win this near flawlessly. If you lose a lot of these weapons, it's going to cost you in the long run. So let's see what happens when the trap is set for mid.
Oh, and they're walking directly into it. There it is. They've got the util to support this. Stunned and eliminated, but there come the rifles, rivaling back, already pushing back the rest of Utica. They've done some damage for that first kill. Happy for it to get off, but Joey does not expect Great to be right there. Finally, you're starting to see the better weapons prove themselves, but Manx has not been called out. He put up the cage. They're not expecting one right behind them. Jumping and spotting that Spike Bear, but paranoid in the effort, trying to keep their live, but I think their head was found. It's just impossible, but the damage done still on the save from Utica.
I mean, they recover both of those Vandals here, fortunately, but I agree. I mean, we talked about that mid-trap works out. It gets the opening pick for Utica. CVU is just really, really clean on the refrags, the trades, and recognizing, okay, Cypher is playing A, let's commit to the B site. It was fortunate that Manx rotated so early and got that Vandal due to extra damage, and hats off to them as well. How they navigated that 1v2, they recognized that, wait a minute, there might be somebody coming from heaven, and there was, but the paranoia that late, really, really clean. CVU get their second, but this is where things are dicey. Looks like they're going to deathball their way into the A site, since again they don't have the better weaponry now for this bonus. And again, Manx is playing so passive. I talked about how this comp was either going to be, you know, early aggressive heavy like we saw in that eco, or very retake prone, and it seems like they're going for the latter here.
Feels like we're on a roller coaster, though, because while rounds 1 and 3 are very passive and will play for that retake, round 2 was not like that. But how about first blood nonetheless? And Pristine able to find one as well. Flash out of the smoke just to insinuate that maybe they pushed out of it. Maybe they'll make that plant a little bit harder. Ball will go down. Everybody posted outside of this site, and it's going to be very difficult. They still have 2 rifles. Maybe make that one. Eliminations found on either side. Doc is the last remaining. Vandal in hand, but how much damage can you do?
Just
2 on the left side. The defuse there. 1 kill found, but there's nothing else to do. The defuse comes through, and Utica find their first.
Yeah, I mean, I was like looking at that post plan setup. We talked about how CVU, again, it was going to be fairly easy to get control of the A site despite the weapon disparity. But I was still trying to piece together this post plan. We talked about that deadlock, that delay utility. It was more so designed that wall on ramps was supposed to funnel the players into that double kind of sensor setup outside of rafters, and just none of the players for Utica went that way, right? They broke the wall, they cleared main together, they really got Doc forced into a corner there, while the rest of the players were getting, you know, isolated by that re-entry point from CT. Actually, I think it was Pristine and Wizard doing a good job clearing that space out. So get another little breather here before an important round, before the first rifle round. It looks like another tech pause in the lobby. But what are your first impressions right now from both of these teams, since obviously we're coming into another important round?
I think first impression is very much guided along what you were discussing with that. Will this Breach Tejo combo be aggressive at the start, or will they play more passively? It feels like more so the attackers should set the pace, but maybe instead it is Concord just responding to what Utica wanted to do. Obviously, it's difficult, right? Because we've seen bonuses, we've seen pistols, right? This will be the first round where we get a majority of rifles in both hands, and you really get to see that full plan come forward. But I think that so far Concord have played a pretty smart job of just saying, okay, we could deathball, we could ram through, or let's take a breath. Let's wait. Let's see if we can scout out where this utility is going to come from first and then go from there. And as you said, they're avoiding that deadlock trap as well. So it seems like a pretty... I guess the vision's there from both teams, and I guess that's what you expect as well in the ECC finals.
Yeah, I think my biggest curiosity is going to be, how does the defense evolve for Utica if Converse figures out what they're going for? I mean, they've already identified Ace per day week. They get that for control. How are they going to develop their post plan? How does Utica respond? I think, for example, if you condition that this A side's weak this much and for like a few more rounds, you could definitely deathball beat or A main and like catch off all of these players, and they would not know what hit them. So I'm definitely curious to see again when they're actually tested, because we are just getting into the thick of things, into the rifles for both of these teams. And other than that, really, you haven't had to pull out too many strats.
I do wonder if those trapwires will still find value, because while A is weak, the first blood was found by Megs in that last round by them falling into that trapwire. So Heaven could continue to be the territory of Megs, but tech pause finally completed, and first blood already found. Pristine with the drive peak, just right on contact, and there's a trapwire again. It's A Girls that falls into it and allows the neural theft to be popped.
Oh, and no punishment off the net other than a little dink, a little off the top from Manx. The neural theft, the trade-off from that trapwire kill. And we mentioned again, they're clearing out these spaces, punishing the over-aggression. And it's a 4v2 where the players are isolated. You expect a Sentinel to be playing offside. It's always Doc, so they don't get that paranoia. They don't get that pressure. Again, they just, beyond the deadlock, don't feel like they have a lot of stall utility right now in the post plant.
Oh man, that was, and it was just devastating to see another Cypher run into those trap wires. You gotta shoot these down, you gotta...
Or resonate them.
Yeah, something, anything, jump over them, I don't know, work on your hops, man. But at this point, it is a little bit of faltering here that we're seeing out of Concord, and Utica taking advantage. You saw as well, because Manx has been able to make all those eliminations, already having their ultimate. So for this round, the ultimates will be online for Concord, and I'm interested to see how those will... Oh, Converse, thanks so much. For Converse, and we'll see how those play.
Yeah. Definitely would be great to leverage if you get a kill or two on this eco. And they finally are not taking the cheese, right? The trap that's over towards A. But look who's been overzealous. It's again Pristine. You get kind of punished for the aggression. Henzo at least was able to get the refrag, but that's a weapon down, a weapon collected. And Henzo is trying to grasp it back, but in the meantime, they've kind of left a huge lapse of control through mid-event.
Yeah, that is two already crept up, and now into spawn. Doc actually able to find one. May not realize it on this other side. There's one waiting for them, and it is Megs. And again, this is their territory at Heaven, even if it's just trading out a teammate eliminated in their own spawn. If that's the case that they have to do, then so be it. Megs had the support of their teammate teleporting while A side has been taken care of. It has been the scaling. done by Converse through the staircase. They're watching both sides, but is that enough? It's not. Henzo on the spray eliminates the rest.
Omen to Omen head to head. Doc opens up the round. Henzo kind of reels it back in and closes it for this squad. And that's where I think things started to fall apart. CVU, they got a lot of control. You know, they clearly surprised Utica. We saw that deep mid vent pressure, but then they all paused and they relied on the heroics of Doc. And it felt like they didn't have a concrete mid-round plan to follow through towards an actual objective, an actual spike plan. And you even saw it. The last attempt was that duo fight in a spawn just to recover the weapons that were downed on the Utica side. So CVU, Eco doesn't go their way, but rifles back in hand. Those ults you mentioned, like the Annihilation, head-to-head with the Dimensional Drift and the Rolling Thunder. Utica, though, have claimed the lead. Can CVU tie it back up?
I am scared about this fault line Pristine combination that could come through, and the Crab will scout. Geo as well. Geo still just wants to play this, but again, pushed back by the utility. Mid space so difficult. You have to invest so much utility just to get a little bit of space. Because of that, CVU are just pushed back. Got to take their time here in this position. On the bright side, though, this is a lot of utility invested. Sure, the salvos will regenerate, but as long as they're patient, as long as they're willing to push aside again, they'll take it. Nice awareness there for Geo on the first blood.
And again, CV has been doing a good job identifying the defensive weaknesses and finding those opening kills. Pristine, I was gonna say, is starting to balance that aggressive first blood nature and stays alive this time, but again, this is where things get stalled out, where they don't commit. So I want to see that, okay, we've gotten this control, let's end B here, and that's gonna fall to the deadlock. You can't lose that one-sided pressure, or, I was gonna say, if Eggerol found the pick on a max, that would have been the A side, but here it comes.
Oh, groovy. At a wizard. Catches him on the fault line on the drop. Stunned and surprised. What can you do at that point? It's been a great positioning there on the B side, and the eliminations made on A. While we were focused on B, Manx made the kill on the lurk on the A side. So still that site fortified, even when it's not the focal point of CVU.
Yeah, it feels like the micro goals go well for CVU, but big picture, things are still slow to develop. And I really liked the change in mid pressure as well from Utica. If you noticed, Wizard was playing a lot further back because they had that Rolling Thunder online. It was more Joey and Pristine being that mid hold, that duo. And now they're kind of putting them a little bit deeper here. They know it together, this purgatory cycle of death and save. But that stun?
I mean, Geo just buddy hopped in, firing away with that sheriff. What else can you do? It works out. The immediate trade comes through. I mean, lacking in HP, and well, Doc has a rifle now, so they're gonna try to use and abuse it as much as they can. Wizard still that same position as the last round, and yeah, the Henzo Wizard cross there, making the job very difficult. Of Greg. Oh, the paranoia will come out as well, but they're scouted by that Annihilation Wave, prepared and ready to go from main, and it will catch Wizard, so that's the instant trade between the ultimates. Unless they're saved, Wizard will survive in main. What a duo out of those two.
And Manx. Yeah, other side of the map.
Still will not be denied. You just can't fight Manx in heaven. Still, he puts the bomb down. They put the team down.
Wow, and I mean, that was a nice little play between Henzo and Wizard, but again, it kind of identified a weakness of, okay, if we only have the deadlock main and Utica can recognize that, then yeah, you can get away with safe plays like that. Again, there's little tradability after they have that initial mid-fight going their way in terms of the spread of CVU players. So that's what I'm hoping they're talking about, that, and I want them to be more decisive, right? We talked about, okay, you've got A-site for free every time you try, minus maybe a rogue trip kill from Minx, which maybe is why Geo's wanting the time out here. It can be like, hey, I can destroy those this time. And they have the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder. I don't want them to use those to take the site. I want them to use them to patch the holes in the post plant that we're seeing. We mentioned how they don't have much delay utility in this composition beyond the sensors and the paranoia, but Doc's been playing main, you know, one of their more mechanically sound players, and like, this is their map as well, I will say, looking at some of the past matches in this domain. And so I think you just, again, you see that first piece of utility, you fault line, you see the Yoru flash, you let the Rolling Thunder go, you let the showstopper go. I mean, just the time delay that rocket fuse eats up even without letting it rip will help them go miles.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, hold on to that ultimate the same way that we saw Greg do it before as well. And unfortunately, they didn't find the elimination after all that. But that time delay, I can't agree more. It couldn't work out. You know, we talked about how Utica are kind of trying to condition CVU to play A because, as you said, it's free, but they refuse to. The switch has happened, and maybe the conditioning won't work out because there it is, the aggressive push onto A main, but hardly anyone can be found. Agril will be spotted though, trying to take out the clone, but there is the entry. They're not going to use it for the post plant like you asked for, Zobi, but it will get them on the site. It should get them the plant. Joey immediately traded out after getting that first kill.
Oh, but like you said, they blew their load, and now it's the time for Utica to shine through. Player disadvantage, yes, but they had the Rolling Thunder. Wizard Manx divided though by a great placed Aftershock. Now it's going to come down to heroics, and unfortunately, Doc from main gets the better timing.
Manx final remaining, and if we know anything about them, it's that they could pull it off. Almost that flick being pixel perfect, but Doc knows better than to allow that. It turns out that I guess if CVU can play Utica before they even put the bomb down, it's better off, and they may have to brawl their way into B, but sometimes it can pay off.
Yeah, it felt like Utica and I had the same like mind sync where like, oh, they're gonna go A and just try to like, you know, improve the post plan. That's why they went for that hard kind of commitment to finally fight A main. But Utica get the call wrong. CVU get B with those ultimates, get the post plan they were looking for, and I think also just the lurk players like Agril, they kind of trusted in him alone as well, and they found their kills made to disrupt an additional player advantage on the retake. But this is the difference. The op is here now. Ooh.
Yeah, getting out immediately, and when that operator is active, it will sing. Meanwhile, Enzo has really enjoyed this position. They may get Geo for it. They'll maybe see the barrel of the gun as well, just the nose of it. And sometimes that's all you need. It gives the information as well to Utica that maybe B site was the priority. Could it still be, though? Doc working to clear every angle, not only more players do they have to deal with, but these ultimates that are online as well. Henzo has dropped off the box and hopped up into heaven. Doc will just barely get out. The Salvo's 1 HP. But I don't think the dream's alive. They're still just holding up to mid and trying to counteract. Wizard, they can't do it. The swing right on and eliminate the last two.
Yeah, I mean, this duo, Henzo, Wizard, you know, being this insane force with just complete control over B Heaven, no matter how you spin it. The tag team was gorgeous after Henzo gets pinged down after finding the first. And Joey as well, if you notice, there was an adaptation there too. Joey kind of starts mid-vent to give them that early pressure, and then is now falling a little bit back deeper into Heaven because they recognize, okay, Geo, they've been kind of looking for me. They've been hunting into vents. So we just give up that control, hold it, and punish it maybe when they're actually in vent. We can keep more players alive. So again, great development on their defense, which is what I'm asking for. And CVU, they look like they're still holding on to what worked following the change from the timeout, but they don't have the same ults that they did then.
No, and the ultimate economy is way too good for Utica. You got to remember that the Rolling Thunder was popped so quickly once the entry happened. Maybe the Armageddon comes through swiftly as well, or maybe it's not required. The Aftershock kill along with the operator is just too much, and CVU, they gain no real estate.
Yeah, and Utica, with that round, confirm a lead on their defensive half. And I mean, their comp designed for the attack, but CVU's also designed for the defense. So honestly, for them, if they get 1 or 2 more rounds, they're probably not too disappointed with how this half has gone. But with this bye, it's gonna have to require some heroics from Eggroll or from Geo, maybe pick up some rifles from the Utica side. But again, Utica, they have each other's backs covered. Even when Pristine was getting shot through the smoke, Kenzo, Wizard throw themselves into the B fight, and it works. And Pristine again with the first blood kill. That's your lurk player gone.
And how about the reposition as well into B main? I don't know, that's a pretty bold reposition. There's the Armageddon though, right into mid. Joey finds Geo.
But look, Enzo.
They get so stuck in Henzo, able to find even more. Slips through the boxes, gets around the cover. The sheriff shots will not hit for Crast. And take your time, Pristine. It's all yours. Utica up to 8.
with a flawless round at that. I mean, not only was Armageddon beautiful to finally combat the mid space they were usually giving up pretty much for free, as previously mentioned, especially now that Pristine is opping and can't fight it too far forward. But then they deposit Henzo off of it to finish the job. I mean, that was very well constructed from start to finish, but CVU, last round of the half, some ults coming online. I mean, one off from the Annihilation. That's going to be the big one for Grek here. We didn't get to see it finish off, you know, Wizard last time, but it can definitely scare you and get some site control. Also, look at this. There isn't a player playing on B this time around. There's no Pristine peeking B main for an impact kill. It's over towards A main. So if they were to speed up there, it might have worked, but... That was dicey for both sides.
Oh, it gets a little worrisome because we talk about how, yeah, it hasn't been too hard to scale up mid, but at the same time, it does just get flooded with this utility. And then you've got players like Henzo who are fearless. Just want to carve their way through. The smoke spam's going to earn that first kill for Utica, pushing CVU farther and farther back, making them really have to work for that win. And that's about as close as you can get for an operator shot that does not get a kill. Doc is chipped badly, but will leave with their life. Meanwhile, it's the dimensional drift. Out of Pristine, they'll spawn back on the other side, and yes, we'll follow up on the final operator kill. Once again, CVU struggled to even move forward on the map as Utica dominate on defense.
I was a little nervous there, I'm not gonna lie, right? We see Henzo push out of the smoke, get killed. Joey's like, you know what, I'm gonna double down, I'm gonna do the same thing. And Joey, you know, true discipline and all, gets away with it for 2. Pristine, I mean, that was a great call as well, right? You get the wallbang shot onto Doc, and you realize, wait a minute, they're 1 HP, I'm gonna, you know, dimensional drift, we don't want to lose this B main control, because that was a change as well. It's usually just the solo deadlock there. So if they fall, it probably would have been a B site execute, but all of that to say, Utica up 9-3. We mentioned this double Sentinel combination for Converse Gold. We're going to have to see a glimmer like such now in this second half.
So invested in this mid play because obviously on that double Sentinel, and, you know, maybe we'll see that deadlock wall popped at mid, but for now we're not. So it is that area of focus for Utica to start. Henzo will be the first to carve out some space, but meanwhile, Pristine has taken advantage of this heaven, saying, Manx, I know this is your spot. I'm reclaiming it just for you, and allow me as well to TP on the site and make sure that that's safe for my team as well. Is it as safe as they want it to be with Agrils hiding in this dark cover, ready to spawn an attack at any point in time as needed? A, B, after all, they've safely planted the spike, and Manx again dominating from that same position. Grek, last remaining with Krast. Krast, the shots won't land, and Grek, you've got 10 HP and no eliminations. It's a near flawless as Utica winning that pistol round is so impactful for the rest of this map.
Yeah, I mean, if you shut down the pistol, you shut down the 9-3 curse effectively, as Utica has already reached double digits. And I really got to point out the differences, right, in that A post-plant hold from Utica compared to CVU, right? For Converse, they would have, you know, the sensors heaven, they would have that wall ramps. It was very passive. They're like, let's put a band-aid on it and hope it gets better. Versus, you know, Utica was inserting themselves deeply into the situation, into the fights, right? You had 3 heaven, you had 2 sight, so they're trusting in solo individuals to clear out the space, get the spike down, and it helps them in the late run.
Well, it is CVU fully saving nearly in this round. They're going for the deep run after this round. But what kind of value can they still find out of this one? It is Utica sort of on the scouting report. They'll search in B main first, but are met simply with Doc's smoke, which you can see just a speck out of, and finds a few specks of Pristine as well. Maybe scouted out the Outlaw as well, and a bit reluctant to peek it, understandably so. Doc just holding that Sheriff, and maybe both can find a kill on just one shot, but the Outlaw a bit better in doing it in the second round of this half. Doc happy to escape that flood of util.
Oh, they're going back in, trying to catch him off guard, and it doesn't work out. The net catches 2. So does a flashpoint for Pristine bodyguarding, and Krast didn't have a response, and now they never will. Manx, the backstab through mid, and now all that's left is your lowly Sentinel, who solo anchored the A site while you 4-stack gambled correctly on the B site. Oh, the timing is good. Manx
Banks goes down by their twin A-girls. What a timing on their friend there, Banks. But yeah, about as expected. Maybe a couple kills isn't so bad because at this point, you've got to make the deep run. It has to begin now for CVU. And I know we're counting them out, but it's got to start at some point, right, Zobi?
Yeah, all it takes is one round, all right? Like 11-3, it's notorious a comeback scoreline here, and they respected it, right? They didn't force up on the 10-3, which is common, I feel like, in collegiate to see. I mean, the thing here, though, is that this is Com versus map pick as well. I mentioned it's kind of the strong suit for both these teams, but it could allow Utica to steamroll. So I wanted to be a little bit closer, right? You don't want your mental down after map 1, but this is the difficulty. Pristine has been so good on these entries, and now they're enlightened by a Phantom and this Dimensional Drift entry. Like, they're guiding their team's utility investment just to ensure nobody can counter this site take.
Oh, and Doc was trying to hide there in the smoke, and it simply didn't work. Pristine takes care of pretty much sight and just about screen, but are they aware that there are two sitting on either side? The shoulder is seen from Greg, but they'll still have the advantage on the kill. Instantly traded as Wizard finds Greg, and now a couple scouting out there on ramp. The Outlaw fires away. Megs gets their kill on Geo. 2 left in Converse. You just have to make this work. Delay work done by the salvos along with the flashpoint makes it so difficult. Every bit of utility is thrown out. The crab's even still alive. There's too much to handle. The hodgepodge of util puts them down.
I mean, there's two things I gotta highlight there. One, I feel terrible for Eggroll. The round they finally go A is after you switch to your utility split between B and middle. Like, that's crazy. Number two, again, we look at the composition difference, and Utica has so many forms of stall power in that post plant. I mean, that drone was staying alive purely so they could keep eyes to see if anybody was sticking the spike. Like, they didn't care. They knew that time was on their side, and the frags were following suit. So map point here for Utica. A buy, again, constrained for CVU. But the stack, leaning B. Doc, again, pretty sure. Probably communicated to the team here. The question is, what's the response from Converse?
That's a scary situation for Doc. They know at any time that teleport could be popped or faked. It will be popped, and Doc held their ground for good reason. The question is, can you get out of that position now? Very patient, very passive. They may not be expecting him to actually be here, and they find another elimination. What? Doc says, get off my sight, finding 2, could get 3. Unbelievable, they've done the work already. Krast, the only one with a full shield, follows up with that stinger kill, and Henzo will be the last to take away. Converse, you may have thought they were down and out, but a fist punches out of the grave as they say we're not done yet.
In CVU, I can hear the rotation. Eggroll's deep outside of Ramen here. Expecting maybe them to collect these weapon upgrades. I think they have. If you noticed, Krast had a stinger since upgraded that weaponry. Henzo the fake out though, so that could be a false comm, but I love the buddy system. Henzo one off as well from the shadows. Can't recover that spike just yet. Again, mentioned it. No shenanigans, no mind games, just a CVU round 1. 4 now. They'll need 8 more to get to overtime. Another bye is their next big obstacle alongside Utica. You know, either this round or the next round, it's going to be that ultimate usage that they have to get past. That's the biggest obstacle in any of these long-winded comebacks, Pyro.
You get through one hurdle and there's just a taller one right in front.
Whole
Somehow
race,
you've got to keep your stride, and it's nothing but difficulty for Converse. But here in the ECC finals, you better be up for the challenge. Krexwall will instantly find a couple Utica players to take it down instantly. It's good for information. It's not so good for some stall work. Spike's still down as well for Utica, so they're taking their time here with the start of this round.
And I will point out, I kind of love this defensive adjustment from CVU. Minus that, you know, Geo just got picked up a little overzealous mid. They recognize when they're going A, again, they're doing this really heavy, you know, main heaven split. So that's why the double sentinel is here, to reinforce the site hold and reinforce the heaven hold. But now it's getting, you know, diced apart here a little bit. The deep lurk from Pristine. Should be a nice neural theft. It's probably going to inform the players, yeah, to speed up over towards A. Oh, no.
Well, that's exactly what they do. Pristine, though, this is so difficult to just survive right now. They were able to get through that utility, but Agrol's is refusing to get out of heaven. They've got a Guardian in hand, and one shot will do it. You just need to land it. Maybe a classic right click in the foot could do it. Their toe is off, and Pristine is off to the next round. Henzo collecting kills and getting redemption from the last round, carving the path to take out Converse Utica. Take map 1.
13-4. I thought that was going to be one of the more competitive maps in this best of 5. I mean, it was a strong map. You know, they lost very few rounds against other ECC opponents throughout playoffs on that map. But again, I liked the big picture adaptations from CVU, but then when it got down to the micro, the decision making, again, theory versus practice, and clearly we are seeing that Utica is well in form. I mean, even that last round, I mentioned all these adaptations designed, carefully constructed around the A side defense, and somehow they find a way to still deposit these players via mid. Like, it was just really quick and effective, kind of creative problem solving out of Utica that allowed them to win out Converse's pick and go up 1-0 in this series.
Talked about how disciplined this team is of Utica. I mean, this is the sign of veterans of the game, the signs of the 4-time ECC winners. They are very much convinced that they will get another win. That was kind of the mental, that was the attitude that I recognized out of this team. So with the map 1 victory, they get on the right foot of Utica to get through this ECC finals against their opponents. We will have Pearl next, folks, for map number 2 right after this break. We return with more excellent Valorant action here for the ECC finals. It is Utica versus Converse, and Utica just got done, so be taking out Converse on their own map pick. So things couldn't be going better for this dominant squad.
Yeah, I mean, expanding upon that, they're about to go into their map pick, and not just their map pick, but probably one of their strongest maps at that. They 13-0'd a team in the quarterfinals for ECC. Sorry, University of New Hampshire, but that was on Pearl. And, I mean, also, we kind of were talking about this in the green room. Like, both ends of the spectrum for this squad is slaying. Pristine had 5 first bloods. That's equivalent to the number the entire enemy team had. So your duelist is doing their job. And you were, we were both fanning as Sentinel mains about Manx, who on the Cypher was also doing their job, anchoring these sides, getting away with really cheeky kills off the Cypher utility.
So now I'm excited to see what the agent selections are on Pearl, because with those roles in mind, right, of Pristine and Manx, I could totally see a Yoru pick still on Pearl, but for Manx, I almost want to see a Vise. That would be my favorite thing to see here, because it's so effective on Pearl, and they're literally my favorite agent to watch here. So yeah, let's see how this goes. And all right, I think that's what we're getting. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, exactly like you laid it out, this is, again, the newer meta variant. I will say my only concerns here at a composition level is that, to me, we're going to see Henzo on the Astra. It's a little less aggressive than the Omen, and we saw Henzo, again, being an important fragger for them over on Split as well. And Wizard historically also does a lot better on that Breach than the Fade, so we'll have to see what happens in that department. Maybe it was an off game that I was looking at for them on Pearl, but aside from that, I mean, having a 13-0 under your belt, again, this was your first map pick for a reason in this best of 5 when it wasn't banned out, because Fracture was by Converse. But all right, Converse, let's talk about you. You, again, don't play this map a lot, so what do they have up their sleeve?
Oh man, I mean, listen, you've still got the Yoru, which can be so effective. I hate talking about Converse by talking about Utica, but Pristine really did well running around with the operator on defense. So while they start on defense, I want to see the Yoru and ISO come together as a really destructive force. And maybe it's just about taking space as well, right? Because mid was that huge focal point on Split. It can be on Pearl as well. That's how you carve some really unique pathways into this site and create some real panic in your opponents as to where you could be. So maybe with that teleportation and ISO just fragging out on the side of Grek, they could be able to do that. But we're here and ready for round 1 as CVU begin their positioning on the A side. And yeah, that is Grek doing exactly what I expected them to do, which is rush into Art and create some space.
Oh, the Prowler's giving them a bay. Again, we talked about Pristine and these opening kills. Well, how about one to open the map? And they TP out just before Egg Rolls is given even an opportunity to get the refrag. So we mentioned Grek. Okay, they're deposited into this nebula. But again, we mentioned how they have these high individual, high potential situations, and then the conversion, the mid-round call around them starts to fall apart. How can they steer this into a round win?
What I really love is they took that A main space and then they didn't let it go, right? Joey's trying to hold on to whatever they can out of it. But being eliminated certainly does not help. Oh, Pristine had TP'd back into their spawn and then catches Greg off guard. Just too many sightlines really to watch at the same time as you were lurking from Art in that position for so long. Timing certainly did not work out, and Pristine making the job so difficult. They almost get away with every elimination, but I'd say 4 ain't so bad either.
Again, such a great setup, and then the ISO outpaces the rest of the team trying to find Joey over towards main, and it ends up disconnected and requiring heroics to really put a round on the board. So Utica leveraged those win cons we mentioned into a round victory. Again, I really like how they're playing that. It was smart. Again, Pristine going for that opening kill. That's exactly how you expect Pearl to be played, with this team starting on the defense again. Converse, though, I was going to mention this before we got into the action, and now's a good time as we enter into the eco. This is not new to them in terms of the compositional style. They actually do play the Yoru ISO over on Haven, which was banned out by Utica, so I'm hoping to see that familiarity kind of translate. Oh no.
Okay, well, I certainly hope that it does, because they've got to deal with a big judge there in Art. They're able to see it out, run away with their lives. I don't know how much of their life they'll be able to find, though, and Certainly doesn't matter in a round like this whether you bought shield or not. That half shield, no one did purchase on the side of CVU, so that outlaw dealing so much damage. I hate to say it, but I love this spot right now from Wizard. It's so slimy, but it can be so effective if they time it well. They time it with Joey, and yes, get the elimination off that judge. It is a short-range weapon, but it can be used at mid-range as well.
And I mean, these are all low-hanging fruit in terms of the weapons, though, that are getting recovered by CVU, right? They still have to deal with Henzo back, Call, who has the Bulldog. That's gonna pack a bite here if you don't clear out the timing correctly.
Oh, the dog's on the prowl, and it will howl its last. Henzo says no entry to B.
The cross-map support from the Haunt Flash combo. So, and you saw it. Henzo wasn't alone in that fight. Again, it's your bonus. You don't want to lose too many weapons because now you have this conversion rate where Pristine forcing up the big weapon, the Vandal here to see if they can maybe pull out a cheeky third round again. Snowball towards another 13-0. But CVU, they were more decisive that round. I really, really liked it once they, got control, got mid-frag. It was clear they wanted to end B. It was just, again, better weapons, maybe a little over-fixation on art. So this, back to the roots, right? You have some lurks, typical, but the main force is barreling down B. I gotta see this Yoru, though, utilized to piece apart this Vice Util, aside from Greg just deathballing in.
And that ball will hit the unstoppable object of the shear, which will slow them down, but maybe Greg will keep a little bit of attention on that B site if they can. At this point, Doc is communicating to the team, hey, I just saw one person. Yes, Greg is letting them be known just for a moment. But of course, the rest of CVU at main, that Haunt clearing some space out of that main. But what was really interesting that I noticed from Manx is although they like to play this B side, they do leave a Razor on this A side, making this push from CVU on really either site they go a little bit difficult, but they're certainly taking their time.
Yeah, they took so much time that Pristine was able to gate crash and rejoin this A effort. Because again, you didn't hear the early aiming clip, but you heard the deep one, and you definitely saw that flash. So with 20 seconds left, you have to commit, and those are the Razor Vines you mentioned.
Along with the Tejo missile, it makes getting into sight nearly impossible. Right now, Krast is on maybe 10 HP in the site. One of those Sheriff Wallbangs would do it, and I think it will. It took a few, but Joey eliminates the spike, and I don't know how long they have here. Geo commits to the plant. They get it down. They've got the numbers advantage, but how much farther can they go? CVU holding on with low HP between a couple of them.
Salvo's back online in 7 seconds. You still have the drone, and you have weapons recovered. There's a lot that can happen here. The crossfire now noted. The Salvo's gonna flush out Geo here in this situation because it doesn't look like there's a gate crash handy.
Manx can do them so dirty on the Outlaw, and certainly does. Joey follows up with the kill, and Doc is found, but will not be put down. There you go. CVU stare in the face of that 13-0. We call out and say, don't even think about it.
Shaky, but it gets the job done. The economy is going to be suffering, but you stop that kind of snowball of Utica on this map for the time being. You patch up the buy where you can. I'm surprised we don't even see, an Outlaw to rip through these light shields on the Utica squad. But again, when they're decisive, when they have a plan, even with a little bit of time left to execute, it went their way. The post plant was pretty clean. I mean, Joey, obviously heroics there. Again, beautiful util usage, but it still came down to 1v1.
I love that I think Manx heard you and decided to purchase the Outlaw 5 seconds before the round began.
That's crazy.
So they may even find the first kill as well. No, it goes to the clone and Geo. So Zobi has earned their coaching position officially onto the Valorant squad as the first blood found. And Greg finds nothing above his head but a bullet. Eliminations made and blood spilled all across this map at the point, and it feels like that is a very impactful kill there from Doc because it allows them to signal to their team, hey, get onto this site. I hear them all rotating now. It might be that now's the time.
Yeah, you also have that Cosmic Divide ready. Plenty of stars to work with this post plant. Killjoy alive. The only thing here is, Pristine. Gonna be able to get a lot of information off this dimensional drift here. The drone as well, clearing out some of those extremities because you know that Doc came from mid connector. I think they got eyes on most of the big picture targets here, so they don't have to worry now about those extremities. Maybe you're like, okay, where's this fade? But Pristine, the clone combo.
Oh, yup.
That's
that
bullying.
box very nicely positioned as high as it is to allow for that blindside to carve above it. And Pristine, wow, carved up. I mean, they're just gonna have no ability to stay alive. Enzo takes out Doc, the one that clutched the last round. Maybe the clutch master has been eliminated. They could take out Krast here, and they certainly will. No, I thought there was enough time. Enzo has to depart, may not even hold the gun. They're eliminated. Nobody left, and the game's tied.
Oh, wow. I mean, the openings were super strong this round from Utica. Pristine, obviously, being able to clear out A main. We saw Mangs with that first blow over towards B, but the pivot and the identification from Doc, first off, heroics on the 3-piece. Number 2, you mentioned their deep positioning, allowing that rotation that seamlessly over towards A. And that's something to me that I've noticed. Utica, this composition, usually your Asher is the one playing kind of like mid-door. They're permanently there because otherwise you let so much of this mid-door connector be open. And Dog capitalized on that. I mean, we saw them like kind of knowledgeable about it. Fade playing from like spawn water looking, but still it's clearly getting abused by CVU time and time again. And this round, zero exception.
That's right, and now it's the Sheriff squad that they've got to battle against. Converse hoping Utica don't hit their shots in a round like this. Chance for some early frags as well, and a chance for Pristine to, I don't know, get in their spawn at nearly the beginning of the round. Caught with their utility out. Pristine decides that's about enough of that lurk into your spawn. I think I'll evade that, but it's kind of in the heads of CVU now as well, though, that they already have an opponent potentially in their spawn.
Here we go. Slower, but still steamrolling through Art here. Pristine, backside, 4 HP. Thought they had the timing, but Grek's on top of it. Looks like this round's gonna be kept clean, but Grek is not done just yet. 40 HP, this could be a donated weapon, but Wizard! Oh, they take the opportunity.
What a peek and what an elimination. Wizard, it is that free upgrade, and the Phantom could do some damage here. A lot of work to do in Henzo's position. A whole lot better if there's no alarm bot in their way. Buddy system seed here and should deal the work over to Henzo. Bit of a unique way to get the job done, but it's done nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, even if we did see Wizard find a kill or two there on site, you saw it, right? Geo reflanking through mid connector, their flowers, they would have been there to put a stop to any heroics. So CVU, hold on to the lead, but this is the round that's going to make or break the half for either of these teams. Ults, weapons on both sides, both of them, maybe CVU a little bit more funding, but it's still starting to dry up for both of these squads. I mean, I'm hoping that CVU bought some secondaries here, because Utica, that Steel Garden could rip through them. And look at this as well, Pristine. Looks like they're going for the early B fight. It feels like CVU, like, they're recognizing this. They're like, we're not going to fight this.
Oh my. They come away with the orb as well and have that crosshair planted for anyone that wants to rip a shot at them. I am a little dismayed that Pristine still doesn't have an operator, but they seem to be pretty confident with this rifle. Eventually evading that territory, but in the same way giving it up. So they may have come out with an orb, but now there's hardly anyone in the site to begin with. Greg will not find that elimination despite having the shield and the positional advantage in their ultimate. And with that Cosmic Divide, they should get the spike down. Pristine, unbelievable acrobatics to hop onto the tower. Work put in by Utica on a round that should have seen an early spike plant.
Oh no, now the players are here. You know Spike is down. Nebula Duff again trying to recover this egg roll as well. The heroic died because of the low HP of their teammates, and fortunately Utica, just gorgeous plan and execution from start to finish. I mean, we recognized it, right? They changed up the strat. The Vice wasn't playing B anymore. Pristine and Joey were going aggressive down B long off the salvos, and it was clear from the get-go that if that aggression failed, if Pristine had to disengage, had to take the gate crash, they were going to play retake on that site, no matter how you spun it, right? The ults that CVU had, the ults that Utica had, like the Armageddon and the Steel Garden to retake there, and the fact that they didn't have to use any of them is great for the longevity of this half. I mean, they're tied 3-3. They have the weapons, and they have the opportunity to use these ults again.
That alt economy is preposterous, and I'd just like to maybe sign Pristine to the Cirque du Soleil trapeze artist, because I know they'd play for that retake, but I didn't know they would hop up on all those boxes in that tower to get that spike planting kill. Obviously, some early aggression again on the B side as Pristine takes that space, but now you've got main immediately clogged up by CVU. Does look like a split push is available, but it's rather crowded by Utica as well. They're ready for a push like this. And so peeling off of it is CVU. They don't feel comfortable springing on it, but Wizard so ready to spring on one player here. Greg's going to be taken up by the Prowler. Peaks while clouded there. And I mean, that's a tough engagement to win.
Yeah, I mean, these are the adjustments that we knew were coming from Utica last round, and now we're going to see them sprung into action when this A split that's worked for CVU is finally tested. But they had the Nightfall to hopefully supplement it, but it's again this Astra, this Fade. They are stalling out every player that normally abuses art control, and why not add Joey Salvos into the mix as well?
I mean, they could boss up an ultimate here, but again, we're seeing from Utica that they don't feel the need to. Why would you at this point? It's either going to be the full defense at A, or it will be the full retake on the B site. And I guess they're unloading the magazines. They should be able to get there, but Joey could make the job a little difficult with the Armageddon if they really want to seal the deal for this round. Seems like they'll allow them to plant that value of the Armageddon a little too useful to use another time.
Yeah, and they were so close to the salvos as well, and I feel like it's a 5v2. You're confident just to repick with this with your team, but you can't underestimate CVU. Crass, no point in kill. Going to give them a little bit of sense of security, tucked away here in a CT, but this feels like it was a little out of left field. Doc taking a fight super early on, loses the engagement, so now Crass, they know where they were playing, and they're overwhelmed by, was that salvo in heaven?
Yeah, and it's got some blast impact down below as well, it seems. I guess maybe for Crast, you hope you get a kill if that damage really does get done. But that round was over as soon as Pristine got that kill. It felt like CVU in the 1v4, that was going to be nearly impossible. So great round out of Utica. They just crowded around those spots that CVU wanted to take early on.
Yeah, so the go-to strategy for CVU, this A split trademarked pending, has now been overcome, has been fully fleshed out, a counter from Utica. Looks like they're going to keep it as well, the sheer wall, the Vice on A. But they're still not satisfied with, okay, the strength elsewhere on the map. So they trust solo Vice, and they stack Door just as the eco strategy from Converse is to fight headfirst into it.
Oh, Wizard, this is such a precarious situation. Greg moves out of the Armageddon to push into the kill. Joey still found a kill as well with that ultimate, but everyone else got out alive. And so for CVU, you've done the damage. Can you close the deal? It may still be difficult, Manx, not only with their ultimate, but their utility online as well. Greg goes down when Manx is alive. The round is never secure. 2 eliminated onto site. Could find 3 here. Geo gets the kill with the
Are
Sheriff.
they planning for art? No.
Oh, they are! Unbelievable. The plan was never secure in the first place. Stick bugs out. Does scout 1. Doc running away with their life. And that ended as well. And Megs did the job. I mean, you held on to that site. You did everything for the team that was needed to put CVU down.
That, by all intents and purposes, should have been a thrifty for CVU if it weren't for Minx. I mean, Doc solo shuts down Pristine. We talked about that first blood endeavor that was exhibited over on Split, trying to continue that over on Pearl. They overwhelm, again, really quick-paced Wizard in mid-door. I mean, just Manx and Joey as well. Joey had a slower start. They were losing a lot of 1v1 engagements that were fair fights, but being able to clutch that out has got to get the blood pumping. So nicely done there, too. And CVU, weapons in hand, they look like they're going to repeat it. I mean, they're like, okay, if we had better weapons, we would have won those fights.
Run it back, so they say. And Wizard says, all right, fine. I'll post up on this off angle. I'm ready for you, Doc. And Joey's ready to fight this as well. Follows the Prowler's path. Gets the stun out as well, but gotta realize that Greg has helped too. Krask gets the trade and the second to bring numbers to their team. Yet on the other side, Art won over by Henzo. So a 3v3 turns into a 3v2. Mangs once again undeniable. And Zobi, I think like the biggest issue right now for CVU is you not only have to worry about the presence of where Utica are positioned, stopping you on your assaults through either short route, but the ultimates have always been online every single round. How do you plan around that?
Oh, that smoke, I was going to say, almost messes up the operator shot, but then they got Shorty in their back pocket. It is no problem. And now all you've got to do is identify where the last is coming from. Doc, Long, not really wanting to take any of these engagements just yet, but they do have plenty of time to work with. 30 seconds. Henzo throwing themselves into the fray gives it now the 1v2. But I mean, Spike is down in the sight lanes at the operator. Pristine rarely missing these shots. If there's a player that can do it for Converse, it is Doc, the clutch master right now. But 15 seconds.
Oh, you gotta wonder, is enough time? Where do you position around the smoke to get the plant down? It just doesn't last long enough. Time not on their side. They'll look for eliminations. At this point, Pristine, play with the fruit a little bit. Why not? Getting some assistance from Banks as well, just to dig the point a little deeper.
Yeah, I mean, you're one off from Cosmic Divide there, Doc. Wanted to, you know, either die to the team or find that kill and save the weapon. Obviously, it's the former there, but this is what I was waiting for. Kind of like what we saw when their A executor, A post plants over on Split were floundering, were falling apart. That's when they took a timeout and realized, wait a minute, we can abuse mid, we can abuse B with ultimates a little bit more. That's what this timeout serves as. And I could be wrong, but I want to say production said as well that the coach finally stepped into the slot as well for Converse during our breaks. That means they have a leather kind of mind. Yep, there it is. Thank you from the beyond, the confirmation. So that means one more mind as well that's been watching the game, a second perspective, an outside perspective that can tell you, okay, this is where the weaknesses are. This is what's been working for you. Let's make a winning formula.
That can always be helpful, but when crafting that winning formula, you got to worry about the counter strategy because, you know, if you play around these ultimates, well, they have the Cosmic Divide as well. They have maybe a Steel Garden to deny your push after you take the space with the lockdown. So what is the winning strat when you also include the value that Utica are bringing into this fight? That's been the problem all along is... they've been able to hold onto these ultimates, providing that counter strat all along.
Well, I mean, last time, if you make Utica panic, they invest the ultimates, right? Minus maybe Manx. I was surprised they held the Steel Garden in that 1v3 on site, but they maybe recognized it was an eco. They had sheriffs anyways. Aside from that, right? Last time Joey let the Armageddon rep, they still fought through it. But my win con, I was going to say, despite the ult, is if you can get openers, like we've seen the few rounds that CVU's found success, then they don't have the opportunity to use those ultimates. But unfortunately, doesn't pan out that way. Pristine is still on their first blood search. Finds it this time. And this is the difference as well, is that they have not found a way to win Art successfully since they put the Astra combo here.
Oh yeah, Art has been this formidable foe and this wall, literally and figuratively, that they're unable to surpass.
Wow.
Well, the operator's online. It's good for 2 already.
It's
the first time that we've seen it. Yeah, the Yoru's just impossible to deal with at this point. I mean, if we see 3 of the first frags done with this operator, I don't know how much more you could be deflated. Okay, maybe the shorty could provide more deflation, and it will. Pristine cannot be stopped. Do you just play to get your teammate the ace, or are you that overconfident? I surely hope not, but Krask gonna play very closely around this Cosmic Divide. I mean, that is a double wall on this site. Poses some interesting angles. Krask peeks into 2, and there wasn't a whole lot of hope to begin with, was there? Utica certainly hoping there wasn't, as they'll have an easy job retaking that site.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu, right? The first to confirmed lead on the defensive half. Only 3 rounds for CVU. And I want to say that was another buy round as well. So we're kind of heading down the path of another 9-3. I don't want to curse it just yet. But maybe CVU needs the caster curse. But I have to point out this to you. Pristine just went on a world tour, all right? They get the opening kill A main on their way kind of rotating, they get a kill Art, and then they gate crash to B, where it's not an operator kill from backside halls, but they still get a kill B. Like, it's showing again how the Yoru functions, how again they're getting by with a less firm defensive hold. Again, we mentioned those gaps that we saw previously CVU is able to exploit, they no longer can. And now, look at this. They look like they're trying to fake the heavy A main aggression. And Geo not falling for it, nor is Egg Rolls. Ooh.
Yeah, but Megs doesn't want to give up even a lick of space at this point. It is Egg Rolls just to try to get out of dodge, but they're having a difficult time just evading it. Maybe they can take them off guard here. No, the spray of Henzo will clear that position and find two. So, again, the Sheriff squad here of CVU just not holding together. Their position has been compromised. Doc, just that Deagle in hand, blind, stuns, too much to deal with. Everyone in front and behind, and knives abound to relinquish the last.
Yeah, Doc's KDA not suffering, but the scoreline is, and now after that, probably the mental just a little bit. And they already used that timeout. Zik was trying to come up with a strategy when they had weapons in hand, but it's all or nothing, right? Last round of the half, your last buy, still ultimates to work with that we haven't really seen utilized in conjunction with each other. I mean, I do think B, with that Cosmic Divide, gets them the spike down pretty easily, minus Pristine on the high ground. And it looks like that's what they're going to try to do here yet again. No complications, no lurk player, just be or die. And Pristine, putting themselves again in the way to counter it. Oh, that's ISO gone! What a gate crash timing!
No way. Everything Pristine does is perfect, and that's not just, you know, boosting him for no reason. It's just for some reason it's perfect, but... Well, now here comes the counter. Yoru alt. Anything you can do, I can do better is what this round is, because 8 ults were active and they're all being used now. The lockdown with the dimensional drift, but the Armageddon gonna carve out the space onto site. Barely evading it right now is CVU, but can they evade the space that has now been taken by Utica? The blind should assist him to push through this smoke, but the Arcros has been taken out. Joey won't though. A couple eliminations on top of the box and everyone crowds around it as well. After the flurry, after the fury, Utica stamp their ground and take 9.
Again. 9-3. Utica starting on the defensive half. Now they're tweeting about it. I mean, that was the round I wanted to see. All of the ultimates invested. CVU just struggling there. I thought for a second we were going to see the Armageddon popped off of Pristine body blocking while in the dimensional drift, but it was kind of perfect because it flushed the players into the steel garden, right? So now not only are they running, but now they don't have their weapons to kind of stand their ground and fight. So it made it pretty easy for Utica to reclaim that space. Again, their retakes are really, really strong, but this is the half that matters. Last time Utica was able to win the pistol, put their seal hopefully on split. Let's see if CVU this time can disrupt it, can maybe find a little bit more fight from the 9-3 comeback curse.
I think they're going to fight for this first blood, right? It's only taken the one duelist out of Utica to get that again and again and again, and you have a main already taken up by CVU, but that's just not where Utica are positioned. They're looking at streets instead. Agrol's hiding so casually behind the smoke and afraid just to peek out right now as all their teammates are going down. They're able to relinquish a couple, so the damage done on either side, but that spike should be planted for just the 2 bodies that were given up prior.
The spike solidified some delay utility. I think I hear some Razor vibes. Yep, ready and ready to go as soon as contact's made. But this is where things get dicey. Geo and Crashed on the flank. They left Henzo to fend for it, to play their stars, but it doesn't work. It's all down to Pristine. Confirms where Egg Rolls is. Again, a disconnection of the team wasn't there just yet, and the window of opportunity gets slammed in the face of Pristine. CVU, who said it was a must-win pistol, that box has been checked.
Yeah, we listened about how in the last map they lost the pistol and then saved again, and so the 311 was such a mountain to climb, and well, that deficit a whole lot smaller now. I feel like for a round like that, if anyone's able to get activated, it's got to be someone like Gio. Was on 3 kills going into that last round of the first half, and now you've nearly doubled your kill count in a round like that, and the duelists have to take over in some way. That's your double duelist comp coming alive, and if it's on defense, so be it, but at some point it has to be.
Yeah, it happened over on Split as well. Gio had a slow start. Once they got the kills moving and grooving, the first bloods kind of followed suit a little bit. Now, I mean, it's Nico round. Might as well go for the mid play. See what the art control looks like. I mean, just disrespect towards the turret. Disrespect for egg rolls. And that should be a weapon down. The players fighting through mid door also find Doc, so now that's 2 weapons to recover here.
Oh no. Oh no. And that's 3 total weapons for the team, because I believe Pristine had purchased the Stinger, though they've handed it off to Joey. So Pristine now has the Bulldog. Couple outlaws. Yeah, that's really all that's left. And Greg, what do you even do at that point? There's nowhere to go. There's no one to shoot. You're just stuck in the hallway like an 8th grader without a hall pass. It's over. And Gio, maybe you hold your gun. Maybe you get a couple kills, or maybe you're just taken down. Utica respond to the pistol win with that.
And I don't want to discredit Utica there, but to me, it did not look like they had a concrete plan going into that round. It was really just run it down and get information on where players are playing. And the fact that they identified, wait, Egg Rolls is there, they take that weapon, and you're also winning the fights against Doc solo mid-door, that's when it developed into, wait, we can win this round, and they end towards the B site. The salvos from Joey were on point to take out Gio when I was, like, questioning, like, the threat, right, of the, Greg, because of the Outlaw still online, and I mean, if there was one way to snuff out any 9-3 curse, it is a second round thrifty after the pistol has been won. Utica, double digits, the weapons, CVU. Best you got is you're rotating pretty heavily to the site where first contact has been made.
They don't want to have to just start thinking about this reverse sweep, start thinking about how they have the next map choice. They got to start thinking about getting out of the salvos. It's found yet another kill, and Joey continues the fry like he's in the kitchen. It's like a Friday on Lent, the fish fry, and Joey's the main cook. Crashed. It's just a pistol. Stuck in their own twins C's, and they're deafened. They can't hear a thing. They won't see a whole lot of the future because it's Utica back in the saddle.
And, I mean, Egg Rolls, I understood the mentality there, right? You maybe thought you had a corner to stick it out, and you know they have a Yoru that's going to gate crash to back hulls. You want to keep control of that site, and that was the key alongside with your alarm bot. That never got triggered because you were sent to the graves. Like, there wasn't much decision to be made there, and again, Utica just looking insurmountably stronger at the moment. 11-4, CVU, this is weapons. This is their last do or die. Yeah. Like, you lose this round, you're broke. Utica, also off the road from Joey, has Armageddon already. Like, I gotta see something. Maybe a Doc First Blood?
Ideally on to Joey. I mean, again, like, the amount of kills, the amount of eliminations with the salvos, it doesn't matter. You can't take them out, and Greg barely gets out of the way. It doesn't matter. They're found. There is nowhere to hide on this site for B. And at a certain point, you've got to be surprised that they're even willing to play the site at that point. Eliminations found in street. They're just bodies waiting to be burned like we're in the range. Pristine eliminates Crast as the Prowler hunts them. The confidence, the ability to kill when everything is fired at you. It's map 2 point for Utica.
And you know Utica wanted that, right? The Armageddon invested. They knew that would be the fatal blow to the economy for CVU, for the confidence. I mean, Split was the 13-4. And we mentioned Deja Vu from, being the first to 7 to the 9-3 half. Can we go 3 for 3 in the repeat department to put Utica up 2-0? CVU, they wrestled together a bye. No outlaws either to cause some chaos on the side of Utica, just the good old-fashioned Odin out of Manx. And at this point, it's B-Take Simulator. They have been undisputable here, and I've been begging CVU for an opening first blood, and they have still yet to find it.
Well, Greg is not only moving off of hallway because of how dastardly that has been for them, and they would have been scouted out by Pristine regardless, but they've also held on to that shield, which could be notable. That may mean that given all this Stampede effort on the B site, they're willing to play for the retake instead. However, they peek into so many of the weaponry from Utica. Henzo eventually is taken down, so this could be something to capitalize on for CVU, but now they're taken down by Joey. Joey finally traded out, and maybe the hot hand has been eliminated for them to catch fire. Geo able to find that elimination, probably found on the clone. Long range taken by both Banks. Oh no, not the spam and the bomb. That's going to be a problem. Pristine can't find that kill, but this is a double weaponry setup that you just don't want to deal with. It's like a turret, and you're trying to get onto the beach, but every man's just going down. Every one of the rounds in that magazine is taken out. Pristine is taking a selfie on the clutch. Take a picture, savor the moment. It's a Utica win on map 2.
And I mean, at some point, it has got to cross in the territory of bullying. I mean, Odin sprayed through the wall, bangable box B-Long. It's hard enough to retake B-Long, and then Pristine trolling as well. And they were only in that 2v2 position because, I'm not gonna lie, Utica's egos got to them, and they were running down the competition into B-Link. I mean, Joey, I don't know how you got one, mark it down, but they were getting the trades. That's why they had an opportunity there. But again, no smokes. Again, the sidelines, the time, it all favored Utica. They close it out again for a 13-4. And that's now the 2-0 in ECC finals favoring Utica. You're returning champions.
Yeah, returning to those victories for Utica. Turning around 13 floors like they're just flipping pancakes, and maybe there's only one flip left to be made until it's perfectly edible and tastes like victory. We'll have to find out, because our next map is back to the CVU pick. It is Ascent. It is Valorant as we know it, just with an added fortified wall. Folks, we'll see you on the other side of this break for map number 3 in our ECC finals. The ECC Finals continues here on the Esports U broadcast. And folks, we have had quite the match and quite the repeated effort. It's a 13-4 for our first two rounds. Utica lead 2-0 in our series against CVU. And we're getting a lot of the same still, Zobi. Map number 3, and it is again Utica defending first.
And I was like, spending the break, I'm like, I gotta find something. I feel like we're beating up CVU here, even though Utica already is. And I think the silver lining here is that Ascent is the best map out of this pool for them to take off of Utica. I mean, they have a lot of work cut out for them after that fact with Icebox and Lotus, but it's got to start now because this is a map that, like, in ACC has not been played this semester by this squad. I feel like it's become such a different map than what I used to hate commentating over. For context, this is like my least favorite map to commentate because it used to be like the same mirror compositions no matter what. But now it's become like a lot spicier. Like you can run whatever you want, you can still get away with it. And that's what makes me curious is, okay, we kind of know what's going to be run by the side of Converse. What is Utica going to bring out?
So you're saying someone's gonna throw in the waylay? That's what I'm hearing. No, we're not gonna see the jet.
I will say Pristine plays it on Icebox, so if we get to map 4, you'll get the waylay. Here, we saw them trolling in the last map of Pearl, so maybe. Oh, 3 for 3 on the Yoru.
Wow. Okay, we can't get enough of that Yoru apparently today. But CVU can get enough of that double duelist comp. We're returning to the double Senti, and I mean, we saw moments of that shining, some pretty smart usage of the wall, trying to push into the sensors, but then we saw some smarter counter stratting by Utica saying, no, we're going to crash through this wall instead, and we're not going to land in your trap. So you're trying to play that deadlock against a very mindful, I guess, Utica team, and it is a Utica team that is going to thrash and bash their way through this map because that Teho breach is active once again.
Yeah, this feels like they mix Split and Pearl's compositions to give us this Ascent composition.
A little bit.
So I honestly like it. It's taking the best of both of them, right? I was talking about that, right? I feel like the Breach is stronger for Wizard than the Fade is. I talked about the Omen stronger than Henzo's Astra. And Joey's and Pristine have been slaying it up on the same roles. Manx, we saw insanity. They actually met Pristine in terms of the first blood department 5-5 on Pearl, and they are a Sentinel. So I mean, that's going to come out swinging here because, again, we're starting on the same sides. Utica on the defense and Converse a gold on the attack. And I don't want to say that's necessarily contributing to the issue, but it's hard when you're running a double Senti and both of the maps you're running a double Senti, you're starting out on the attack.
It's got to be far from ideal. You've really got to prioritize getting the bomb down, right? Because those Sentinels can do so much work. I mean, even the Cypher, because, yeah, you play to handle the trip on the flank, but you can also save those if you really need to play for those other angles, and maybe if your deadlock is down or so on and so forth. So you've got to get that spike down. You got to play for the post plant. Like, that's how the attack, to me, is going to work. Or you split up on the pistol round to start the map, and that's exactly what we're going to do. It may be a hot and heavy A main, as it looks like Pristine wants all the space in the world. He's been able to take just about anything he's wanted so far in this game, so he might as well.
Yeah, but look, I mean, right after they have this trap play aiming with the Teho Breach and Yoru, 2 of those 3 players are now over towards the B site, ready to play out the Vice Util. And Pristine, you said it, they get what they want. They take 2 before Doc, who was our highlighted player from CVU the first 2 maps, gets finally a trade and maybe a glimmer of hope for this squad, but they still have to make their way all the way back over towards the Ace site. And unfortunately, their teammates have fallen, leaving them with the Ace clutch or bust.
It is difficult when you have to move into a controller's utility with 2 Sentinels, because what are you going to do to get into that site? It's not even Vise. Oh, okay. Has a little fun with the salvos. It's not even Vise who can put up an Arcros and at least maybe detect whoever shoots it down. You just have to drive peek together, and, well, that certainly did not work out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pistol round. We're entering into the eco. There's not much to break down right now, aside from, again, maybe question marks of this really divided approach to a simpler map like Ascent. So I want to ask a fun question. We talked about it in the green room. I said, and gave CVU the benefit of the doubt, I said we're getting a 13-7 for this map favoring Utica. What do you think we're going to get?
Oh, okay. You're
Put you in the hot
fun.
seat.
I'll be super boring and say that it's a broken record, 13-4.
Three for three.
And it does favor the pistol one here by Utica, but it's going to be either the fact that this confidence overflows into another extremely powerful win here, or it maybe takes a step back and is some overextension. I mean, we saw Pristine grab 2 and then immediately die after. It's still a great round, and I don't know. We'll see, but against the Sheriffs, against the Classics, Cass does find 1. That's just tough.
I mean, we mentioned overextension, and usually CVU's been able to punish it, but not this time. I mean, look at the double thorns. They can't go anywhere. They'll be mincemeat. So all of them trapped in the dark cover. Pristine has them sandwiched main. My prediction could be wrong after what we're seeing here. I mean, they've crept their way into the site, tiptoed their way, but it's like twice in a row we've seen shenanigans where they're just staring at a CVU player before executing them. And I mean, Pristine doesn't have a weapon to give away, so they're the one taking the deep dive here, right? No harm, no foul. Oh.
Yeah, thanks. On the outlaw, just deadly, and Doc in a boathouse. You know what's coming.
No!
Okay, no, you know what was happening. You saw the bunny hopping, you saw the knives out, and you know what Utica are bringing to the table. And yeah, I hate to say it, but it is a little bit of a shameful round. The MLB's back. It reminds me, like you said, they're just dying to looking at the wall. It's like not swinging at the third strike, and you just gotta walk back to the dugout in shame.
Yeah, well, this is only the first inning, so we still got a lot of ball to play. And it's going to be the first rifle round for Converse, a gold here. And I will say, Utica, even though they disrespected them with the knife kills, they respected them in terms of the buy, right? It wasn't like 4 rifles or anything. It's only 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw that they have to get past. Pristine, Joey, carrying over some Sheriffs here. This should be a clean round for CVU, but we've seen Utica get crazy, get twisted on these eco rounds, so let's see what's up their sleeve this time around.
Okay, well, full rifles is what's in their hands for this round. Pristine immediately diving off of not getting that initial kill, but a lot of space here at mid. Wizard seems to be primed and ready to go with that fault line to allow Pristine to maybe find one here. Had not found, but the blindside will go out as they escape once again. So Pristine, just this everlasting threat on the map that has to be dealt with. It feels like for CVU wherever they go.
I was hoping we would see like a stun from Wizard to help Pristine take those engagements, but it feels like each player, again, the eco weapon starting to falter. CVU, pretty flawless take, but they still have yet to dislodge all of these players, like Joey on site, but I mentioned it, only a Sheriff in hand. Your other weapons on the other side of the map could get a timing onto egg roll, but now all it does is give away that extra ounce of information, and Henzo, you may have got a 3-piece and a knife, but you still gotta clear your corners. They're gonna get revenge! No.
Okay, I'm glad we took the gun out. I'm so glad we did, because nearly they were in the line of sight. I certainly thought they were. But that's a lot of overextension. That's a lot of boldness we saw from Utica. It's a good, right. It's a good way to get through these first 3 rounds. I'll give them that. But I guess now, Zobi, we get to lock in a little for round 4.
Yeah, it does show again, maybe that flare that we saw from CVU over on Split. Like, the scoreline didn't, explain it. It felt like Split was a lot closer than Pearl was, despite both being 13-4s, right? And I think they, again, have playing Ascent fairly similar to how they played on Split, right? A lot of mid abuse, a lot of trying to fragment these players. And I'm failing to see that kind of duo synergy from Utica at the moment. It's just been, right, heroic plays. The retakes are clean, yes. And again, still a little bit divided here, right? Joey solo holding mid. Maybe Pristine can team up with them after the gate crash, but again, not much punishment right now.
Not quite yet. I mean, Wizard was primed and ready for anyone walking up Catwalk because they heard the clone of Yoru walk up, just in case someone had walked up as well, but they'll just be holding from tree instead. And I'll tell you what, Doc is doing a great job of capturing attention here at mid, 2 still positioned at market. It doesn't pose the greatest opportunity for CVU as they consider moving into this B site. That orb taken will signal Manx to hold this line of sight as long as they can. But of course, that blind doesn't help. Will the razor wires be taken down? Can Doc create some space into Market? Ends up getting the kill onto Joey. And may just find 2 as the shock deals damage onto Pristine, but they fire right back. Doc eliminated. And now the dimensional drift will make the push into sight all the more worse.
Manx? And I was getting flashbacks, right? 20 seconds, you need to get exec into a site, and Manx is on the other side, right? Like, we've seen how that pans out. It doesn't go CVU's way in this round. I mean, a dimensional drift from Pristine just felt like a cherry on top, right? Manx had it dealt with. They just needed to keep track of Geo. And at this point, talk about longevity here. CVU, they keep the rifle for egg rolls. I mean, they were on the opposite side of the map anyways, not really in a position to aid their teammates there. It was more the late round impact if they did get the spike planted, but Utica, I feel like it's usually been a little bit closer at the start. Wasn't it like usually like 3-2? It was usually Utica trailing and then catching up and taking over CVU. So that's not something that is lifting up my spirits as a Converse fan.
The 13-7 is feeling
it's still possible.
Okay, we'll see. I think the thing that bothered me a little bit was that the sheer seemed to completely dismantle the plan that was coming out from CVU, because the paranoia came out and then no one else but their duelist could push out. So here we go instead into A main. And of course, so cheeky from Egg Rolls to be up there, and Wizard is trying to hold on to this position. Pristine has found them out, so Egg Rolls will not be able to take over main.
That drone was crazy. Catches 2 of them off catwalk. You took out 1 A main. You know what the plan was, but what does it divulge into? It's gonna go back to this B split. Joey, hearing the footsteps, the spray down connects, and Greg fortunately able to find 1 main, but you still haven't even pieced apart. I'll just say Manx, but Manx taking out 2. This could be the round that we're looking for.
I thought Gio would actually fight that, recognizing that potentially someone was taken up in that deadlock utility, but instead, push on, get the spike down. Doc catches Hanzo and Henzo and peeks right off, but Wizard has them taken care of. So it's just the 2 remaining out of CVU. Crack holds from main, Geo holds from the other side. Shots go into Market. Annihilation does catch 1. Henzo taken away. Greg going around the salvos. They're safe, but it doesn't matter. They follow up with the elimination. Greg sidesteps the salvos and secures the win.
Whew. And CVU, I said it was usually closer on the start, and they are making my 13-7 seem rational. I mean, I said this over on Split. This double Sentinel, I want you to get like 4 rounds, 5 rounds. They were shy of it on the 3, and we saw the repercussions of it. But that round, it's showing how, again, disjointed and individualistic the setup for the defense for Utica is right now, right? You have Joey again, solo hold mid, Pristine, solo fight CT, Manx, solo fight from lane, from site. And when all of those fights start going south, then CVU again is able to collect. So what is it going to be this time around? Oh, same thing.
I'll tell you what, I do want to see Geo activate this dimensional drift at the right time. Okay, first they have to take care of their corners, and at the moment Joey knew that wasn't a clone, it was time to fire away. We will not see that dimensional drift this round, that is for sure, and all that mid space taken up now. It may be that the bloodbath is pursued at this very point of the map. Joey scouted out on the wall bangs, just too easy. Yeah, Greg's waiting for it. Oh, but Meg still finds the elimination. How? They're balancing on a tightrope, and it's Pristine to offer safety for themselves. Manx goes down.
That was a great setup, I would say, right? You have the Wizard breach utility trying to flush them out of tree, like not let them know they have a setup in mid, like trying to push them towards it, and just CVU very carefully piece it apart, and it works out. Pristine, though, closes the door, shuts the door in the face of CVU, funnels them back towards A, where Doc is now on for the ace, right? Opens up the ace side with that frag on Henzo. Wizard, I was gonna say, I thought was gonna play this smart, was gonna wait to play it with Pristine, but they're trying to catch a timing, right? Door not closed, might be able to catch out Krast, and they do!
Oh, and they still won't wait. I mean, there was time there with the agents evened out to allow Pristine to maybe get that trade if they did go down, but now it is the 1v2. There's one above and one on the other side. Pristine carefully making
saw
their
it.
way. The back found from the generator, and now the ace is just too easy. Doc carved the path, and he put the stop at the end as well.
There we go. Converse gold tie us up 3-3. Break the bank again for Utica after a very close, thrifty round. Almost put them back in the driver's seat. But again, that's the thing about Ascent. It's just so simple, right? Like, you either get it or you don't. You either hit your shots and you don't. And that's what it feels like CVU is winning at right now. Because the adjustments from Utica around mid-control, that round especially, were really clean. But CVU just won out the duels, won out the trades. And that's something that I feel like is a great improvement, right? Utica always has each other's backs covered versus CVU is struggling in that department, map 1 and map 2. So this is a really nice change of pace, but oh no, there's another trap mid.
And it's all with Sheriffs as well. So that crosshair placement may be the most important factor of this round. It doesn't look like the trap's going to be executed because very patient CVU at the start of this round. The drone finds a bit of coverage there for Geo to move through, but Mank's so ready to fire away. Geo's head found, but Mank's head popped off. Is it finally time to pop off at Dimensional Drift, or are we happy just getting into sight and watching the angles for the team? Smokes are up, and the team's in.
Yeah, not much counter there after the utility's been exhausted from Utica. Don't have the weapons either. Doc as well. This lurk has been ever present from Henzo of all, or from Doc from all places. And Greg, stun. Ooh, 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 Geo. Bodyguard, keeping it flawless right now.
There it is.
Oh, they lose one, but that's still good.
I mean, listen, I think this is a win here for CVU. Obviously, it's a win on the round, but those Sheriffs can... We've seen Utica get these first bloods, these good kills, they upgrade their weapons, and suddenly we don't know who's winning this round. So for CVU to nearly flawlessly take out Utica, and to do it with some caution and some patience as well, I think is all great signs for this team.
And we kind of mentioned as well prior, like, we always want the attack to be in control of the tempo, and it never felt like they were. Right now, it feels like they are. Look at this. They went from mid slow defaults to aggressive counter towards a main, and it meets this Utica aggressive play head on. Pristine has been shut down in fights consistently. And they are about to swing into 3. They're already getting that regen shield shock darted, and there's that dimensional drift you've been asking for, Pyro, and it's utilized to pair with the insane Hunter's Fury so that they can't even fight. Deny this B-take.
I don't know if the Hunter's Fury got as much value as they really wanted there, and there's especially the issue now of CVU still being cooped up into main, so how much value did that offer? All the same. Pristine unwilling to give up this space right now, and tell you what, if they decide to take up more space, they're going to be punished for it. That cross set up at B main with the spike, everyone else making noise on the other side, and Pristine is found, but still gets the kill onto Geo. They can take up market, but they just can't get the kill. Armageddon is popped off as well. Utica are ready to respond and turn this around. Fast lane, anyone that's there would have been eliminated. They've got to take this space, middle of the site, and Pristine ready to punish if they can. Thanks with them, and Wizard out at Boathouse. Nowhere to go but the crouch. They'll be eliminated. 2v3 favoring CVU. They need the time to plant the spike, though. This is going to be a problem, especially with Pristine popping the dimensional drift. How do you get the spike down at this point? Crass is just being watched by Pristine. And they can't find the kill. You gotta be kidding me. From Boathouse, they're taking down CVU. Do it.
That, well, number one, sorry to your 13-4 prediction. CVU winning more rounds than they have on either of the first 2 maps. Utica, though, they utilize 2-3, I should say, big ultimates, right? And don't walk away with that round win. Now the economy's ruptured. CVU an opportunity to tie us at the half, maybe even get more for the first time in this best of 5. And, I mean, Utica, some questionable decisions made there. I liked the fights, I liked the Steel Garden, but the response felt too slow, right? It gave CVU time to concoct that plan. Okay, let's refight stairs. They're expecting us to be down on time to, you know, run away with our tails between our legs, and they stood their ground.
We don't see this often, but it is CVU with the buy and mostly secondaries out of Utica here on defense. So Utica often are able, as we said, set the tempo on defense, have the guns on defense. That is just not the case this time around. Pristine hoping they could do some damage with that Bucky and the regen shield if they take that damage. Slow and measured as it has been for CVU. Got both Sentinel ultimates available as well. So especially with that neural theft, if you can get that first blood, especially important. Joey.
The first time I get to see the actual Razorvine delay in Tree. Giving flashbacks when they swapped the Vice from B to A over on Pearl. Can it find the same impact? Joey not even recognizing what's on the other side. The horror is concealed by the dark cover, and they just found out the hard way.
Oh my, Makes is able to get one on that Heaven side, and Makes nearly finds another. Needed the flick to land perfectly. Geo just doing the business with that rifle. Pulling on the tree as well. That is going to be Doc as well. Maybe meeting Henzo if they decide to pop on down, but as you can see, they're stalled out quite a bit. It may be Egg Rolls to feel the damage. They'll take their time in doing so.
Not the ace steal.
Yeah.
That's the apology.
Another shot to the head. There you go. Hey, oh, by the way,
right.
all I'll say about these predictions, we never said who was gonna win. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
You really think it's gonna be a 13-4 favoring CVU? That'd be craziness. I mean, look at the ults. The Rolling Thunder coming back online. Weapons again for Utica. I mean, the CVU we can hope, but Joey also has I was gonna say Joey, that would be kind of troll with Yoden, but one fight going the way of Utica and it's suddenly, I know, a little bit closer, and that 13-4 is gone, so we'll revisit this later.
We will, and I think we'll be revisiting this A battle quite a bit, because Prestige has really enjoyed playing along with that potential fault line trap play, and having Henzo kind of in their wings as they go. Trapwire's down, and so Agrol's that manic episode of, are they trying to take that space? Have they hid behind maybe the cube if we try to crawl our way up? Will they be positioned there? At least that delusion kind of set in.
It utilizes so much utility though, right? You had to use the owl drone really deep just to re-clear all that space, like you mentioned, to see if Pristine is there. In reality, they gave up that space, they deposited the Omen. The Dimensional Drift has drawn some additional players over, but Utica, all they need is a Rolling Thunder to patch up the time delay, and they should be back to business over towards the ace site. The dart lands. Henzo could be huge here because of the stun, but it doesn't connect.
I feel like maybe they sprung on that a little bit early because they sprung into 3 people watching them, but oh, the Rolling Thunder will make this so difficult. Doc right behind that generator. He has to come up big here. Takes out the clone and is taken out as well. Manx eliminated 1v1. Pristine and Geo. Geo's on fire. Current frag leader catches Pristine attention, but is out timing. Pristine whips that crosshair right back on the Geo.
They had 4 bullets, and the confidence not to reload is astounding. All right, there's your 4 for the 13-4. They're still fending off CVU.
All according to plan.
From having an advantage before the side swap, which, like I said, this is a double senti. Getting 6 here is astounding, is probably elating for Converse Gold right now. Looking to see what more they can get, and the damage not, unnoticed from Utica either. Like, I mean, Light Shield to regen shields, they are not out of the woods just yet. It's going to require a lot more heroic plays, and that was, again, the ultimate that they're not going to have likely before this half is over again.
I think one thing that CVU are enjoying is no operator on the arena right now as well from Pristine, but I can't imagine they're enjoying Wizards gameplay as well as Pristine here in Tree. Eggroll's able to nearly even the odds there with an elimination made at main. They've been trying to take over this territory for so long, but without assistance, what can they do? Double swing, Pristine finds one, TP's out, and Crass nearly able, oh no, does get the elimination onto Wizard. I missed that for some reason. And Crass, well, that should be the end of the round. It feels like Utica at any time can flick the switch and take over, as they have really here in the last couple of rounds. One more now to make it even.
That was like a really funny saga between Pristine and Wizard in one round, right? It goes from Wizard getting saved by Pristine in tree to then they beautifully coordinate to take out Eggroll, and then the Pristine sacrifices Wizard by Cade crashing out, leaving them to fend for their own devices, and they fall, only to finish the job later, you know, avenge their fallen teammate and get the 5th for Utica. So, I mean, we're staring down the potential of a 6-6. Might be a clean round, not really too many ultimates unless you funnel them into the Annihilation, but look at this. Henzo, opportunity to right wrongs. We talked about timing, mistiming, and again, they're too early. The paranoia doesn't stick, and they're left trying to get out of dodge.
Will Pristine save yet another player, and will we see a TikTok on it as well? I don't know. I hope so, with a little bit of, you know, nostalgic music in the background. Maybe, but it's not really time to get nostalgic yet. Utica have learned one thing this half. It's that they have not sealed the deal on this series. They've got to look forward instead. Looking forward means, for Henzo at least, keeping some space at this A main territory. Spike has to be picked up at some point. We're under a minute on the round, and so eventually it is. But Henzo, those dark covers off, has to back off.
This is one thing as well that's been working for Converse. Utica never quite know where they're executing because of this split, right? They almost even use the dimensional drift just to confirm where the spike is headed. But with 40 seconds left, finally it's gonna get sprung. Sees 3. And wow, that was a questionable decision. More questionable. There's a Henzo pushing through the salvo, but it works because they pinch off of Pristine in that dimensional drift. And it's the last round of the half. Might as well let the Annihilation rip, and it does not connect here.
Oh no, some of the smoke spam coming through. Henzo for 3. And Greg will allow for the hand to be dealt. It's like that dimensional drift was popped and it was like a bank robber being caught, and they just kind of put their hands up. They're like, okay, you caught me. I'm done now. That's sort of how that round felt, and Utica able to turn the tides at the end of the half and even it out.
Now I'm gonna call it. All right.
Uh-oh.
It's a 6-6. I said 13-7. The only way that realistically happens, unless we get another crazy moment where they lose the pistol and then win the second round, would be that CVU wins their first rifle round. They lose this pistol, and then Utica wins every rifle round after that. I think that's a great storyline, but we'll have to wait and see, because Converse said this is their half. This is the double Sentinels thriving. And we've definitely seen them put up a fight. I mean, look at that. That 5 row that suddenly got disrupted by Utica without even taking a timeout. It's so hard to call right now.
It is. The only thing I can call is that there's now 2 TikToks that need to be made. One for the storied saga of the Breach Yoru, and
Just
now one of
K-drama
Zobi.
montage music.
Yeah. and now you calling it. Oh God. Okay. I don't think Gio was ever called out to be able to push through the entirety of B main. No fault line will be seen on this mid to tree push.
Oh, but the right click. Execution style into Pristine. Again, we mentioned that little gap in the wall. They break through that defensive line, but again, with all the Sentinel utility and all the players starting to fall, 3v5 and a challenge. The saga's falling apart. Unless.
Hold on. I think Manx might have this, and Doc just doesn't have the health. Okay, that did rest on Manx having a teammate. But Doc got lower HP than they are, and thanks for the whole lot of bullets to take down this door. Uh-oh, shock dart incoming. Arcro's out. That's a recon. Never mind. It will be the bullet of Doc to eliminate them. So, listen, it's still not over.
I say, hey, 13-7, they have to get a 7th. All right, number 1. Number 2, most great scripts do get rejected on the first draft, so I see you, Converse. I apologize. Now, do we see that weird second round, shenanigans from Utica where they somehow thrifty their way into a victory? That's the only way that either of us can be correct in our predictions, but I knew this was going to be a close map. It was just how much credit were we going to give to Converse. Like I said, this was the best map in the pool for Converse by far, and they are definitely showcasing that right now. The buy-up, the search for first blood, and that's good, but the shots aren't.
Oh, okay, hold on. Utica showing off a little bit. Unfortunately unable to necessarily upgrade their weapon, I was going to say.
They don't commit?
Yeah.
Maybe Manx will get it late.
It could. in this case, Pristine just happy with their sheriff. I mean, they've got the shots to show for it, but right now, Manx grabbing that gun is a little bit of a risk, and Agril pushing into main is a risk as well. Replaces their body with a cage. Prepares for the worst. That's what you got to do as the Sentinel, but the worst is yet to come as a rotation to A is committed.
Yeah, you could see Agril thought they would try to track him down and see him recovered back towards Boathouse on B, and that even fueled the rotation of additional players from Converse, but now they're starting to second guess things. The squad make a footstep trying to re-clear A main. That is a judge down. It'll be a little bit difficult to leverage into a victory, but it's interesting that they're actually going for the split here, right? Trusting in, again, the heroics of Pristine. This should be a splant. I don't see any world in which it's not unless we actually see, you know, Geo dive in. Ooh.
Well, they don't have a smoke. I think that's the biggest issue for them right now. That was their first player eliminated, was their controller. But hey, Wizard was able to upgrade to that judge and can absolutely play some close quarter battles while holding on to this site. They also don't want to be targeted. The spy cam and the drone both doing work. The judge as well. Agril hopping onto the generator. And well, it's just one shot that needs to land on the Wizard. It hasn't been defused yet, Zobi. Hold on.
You know, there's a world where that judge gets like all three, but you saw Agril's previously this game. You know, they were trying to make that jump on a generator, right? And then I think Doc just like steals the ace anyways, so he doesn't get that moment. He finally got the moment. He doesn't jump on a generator there. He doesn't draw the crosshair away. That easily could have been a clutch for Wizard carrying the weapon over. But 8-6, CVU widening the lead here. But the weapons, the bonus, it's a little worse for wear. 2 Guardians only against this full buy from Utica. Lost the Outlaw from Geo in the process, so not much to do against the Light Shields from Pristine to Manx. But I will lie, I think the only reason why that bonus, or that buy-up from CPU was a little messy was because of the risks that were being taken, right? Like, you have an Omen and a Deadlock going aggressive A main. They lose a life there. You have your Cypher, you know, getting pinged down a little bit as well, going aggressive B main. And even now, I mean, okay, it's a bonus. It's understandable to go aggressive, but Geo alone with a Ghost.
Oh, dear. And against 2, somehow they keep their life. And in this position, oh, Henzo's skilled really far up and blinded out. It's just, again, Henzo, the first one to go down in the last round and no smokes to take the site. So that's a player you want to keep. Pristine just throwing out shots and, well, they're landing through the smoke, but there's still 2 in the boathouse. This site is far from secure. Shock darts are out. Location revealed from Joey. You gotta realize you need to sidestep these shots that will be incoming. Manx knows there is at least 1 in Boathouse. Do they imagine that there are 2? Oh, Kras can't get the elimination, and Joey takes care of the rest. Boathouse secure. Plant secured as well. Well,
it's not
almost.
over yet.
There we go.
2v3. All the players pretty much confirmed to be on site from the vote engagement. Greg, strapped for bullets. They're gonna be strapped for time if they don't speed things up here just a touch, but that's the issue. There's so much delay utility, right? I mean, look, the sheer wall hasn't even triggered on stairs, right? And now the fall line replaces the salvos. Greg, makes it through, but the trade. Oh, wait a minute, they're both low. 1 HP each.
Oh, and that's nearly a full mag as well. Doc, you gotta move. There's hardly any time. Oh, they thought maybe the box needed to be clear still, but with 2 bodies, sometimes it doesn't matter how much HP you have. There's too many angles to clear, and they get the job done. 8-7, Zobi, unfortunately, it's a very expected first 3 rounds in this half.
Yeah, I think the most standard we've actually had from either of these 2 teams, but the 2 things that I gotta highlight for that last round is, number 1, I'm gonna pull out what you said. Hey, I didn't say which team was gonna get 13, so I'm joking.
There we go.
And number 2, can we talk about Pristine there? The gate crash in from market after their team's follow-up gets disrupted by the paranoia, and they're literally like stuck between a trapwire switch and getting sprayed down after being revealed by a Sova dart from CT, and they hit a stray shot through the smoke onto Geo. Like, that's a Val moment.
Yeah, it's just chaotic evil, and who better would impersonate that than a Yoru of Pristine, the Yoru of Geo. Find that first elimination. I mean, Geo's just hungry for that first blood and has effectively turned that around in this map. So, you know, good for Geo. We saw that first round of this half as well, where they just walked up through main and got the elimination. So he's staying in the back of the head of Utica. But in the meantime, Utica do need to push onto the site. Greg in a really tricky position. We'll allow that door come down just about. Lands that stun onto Pristine as well. You've got Krast watching from heaven right now. Could find some kills after your Armageddon is laid down. It certainly does. I didn't think they'd find two. One to find now. Manx gets the elimination. There's one at heaven and one at tree. Manx almost too much to do in a situation like this. And unable to remove the rest. Doc puts a close to it.
Yeah, I mean, Pristine does the job entries, but it's their turn to get saved then sacrificed, right? The Armageddon keeps them alive, and Manx gets the refrag, but they needed more than that. Manx had to win out the 1v2. It goes south, CVU. Once they get the stabilized rifle buy, instead of a bonus, they put up the fight. They put up the win. Now, this round, a little interesting. We see that Stinger. Last time we saw a singular Stinger force from Pristine. It was utilized to hate crime the Killjoy solo connector on Pearl, and then they leverage that into round victory. Now take that and add a Steel Garden on top, and things get even more questionable for the side of Converse. All right. A lot of utility here. The entry, pretty clean. Not much counter. Probably forcibly by that Thorn investment. But this is where I want to see that Steel Garden. Stall out any potential of a retake here, and it becomes feasible. But that's just been taken off the table. Manx was playing from main. Eggroll deals with it. And now all the dominoes are starting to fall into one complete masterpiece, except for that force up. That Spectre that we talked about. But it's still the 1v2 required.
Oh, Pristine, what do you do in a situation like this? You eliminate the third and then TP out, of course, but the legs are found. You can't hide them when they're poking out of the dark cloud. Doc puts a close to it, holds the ult, and what an effort from Utica even off the buys to make that round feasible.
Oh, but it's still tooth and nail each and every round, inching closer and closer to a map victory. CVU on double digits. I'm still concerned that we haven't had a Utica timeout. To me, this is the time to take it, right? It's a rifle buy. Again, you'll be reset into a thrifty. Again, the money is still fragile for Converse as we enter the bigger ultimate round as well, with Wizard being one off from the Rolling Thunder. It feels like it's this round or we see Icebox.
Oh, dear. Oh, let's see how this one goes down. A-Vane going to be fought for instantly. Eggroll wants to probably bail out Geo if needed. Oh, Geo, you're just not getting out of that. They had the TP or not, apparently. Eggroll's decides that, well, it's not a cemetery unless there's at least two graves. So let me join you here with the Rolling Thunder, with the Visor as well. What can be done? Maybe just Doc getting elimination after elimination here. Greg's gonna have to hold out here to play with their teammate in heaven. Whoa, Krast is down already, and Henzo swings right on the Greg. It's like a death match, and they know where everyone's coming from.
That's one of those players that's been kind of quiet this series, right? Doing their job, you know, finding their kills. But that four-piece, I said it, that was one of the most important rounds for Utica to win, to start to get the funds flowing, to reset Converse. But again, we're back to this argument of, okay, when you have ultimates to work with, when you have kind of this pseudo-buy with the Sheriffs, at what point do you start investing them? Do you utilize them to make up for that disparity to win a round? And, I mean, Utica, they have their own ultimates if things start to go south, because, again, they need to snowball this round victory in to hopefully a catch-up scenario, because they're still 2 rounds trailing. What is that? There's Dodger's Fury!
Why not? It's honestly usually coupled well with a Yoru, but now your Yoru's gone again. Smokes are going to come out here to assist the entry. They would explode on that first blood, and so they may just do that. Manx stuck, but no one really to punish this stun except for Doc with a Sheriff. 3 are found. This guy's slinging it. The Deagle coming up with big value. Now Manx could still put an end to this frenzy. There's time. There's an ult. There's still a lot to work for.
Okay, so they know Doc is likely sight. They know there's a Cypher in tiles. So the smart play here is to isolate and take a 1v1 where you know Doc has likely collected a weapon, and with no bodies littered throughout mid, it's very unlikely that Eggroll had a weapon here. But this clearance takes time. And Eggroll, intelligent, decides to disengage, play it safe. And now with 30 seconds left, Manx has sacrificed, foregone all the information about where any of these players could now be.
Yet they don't know where Manx is either, and Arcrow's available to get a little bit of information.
15 seconds?
Only 15 seconds. I mean, yeah, there's no more time to invest to get that first kill. Doc has found them out, and so maybe this elimination is needed. They will invest into the plant. They've at least kept their lives.
What?
Doc is taken out. The sheriff is finally put down. The hot hand cooled. And Manx with their hand releases the Arcros. Doesn't deploy it. Instead deploys Fury onto CVU. It is Utica to hang on.
And I'm not going to lie to you, that side smoke from Doc saved the round for Utica. It allowed Manx to get it at a jail free card. Give that kind of question mark of, okay, what angle are they swinging from? I mean, there was a gap in the smoke, so they were forced, flung into the fight up against Doc, but I definitely think you need the time after that, right? I mean, This is your rifle round. This is where Utica's knocking on your doorstep. And after Doc gets a heroic sheriff montage, they still lose the round to a clutch from Manx, right? Like, this round is just as important as 2 rounds ago was, because look at all the ults for Utica.
Oh my. Yeah, the economy is out the window right now in terms of the ultimates from Utica. You mentioned as well, like... I was sure that round was CVU's, the way that Doc was handling that, because you found the 3 with the sheriff. After they found the 4 on the last round, I mentioned it was like a death match where they knew where everyone was. They followed that up with the sheriff kills. I just couldn't believe that round was eventually lost.
Yeah, I mean, the Omen versus Omen head-to-head, definitely something to explore later on, but it's more so also, they were so sure after that 3-piece that they were going to win it, that Grek invested the Annihilation. You also opened up the round, right, with the Hunter's Fury. So getting rid of all those ultimates to not have the round convert is what's put them in the hole now, coming into this really pivotal round number 20. So, let's see, going back to the roots, going back to a possible A execution off rip, and this time, instead of this... Deadlock Omen fighting main, it's Geo putting themselves front and center. Last time, didn't have the gate crash, didn't have that insurance policy. This time, they're ready with it.
And Prestige ready with just about everything that the Yoru kit offers, including a very timely blindside and a takeout there of the whole team holding a site. So the site is free, and that's how you employ your duelist to execute site.
Yeah, I mean, now let your players that have these post-play ultimates play safe, allow the rest of the team to get aggressive. At this point, we mentioned how we're getting down to the wire. CVU, they look like they're even contemplating a save route here. Again, this was the last rifle buy before an eco, so that'd be like a guaranteed 11th for Utica, and then it comes down to the next rifle round. This might give them an in back, keeping 3 rifles, forcing up maybe 1 more and a half shield, or maybe an outlaw. And this could be winnable, but look at this. The deadlock of Greg. Are they gonna get sniffed out? Corner not cleared. Woo!
Oh, and I love that off angle as well. I just didn't think they'd get an extra one with it. Could push on to Joey if they really wanted to. On the reload, they've got to pull the classic out and unable to hold their gun. But hey, damage done. That said, a couple of rounds ago, you mentioned it, Zobi. It felt like if CVU find 1 more, we see map 4. Look at how it's turned around since then.
Yeah. 10 to 10, double digits. After 2 13-4s back to back, right? And my big concern is that, again, Utica is winning these rounds without dipping into this ult reserve. It's very like save up for the grand finale type of thing, where you lock in your reigning dominion over the East Coast Conference and defending that title. Because 1 more round and then that's your 12th, guaranteeing OT at minimum and maybe stealing away this map victory as well. But this is the round we said was going to be important for CVU. Carrying away 2 weapons, the rest, buying what they can here. But if there's anything Utica's figured out, it's how to fight for this A main control and win it without losing anybody.
Yeah, they figured out the gate crash part. They did not figure out the shrouded step or get out of dodge part for Doc, unfortunately. Yet another body will lay there, as well as a teleport ready on to a site. So noise has been cut, which has required Utica to, I guess, get more information, or CVU to get that information. They fail to get that. They just put another body down, and Crass doesn't imagine Pristine up on that box. Things falling apart a little bit on the side of CVU. Greg able to answer back with a judge kill, but that's about all they will find in this round. Utica are on the stampede effort and still have a few ultimates to their name.
I mean, not just the ultimates, but the money, right? You're gonna have enough until overtime at this point. Geo, last-ditch effort operator here, perhaps. Nearly a glass cannon, the light shield accompanying it. And again, they utilized just one Armageddon and they were good to go for that round. So Utica, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fight for the same main control. You're gonna avoid the operator in the process. We need CVU to come up with that counter, and they have yet to do so.
Well, no time like the present. 11 to 10. Utica 1 round from this match point, and instant trades occurring there. Doc probably happy to come out of that one alive, but how do you come out alive when you're jumping around the rolling thunder and right beneath the salvos? Egg rolls instantly eliminated. Greg trying to just get some kind of kill by someone punching the door. It just doesn't occur, and now it's all about the retake for CVU, if it even starts. Hold on, Pristine wants to put an end to it before it even starts. Takes up the space, finds nearly every elimination. There's no time for CVU.
Wow. And Utica, we mentioned it, Pristine's always pushing forward. We kind of touched on the Geo Operator. Well, if it doesn't get its opening pick, then you have to retake down, essentially, your duelist. That only complicated things further. They were looking for any ounce of an opening, and they really couldn't find it. It was just punishing, the lurk player at the round, which was Manx, and then punishing Pristine, who got a little aggressive, but they got there too. They did their job, right? So they were good to go, and this is where we are now, sitting on map, series, point, and possibly 5 ECC titles, semesters for Utica University. I mean, the money for CVU doesn't give us much hope here. But I do like the fact that they're not going A for Utica. This could be good. Oh.
Could be. Pristine is almost always good for a kill on that ultimate, so this is a fantastic stuff for CVU, and it'd be even better if Agrolls could get a kill out of that cage, but Geo smartly follows up with one of their own. Henzo able to get on the site, but that's not without taking away Geo on their dimensional drift. One found with that Deadlock ultimate, and now Manx wants to respond with their own Steel Garden. Can Greg find one before they get their judge taken away? The judge goes to jail, but not before they put the chains on another. Henzo whipping around, trying to spot everything, but they've been spotted instead. CVU will hang on.
I mean, from a broken bye to making that round look easy, they had information every step of the way from that first frag onto Pristine, right? The neural theft comes out. They can wallbang them on the entry. The dimensional drift confirms that both are on site, guides the investment of the annihilation, right? They know then, as well, off of the Soviet utility, where the remaining players are, so that a hero play from Utica cannot slip through. So now, still not a perfect buy, 2 Guardians and Light Shields, but 1 round away. They broke the 5-round streak of Utica. Can they send us to overtime?
They broke the chance for the huge, big finale of the fireworks display that we thought we were all sitting out in the field on July 4th waiting for out of Utica. Instead, maybe there's a rain delay. Spike will be set. Back there in spawn, Utica want to go about this cautiously, gather the information required. They can't play off those ultimates anymore. They can't allow a dimensional drift to carve their way into sight. Instead, it's about meticulously removing that utility, such as that Deadlock cage. Here's the thing, though, Zobi. If A has decided, they've got those sensors to worry about.
Yeah, I will say, Joey's been good at destroying any ounce of Sentinel utility with those guided salvos historically. So, to me, we'll see if they're a problem here. But it's more, reaffirming that CVU wasn't dislodged by this first-time fake out from Utica, right? No players really left their positions. They're ready, just waiting for that confirmation, and then they're gonna try and flood back in. I was nervous for Utica because they really blew through the reserves of their ultimates, but Joey, performance, ult management, they got the Armageddon back online. It's gonna force Doc off, almost take him out of the fight completely with 34 HP. This is looking dicier. I mean, look at Manx as well. They're not dealt with. They're about to get a backstab on Tree.
Oh no. It's going to be so tough, though, for Manx because you have so many people to deal with there. It's really impressed, though, by Doctor trying to step through that one, and I'm even more impressed by Yang's rolls getting that wall bang, but finally Manx is activated, able to get one. Instantly traded, though, so a little less value may be seen out of Utica. CVU could bring this to OT, but they've got to stop Henzo, who eliminates two, and may just be good for the final one to secure the championship win for Utica. The 5-time semester in a row ECC champions.
Wow, what a statement of a series. 3-0 victory. Like we said, Ascent was their weakest, least played in the pool, so it takes a little bit more elbow grease to get that stain out, but it's still victory nonetheless. The writings of the wrongs of the group stage 2-1, the one map lost from them in the group stage to Converse Gold, but victory nonetheless. Honor the title intact. And, you know, it's going to start a rivalry between these two squads as well, right? Both teams already punching their ticket to May Madness and Arlington, right? This is just the beginning of the story between these two teams.
I sure hope it is. I mean, we've got to see him on May Madness, maybe go again together. And Zobi, I do want to hear from you real quickly. Like, what are the focal points? I mean, for Utica, it feels like a lot has been solved for, right? We saw them on 2 maps, 13 for this team. They seem to have a good plan. And now we saw on Ascent, if they need to adapt, they do what's necessary. So from the other side, for CVU, what are maybe some things to focus on when we do look forward to May Madness?
First off, their Ascent is strong, which is great. It's a collegiate go-to, so that's something I'm going to say that I want to see work done before May out of Utica. But I think the things that worked really well for CVU in this series, despite the loss, is their tendency awareness. So recognizing what the opponent is doing and coming up with a strategy around that to get themselves into really good mid-round positions is strong. They also have really good defensive adjustments. But again, it's when they get into these mid-round positions on the attack, because that's where obviously they had the issues. We didn't get to see too much out of their defenses on map 1 and 2. They just weren't decisive. It felt like if whoever's calling for their IGL was maybe a little bit slow on like, okay, let's do this. It felt like it was a lot more individual heroics that kind of developed the late round or won them those late rounds. Because when they were decisive, that's when they got the sight. So that's when they got themselves in these strong positions. So, you know, you're setting yourselves up great. Just follow through. Finish the job.
I like it. Well, a lot to look forward to when we see those teams gear up for May Madness. Of course, this is the last broadcast that we'll see in terms of teams qualifying, but we do still have seed selection, April 25th. A day after my birthday. So you can't forget that date, folks. You gotta keep an eye out for how these teams are gonna be seeded moving into May. But we've got to congratulate our winners for today as well. Obviously, Utica had their ticket punched, but they are your winners there for ECC in Valorant. They're also your winners for League of Legends in a 3-0 showing. So it'll be 2 sweeps for this team to get going for the end of our night. But a big shout out to our Smash winners as well. That is Southern New Hampshire University, Cuss in singles, and Malloy University for the crew battles. Concord University got their win in Rocket League. As a car soccer head, that's no surprise and shouldn't be for you guys, but Southern New Hampshire University taking that win in Overwatch as well. So some double headers, I guess, in those victories that you see. But Zobi, any final words before we get wrapped up here? It was a quick one for us in Valorant, especially considering those 13-4s, but certainly there's a lot to look forward to when these teams are prepping for Arlington.
Yeah, I mean, you read off the names. There's a lot of teams from a lot of parts of both the US and Canada. So again, make sure to tune into that seed selection show since they all have different backgrounds. They haven't even competed against each other in certain leagues. So I know the team definitely has their work cut out for them in terms of figuring out what that seeding is going to look like. But I'm just looking forward to this culmination of collegiate esports and multiple game titles. There's new game titles, I think, coming out, like Street Fighter as well. So like, it's definitely going to be a tournament to end off the spring season.
It's going to be amazing. Cannot wait. CECC always does it right. And I hope we did it right here today for you folks. Thank you so much, everyone in the background as well. Layton, Colton, Cole Scoots, making all things look beautiful on the production and admin side. That's been it for myself, Pyro J, Zobi by my side, and all the casters that did a fantastic job tonight. We'll see you on the next broadcast again. That is the Seed Selection Show on April 25th. Thanks so much for tuning in, and have a great night.
Here.